Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 6886 to Chapter 7074. Look. Is there a human over there? A rock looked ahead excitedly, its eyes filled with excitement and curiosity. Hearing the rock's voice, a fox also quickly came over. With one look, it was also shocked. I heard that humans can stand and walk, and they can even wear clothes. It seems like they look like this? Don't talk nonsense. Not far away, the male lion walked over with a look of disdain. Since when did we have a human in this place? You two are just making things up. Lion, this time, we're not lying to you. The fox revealed a rare serious look. Quickly come and take a look. Could it be that you've seen a demonic beast like this before? The lion took a closer look. When it saw that white figure, its expression became very strange. I've indeed never seen this demonic beast before. Could it be that there's another mutation in the ape clan? Don't talk nonsense. The rock flapped its wings. It's not like you don't know what those fellows from the ape clan look like. Are they as good looking as that white fellow? The lion nodded. That's true. This is the first time I've seen such a fellow. Why don't we go and ask her if she's a human? The three demonic beasts looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Bailey Hongzhuang was sitting on the grass to rest. She had already walked for a distance, but the scenery around her had not changed. The most important thing was that based on the environment here, it did not look like there were humans living here. So she could be sure that the place where humans lived must be quite a distance away from here. However, there was nothing in the surroundings that could help her judge. She could only rely on blind guesses to choose a direction and continue moving forward. Just at this moment, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. Turning her head, Bailey Hongzhuang met with three pairs of eyes. Look, this fellow really looks like a human. Bailey Hongzhuang. Looks like a human? She was originally a human, alright? Hey, white fellow, are you a human? The fox went to Bailey Hongzhuang's side and sniffed. Immediately, a look of surprise appeared on its face. Wow, it smells so good. What the hell are you doing? Xiaohe reached out and pressed the fox's head back down. Where did this fellow come from? Why is he trying to get close to Master without saying anything? Oh, so there's a beast here. It was only then that the fox noticed Xiaohe. You look really interesting. I've never seen you before. Hey, have you two met before? Fox looked at Lion and Rock. As expected, the two of them shook their heads. Never seen him before. Are you even human? Rock sized up Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang recovered from her momentary shock. It was obvious that these three silly creatures had never seen a human before. That was why they were behaving so strangely. However, she could feel that the auras of these three fellows were very strong. What kind of place was this? It was one thing for demonic beasts to be so strong, but there were no humans here. Master, could it be that these three silly fellows live in a place so remote that humans have never come here before? Xiaohe asked through telepathy. What kind of situation was this? What has it got to do with you whether I'm a human or not? Bailey Hongzhuang asked tentatively. If she wanted to understand the situation in this mystic realm, these three fellows were obviously the breakthrough point. So you're saying that you're a human? The fox's eyes lit up. Good girl, I have to tell them that I caught a human. Won't they admire me to death? The lion was a little suspicious. She didn't say that she's a human. You're celebrating too early. What's there to care about those false reputations? The rock had a look of disdain. Why don't we stew her? I've never eaten human flesh. Even if she's not a human, I've never seen this kind of demon before. It's not bad to have a taste. Following the rock's suggestion, the lion and fox nodded. Your idea is still the best. Otherwise, once this news gets out, won't they all come to snatch it? Stew? Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. What kind of ferocious demon did she meet that they wanted to stew her just because of a disagreement? Master, what should we do? Xiaohe was also dumbfounded. Why were these three fellows not playing by the rules? She had been asking nicely, and now they were talking about food. Why don't you like to be braised? The rock asked. Bailey Hongzhuang. I don't like it, thank you. The lion, I think it's better to eat it raw. There's no need to go through so much trouble. The fox, look at you. You have no taste at all. What's the point of eating it raw for so many years? You have to change the method. I think it's better to roast it. Bailey Hongzhuang. Is it really okay for you guys to be so serious in discussing this in front of me? Who said that I'm a human? Bailey Hongzhuang hurriedly spoke up after seeing that the three demon beasts had almost finished discussing their choice to roast it. Sure enough, hearing this, the three demon beasts were stunned. You're not a human? Of course I'm not a human. When has there been a human in this place? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was matter of fact, but her heart was pounding. She really didn't know the situation of this place. If she said something wrong, these three fellows would definitely attack her immediately. You're right. We've never had a human here. The fox had a look of disappointment. I thought you were really a human. Then why didn't you say so just now? I just wanted to tease you and see what you want. Bailey Hongzhuang continued to lie. Then what kind of demonic beast are you? The great roc asked curiously. I'm a branch of the ape clan. Bailey Hongzhuang thought about it. Perhaps only the ape clan was the closest to her. Of you. Then your branch evolution is quite strange. The fox was a little suspicious. Why don't you have fur and wear clothes? You don't say, your clothes are quite nice. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips twitched slightly. After noticing the fondness in the fox's eyes, she hurriedly said, do you also want a nice set of clothes? I know how to make them. How about I make a set for you? Really? The fox jumped up. How can you make a set for me? Lion, me too. Roc, me too, me too. Bailey Hongzhuang. All right. Xiaohei. What's going on here? After knowing that Bailey Hongzhuang was willing to make clothes for them, the three demon beasts happily invited Bailey Hongzhuang to their residence. Along the way, they kept asking Bailey Hongzhuang all sorts of questions, and she was also racking her brains to answer them. Fortunately, the three demon beasts' brain circuits were very simple, and they did not ask her about where the cloth came from. Otherwise, she really would not know how to answer them. Master, these three fellows look silly, but I'm afraid that their cultivation has reached the elementary immortal stage. Xiaohei secretly transmitted her voice. Their luck was really too bad. Now, they had deceived these three fellows, but if they were accidentally discovered, then they would be in a very difficult situation. I know. Bailey Hongzhuang was a little helpless. She had already figured out the strength of these three fellows, so she could only choose to bluff her way through. Now, we can only take one step at a time. It won't be too late to think of a way to leave when we find an opportunity. These fellows are really strange. They've already broken through to the elementary immortal stage, but they still haven't transformed into human form? Xiaohei was a little incredulous. Logically speaking, demon beasts with such cultivation should have been able to transform into human form long ago. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled, and then her face darkened. It seems that this is not the mystic realm that City Lord Yang mentioned. Such powerful demon beasts were extremely powerful no matter where they were. If the spirit clan really existed here, these three fellows would have seen them long ago. Until now, they had not transformed into human form, which meant that there was no illusory bead here. Xiaohei was a little disappointed. Then we came here for nothing. Not only did they come here for nothing, but their little lives were also threatened. Bailey Hongzhuang followed the fox to her residence. This was a cave, but the cave was very large. It was dry and airy inside, and it was very suitable for living. White guy, can you make clothes for me here, okay? The kind that looks good. The fox looked at Bailey Hongzhuang excitedly and rubbed its paws together. What color do you want? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. White. The fox in front of him was a white fox. Its fur was as white as snow, shiny and smooth. It looked very beautiful. Bailey Hongzhuang really appreciated it if she didn't think about the dangerous situation at hand. White. Fox shook his head. The color is too plain. I want red. The bright red kind. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. This taste was not bad. Lion, then I want a red one too. The bright red kind. Rock, me too, me too. Bailey Hongzhuang, it's not bad for a fox to wear red, but for a lion and Rock, isn't that a little weird? Okay, okay. Then you stay here and work first. The three of us will go and find you some food, haha. The fox was very happy and pulled the Rock and the lion outside. After the three demon beasts left, Xiaohei heaved a sigh of relief and sat weakly on the ground. Master, why don't we run now? Xiaohei dismissed the idea of leaving immediately. Then, Master, do you really know how to make clothes? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the cloth in her hand. I guess so. She had no problem with fighting or refining pills, but needlework. She had never really done it before. Are you sure? Xiaohei looked doubtful. It had followed its master for so long, but it had never seen her do this before. Even if I haven't eaten pork, I've seen pigs run. Let me try. Bailey Hongzhuang held the cloth in one hand and a needle and thread in the other and began to study it. Xiaohei looked at its master's serious expression and sat quietly at the side without disturbing her. It kept praying in its heart, hoping that its master would succeed. Otherwise, they would be in deep trouble. Although Bailey Hongzhuang had never done it before, she calmed down and thought about it carefully. Then, she had a rough idea of what to do and began to do it seriously. Based on their current situation, they should be surrounded by demon beasts. These three fellows were rather stupid, so it was easy to trick them. If they went to other places and met more intelligent demon beasts, then the situation would be really dangerous. Rather than that, it was better to get some information from these three fellows. Now, she really hoped that Beichen and Ling Feng had not come here. It would be best if they had gone to other planes. After all, Beichen and Ling Feng were the ones who really did not know how to needlework. After studying for a long time, Bailey Hongzhuang finally made her first piece of clothing. Xiaohei, how is it? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the first piece of clothing she had made in her life and asked expectantly. This. Xiaohei looked at it, and its expression was a little complicated. Master, why is there an extra hole here? Where? Bailey Hongzhuang took it out and looked at it. I accidentally cut it too far. Let me fix it. Xiaohei, when the three demon beasts returned and saw the finished product in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands, they immediately put the fruit aside excitedly. White guy, are you done? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. You can try. Fox sized up the clothes in front of him, which had several holes in them, and asked doubtfully, this? How do I wear this? Let me help you. With the help of Bailey Hongzhuang, the fox finally put on his clothes. White guy, what is this? Fox pointed at the hole that Xiaohei had mentioned before. There was no longer a hole here, but there was one more layer than the other places. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at it and said, This is the bag I made for you to store things. So that's the case. The fox suddenly realized, White guy, I didn't expect you to be so smart. You can put the fruit in. Do you like it? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Fox nodded. I like it. Those guys have never worn any clothes before. I'll wear these clothes to show off in front of them. Lion, Rock, what do you think? My clothes look good, right? Fox, who was wearing a bright red outfit, wriggled coquettishly in front of the two demon beasts, looking extremely pleased. Lion, it looks good. Rock, I want it too, I want it too. Lion, I want a bag too. Rock, I want it too, I want it too. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Rock. You want everything? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the fruit on the table with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Ever since she went to the realm of chaotic immortals, she had read through the encyclopedia of plants, but there was no introduction to the fruit in front of her. Most importantly, the fox said that eating this fruit could increase one's origin power. When the fox saw Bailey Hongzhuang's suspicious expression, it thought that she was looking down on the fruit, so it said embarrassedly, the lion ate all the good things in the surroundings in order to achieve a breakthrough. If we want to find other things, we'll have to go somewhere further away. Don't worry, we'll go look for them tomorrow. You can eat this today. Bailey Hongzhuang understood that the fox had misunderstood her expression. She immediately smiled and said, "How could that be? It's already very good. You can continue making clothes for us after you're done eating. We'll go look for more later. It's not that far away anyway." "Alright, thank you." After saying that, the 3 demon beasts went out of the cave. "See, I was right, right? That white fellow is definitely not human. Otherwise, she would have run away." The fox had a look of certainty on its face. The lion nodded. "It seems like she really isn't human. It's a pity. It's rare to see someone who looks so much like a human. I think we should go look for other fruits. These clothes look very pretty." The rock's attention was focused on the fox's clothes. It had never seen such a beautiful color before. "Bailey Hongzhuang, Xiaohei, you should at least go further away if you want to talk behind people's backs. Instead of standing at the door, you might as well say it in front of them." "What are you trying to do?" Xiaohei heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't leave just now. Otherwise, things would be difficult. The 3 of them were stupid, but they weren't brainless. After the 3 of them were relieved, they went to look for other food. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei decided to try the fruit. "Master, this fruit shouldn't be poisonous, right?" Xiaohei asked worriedly. Bailey Hongzhuang picked up the fruit. As soon as she got close, she smelled a strong fragrance. She immediately felt refreshed. She immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, this thing is not poisonous, and it should be something good." Upon hearing this, Xiaohei's interest was piqued. She took a fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. Disregarding everything else, this fruit looked exquisite and translucent. It had wanted to try it for a long time. As soon as the fruit entered her mouth, the fragrance of the fruit spread throughout her mouth, and a warm current spread through her body. Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked to find that Fox was telling the truth. This fruit could actually increase one's essence energy, and by quite a bit. "Moss? Master, what fruit is this? It's so delicious." Xiaohei's face was filled with excitement as she picked up the fruit with her claws. "This fruit is really amazing." Bailey Hongzhuang thought back to what Fox had said before. Judging from the disdainful expression on Fox's face, it was clearly disdainful. This meant that there were other fruits here that could increase one's essence energy. This was too amazing. There were many natural treasures in the chaotic immortal realm, but this kind of fruit that could increase one's essence energy was really rare. Most of the medicinal ingredients had to be refined into pills because the medicinal power was not something that human cultivators could accept. However, this fruit could. Not only was the essence energy extremely rich, it was also very gentle. It was not harmful to the human body. This was a treasure that could increase one's strength. Looking at the fruit in her hand, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a little more hopeful about this place. She had thought that she was unlucky to have come to a place like this where she could not even be a human and could only be a beast. She never thought that the heavens would give her such a pleasant surprise. It was very difficult for her to raise her cultivation level now. The amount of elemental energy that she absorbed from cultivating for a few days was not even comparable to eating a fruit. Although the fruits in front of her were casually plucked by the fox and the rest, there was still a lot of them. It was enough to increase her and Xiaohei's elemental energy by quite a bit. "I hope that Beichen and the rest came here as well." Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. There were obviously many treasures in this place. Perhaps everyone's cultivation level would improve by quite a bit. Hearing this, Xiaohei could not help but chuckle. Master was indeed always thinking about the male master. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei ate all the fruits, their stomachs were full. Although the fruits increased their elemental energy, it was still quite good at filling their stomachs. "If I could live in this place, I would be so blessed." Xiaohei rubbed his round belly and sighed to the sky. Her biggest wish was to rely on eating to increase her strength. She had thought that it was just a pipe dream. She did not think that such a place really existed in this world. She was simply too blessed. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Xiaohei, who was about to fall asleep after eating. Then, she turned her attention to the clothes. She had already made up her mind to build a good relationship with these 3 fellows before she could continue to stay in this place. Therefore, the clothes had to be made. After making the fox's clothes, Bailey Hongzhuang had some experience. When making the lion and rock's clothes, she became more and more skilled. However, the rock's wings were really a problem. Therefore, she could only dig 2 holes. Xiaohe, who had just woken up from her sleep, realized that her master had already finished making the 2 sets of clothes. Immediately, a look of surprise appeared on her face. "Master, you're so fast." Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the guy who had eaten and slept. "You slept for too long." Xiaohe looked at the sky outside. "Wasn't that right?" It was almost dawn. Ahem, Xiaohe coughed dryly and changed the topic. "Master, let me see how the clothes are made." After taking a look, Xiaohe applauded and praised, "Master, your craftsmanship is getting better and better. Although it's not as good as the clothes in the shop, the stitches are obviously much better. If you keep this up, I believe you'll have no problems with needlework in the future." Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. "Do you think I'll stay here and make clothes?" Of course not. I wonder what the male master and Ling Feng are doing now. We're making clothes here, but the male master and Ling Feng can't be making clothes." Xiaohe sighed. It was not easy to fool these demon beasts. Fortunately, they met these 3 fellows who were easy to fool. "We'll ask the fox and the rest when they come back. Since they think we're special, Beichen and the rest will probably meet other demon beasts. This news will slowly spread. Then, we'll be able to find them." When the fox, lion, and rock returned, the 3 of them slowly walked to the entrance of the cave. "Do you think the white guys took the chance to escape after we left for so long?" The lion was a little suspicious. "I heard that humans are very cunning. Maybe they were just trying to gain our trust." Rock, "I don't think so. Didn't you say that they weren't humans?" Lion, "Why are you so stupid? Don't tell me they don't know how to lie." Fox, "No matter how cunning humans are, can they be more cunning than us foxes? Don't worry, those 2 white guys look very stupid. They definitely don't have such brains." Xiaohe, "Here we go again, talking bad about us at the entrance again." Bailey Hongzhuang, "Where did these 3 fellows get the confidence to think that they were very smart? Furthermore, they were already at the entrance. Wouldn't they know if they ran or not with just one look? What the hell was he thinking?" "Master, they actually called us stupid. They are obviously the stupid ones." Xiaohe said angrily. "Not only did they scold it, they even scolded its master." Bailey Hongzhuang, "Don't lower yourself to the level of stupid people." When the fox turned around and saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohe looking at them, it didn't look embarrassed at all. Instead, it was extremely proud. "How is it? I told you, they are definitely not as smart as me." Lion, "That's right, we are still the smartest." Rock, "That's right, that's right." Bailey Hongzhuang. She didn't want to talk to these 3 fellows anymore. The fox placed the fruits they found on the table. Only then did they realize that the fruits they found before were all eaten. Only the core was left at the side. "These are the new fruits we found. These fruits taste better than the ones we found before, and they can increase our elemental energy more. Have a taste," the fox said with a smile. At this time, she did not forget to turn around to show off her new clothes. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the table. The fruits were very fresh and there were still morning dew on them. These fruits were twice as big as the ones they ate yesterday. The fragrance it emitted was unusually strong. Even if it was just a sniff from a close distance, it would make one feel relaxed and happy. Xiaohe looked at the newly plucked fruit with anticipation. This fruit looked even more tempting than yesterday's. Bailey Hongzhuang was not in a hurry to eat. Instead, she took out the clothes she had made. Lion, Rock, I've made your clothes. Do you want to try them on? Lion and Rock had been looking around for their clothes ever since they came back. Yesterday, the fox went out wearing this set of clothes. As long as it encountered a demonic beast on the road, it would be questioned. That kind of appearance was very eye-catching. Usually, when the 3 of them went out, everyone would chat for a bit. But now, when they went out, all the demonic beasts they encountered were focused on the fox. They didn't have time to talk to them at all. Needless to say, it was very depressing. When they heard the white guy's words, they were overjoyed and immediately ran over. Okay, okay. Bailey Hongzhuang handed the clothes to Lion and Rock. Try it on to see if it fits. If it doesn't, I'll change it again. Finally, the Lion and Rock also put on the bright red clothes. Even though the clothes were made by her, Bailey Hongzhuang still couldn't help but cover her eyes when she saw them. These two fellows really stung her eyes. However, the Lion and Rock didn't seem to notice at all. After putting on the clothes, they only felt that they were really too good-looking and excitedly walked around in circles. The Lion, Fox, do I look good? The Fox, yes. The Rock, what about me, what about me? The Fox, you look good too. Ha ha ha. The three demon beasts looked at each other and suddenly felt that this was the pinnacle of their lives. Later, when we go out dressed like this, the other fellows will definitely be envious of us, haha. The Fox laughed proudly. The Lion nodded. Think about those fellows, they don't even have clothes. How can they compete with us in the future? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the three beasts who were extremely happy, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. When she thought about how the intelligence of these three fellows had broken through the elementary immortal stage, if the people of the immortal domain of chaos knew about this, they probably couldn't help but vomit blood. The Rock leaned in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. White fellow, why are you covering your eyes? Is it because we're too good-looking and you're afraid that you'll be mesmerized by us if you take one more look? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was complicated. That's right, that's it. Xiaohei. Master, you don't mean what you say, Bailey Hongzhuang. I don't want to either. White fellow, you're really amazing. These clothes are really beautiful. We love it so much. The Fox looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile. Where were you planning to go? I think you should stay with us for a while. What do you think? Actually, it's my first time traveling so far away. I originally had brothers and sisters, but we got separated and still haven't found them. Bailey Hongzhuang looked distressed. Hearing this, the three fellows immediately gathered around with curiosity written all over their faces. White guy, you have brothers and sisters. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. I have 2 brothers and 1 sister. I went out with them this time, but I didn't expect to get separated. Fortunately, I met you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have a place to stay. Lion, then why are you going on a long journey? Bailey Hongzhuang said, we just wanted to take a look. Rock sighed. I knew that the apes are a bunch of idiots. They can't even find their brothers and sisters when they go out. How stupid. Bailey Hongzhuang, Fox, don't laugh at her. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her eyes. Sure enough, a fox was more pleasing to the eye. Fox said, look at how weak she is. You can tell she's not that smart. Bailey Hongzhuang. Just pretend I didn't say anything. In this way, Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei looked at the 3 guys, constantly disdaining their IQ. The most important thing was that they had already said so much. In the end, did they have the slightest intention to help? After a while, the lion said, white guy, don't worry. You all look so special. If they're nearby, we'll definitely find them. We'll go visit our friends later and ask them to keep an eye out for you so that we can help you find them sooner. With that, the lion touched his clothes again, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. After enduring the disdain of the 3 fellows, they finally decided to visit the nearby area and ask about Bewitching and the rest. Bailey Hongzhuang heaved a sigh of relief. These 3 fellows had better leave quickly, otherwise she would be angered to death by them. One look and you can tell that the white fellow is too weak and her family is poor. Look at the fruits we left behind yesterday, they've already finished them all. Think about how pitiful she is. The fox had a sympathetic look on its face. The lion nodded in agreement. Her brother and sister probably couldn't find anything to eat, so they purposely left her behind. But let's not tell her, in case she gets upset. I didn't expect the white fellow's background to be so pitiful. How pitiful. Tears welled up in the rock's eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang. That's enough, you're standing at the door talking again. Do you think I can't hear you? Xiaohei, who was at the side, couldn't help but roll around in laughter. Ha ha ha, abandoned. Our family is too poor, ha ha ha. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xiaohei, who was laughing uncontrollably. You look very free? Xiaohei hurriedly stopped laughing and sat down in a serious manner. Master, don't lower yourself to their level. You're not much better than them. Bailey Hongzhuang passed the needle and thread to Xiaohei. Make yourself a set of clothes. Xiaohei was stunned. Master, there's no need for that, to fit in. Bailey Hongzhuang said firmly. Then what color should I make it? Xiaohei was still struggling. Bright red. The three beasts wandered around for a few days after leaving the cave. Bailey Hongzhuang was also happy to have some free time. She had already tasted the new fruits. Not only did they taste good, but the increase in elemental energy also surprised her. If she could eat such fruits every day, she wouldn't need to cultivate and her strength would improve rapidly. In the past 2 days, she had wandered around the vicinity of the cave. Perhaps it was because the environment here was very good that the elemental energy contained in the fruits was very pure. Not only that, she also found the location of the first fruits to be eaten. Several fruit trees grew together, and the emerald green fruits on the trees looked very tempting. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't stand on ceremony. She simply jumped onto the tree and plucked some fruits to put into her chaos ring. If she wasn't worried about being too conspicuous, she would have directly transplanted the tree into the chaos ring. However, after leaving this place, she could still go to other places to look. At that time, she would not be noticed by other demonic beasts. After all, according to the 3 demonic beasts, there were many fruit trees nearby. It was just that they were picky, so they didn't want to eat ordinary fruits. It's been a few days. Why haven't Fox and the others returned yet? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Didn't he say that he was going out for a visit? It's been 7 days and they still haven't returned. This visit was a little too far. Master, I think that with how proud they are, they probably want to walk through the entire forest. It's not strange that they haven't returned yet. Xiaohei had a better understanding of the demonic beast's mentality. Because humans always had clothes to wear, they didn't feel anything at all. However, to the demonic beasts, this was a completely different experience. Furthermore, these 3 fellows loved to show off their treasures. The possibility of this was very high. If the fox and the rest could explore the entire area, then finding Bewitching and the rest would not be a problem. However, although she did not know much about this world, based on her judgment, this world should not be small. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be only these 3 fellows' caves in the vicinity. Based on the distribution of the area, this world was definitely not a small one. Now, all she could hope for was that Bewitching and the rest were not too far away. As long as they were not too far away, then there was hope of finding them as soon as possible. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei stood at the door and looked into the distance. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard from the front. Then, as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying, the entire ground began to tremble. Xiaohei's expression changed. Master, this can't be an earthquake, right? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. The tremors of an earthquake should be very strong, but why do I feel that the tremors seem to be coming from afar and are coming closer to us? She had never experienced an earthquake before. Ordinary earthquakes were not dangerous to them, especially when they were standing in an open space. However, she felt that this did not feel like an earthquake. Instead, it felt like the tremors caused by a wild beast running. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiaohei instinctively looked in front of her. Her face instantly turned pale as she stammered, Moss. Master, you seem to be right. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang also turned her head to look not too far away. When she saw this, her eyes were filled with shock. In her line of sight, a large group of monstrous beasts was charging towards their location at high speed. It looked like a monstrous beast tide. Anyone who was caught in it would die without a doubt. Most importantly, even though they were a certain distance away, she could feel the terrifying aura of these monstrous beasts. Elementary celestial stage monstrous beasts were everywhere. Why does this scene seem so familiar? Bailey Hongzhuang felt a burst of helplessness. Her luck was really too good. Master, let's run. Xiaohei jumped onto Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. These guys were not to be trifled with. Once they charged over, they would be turned into minced meat. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the demonic beast that was less than 100 meters away from them in the blink of an eye. Her face turned extremely ugly. It's too late. The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's figure flashed, directly jumping onto a nearby tree. From what they had observed just now, these demonic beasts were not as crazy as the demonic beast frenzy. At least, the trees along the way were not directly broken, so they knew that if they jumped on a tree, they would not be crushed. However, just as the man and the beast were in a tense state, they suddenly realized that the flood of beasts that were constantly rushing towards them had actually stopped in front of them. What was going on? Both man and beast were stunned. Could it be that these demonic beasts hadn't lost their minds? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. I've already told all of you to be quiet. Baiji is still young and it's her first time out of the house. With so many of you suddenly charging over, won't you scare her? The fox walked out from the group of monstrous beasts and looked at the surrounding monstrous beasts with disdain. He began to preach. The lion and rock followed closely behind as they stared at the beasts in displeasure. That's right. Why are all of you running so fast? If you continue to act like this, be careful that the white fellow won't agree to help you. In an instant, the beasts that Bailey Hongzhuang had seen as scourges suddenly fell into silence as they stared at her worriedly. Some of them even revealed a fawning smile on their faces. Although this smile looked a little strange. White fellow, they've all seen that the new clothes we're wearing are simply too beautiful, so they wanted to ask you to help them make a set of clothes. Hee hee. The fox grinned as it looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. However, there was a trace of guilt in its voice. Their trip this time had indeed been very grand. Almost all the demonic beasts that had seen them had immediately asked them how they had gotten their new clothes. After knowing that the white fellow could make clothes, these fellows had all wanted to ask the white fellow for help. Initially, they had not paid much attention to it and had only thought that the white fellow would not refuse to help them make 2 sets of clothes. However, they had never thought that after wandering around for a while, they would unknowingly agree to so many people's requests. On their way back, they had been worried that the white fellow would reject them. However, things had already developed to this stage. If they were to say no, these fellows would definitely laugh at them. Hence, they could only pin their hopes on Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the demonic beasts behind the 3 fellows and the corners of her lips twitched. What kind of joke was this? At a glance, the number of demonic beasts was probably more than 100, right? If she were to help each of these fellows make a set of clothes, she would not need to do anything else for the next month. She would just have to stay here and make clothes. Almost at the first moment, Bailey Hongzhuang had intended to reject them. The fox had also noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's expression and understood that this request was indeed a little too harsh. If it were him, he would not have agreed to it either. However, he could not let the white fellow reject them just like that. Otherwise, they would lose a lot of face. White fellow, why don't we make a deal? Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to refuse, the fox's voice rang in her ears. How long will it take for me to finish so many clothes? Bailey Hongzhuang didn't hold back. This guy clearly had a favor to ask, so there was no need to worry. Fox, I promise I won't let you do it for free. Bailey Hongzhuang, then what are you going to give me? Fox, I can help you find your brother and sister. Bailey Hongzhuang, didn't you go out this time to help me find it? Did you find it? Fox, I haven't found it yet, but trust me, I will definitely find it for you. Bailey Hongzhuang, no, thank you. She dared to guarantee that these 3 fellows were full of showing off after they went out. She was afraid that they had long forgotten about helping her find people. Don't. The fox was also anxious. It knew that the 3 of them had indeed gone overboard this time. White guy, why don't I ask them to find you more delicious food? The fruits near where these fellows live are all different. There are also many fruits that are very nutritious. You are now growing, eating more fruits will be good for you. Bailey Hongzhuang. Growing? Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang did not immediately refuse, a glimmer of hope ignited in the fox's heart. White guy, they are all my friends, they definitely won't treat you badly. And think about it, if it's just the 3 of us helping you find them, it definitely won't be as good as everyone helping you. When they go back, they will help you pay more attention. Basically, all the monsters in this area are here. As long as your brother and sister appear in this area, they will definitely know. The fox's face was full of smiles. He couldn't help but think for a while and said, "We have a very large area here. If your brother and sister are nearby, then it won't be a problem to find them. If they are not nearby, then you have to go farther." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood that the scope of this world was as she imagined. The area was also very wide. It would be great if they were really lost, and it would be easier to find them. Unfortunately, there was a problem with the teleportation. Who knew what would happen if they were randomly teleported to the other side of this small world? Then finding them would be, "Then help me talk to them about this matter," Bailey Hongzhuang said aloud. Regardless of whether they could find them as soon as possible, it was better to have the help of so many monsters. The fox had been looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. After seeing that she agreed, he was completely relieved. At least his face was saved. The other monsters saw that the fox had been whispering to Bailey Hongzhuang. Although they were embarrassed to speak loudly, they were already muttering in their hearts and couldn't help but whisper. "I think this white guy really looks like a human, is it really not? Actually, the ape clan also looks like this, but this white guy looks better and doesn't have so much hair on his face. Didn't they say that he is a branch of the ape clan? I think it's quite possible." Many monsters were a little doubtful. This guy's appearance was really too similar to the people they heard, but they were quickly dispelled by the denial of the surrounding monsters. "Do you think this white guy will really make clothes for us? If he doesn't agree, then what? It shouldn't be, right? Didn't the fox and the others promise solemnly? Who knows? They're good at bragging, but this dress is really beautiful." The group of demonic beasts looked at the three demonic beasts with covetous eyes. Other than the phoenix, there were no other demonic beasts that wore red clothes. Their area was close to the lake, so there weren't many fire attribute demonic beasts, so bright red was relatively rare. The fox also heard a lot of demonic beasts talking about it in such a short time. It immediately cleared its throat and said, "Everyone, listen up." All the demonic beasts perked up their ears and looked at the fox expectantly, not knowing what the result would be. White guy has already agreed to make clothes for everyone. As soon as these words were spoken, all the beasts couldn't help but cheer. The joy in their hearts was beyond words. For the past few days, they had been envious to death. Thinking about how they would soon be able to wear clothes, they couldn't help but feel excited. However, you have so many beasts. It's going to be very hard for the white guy to make the clothes by himself. Besides, the clothes themselves are very expensive. Hearing the fox's words, the demonic beasts looked at each other, and their minds cleared up. Indeed, with so many of them here, it was already embarrassing to ask for help, and now they had to ask the other party to provide cloth. They had never seen cloth like this before. What should they do? "Fox, according to your opinion, what should we do?" The fox smiled. "The white fellow is actually very kind. She doesn't ask for much. As long as everyone picks some delicious fresh fruits and doesn't come empty-handed, that's good enough." Hearing this, the demonic beasts who were originally a little gloomy suddenly perked up. They thought that they had to help with something big, but it turned out that it was just picking fruits. This was nothing to them at all. Don't pick some fruits that even you don't fancy, at least show some sincerity. Otherwise, even if the white fellow isn't angry, we will be unhappy. The fox spoke out. No matter what, the white fellow was now living in its cave. That meant that it was protecting the people it was protecting. The lion nodded. "That's right, if you don't have sincerity, then you are looking down on us." Rock, that's right, that's right. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Rock. This fellow always had no ideas. It could basically be completely ignored. It was rare for the fox to say such words. It made her very surprised, but looking at this fellow's guilty little eyes, she understood that it must be feeling a little guilty, which was why it was so good at this time. "Fox, don't worry, we will definitely not mistreat the white fellow. We are all friends. As long as the white fellow can help me make a nice set of clothes, you can eat as many fruits as you want. I'll go back and pick some fruits now. I just happen to have some fresh fruits that have just ripened. The taste is really good, and the amount of elemental energy it increases is also a lot." The demonic beasts present naturally also saw that the white fellow was not only young, her strength was also not very good, she had not even broken through to the elementary immortal realm until now. Compared to them, she was simply a level lower, she really should eat more fruits to nourish herself. After the first demonic beast said that it wanted to go back and pick some fruits, the other demonic beasts did not want to be left behind, and all ran back one after another. In the blink of an eye, the large group of demonic beasts that had gathered in front of them disappeared, leaving only 3 standing in the same place. These guys are too fast. Xiaohei was dumbfounded. Before she could even react to what had happened, these guys had already disappeared without a trace. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. The strength of the elementary celestial stage was indeed powerful. It could be seen from the speed at which these demonic beasts left. Regardless of whether one was good at speed or not, this speed was beyond her reach. Sure enough, the difference between stepping into the elementary immortal realm and not stepping into the elementary immortal realm was like the difference between the clouds and mud. The fox chuckled. They all want to wear new clothes as soon as possible. Bailey Hongzhuang then jumped down from the tree. Your battle formation this time is really scary. I didn't expect that things would turn out like this when I just went out for a visit. Fox smiled sheepishly. Have you been hungry these past few days? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. What do you think? The 3 demonic beasts looked at each other, and they couldn't help but feel guilty. We brought back quite a lot of fruits this time. Come in quickly. The fox beckoned Bailey Hongzhuang into the house and took out the fruits that they had plucked this time and placed them on the table. These fruit trees are all located very far away from here. If we hadn't gone to visit this time, we wouldn't have been able to eat them normally. Although this fruit is slightly more sour than the previous ones, it's sweet and sour. It's very delicious. Try it quickly. The lion handed the fruit to Bailey Hongzhuang in a fawning manner. After thinking for a while, it rubbed the fruit on its body to make sure that it was clean before handing it over. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the fruit and then looked at the lion's expectant eyes. She then took it and said, "Thank you very much." You're welcome, you're welcome. The lion shook its head and said, I'm afraid that you've been hungry for the past 2 days. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei obviously wouldn't starve. Not to mention that they had prepared quite a lot of dry food before they left, just the fruits alone were enough to fill their stomachs. However, ever since they found out that eating these fruits didn't have any side effects and could continuously increase their primary energy, they had already put aside the other dry food. How could these things compare to the fruits? Not long after, a lightning raccoon arrived at the fox's cave. The moment it entered, it immediately placed all the fruits that it had plucked in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Although the lightning raccoon was small in size, as a lightning raccoon in the elementary immortal stage, its speed was extremely fast and its strength was limitless. It directly dragged a large bag that was woven from rattan over. The bag was filled with delicious fruits. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the fruits. Indeed, they were different from the fruits that she had eaten before. Xiaohei's eyes lit up the moment she saw the fruits. Little stars twinkled in excitement. Primary energy. This was all primary energy. Was there anything more blissful than this in this world? Master, although you haven't really made clothes before, you've really made a lot out of this. Xiaohei's face was filled with excitement. If the tailors of the chaotic immortal realm knew that they could exchange so many precious fruits for a single piece of clothing, they would probably go crazy with excitement. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression did not change. She understood that these fruits were nothing to these demonic beasts, but her heart was indeed blooming with joy. If making a single piece of clothing could be exchanged for so many fruits, then how many fruits would she have if she made more than 100 pieces of clothing? Usually, other than cultivating, he would eat some fruits when he had nothing to do. His cultivation speed was much faster than others. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's calm expression, the lightning civet was still a little worried. It rubbed its hands and said, "These are the best fruits around here. I don't know if you can help me make some clothes?" Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly when she heard that. This was because the beasts in this place were simple and honest. If it were the demonic beasts of the early immortal realm and the immortal realm, who knew how arrogant they would be? Don't worry, no problem. I'll make it for you soon. Hearing this, the lightning civet's face suddenly revealed a surprised smile. Really? That's great. After telling her that she could come over tomorrow to get the clothes, the lightning civet then left in satisfaction. The fox looked at the fruits that the lightning civet had sent over and said with a look of disdain, although these fruits are not bad, it's still a loss to exchange clothes, right? The lion nodded. Isn't that so? The lightning civet is not generous to begin with. Bailey Hongzhuang faintly shot a glance at the three fellows whose faces were filled with disdain. At least they are more generous than the three of you. The lightning raccoon's body was originally small, so making a piece of clothing wasn't too troublesome. Forget about the fox, the lion, and the big pung bird's clothing was a huge project. The fruits that these fellows had given could not be compared to the fruits that the lightning raccoon had brought, and now they actually had the nerve to say that other beasts were better. Indeed, once these words were spoken, the three fellows instantly realized that something was wrong with the situation and couldn't help but feel a burst of guilty conscience. Cough cough. The fox coughed dryly. Aren't we being too hasty? Don't worry, we are friends, so we definitely won't bully you just because you are small. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly, hee hee. After having the experience of making clothing, Bailey Hongzhuang was very successful in making the lightning raccoon's clothing. This kind of matter itself wasn't too complicated, but she had never put much thought into it, so it was a little awkward in the beginning. However, when she figured out the specific process, it wasn't so complicated to make it again. The three spirit beasts looked at the way Bailey Hongzhuang threaded the needle and their eyes were filled with curiosity. Although they had clearly seen the entire process, but in the end they still didn't understand anything. They only saw the white fellow using the scissors to cut and then sewing, and inexplicably a piece of clothing was already done. Wow, white fellow, you are really a genius. Rock looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in amazement. It didn't even understand how she had done it, and it was already done. It was simply too miraculous. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly, thinking that with this fellow's brain, he definitely wouldn't understand. Just as the clothing was done, another spirit beast brought the fruits over. Because she had already promised earlier that as long as they came with sincerity, she would agree, so everything went smoothly. In addition, Bailey Hongzhuang also specifically asked what color they wanted. The result was not unexpected. Almost all the wicked beasts that came over said that they wanted red. It wasn't just these demonic beasts. Even the fox, lion, and rock kept chiming in from the side, causing everyone's faces to turn red. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. These guys really loved the color red. However, as more and more fruits piled up, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that these guys were too honest. The small demonic beasts were one thing, but the large demonic beasts brought a shocking number of fruits. In their own words, they ate a lot for every meal. This time, the food brought was enough for them to eat for a few days. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. He had eaten so many fruits in just a few days. No wonder his strength was so terrifying. However, she did not reject any of these fruits. The fox was in a dilemma. White fellow, although these fruits won't spoil for a while, but my cave won't be able to hold them all. What should I do? Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang secretly thought in her heart. She had the chaos ring. Storing these fruits was not a problem at all. But if the fox and the rest knew about this, then how should she explain it? Just explaining this problem was already very troublesome. Before she thought it through, it was best not to explain. The rock suddenly came over and said, "Anyway, we haven't found Little White's brother and sister, so they probably won't leave for the time being. Why don't we build a cave for Little White nearby? That way, it'll be more convenient for her to have her own place to live." The lion immediately agreed, "That's right. When we find Little White's brother and sister, they can live here together. We won't have to worry about them abandoning Little White because they don't have anything to eat." Bailey Hongzhuang. Was this fellow saying that she had been abandoned right in front of her? The fox also noticed the change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression and quickly said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Little White is so capable, why would her family abandon her?" After saying that, the fox called the lion and the rock to leave. When they reached the door, the fox said, "What's wrong with you? How could you say that in front of Little White? Even though it's the truth, you'll still hurt her." Bailey Hongzhuang. Here we go again. Master. The corner of the fox's lips twitched. These fellows were probably trying to make her laugh to death. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Xiaohei and reached out to pinch its soft cheeks. Her smile was bright and charming. You've been eating very happily recently. Master, don't smile at me like that. I'm a little scared. Xiaohei looked nervously at Bailey Hongzhuang. Whenever it saw its master's smile, it felt that its days were numbered. Once my cave residence is built, I'll leave the needlework to you. Because Xiaohei had initially appeared in front of the fox and the rest in its beast form, it could only maintain this form. This fellow's entire body was round when it was in its beast form, so it wasn't very convenient for it to make clothes. Once it had its own place to live, it would be much more convenient. When the time came, Xiaohei would just have to make clothes in the chaos ring. Xiaohei's face immediately fell. It had guessed correctly. If its master showed such a smile, it would be in for a tragedy. Master, look at my cute appearance. Can you really bear to let me do this kind of work? Xiaohei's face was bitter as it looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with teary eyes. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's face was cold. I can bear to. How old was it? It had lived much longer than her and it was still pretending to be young? How shameful. Xiaohei, master, you've changed. Bailey Hongzhuang spread her hands, spending time with them every day. It's normal to have some changes. Xiaohei, the fox and the rest were also very quickly. They had already found a place to be Little Whites right after they had made their decision. Before Little, their beings weren't STSTS's beings. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw the location, she was very satisfied. Although these three fellows weren't very reliable most of the time, they were quite reliable when it came to finding a cave's location. The location they found was also dry and well ventilated. It wasn't very far from where the fox and the rest lived, but it was still some distance away, which gave her some freedom. The three fellows quickly began their construction. They claimed that this was their reward for making clothes, and they weren't demonic beasts that liked to take advantage of others. It didn't take long for a brand new cave to be prepared. The three demonic beasts eagerly invited Bailey Hongzhuang over to check the results of their construction. Recently, there have been a lot of demonic beasts looking for you. The fruits also need a place to store, so we built this cave a little bigger. It's also more convenient. The fox looked at its work with satisfaction. Even when it dug its own cave, it didn't take so much effort. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around the cave and found that there were fruit trees not far behind this position. There was also a stream in the mountain stream. The water was clear and the environment was beautiful. She was immediately very satisfied. Thank you, I like it very much. After hearing this, the three demonic beasts breathed a sigh of relief and completely relaxed. Haha, it's great that you like it. The three demonic beasts were excited. They looked even more excited than when they were building their own cave. Bailey Hongzhuang walked around. The area here was indeed bigger than the fox's cave. Thinking about her current cultivation, she really had to raise her cultivation as soon as possible. Only when she broke through the elementary immortal realm would she have more assurance when walking in this place. According to the three demonic beasts, basically all the demonic beasts in this area had come here to wander around. However, this area had a large river as the boundary. The demonic beasts in the other area were not as peaceful and simple as they were here. The demonic beasts there were often more powerful and the competition was very fierce. Because there were fewer fruits, their living conditions were not as good as here. The reason why they had not come over was, on one hand, because both sides had an agreement a few years ago. On the other hand, it was also because the environment here was not suitable for them to live, so they had been living in peace. After understanding all of this, she was also very helpless. Now, all she could do was to wait for news and hope that the other demonic beasts would find something. If they didn't find anything, then Bewitching and the others were very likely to be in another area. With her strength, if she rashly went to that area, she was afraid that her days would not be easy. However, this also made her even more worried about Bewitching and the others. Fox, is there still no news of my brother and sister? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. The fox shook its head. Everyone is helping to pay attention, but we haven't heard any news yet. Don't worry, as long as they are in our area, once other demonic beasts find them, they will definitely be sent over. I hope so. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. Now that she had a lot of fruits, she might as well eat more to increase her cultivation. After Bailey Hongzhuang moved out of the cave, the three monstrous beasts also moved all the fruits to this side. At the same time, there were more and more demonic beasts making cloves, and there were more and more fruits in the cave. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly placed the fruits that had been delivered earlier into her primordial chaos ring. Although these fruits could be stored for a long time, they would eventually spoil. However, it would be different if the fruit was placed in the chaos ring. The fruit could be stored forever, and time would stop. Therefore, every time a new fruit appeared, she would put the old one back. Fox and the others were originally worried that the cave would not be enough and wondered if they should stop for a while. However, after discovering that Bailey Hongzhuang's cave had not been filled, they were relieved. In his heart, he was secretly impressed. White and Little White must have been scared of starvation. Now that there were fruits to eat, their appetite was extremely shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei ate as much as they could in order to increase their strength as soon as possible so that they could search for Bewitching and the rest. Fortunately, the energy contained in these fruits was mostly pure elemental energy. Otherwise, Bailey Hongzhuang's body would be close to Xiaohei's if she continued to eat like this. Every day, there would be demonic beasts bringing fruits to make clothes, and Bailey Hongzhuang handed over the task of making clothes to Xiaohei. This fellow was not interested in self-cultivation anyway. She was more interested in eating. Now that she had such confidence, she might as well not cultivate anymore. Bailey Hongzhuang used the fruits to cultivate, and her cultivation level was constantly increasing. She could clearly feel her elemental energy increasing. Because the elemental energy in these fruits was pure enough, she did not need to refine too much. Hence, everything was very easy. There were not many fruits that could fit in her stomach. She only ate the fruits that had the best effect on increasing her elemental energy. The three demonic beasts also felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's current strength was a little too weak. Once she encountered other demonic beasts, she would not even have the ability to protect herself. Hence, they specially told her what kind of fruits to eat to increase her strength. Because of this, Bailey Hongzhuang's impression of these three demonic beasts gradually improved. She also understood that although these three fellows always thought that they were very smart, they were actually simple and gullible. Ever since she had arrived, these three fellows had never suspected her origins. On the contrary, they had always tried their best to help her. Of course, except for standing at the door and badmouthing her every time. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang was cultivating. Suddenly, Xiaohei rushed in from outside. "Master, bad news." Bailey Hongzhuang opened her eyes. "What happened?" "I was just about to pass the finished clothes to the fox and the rest. Before I even entered, I heard their conversation. It seems that the ape clan has arrived." Bailey Hongzhuang frowned when she heard this. She had not forgotten that she had told the fox and the others that she was an ape. Now that an ape had really come, would he expose her lie? "Master, I think we have to think about what to do. Otherwise, when we meet later, that fellow will ruin our show." "What should we do then?" Xiaohei looked anxious. If they had the cultivation of the elementary celestial stage, they would not have to worry too much. However, they could not even defeat a single demonic beast. If everyone found out that they were lying, they would be in trouble. "Tell me what you saw." Bailey Hongzhuang's heart calmed down. She also understood that in this situation, it was impossible to avoid it. Previously, she had heard from the fox that the ape tribe lived far away from them, so when she first met her, she was sure that they must have run away from home. She was not sure how far away this was, but from the fox and the rest's lack of understanding of the ape tribe, she could tell that it must be quite far away. The ape tribe had suddenly appeared here at a time like this. They must have wanted to see her true face. If they did not see her face, they would not give up. Xiaohei immediately told her everything that she had heard. Bailey Hongzhuang then fell into deep thought. At this moment, a series of footsteps slowly came in from outside. Hearing this voice, Xiaohei's heart thumped. These guys were moving too fast. They didn't even have time to think of a countermeasure. "I'm here." Bailey Hongzhuang's leisurely voice had already spread out. It was especially important to appear calm at times like this. Otherwise, if they were to be seen through, everything would be even more suspicious. The white fox smiled. Brother ape, the white fellow is inside. The long-armed demon ape narrowed his eyes. Recently, he had been hearing rumors that the ape clan was here to make clothes for everyone. When he first heard this news, he had no doubt that there was a problem. The ape clan didn't even have clothes to wear. Why would they come here to make clothes for other demon beasts? If it was just one or two people saying it, it wouldn't have believed them. However, as more and more demon beasts mentioned this matter, it realized that something was wrong. It was almost certain that someone else had used the name of the ape clan to come here. It wanted to see what this guy was up to. The fox had intended to accompany the long-armed demon ape in, but it didn't expect to be pulled back by the lion. Fox, why did you make the long-armed demon ape walk backwards? The lion's face was full of dissatisfaction. The white fellow is living well here with us. She's happy every day. What if this guy comes and wants to take the white fellow away? What should we do? The rock was also very depressed. I don't think there's anything good about the ape clan. The white fellow is happier here with us. Think about it. How hungry was the white fellow before this? She's so weak. If she goes to the ape clan, who knows how she'll be bullied? The fox looked at the lion and rock and sighed. Actually, I don't want to either. But didn't you hear what the white fellow said? She's been looking for her brother and sister. I think that we haven't heard any news about her brother and sister for so long. Maybe they've returned to the ape clan. Hearing this, the rock was a little hesitant. The white fellow's look of anticipation from before was not fake. The lion still looked unwilling. If they're in the ape clan, that means that they don't want to be with the white fellow. Then what's the point of going back? The fox looked at the lion's gloomy expression and said with a smile, "Don't worry. As long as the white one doesn't want to go, no one can take her away." Bailey Hongzhuang thought she would see the fox first, but she didn't expect to see the ape first. Looking at the ape in front of her, she recognized its species at first glance. It was a long-armed demon ape. This fellow was at least 3 meters tall. Standing in front of this long-armed devil ape, she was simply too petite. When the long-armed demonic ape saw Bailey Hongzhuang, there was a trace of astonishment. This guy was white and clean. Although he looked very similar to the ape tribe, he was too young. Not only that, but other than her head, there was no other hair on her body. She didn't belong to the ape race at all. Who are you? The long-armed demon ape's face turned cold. You're not even a member of our ape clan. Why are you pretending to be one? The fox and the other monsters who had rushed over were also stunned when they heard the long-armed demon ape's words. Brother ape, you can't spout nonsense like that. That white guy is a branch of your ape clan, Fox said. She looks very similar to your ape clan. Why can't she be a branch of your clan? A demonic beast's voice rang out. Bailey Hongzhuang then noticed that the demonic beasts behind them were not just the fox and the rest. There were other demonic beasts as well. If having 2 hands and 2 legs means she's a branch of our ape clan, then wouldn't there be too many branches of our ape clan? The long-armed demon ape was very certain. It looked coldly at Bailey Hongzhuang. Hurry up and tell us, what are you plotting? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. What could I be plotting? I was just staying here and you suddenly came looking for me. You even asked me what I was plotting. I should be the one asking you. Stop quibbling. The long-armed demon ape ignored her. You can't use the name of our ape clan. In the next moment, the long-armed demon ape looked at the other demonic beasts. I can guarantee that our ape clan doesn't have such a branch. She's not a member of our ape clan. Xiaohei, who was at the side, also secretly cursed in her heart. What she was afraid of really happened. She was worried that this fellow would expose them and it just had to happen. In this confrontation, they had obviously lost. If she's not a member of your ape clan, then what kind of demonic beast is she? The demonic beasts were also confused. In terms of appearance, this white fellow was the most similar to the ape clan. If she wasn't a member of the ape clan, then what kind of clan did she belong to? The long-armed demon ape quietly sized up Bailey Hongzhuang for a moment, then said, I think she's not a demonic beast at all. She's a human. As soon as this was said, the demonic beasts present all changed their expressions. From the beginning, they felt that this white fellow looked very much like a human. However, after being emphasized that she was from the ape clan, they did not continue to think in this direction. If she really wasn't from the ape clan, then she was most likely a human. "Master, what should we do?" Xiaohei panicked. She did not forget that the fox and the rest had wanted to eat her master directly when they thought she was a human. If they were discovered now, the consequences would be even worse. Bailey Hongzhuang also understood that she could not continue to remain silent like this, otherwise the situation would become worse and worse. Fox and the others also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion. Until now, she had not defended herself at all. Could it be that all this was true? Just as their suspicions were growing, Bailey Hongzhuang's voice suddenly rang out. "I remember now." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the long-armed demon ape with excitement. There was even a hint of anger in her eyes. "I've seen you before." The long-armed demon ape sneered, "It's useless for you to pretend now. Your name is Iron Block, right?" The long-armed demon ape was suddenly stunned. This was indeed its name, but how did this guy know? "I saw you quarreling with my sister before. Although I was still young, I saw your face clearly at that time. It's because you took a fancy to my sister, but she doesn't like you, so you chased us out of the ape tribe." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were bloodshot as she glared at the long-armed demon ape like an enemy. "If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been reduced to this place. Now you actually dare to say such things. Could it be that it's not enough to chase us out, you want to kill us all?" Xiaohei watched her master's performance from the side and instantly gasped in amazement. Usually, Master had always solved problems with her fists and never spoke much nonsense. She didn't expect her acting skills to be first class as well. If it wasn't clear about the ins and outs of the entire matter, it would have thought that this long-armed demon ape was an unpardonable beast. Sure enough, after the crowd of demonic beasts heard Bailey Hongzhuang's accusation, their initial suspicions immediately dissipated and was replaced by a thick sense of indignation. "Brother Ape, I really didn't expect you to be such a person." The fox was the first to jump out. It was saying that with its intelligence, how could it have made a wrong judgment? This white fellow was definitely from the ape clan. "Hey, how can this fellow be called a brother?" The lion's face was full of disdain. It originally didn't want this white fellow to leave, and now that it knew the ins and outs of the matter, it didn't need to say anything more. It knew that this long-armed demon ape didn't come here with good intentions. This fellow who usually didn't have any dealings with had actually come here with such thoughts. The rock immediately jumped out and blocked in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. "You bastard, how dare you bully this white fellow? I'll kill you." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the three funny demonic beasts blocking in front of her and felt a little touched in her heart. Her words were actually made up. The main thing was that other than this, she couldn't think of any other reason. Of course, she still felt very guilty towards Xianxia. If she knew that she had mysteriously given her this identity, she didn't know what kind of expression she would have. "I really didn't expect the long-armed demon ape to be so shameless, to bully such a small fellow. I've long disliked this fellow. Look at him, one look and I can tell that he's not a good thing. We've always had very little dealings with the ape clan. Now that I think about it, it's really, this white fellow is clever and skillful in making clothes for us. All she wants is some food. If we let her be bullied by other fellows, then how can we face her?" The crowd of demonic beasts instantly stood their ground. During this period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang had always stayed here and they were very familiar with her. In comparison, the long-armed devil ape was the one that had appeared out of nowhere. The long-armed demon ape obviously didn't expect things to turn out like this. It was dumbfounded. "Listen to me, it's not like that. I don't even know her." The fox sneered. "You're always thinking about her sister. What's so strange about not knowing her?" "I've never done such a thing. Believe me." Lion rolled his eyes. "If you don't even know each other, how could that white guy say your name so easily? If you want to lie, you should at least say something convincing." Rock nodded in agreement. "That's right. It's really not like that." The long-armed demon ape had no way to defend himself. Almost every time he said a word, he would be directly rebuked by everyone. It was simply making things worse. There was almost no need for Bailey Hongzhuang to step in. Fox had already led everyone to beat up the long-armed demon ape and drove it away. In the situation earlier, if it wasn't his bad luck, it would be our bad luck. Do you wish for it to be unlucky or for us to be unlucky? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and asked. Xiao He hurriedly replied, of course it's his bad luck. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. This matter was originally caused by the long-armed devil ape. If it didn't come, there wouldn't be such a matter. If she didn't teach it a lesson this time, this fellow would probably not stop. But the ape clan was also a big clan. If she could silence the long-armed devil ape this time, it would be best. When it returned, she could only hope that there wouldn't be any more problems for the time being. With regards to the following situation, Bailey Hongzhuang was also unable to determine. The only thing she could do now was to raise her cultivation as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they could only cover up their lies again and again. There would be a day when the paper couldn't wrap the fire. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was pondering, the fox and the rest had already walked back. White fellow, we've already helped you to teach him a lesson. In the future, he definitely won't dare to find trouble with you. If he dares to come again, we'll directly make sure that he won't be able to return. The fox acted cockily in front of Bailey Hongzhuang as if it was presenting a treasure. Actually, this fellow just looks scary. As for his strength, it's nothing much. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the three fellows in front of her and the smile in her eyes gradually deepened. This time, thank you all. Although she had always hidden the fact that she was from the human race from the three demonic beasts, she had really treated these three fellows as her friends. If it wasn't for these three fellows, she didn't know what her current situation would be like. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly being so serious, the three demonic beasts were a little unaccustomed to it and smiled as they scratched their heads and left first. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. She didn't think that these three fellows would be embarrassed. However, this thought only disappeared when these three fellows stopped at the door. Almost as soon as she saw this action, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that the trick of deceiving one's ears and stealing a bell was really coming. Fortunately, the demonic beasts in this area did not use their brains. Otherwise, these three fellows would not have survived until now. The fox said, don't let those apes come over in the future. I'm afraid those guys aren't good people. Lion, can't you see that the white guy is about to cry today? Thinking about it, his background is really pitiful. Rock, don't say any more, I'm about to cry. Fox, I want to cry too. Woo woo woo, Bailey Hongzhuang. You guys are so affectionate. Xiao He came over. Master, I didn't expect these three fellows to be so sympathetic. Bailey Hongzhuang, but I don't need sympathy. Xiao He, hee hee, that's true. After seeing the three guys leave in tears, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was a little embarrassed. After all, she really had been deceiving their feelings. She just didn't know if they would be very angry if they knew the truth when they left. She really didn't want to think about that situation. Xiao He was a little surprised when Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly started to cook. Master, could it be that you're tired of eating fruits recently, so you want to change your taste? Actually, I also feel that it's boring to eat this all day. I miss my pig trotters. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Xiao He who was drooling. It's not for you. Bailey Hongzhuang did not say a word but continued to take out the best ingredients. Compared to making clothes, she was much better at making food. Ever since she came to this place, she could not help but be thankful that she had brought enough things. When they were in the abandoned immortal forest, not only did they buy a lot of clothes, they also bought a lot of furniture, ingredients, and so on. It could be said that they had everything they needed. The space in the Chaos Ring was big enough to store all these things, so she had never thought of taking them out. This time, they came in handy. Otherwise, it would not be easy to do well in this place. She did not know what these three fellows liked to eat, but from the way they ate on a daily basis, they should be quite big eaters. After she was done, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the food in front of her and said thoughtfully, I hope they like it. Xiao He was already drooling, and when she heard this, she suddenly felt that her life had turned dark. Master, aren't you being too biased? I'm going to cry to Xiao Bai. If you can find it, you can eat with us later. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head helplessly. Who knew how much food this fellow's stomach could hold? Her appetite was really shocking. However, you should go and invite them over first. I'll go now. Xiaohei ran to the fox's residence as fast as he could on a daily basis. Only when they came quickly could he eat delicious food. When the fox and the rest were invited over by Xiaohei, they were very puzzled. Because Xiaohei said that Bai had prepared delicious food for them, they had seen the fruits that the demon beasts sent over every day. Of course, they could not help but steal a few of them. However, they had eaten these fruits before. Could it be that Bai had received fruits that they had not eaten before? Bai, what delicious food have you prepared for us? The fox's voice rang out from afar. However, before they entered the cave, they could already smell the rich fragrance. The lion's nose twitched and his eyes were filled with curiosity. What is this smell? It smells so good. The rock also widened his eyes. What fruit is this? It was too fragrant. I've never smelled it. I'll go in and take a look. The fox's appetite had long been aroused, and it quickly rushed inside. Lion and Rock didn't want to fall behind either. They rushed over like crazy. Xiaohei only felt a few whirlwinds pass by before the three guys beside her disappeared. Demonic beasts at the elementary immortal stage are really fast. Looking at the three beasts that appeared, Bailey Hongshuang didn't say anything. Instead, she found that the three beasts were sitting directly around the table and sitting down on the stone stools. 3 pairs of eyes stared fixedly at the delicious food on the table, their eyes filled with anticipation. White guy, what's this? Rock asked excitedly. Idiot, this is a fish. You don't even recognize a fish. The lion had a look of disdain. Rock felt wronged. I know it's fish, but it's not like this when we eat fish. The fish they eat are either raw, boiled, or roasted. But the fish in front of us is obviously different. The lion nodded, that's true. After hearing Bailey Hongshuang say that all this was to reward them, the three beasts were unusually excited. Are all these for us to eat? Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. Of course. Rock could not wait any longer. After hearing this, it immediately lifted the plate and stuffed a plate of fish into its mouth. As soon as it ate, its eyes immediately widened in surprise. So delicious. The fox and lion did not expect Rock to eat so quickly. Before they could say anything, the plate of fish had already been eaten. Hey, wait. You're eating too quickly. The lion said anxiously. So delicious. Rock could not care less about the two fellows trying to stop it. Its mind was completely occupied by the delicious food. At first, it was not sure whether these things were delicious or not. However, after tasting one dish, it knew that these things were extraordinarily delicious. It could not stop eating at all. After cleaning up the plate of fish, Rock glanced at the pig trotters at the side. At first glance, it knew that this thing was delicious. It had to try it. One of these is mine. Xiaohei quickly snatched a pig trotter from the plate. She could tell that Rock's eating speed was simply too fast. If she did not snatch it before it opened its mouth, it would be gone in the blink of an eye. Rock directly stuffed the pig trotter into its mouth. After tasting it, its eyes immediately lit up. With a face full of enjoyment, it said, "It's so delicious." The fox and the lion had never thought of throwing the giant rock out. This guy was not good at anything else, but he was good at eating. However, at this moment, they could not care less about this. They immediately began to sweep through the food. As soon as the food entered their mouths, the two fellows' eyes shone with a strong sense of excitement. Such delicious food, they were simply too happy. Don't be anxious. Eat slowly. She had already guessed that these three fellows had a large appetite. She could tell from the amount of fruits they usually ate, so this time, she prepared a lot of food. This is way too delicious. The fox's mouth was stuffed with food. Even its words were not clear, but one could still roughly understand. Bailey Hongshuang smiled slightly. Looking at the three fellows' carefree behavior, her mood improved a lot. She only hoped that when she left, they would continue to be carefree and not be unhappy because of her. Xiaohei was also eating heartily. Recently, it had been eating fruits. It really wanted to eat something else. However, as it ate, it suddenly felt 3 unfriendly gazes. It slowly raised its head and realized that the 3 fellows were staring at it. To be more precise, they were staring at the plate in its hand. Only then did Little Black notice that all the food on the table had been finished. The only thing left was the piece in his hand. Fox said, "I heard from the white guy that these things seem to be a reward for the three of us." Lion, "I've already heard that." Rock, "That's right, that's right." Xiaohei looked at Bailey Hongzhuang for help. These three fellows' expressions were too scary. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged her shoulders, a helpless expression on her face. It wasn't until the three of them finished all the food on the table that a satisfied smile appeared on their faces. "I've never eaten anything so delicious in my life." The fox squinted its eyes, and a blissful expression appeared on its face. Its furry appearance made it look even more adorable. The lion rubbed its belly. It really ate to its heart's content this time. It almost wanted to take a nap. The rock scooted over to Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "White guy, I didn't expect you to be so good at cooking. How did you do it? If you want to learn, I can teach you." The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up. These guys love to eat. It would be great if she could cook it herself. Before the rock could say anything, the fox said, "I'll leave this task to you. Learn it well." The rock said, "I." The lion shook its head and said, "Fox, don't forget that the food it cooks has never been edible. I'm afraid it won't be able to learn anything from it." The fox was stunned. The lion continued, "That time when we were fishing in the river, the rock roasted all the fish. Then we caught a deer. This guy didn't cook it well and even knocked over the pot. Then you don't have to say any more." The fox felt that its memory had been awakened. This guy was a disaster when he started working. "Hee hee, white guy, since you're staying here, why don't you?" Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and said, "You want me to work for you for free?" "Impossible." The three beasts' faces fell. "We'll trade with fruits." "Okay." Before the three of them could rejoice, Bailey Hongzhuang continued, "I'll cook for you however many fruits you give me. As for the ingredients, you can find them yourselves." She hadn't been to other places, so she didn't know what was different about the animals in this place. After all, the fruits here were many times better than the fruits in the realm of chaotic immortals. "That works too." The three demonic beasts nodded. In any case, they usually had nothing to do. In order to be able to eat delicious food, everything was worth it. "White guy, don't worry, we'll definitely find some fresh ingredients. Although the food you make is delicious, it doesn't contain any essence energy." The fox sighed. It didn't pay much attention when it was eating, but now it realized the problem. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. These words had already revealed a lot of information. After the three demonic beasts left, Xiaohei came over and asked, "Master, according to what they said, does it mean that eating other food can also increase one's origin energy?" "That's very likely." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, her heart filled with anticipation. The three fellows left for 3 days, and during this time, they especially publicized Bailey Hongzhuang's good cooking skills, causing many demon beasts to drool endlessly. "Fox, aren't you exaggerating a little too much? How can the food be so delicious?" The lightning civet looked doubtful. "I think it's better to eat the fruit." "That's because you haven't seen the world." The fox's face was full of pride. "Wait until you taste it, then you'll know what it means to almost swallow your tongue." "You make it sound so incredible." "Can I have a taste too?" "That won't do." Rock was the first to reject. They haven't had their second meal yet, how could they let the lightning fox have the chance? Lion was just about to agree when it was pulled aside by Fox. "It's too slow to rely on the three of us to find the ingredients. Why don't we let the lightning fox find the ingredients and earn some rewards?" Hearing this, Lion thought for a moment and nodded. "You're smart. This will save us a lot of trouble." Bailey Hongzhuang had become familiar with many demonic beasts these days. Everyone knew that she wasn't strong enough and treated her like a child. Because everyone didn't have any hostility, Bailey Hongzhuang was able to walk around. From the news that she heard, there was still no movement from Bewitching's group, which made her feel very helpless. But on the other hand, no news might be good news. Not long after, Fox and the rest brought over a lot of fruits, and at the same time, they brought a lot of ingredients. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the pile of food in front of her and her eyes were filled with shock. These three fellows had gone out for a few days and the food that they brought back was really amazing. White fellow, this is the reward. Take a look and see if it's okay? Fox put the fruits aside and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang expectantly. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Recently, she had already made clothes for the demonic beasts. Basically, all the demonic beasts were wearing bright red clothes and looked like a small team. Don't say, this kind of scene looked really interesting. Coincidentally, she didn't have many opportunities to earn fruits and it wasn't reliable to rely on herself to pick them. Using her cooking talent in exchange for so many fruits, it was very worth it. Okay, I'll start now. I'll call you when it's done. Okay. The three demonic beasts looked at each other and their eyes were filled with excitement. Rock wiped the saliva from the corner of its mouth. It had been thinking about it for a few days and now it could finally eat it. Bailey Hongzhuang directly took out the biggest pot from the chaos ring. This was left behind to cook the demonic beasts. It hadn't been used for a long time and she didn't expect it to be used now. Master, luckily you have such a big pot. Otherwise, I don't know when these things will be done. Xiaohei's face was filled with joy. It felt that no matter what it was, it should be kept in the chaos ring. After Bailey Hongzhuang's food was prepared, she asked Xiaohei to invite the three fellows. It's done. Try it. When the three fellows smelled this fragrance, they could no longer hold back. The great rock was the first to pounce over. Cough, cough. The fox coughed dryly. The rock also stopped its actions. It could not help but feel a little guilty. White guy, you're pretty busy here. Why don't we bring this back to eat? Fox said with a smile. Lion nodded. That's right. We'll bring it back to eat. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't think much of it at first. But after seeing the guilty look on the three fellows' faces, she couldn't help but frown. It seemed that there was something she didn't know. Okay, you guys bring it back. Bailey Hongzhuang said calmly. Hee, okay. White fellow, you're still growing. You should try it too. It's very nutritious. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. At least these fellows still had a conscience. After the three fellows left, Bailey Hongzhuang then said to Xiaohei, follow them and see what they're up to. I'll go right away. Xiaohei had already noticed that the three fellows were scratching it. Ever since they had refused to let it eat the last time, it had been bearing a grudge against them. If these three fellows were up to no good, it would expose them. Bailey Hongzhuang then tasted the ingredients that she had personally made. When the fox had brought the ingredients over, it had already processed them. Hence, she could only tell that it was a flying beast. As for what species it was, she could not tell. After tasting a mouthful, she realized that as the food entered her stomach, a thick wave of energy entered her body. As expected, eating these could also increase one's energy. This place is really a treasure trove. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed in her heart. In a place like this, the energy was rich and pure. There was no need to cultivate. Just by eating, one could increase one's cultivation. It was simply a paradise for cultivators. It was no wonder that the demonic beasts she had seen were all at the elementary celestial stage and above. She had also sensed that there were many more powerful demonic beasts. However, she had not even broken through to the elementary celestial stage. Hence, she could not tell if there were more powerful cultivations. In an environment like this, it would be difficult to not increase one's cultivation. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up. If it were not for the fact that Beichen and the rest were not here, she would have thought that living here for a longer period of time was indeed a good choice. Many cultivators had gone through trials to increase their cultivation. It was a kind of luck for them to be able to find a treasure trove like this. Not long after, Xiaohei had already returned. Master, these fellows are really too evil. They're actually doing business behind your back. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. What do you mean by that? It's them who raised the reward a little and then let other demonic beasts do it. This way, they don't have to work hard to find ingredients and can even eat and drink for free. Xiaohei recounted the entire incident in detail. As expected of a fox, so cunning. Master, shall we expose them? Bailey Hongzhuang thought of the sneaky looks of the three guys and found it very funny. With this kind of lying ability, they really couldn't go to other places in the future. Why expose them? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Let them be. Xiaohei was slightly taken aback. Let them go? They are helping us attract business. If it weren't for their promotion, how much fruit would we be able to earn with just the three of them? For now, the most important thing was to earn fruits. Master, you're right. Xiaohei nodded and then walked to the table, happily preparing to taste the last dish that the fox had left behind. However, when it saw that the table was already empty, leaving only the plate of bones, it couldn't help but ask, Master, where's the food? I've eaten. Didn't leave any for me? Left some bones. You're getting closer and closer to Xiaoxuanzi recently. You should pay attention to losing weight. Under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang's days were very comfortable and leisurely. Somewhere else. Yang Lingfeng helplessly worked as a laborer, his mouth constantly grumbling. Sister, we're just too unlucky. What kind of place is this? I think it's definitely not the place that we were told about. Yang Xianxia sighed, her expression helpless. I don't know what's going on either, but the demonic beasts here are ridiculously powerful. It's definitely not that place. I've never known that the demonic beasts in a place could be so powerful. Yang Lingfeng felt defeated. He thought about how much effort he had put in to break through to the elementary immortal stage, but it was too difficult to break through. When he had first arrived at this place, he had thought that with his cultivation base, he did not need to worry too much. However, when he saw the battle prowess of a demonic beast, he was completely dumbfounded. Elementary immortal stage, 1, 2, 3, 4, countless, all the demonic beasts he saw were at the elementary immortal stage and above. In front of these demonic beasts, he did not even have the slightest ability to resist. It hurt his pride. After so many years, this was the first time his pride had been hurt like this. Humans were worse than beasts. I don't know where Beichen and Hongzhuang are. This teleportation is also baffling. It actually separated us. Yang Lingfeng looked gloomy. Fortunately, we're not too far away. I just don't know if they'll be so lucky. Yang Xianxia thought for a moment, then said, I think Hongzhuang and Beichen's luck is very good, and they're both smart people. They should be fine. But what should we do now? We can't stay here forever, right? We're being ordered around by these demonic beasts all day. Yang Lingfeng could not help but roll his eyes at the end. Was this even something a human would do? He, Yang Lingfeng, was being ordered around by a group of demonic beasts one day, and he could not even get angry. Who asked him to be no match for them at all? Stop complaining. Be careful not to let them hear you. Yang Xianxia lowered her voice. She was really at her wit's end. Any one of these demonic beasts could smash them into meat paste. There was no other way but to endure the humiliation. Let's work hard first. We'll find a way to leave this place when we have the chance. Yang Lingfeng nodded slightly. His heart was still filled with despair. So what if he left this place, as long as they encountered another demonic beast that was still stronger than them? At this moment, Yang Lingfeng looked at the other side of the river and suddenly discovered that the two demonic beasts were actually wearing bright red clothes. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. Sis, look over there. Are those two demonic beasts wearing clothes? Yang Xianxia looked at it carefully, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. You're right, they are wearing clothes. This is really strange. Yang Lingfeng's interest was piqued. I've never seen a demonic beast wearing clothes before. He had been here for a while and had seen many demonic beasts. In fact, after they were caught by the demonic beasts, they were like gorillas being watched. Many demonic beasts ran over to look at them because they had never seen demonic beasts like them before. It wasn't until they revealed that they were humans that more and more monster beasts came. Maybe the demonic beasts on both sides are different. Even their habits are different. Yang Xianxia had a thoughtful look on her face. Because they weren't strong enough, these demonic beasts never avoided them when they spoke. They understood that the demonic beasts on both sides of the river had little contact with each other. Whether it was in terms of personality, behavior, or other aspects, the two sides were completely different. Perhaps their style of dressing was the same, I still feel that something is not right. Yang Lingfeng frowned. No matter how he looked at it, the demonic beast's dressing was a little strange. You think they know how to make clothes? Yang Xianxia shook her head slightly. She did not believe it either. Demonic beasts were demonic beasts. In this aspect, they could not compare to humans. Moreover, demonic beasts generally would not have such thoughts in their minds. At this moment, Yang Lingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Sis, do you think Hong Zhuang and the rest are on the other side of the river? These clothes might be made by Hong Zhuang. Yang Xianxia fell into deep thought. This explanation was more convincing than demonic beasts making their own clothes. However, I think with Hong Zhuang's taste, she wouldn't make bright red clothes, right? Yang Lingfeng was stunned. That seems to be the case. Ever since he met Hong Zhuang, she had always dressed in simple and plain clothes. Such bright colors did not suit her personality. If this was Beichen's choice, then it was even more impossible. Don't think about it. This doesn't seem like something they would do. Yang Xianxia patted Yang Lingfeng's shoulder and sighed. Actually, she did not hope that this was really made by Hong Zhuang. If that was the case, then it meant that Hong Zhuang's situation was similar to theirs. They were forced to do manual labor, and Hong Zhuang was forced to make clothes. How tragic was their training in the mystic realm this time? Sigh, I feel like crying. Yang Lingfeng covered his face. Life was so tragic. Achoo, Bailey Hong Zhuang sneezed. There was a trace of doubt in her eyes. Who was thinking of her? Master, what's wrong? I'm fine. Bailey Hong Zhuang shook her head. By the way, did Fox and the others agree to what I said? Not yet. Xiao He felt a little helpless. This matter seems to be very difficult for them because there hasn't been much interaction between the two sides of the river. If they were to go over rashly, I'm afraid the situation would become very complicated. Bailey Hong Zhuang sighed. She also understood that this situation was very difficult, but she was certain that Beichen and the others were not here, so the biggest possibility was that they were on the other side of the river. With her current cultivation, she didn't know how long she would have to stay here if she wanted to break through. After all, the amount of origin energy needed to break through from the radiant sun stage to the elementary celestial stage was just too much. Even though his current cultivation speed was much faster than before, it was still not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. Therefore, if she wanted to go to the other side of the river, she could only use the name of the fox and the others. Only by going with them would she have a chance of coming back alive. Otherwise, going there would be no different from courting death. However, the fox and the others were unwilling to go to the other side of the river, so they had been conflicted over this problem. If it's not possible, then let's wait a little longer. Bailey Hong Zhuang slowly said. She also understood that her request was indeed too difficult for the demonic beasts. Sure enough, just as Bailey Hong Zhuang was deep in thought, the three demonic beasts had already walked over with a conflicted look on their faces. The fox went to Bailey Hong Zhuang's side and poured a cup of tea. White fellow, have some tea. Bailey Hong Zhuang pretended not to notice and took a sip of tea before quietly looking at the fox. Facing such a sharp gaze, the fox understood that it had no choice but to say it helplessly, White fellow, it's really not that we don't want to help you find your brother or sister. You may not be too clear about the rules on both sides of the river, we usually don't have much interaction. Generally speaking, if it's not something very important, we simply don't have any contact at all. Otherwise, once we cross the river, we'll be crossing the border and who knows, a huge conflict might break out. The lion was also very serious. This matter is not something that the three of us can decide. Even if we tell the other demonic beasts, they will certainly not agree. You haven't seen the battles between the demonic beasts on both sides of the river in the past, there were many casualties. It's because there hasn't been a clear winner for many years, so in the end, both sides simply stopped contacting each other to avoid trouble. The rock nodded, that's right, that's the reason. Bailey Hong Zhuang just listened quietly. She had already expected such a situation but she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Beichen and the rest were very likely to be on the other side of the river. If she couldn't go over, then they obviously wouldn't be able to come over and it would be very difficult for them to meet up again. White fellow, we treat you as one of us. If it's possible, we'll definitely agree to help you. The fox pulled Bailey Hongshuang's little hand, its face full of bitterness. Ever since it found out about this white fellow's pitiful past, it had hoped to help her find her family as soon as possible. However, the other side of the river was not a place that they could easily set foot in. Looking at the worried looks of the three demonic beasts, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes gradually revealed a trace of a smile. Even if she didn't achieve her goal, these three fellows still made her feel very warm. I understand, I've forced you to do this. Seeing this, the three demonic beasts looked at each other and felt even more guilty. White guy, don't look at me like that. Bailey Hongshuang rubbed the fox's paw. It felt soft and warm. I'll think of something in the future. Rock said, actually, it's good for you to live with us. If your sister goes to the other side of the river, at least the long-armed demon ape won't be able to find her. Wouldn't it be great if she marries the demonic beast she likes on the other side of the river? Bailey Hongshuang's lips twitch. She wants Xianxia to marry a monster on the other side of the river. If she knew about it, she would probably want to kill him. With no other choice, Bailey Hongshuang could only temporarily put this idea in her heart, hoping to find a suitable opportunity to go to the other side of the river. On this day, she suddenly realized that the three lazy fellows had left early in the morning. Not only them, even the lightning fox and other demonic beasts living nearby seemed to have left as if something very important had happened. Master, could it be that something has happened? Xiaohei also noticed that something was not right. This was not in line with the demonic beast style. Maybe it's the demonic beast conference. Xiaohei's eyes lit up. Humans often have gatherings, so it's possible that the demonic beasts would also have such gatherings. But the strange thing is, why didn't they tell us? Bailey Hongshuang's brows slightly wrinkled. She also didn't understand this point. After spending some time together, she knew that the demonic beasts around her had sincerely accepted her. Logically speaking, something like this shouldn't have happened. What kind of thing would they want to hide from her? Bailey Hongshuang leaned against the tree trunk and looked into the distance. Fortunately, these three fellows weren't good at lying. Once they returned, everything would be clear. It wasn't until the afternoon that the three demonic beasts returned with heavy hearts. The fox, how do you think we should tell the white fellow about this? Rock, just say it. I feel that the white fellow would be very happy to hear this news. The lion rolled its eyes. Of course the white fellow would be very happy. But think about it, with her personality, if she went to the other side of the river, she would probably look for her family first. When that time comes, it'll be difficult for us to protect her. The fox frowned. I still think that this matter is very strange. They actually said that there were humans on the other side of the river? I think they're just trying to play to the gallery. They want to show off in front of us. We've never seen humans in this place, alright? The lion didn't believe it at all and its voice was filled with disdain. However, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes lit up when she heard this. She excitedly jumped down from the tree. Her white robes fluttered in the wind as pear blossoms fluttered down, setting off a pair of beautiful jade-like features. The three demonic beasts looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The white fellow was really beautiful. You said that there were humans on the other side of the river? Her sharp and wise eyes swept across the three fellows, not giving them any chance to lie. Cough cough. The fox coughed dryly and guiltily looked away. You heard wrong, right? Don't pretend, I heard everything clearly just now. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the three fellows with a smile. That smile was like the sun in March, warming the hearts of the three beasts. The three demonic beasts looked at each other. This was too much. She actually used the beauty trap on them. Most importantly, they had been tricked. The lion smiled foolishly. They said that they discovered humans on the other side of the river and invited us to take a look. You idiot, why did you tell me everything? Fox said gloomily. Only then did Lion realize what he had done. He lowered his head guiltily. What had just happened? Bailey Hongshuang was almost certain that the humans on the other side of the river were Beichin and the others. They must have mistaken my brother and sister for humans. Seeing this, the three demonic beasts looked helpless. They had already expected Bailey Hongzhuang to have such an expression after hearing this news. White fellow, I saw that the other side of the river was also solemn when they talked about this news. If you go and say that it's not the case, they will fly into a rage out of humiliation and things will become very troublesome. Bailey Hongzhuang also understood. The fox was right, things weren't that simple. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang's relaxed expression had been replaced by a serious one, the fox knew that she had understood the crux of the matter. White fellow, the reason why we are meeting the monsters on the other side of the river is not just to meet with the humans. The fox stopped joking around and revealed a rare look of seriousness. Then what is it? Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. The monsters on both sides of the river seemed to have no contact with each other at all. You're still too young, so there are many things you don't know. The fox smiled faintly. Aside from the monsters on both sides of the river, there is also a place called the Sacred Realm. The Sacred Realm? She had never heard them mention this place before. The rock looked proud. The Sacred Realm is the most mysterious and sacred place in our world. The sacred spirit tree in the Sacred Realm will begin to bear fruit in another year. This sacred spirit tree only bears fruit once every 300 years. The fruit it bears will greatly increase our power. This is the fruit that all monsters yearn for even in their dreams. It is only at times like this that the monsters on both sides of the river will contact each other to discuss the distribution of the sacred spirit fruit. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. So, no matter where it was, there would always be a mysterious and powerful realm. She didn't know what the sacred spirit fruit the fox and the others were talking about was, but when she thought about the looks of disdain on their faces when they ate the fruit, she had always felt that these guys were simply wasting God's gifts recklessly. They had never cared about such a good fruit that could increase their power. The sacred spirit fruit was a rare fruit for all monsters. Its effects one could only imagine. It sounds very special and powerful. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was full of longing, and she played along with the fox's yearning and dazed expression. After all, in the eyes of the fox and the others, she was still a very young little fellow. Then when will you be discussing with the people on the other side of the river? In half a month. We are still quite a distance away from the riverside, so we'll have to set off in a few days. The fox's expression was a little complicated. Its original intention was to stop the white guy from going. It would be best if they could save the white guy's family, but if they couldn't, they could only think of another way. But now that Baiji had found out about everything, it was impossible to stop her from going anymore. Can I go with you? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. The three demonic beasts looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. It's not impossible for you to go, but you have to promise us a few things. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Go ahead. Once you're there, you have to listen to us. Don't act on your own. Sure. When you see them, no matter what the situation is, don't be too impulsive, and don't take the initiative to provoke them. All right. If you really can't save him, you have to come back with us first. We can discuss everything at length. No problem. The three demonic beasts, they had always felt that if they made such a request, the white guy would most likely not agree. Why are you all looking at me like that? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the three demon beasts in confusion. She had already agreed to everything she could, but the way these three fellows were looking at her was even more strange. Little Bai, you've agreed so easily. You're making us a little nervous, the lion spoke out its inner thoughts. Based on the little Bai's usual stubbornness, once she saw her family, she would definitely think of ways to bring them over. Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. She smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not stupid. If I were to snatch them away directly, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. I don't want to implicate you. These were her true thoughts. The three demon beasts had always helped her a lot, so she naturally did not want to implicate them. She would have to leave sooner or later, but the three demon beasts would always live here, so she could not leave them with too much trouble. Sob sob sob, I really didn't think that you would be so sensible. The fox looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, full of emotion. His appearance was so moving that he almost shed 2 lines of tears. I think so too. Does this count as the child finally growing up? Rock also looked like it was about to cry. She was actually thinking for them, stop, stop. Bailey Hongshuang quickly called out. These fellows were really too emotional. If she did not hurry and stop them, she did not know what would happen next. Rock sobbed, I knew you'd be shy, Bailey Hongshuang. You're thinking too much. After returning to the cave, Xiaohei could not help but speak up. It had almost suffocated to death just now. Master, if we really don't have the chance to bring them back after we go there, what should we do? If there's really no other way, then we can only bring them into the chaos ring. Bailey Hongshuang looked thoughtful. According to the fox and the rest's description, she had a certain understanding of the demon beasts on the other side of the river. From these circumstances, she was almost certain that if Beichen and the others were living on the other side of the river, their situation would definitely not be as leisurely as she was now. Perhaps they might even be enslaved as coolies. That was because the life of the demonic beasts there was not as comfortable as the demonic beasts here. They revered strength and would often engage in fights. Beichen and the others had not broken through to the elementary celestial stage. In terms of strength, they were definitely no match for the demonic beasts. So, one could imagine the situation. Xiaohei frowned. Then are we going to reveal the secret of the chaos ring to Xianxia and the others? Bailey Hongshuang said, it's best not to let them know. Xiaohei, if we don't let them know, the chances of this generation coming back are very slim. Bailey Hongshuang, who said that? Xiaohei, master, what do you mean by that? Bailey Hongshuang said, can't you just knock them out and bring them in? Xiaohei, master is still the smartest. On the other side of the river. Achia. Yang Lingfeng sneezed and rubbed his nose in confusion. What's going on? Could it be that Hong Zhuang and the others are worried about us? Looking at Yang Lingfeng's expectant expression, Yang Qingxue also found it very funny. Maybe that's really the case. If it's really that accurate, then that's great. I hope they can come and save us soon. I really can't stand to stay here any longer. It's one thing for these guys to treat us like gorillas, but they even called the beasts on the other side of the river to come and see us. They're simply unforgivable. Yang Lingfeng was completely speechless. This was what he had heard from the beasts a few days ago. It seemed like no humans had ever appeared in this place before, so when they were discovered, the beasts were very surprised. During this period of time, he felt that almost all the beasts in this area had come to see them. Not only that, he even felt that the beasts had not attacked them not because they were free labor, but because they had never seen them like this before. They could use them to show off. So, after showing off in this area, they were now going to show off in another area. Speaking of which, it's strange. Beichen and Hong Zhuang are not with us. Since we've encountered such a situation, it's very likely that their situation is very similar. Why haven't we heard any news of humans from other places? Yang Qingxue's face was full of doubt. Her feelings were very complicated. On one hand, she wanted to hear such news to confirm the safety of Beichen and the others. On the other hand, she did not want to hear it because this situation was too tragic. Could it be that they were lucky and did not encounter these beasts? After saying this, even Yang Lingfeng himself felt that it was impossible. This area was almost filled with beasts, and there were beasts living here at intervals. As long as Beichen was transported here with them, there was no possibility that they would not encounter other beasts. Then what's going on? Yang Lingfeng's expression changed. Could it be that the two of us are too stupid, so we're being treated like this by these beasts? Yang Qingxue, she was originally worried that Beichen and the others were in danger, but after hearing Yang Lingfeng's words, her worries dissipated. Indeed, Beichen and the others were very smart. No matter what kind of situation they encountered, they should have the ability to turn danger into safety. The more Yang Lingfeng thought about it, the more he felt that his thoughts were correct. There must be something wrong with the way the two of us handled the situation. Maybe Beichen and the others have already become one with the demonic beasts. Only the two of us are so stupid that we ended up in this situation. If that's really the case, Hong Zhuang and the others should know that it's us once the news of the appearance of humans spreads. Yang Qingxue's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. She might even be able to rescue them. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing for us? Yang Lingfeng looked hesitant. No matter what, they were older than Beichen and the others. he still remembered that before they set off, they had vowed to take good care of Beichen and Hong Zhuang. Now, they actually needed them to save them. A hint of awkwardness flashed across young Xianxia's face. There's nothing we can do about it. It's better to embarrass ourselves than to continue staying here. The only thing she was thankful for now was that Bai Qingli did not come with them to train. Otherwise, once she saw the situation they were in, she would not have the face to see anyone in the future. You're right. Yang Lingfeng nodded, and a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. In the next second, he suddenly cried out with a long face, Beichen, Hong Zhuang, hurry up and save us. The ape clan. Ever since the long-armed demon ape was taught a harsh lesson, he had been suppressing a belly full of anger. Everything he said was the truth. It was one thing for that human to frame him with a groundless accusation, but those idiots believed it and even beat him up to the point where he was severely injured because of her. Its injuries were too serious. Even with its recovery ability, it had only gradually recovered after returning for so long. It still needed some time to recuperate before it could fully recover. It had been thinking about how it could turn the tables. That white fellow was too cunning, but until now, it still could not figure out how the other party knew its name. If it couldn't explain this point, then no one would believe it at all. Even if it went there again, its ending would be even worse than this time. Until it heard the news of the human race on the other side of the river, the long-armed devil ape finally felt that its anger had subsided. White fellow, I'd like to see how you're going to quibble this time. Ever since she had agreed to the three demonic beasts' request, Bailey Hongzhuang had successfully joined the team heading to the other side of the river. Following by the side of the three demonic beasts, this was the first time she had truly gone on a long journey. Previously, her range of activity was limited to the area near the cave. She had never been to places further away. Fortunately, now that she had become familiar with these demonic beasts through the clothes and delicious food, coupled with the fact that the fox and the other two demonic beasts were quite popular, everyone's attitude towards her was more cordial. Along the way, they crossed mountains and streams. Bailey Hongzhuang realized that the environment of this place was much more beautiful than she had imagined. The place where she lived was mostly green. Along the way, she had even passed by a sea of flowers. This kind of naturally formed sea of flowers was simply too spectacular. It was like a fairyland, nothing more beautiful could be imagined. The fox and the other two demonic beasts originally did not have any feelings towards this kind of scenery. But after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Hei's amazed expressions, they suddenly felt that it was very interesting. White fellow, one look and I can tell that you haven't been to this place before. That's why you're so curious about everything here. The fox smiled. If you like it here, we can come here often in the future. Anyway, this is the residence of the lion's good friend, the water-cloud rhinoceros. He won't mind if we stay here for a while. Shui Yunqi, who was not far away, nodded after hearing this. No problem, you can stay as long as you want. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a warm smile. If possible, she really felt that living here would be excellent. Master, since the cultivation speed here is faster than in the realm of chaos, why don't we stay here for a while? At the very least, it won't be too late to return after we've broken through to the elementary celestial stage. Xiao Hei's eyes shone brightly. It really felt that this place was too good. Cultivators had a long lifespan. In the chaotic immortal realm, it would definitely take more time to break through to the elementary immortal realm. Bailey Hongzhuang also fell into deep thought. She also felt that this idea was very good. Let's discuss this matter after we find Beichen. She's never seen the world, Bailey Hongzhuang heard the main point in the lion's words. So, she was being despised for looking like she was enjoying the beautiful scenery. The fox frowned. Lion, you should at least be more tactful with your words. This white fellow is still young and she's never left the house before. It's normal that she's never seen the world. The rock nodded. How can we lower ourselves to the level of a little demon beast? Little demon beasts have never seen the world in the first place. Bailey Hongzhuang. Did he have to keep emphasizing the word never seen the world? The three demon beasts had always been loud. After hearing the lion's words, the other demon beasts around them looked curious. This white fellow has never seen the world. You should just bring her out to see it more often in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang was speechless. Don't worry, it won't happen when I'm there. The lion also realized that his words were not very appropriate. His face flashed what he thought was a kind smile. Unfortunately, his exposed teeth looked even more frightening. White fellow, don't take it to heart. We've never seen the world before. That's enough. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head away. This fellow might as well not explain himself. The more he tried to explain, the more he made things worse. After hurrying on for several days, Bailey Hongzhuang finally arrived at the river that separated the two territories. The river was very wide and the demon beasts looked unusually small in the face of such a river. Bailey Hongzhuang could only see the figures of demon beasts on the opposite side of the river. The other party had obviously noticed them as well. Why aren't the apes here yet? The fox looked around. Could it be that the long-armed demon ape is holding a grudge after being taught a lesson by us? Impossible. Although the long-armed demon ape is rather popular in the ape clan, its status is not that high. This is about the Holy Spirit fruit. It would be strange if they didn't come. The lion's face was full of disdain. Now that he thought about the long-armed demon ape's actions, he could not help but feel disgusted. Bailey Hongzhuang also looked around and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Last time, he had fooled everyone and framed the long-armed demonic ape with a groundless accusation. This time, however, the number of demonic beasts from the ape clan was not small. It would not be easy for her to fool all of these guys. Most importantly, once the apes collectively denied it, how was she going to explain herself? Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but look at the fiery red clothes she was wearing. Fortunately, Fox had suggested that they all wear the same color clothes to show their imposing manner. His only hope now was to reduce his presence. It would be best if he didn't get discovered by the apes. Although the possibility wasn't high, look, those guys on the other side of the river have appeared. A few days ago, I noticed that they were all wearing red clothes. Today, I saw that they were all wearing red clothes. The bright red color is really beautiful. Where did they get these clothes from? I've never seen it before. The group of demonic beasts stared at the group of fiery red clothes on the other side of the river and their eyes filled with a thick sense of envy. Even though they were very far away and could not see clearly, they could roughly see that their clothes were really beautiful. We'll ask them when they arrive. If it's possible, I'd like to have one too. Me too. It's really beautiful. Yang Xianxia and Yang Lingfeng were guarded at the side. As they were the two humans who were used to show off today, the beasts watched them very closely. They were worried that if they ran away, they would embarrass themselves in front of the beasts on the other side of the river. Therefore, they were standing by the river and looking at the scene on the other side of the river. Before this, they had clearly heard the beasts say that they would show the beasts on the other side of the river how their strength had increased after so many years. Their words were filled with hostility. However, when a sea of fiery red appeared on the other side of the river, these guys seemed to have forgotten their previous bold words, and all their attention was diverted to the other party's clothes. Aren't you guys too fickle? I finally understand. Although these beasts are very strong, their brain circuits are still very simple. Yang Lingfeng raised his eyebrows. He hadn't paid attention to this point before. He only felt that these demonic beasts were ferocious, and he was worried that he would be cooked and eaten by them if he spoke a word. However, after seeing them today, he felt that these fellows weren't that scary. Beasts are beasts. Their thoughts are naturally not as complicated as humans. Yang Qinshua's eyes revealed a trace of emotion. However, these demonic beasts are quite clever with their hands. I see that the clothes are very fitting. It looks very interesting. Yang Lingfeng chuckled. He had never seen such a scene on a daily basis. The apes are here. One of the beasts suddenly noticed the group in the distance and immediately shouted. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her eyes to the side, only to see a group of people majestically walking over. The apes were also very large in size. Unlike other beasts, they walked on two legs. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the various apes in front of her and sighed in her heart. This time, she had seen all the types of apes. Among them, she realized that other than some of the larger apes, there were also some apes that were not very large. Other than the hair on their faces, they were similar to her. Master, the long-armed demon ape is in the middle. Xiaohei's sharp eyes spotted the long-armed demon ape. It noticed that this fellow was also looking around. It was probably looking for them, so it immediately turned its head. Bailey Hongshuang quietly glanced over. Sure enough, the long-armed devil ape was wearing an unhappy face. There was even a faint hint of killing intent. Obviously, this guy wanted to turn the tables today. Be careful. It's best not to be noticed by this guy. Bailey Hongshuang lowered her voice. Today's group could be said to be very large. In addition, many of the demonic beasts were huge in size. She did not attract any attention at all. Long-armed demon ape, are you looking for the white guy? We're here. As soon as Rock noticed the long-armed demon ape, his fighting spirit was immediately ignited. This guy really made people want to beat him up every time they saw him. This voice immediately attracted the attention of the long-armed demon ape. Then, its gaze landed on Bailey Hongshuang, who was beside Rock. Bailey Hongshuang, one should not be afraid of a godlike opponent, but one should be afraid of a pig-like teammate. This sentence was vividly reflected on Rock. Bailey Hongshuang face-bombed. How could she forget that she had these pig-like teammates? The long-armed demon ape narrowed its eyes as it glared hatefully at Bailey Hongshuang. This fellow was relying on the protection of the lion and the others, which was why it was so arrogant. It actually dared to bring up the previous incident in front of everyone. It was trying to humiliate it. If it did not avenge itself this time, how could it have the face to be a slut in the future? Many of the apes did not know that the long-armed demon ape had previously clashed with the lion and the others. When they heard the lion and the others' words, they looked at the long-armed demon ape with a strange look in their eyes. What did the long-armed demon ape do? We don't usually go to that territory. It had run over there for no apparent reason. Could it have done something bad? I think that's not impossible. Look at the lion and the others' righteous indignation, it's not a pretense. The long-armed demon ape listened to the discussions around it and its expression turned unusually ugly. These fellows. Just you wait. The long-armed demon ape gritted its teeth and transmitted its voice. Now was not a good time to explain. It would deal with it when it found a good opportunity. Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows. She had been worried that the situation would blow up, but now, it seemed that the situation was much better than she had imagined. It could be seen that this fellow's reputation in the ape tribe was not very good. Otherwise, everyone would not have doubted it. Master, the long-armed demon ape is about to die from anger. Xiaohei looked excited. This guy isn't easy to deal with either. We'll have to be careful later. Bailey Hongshuang's expression sank. If this had been any other time, it would have been fine. However, they were now faced with the problem of rescuing Bewitching and the others. Once the long-armed demon ape found out about her intentions, it would definitely obstruct them. Things would then become very troublesome. What should we do then? Xiaohei also realized that with this fellow obstructing them, the already difficult task would become even more difficult. Let's adapt to the situation. Bailey Hongshuang spoke slowly. It's best if we can find a way to convict the long-armed demon ape. Since everyone is here, let's go to the other side of the river. The oldest demonic beast in the lead suggested. The other demonic beasts nodded in agreement and set off together. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the wide river in front of her. With her cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem for her to fly across it, but the wind and waves were extremely strong. Just as she was about to set off, the lion suddenly said, "White guy, sit on my back. I'll fly you over." Bailey Hongshuang was slightly startled, and then she heard it explain, "Your cultivation is too weak, you won't be able to cross this river." Fox nodded as well. "Only if your cultivation level increases a little more will it be possible. With your current cultivation level, you'll be blown away by the wind." Bailey Hongshuang, after sitting on the lion's back, the lion said, "Hold on to my neck, we're leaving now." Bailey Hongshuang did not dare to be careless. Although these three fellows were usually unreliable, they were usually more reliable when it came to matters like this. It was only when the lion flew into the sky that Bailey Hongshuang realized how terrifying the demonic wind on the riverbank was. The shocking wind contained a frightening power. It was no longer just wind, it was as if a huge mountain was attacking. "Oh my god, what kind of river is this?" Xiaohei hugged Bailey Hongshuang's neck tightly. It felt as if it was going to be blown away. this kind of wind could probably blow the chaotic immortal realm to pieces. You have to hold on tight. Bailey Hongshuang reminded Xiaohei. If it was blown away, it would not know where to find it again. I know how to do it. Xiaohei's voice was dragged out by the wind. It used all its strength in its arms and unleashed its essence power to the maximum. Bailey Hongshuang noticed that even demonic beasts who had broken through to the elementary immortal stage were in a difficult situation when faced with this kind of demonic wind. Only demonic beasts who were more powerful were relatively better off. They were only crossing a river, but Bailey Hongshuang felt as if a long time had passed. When she landed, she could even feel a gust of wind blowing. Even when she walked, she was still walking at a slanted angle. Are you all right, little Bai? The fox looked at Bailey Hongshuang with concern. The wind and waves on this river are always so strong. Demonic beasts who are weaker would not come here at this time. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly and tidied up her clothes. As for her hairstyle, it was too horrible to look at. When they saw Bailey Hongshuang's actions, the fox and the others also tidied up. Fortunately, it was easier for them to tidy up their fur. Xiaohei, how are you? Bailey Hongshuang turned around. She was slightly stronger than Xiaohei. Even she could not withstand the wind earlier. Presumably, Xiaohei's situation was even worse. When she looked, she realized that Xiaohei's fur had turned into a bird's nest. At this moment, it looked as if there was nothing left to live for. When she got closer, she could hear the little fellows muttering clearly. If King ended up like this. I can't even cross a river, forget it. Bailey Hongshuang flicked the space between its eyebrows. Why don't you spend more time cultivating? Xiaohei had a serious look on her face. It seems like I've been eating too little. When Yang Lingfeng noticed a group of demonic beasts crossing the river, his eyes were also filled with deep amazement. Sister, this river doesn't seem to be as calm as we thought. Did you see that? It's not easy for these demonic beasts to cross the river. Yang Xianxia nodded slightly. Logically speaking, the strength of the demonic beasts on both sides should be about the same. If it was so difficult to cross the river with such strength, then It's over. This river is so treacherous. If we don't see Hong Shuang and the others this time, wouldn't it be hopeless for us to cross this river to find them? At this moment, Yang Qianxue suddenly pointed at a lion flying in the sky and said excitedly, Ling Feng, quickly take a look. Is the person on the back of that lion Hong Shuang? Where? Yang Lingfeng immediately raised his head to look. The lion was tall and mighty. It stood out among the group of demonic beasts. Very quickly, he noticed the familiar slim figure. Immediately, his eyes filled with excitement. That's right, it's Hong Shuang. Hong Shuang is here. We might be saved. Yang Qianxue was pleasantly surprised. She had been looking forward to seeing Beichen and Hong Shuang as soon as possible. Now that she could finally see them, her heart was filled with joy. Why don't I see Beichen? Yang Qianxue looked around carefully, and her expression became complicated. It seems that Beichen isn't here. Could it be that Hong Shuang hasn't found him yet? The teleportation this time is really baffling. Yang Lingfeng sighed. We were clearly teleported together. Logically speaking, we should have appeared in the same place. Why did we suddenly appear in different places? There are too many different things that can happen in random mystic realms. Even Father wouldn't be able to figure this out. No matter what, being able to find Hong Shuang is already good enough. Yang Qianxue felt a little comforted. At least the three of them were able to meet each other. Presumably, finding Beichen wouldn't be a problem. Look, the demonic beasts by Hong Shuang's side seem to care about her. Indeed. Yang Qianxue's eyes lit up. That lion was willing to let Hong Shuang sit on its back. From this point alone, she could tell that it cared about her. What's more, after landing, several demonic beasts surrounded Hong Shuang. It was as if everyone was protecting their treasure. Comparisons are odious. Hong Shuang is alone there, and she even has so many demonic beasts protecting her. Yang Lingfeng looked at Yang Qianxue, then looked at himself. The two of us were captured and brought here to do manual labor. The difference between us is too big, Yang Qianxue. Will you die if you don't say it? Only after the demonic beasts were organized did they all walk forward. Bailey Hongzhuang also noticed the demonic beasts on the other side of the river. There wasn't much difference between the demonic beasts, but she could see a trace of ferocity in their eyes. The fox was right. There were more fights between the demonic beasts here, so their temperament was more violent. Fortunately, the demonic beasts on their side, except for the ape clan, were all wearing red clothes. It was easy to distinguish them. After the group of demonic beasts met, they directly stopped in front of the open space. Bailey Hongzhuang then noticed that this should be a specially prepared meeting place. The surrounding trees were all flattened, leaving only green grass. The demonic beasts from both sides were feigning civility. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the three fellows beside her and saw that they were all smiling insincerely. It was obvious that they didn't have any good impression of the demonic beasts on this side. The demonic beasts on both sides were all highly respected individuals. Therefore, the negotiation of the Holy Spirit fruit was entirely up to them. Although the Holy Spirit fruit would only ripen once every 300 years, there had been many discussions about it in the past. Therefore, the discussion this time was not very complicated. The only thing that was discussed was how many demonic beasts each side would send. Bailey Hongzhuang was very interested in the Holy Spirit fruit, but she was not interested in the discussion between the two parties. In any case, with her strength, she was completely negligible among these demonic beasts. Even if she really raised her opinion, it would be useless. Therefore, her goal after coming here was to find the human that the other demonic beasts mentioned. Xiaohei, go and look around nearby. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that other than the demonic beasts, there was no sign of Beichen and the rest. She could only send Xiaohei out to search. If she could take the opportunity to rescue Beichen and the rest before that, it would be the best. Then, she wouldn't have to worry about being exposed. Master, leave it to me. Xiaohei nodded seriously. Xiaohei was stunned when she heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. However, she quickly understood what was going on. After all, this was the territory of other demonic beasts. If she was discovered and did not call for help, she might be killed by the other demonic beasts. Calling for help might give her a chance of survival. Don't worry, I definitely won't be discovered. Xiaohei patted his chest, as if to leave everything to me. Xiaohei was small to begin with. In addition, everyone's attention was on how to go to the holy world. No demonic beasts would notice her departure. Yang Lingfeng and Yang Xianxia were also locked up in the cave. They were extremely excited when they saw Hongzhuang. All they wanted was to find a chance to reunite with Hongzhuang. However, they were chased into the cave and locked up as soon as the demonic beasts on the other side of the river arrived. I heard from the other demonic beasts that they gathered here today to discuss something about the holy world. It seems to be very important. Yang Qingshua's heart calmed down. Since they saw Hongzhuang, at least half of their worries were gone. It was time to think about the current situation. This so-called holy world should be a sacred place in this world. Anyway, there are places like this in every realm. Yang Lingfeng spread his hands. No matter which realm, there would be a sacred place like this. It was almost the belief of the entire world. Just like how the immortal domain was in the hearts of the cultivators in the realm of chaotic immortal. Every cultivator hoped to go to the immortal domain one day. These demonic beasts are already so powerful. For them to yearn for a place like this so-called holy ring is really not simple. Yang Lingfeng's eyes lit up when he heard that. Sister, you're right. If we can follow these guys to the holy world, we might be able to use this opportunity to break through to the elementary immortal stage. Yang Qingshuo nodded slightly. Her fair face was filled with excitement. As a member of the realm of chaotic immortal, she knew very well what it meant to break through to the elementary immortal stage. I really envy Hongzhuang, Yang Lingfeng suddenly said. Yang Lingfeng suddenly sighed, if we can coexist peacefully with these monster beasts like it does, then we will be able to understand why they are so powerful. During this period of time, this was the question they were most curious about. They knew very well how difficult it was to reach the elementary celestial stage. However, among the demonic beasts that he had seen during this period of time, apart from the young ones, almost all of the adult demonic beasts had already broken through. How shocking was this level of strength? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such a place existed in the world. Perhaps Hong Zhuang already knows the secret of their breakthrough. Xianxia smiled. She did not doubt Hong Zhuang's ability at all. I just don't know how we can leave. Even if Hong Zhuang wants to save us, it will be very difficult. Yang Lingfeng frowned. If Hong Zhuang was implicated because of them, it would be even worse. Let's play it by ear. I believe we can leave this place. Faced with Yang Lingfeng's expectant gaze, Yang Qinshui replied calmly, I haven't come up with an idea, but I believe that Hong Zhuang will have a way. Yang Lingfeng. Alright, you're right. Xiaohei wandered around for a while, but he didn't see any trace of Yang Lingfeng's group. Suddenly, a trace of anxiety appeared on his face. He wasn't sure how long these demonic beasts would discuss, so he had to race against time. Finally, after it had wandered around, it saw a cave not far away. When it got closer, it realized that there were still beasts guarding it, and its suspicions grew. It shrunk its body to its limit and slowly approached the cave. However, when it got closer, it realized that the beasts guarding the cave seemed to have sensed its presence, and began to look around vigilantly. This made its heart skip a beat. These beasts were generally very strong, and with its cultivation, it would be very difficult for it to hide its presence in front of these beasts. When it thought of this, it immediately stopped in its tracks and thought about how it could divert the attention of these beasts. Suddenly, Xiaohei had an idea. It took out a bag of dry rations, and a trace of reluctance flashed in its eyes. Then, it threw it not far away. I hope that you're all foodies, and don't disappoint me. Xiaohei prayed silently. It did not bring many things with it, and the only thing it brought with it was food. When the two demonic beasts on guard heard the movement in front of them, a trace of vigilance appeared on their faces. When they got closer and found that there was actually very tempting food inside, the two demonic beasts' eyes were filled with thick excitement. What kind of food is this? How come I've never seen it before? It smells so good, why don't we try it? The beasts from the other side of the river came today, and suddenly there's food that we've never seen before. Will it explode? The two beasts were a little hesitant. On one hand, they could not resist the temptation of delicious food, but on the other hand, they were worried that some other beast was trying to lure them in. Why don't we go and ask for instructions first? If anything happens, the two of us can't bear the responsibility. Alright. When Xiaohei saw the two beasts being so vigilant, a trace of despair appeared in its heart. After all, other than this method, it could not think of any other way to lure these two beasts away. However, when it saw the two beasts discuss and then leave together to find other beasts to appraise the food, it could not wrap its head around it. Sure enough, demonic beasts had completely different brain circuits compared to humans. I'm really smart. Blackie's face was filled with pride. Although it was also a demonic beast, it was obviously much smarter than these guys. In the next moment, it quickly approached the cave's entrance. Yang Qinshui and her brother had also been paying attention to the movements outside the cave. When they discovered that the two demonic beasts had suddenly left, they were somewhat puzzled. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded beside them. I've finally found you. Hearing this voice, the siblings were both stunned. They hurriedly looked around, and only then did they notice Blackie's figure on the ground. His confusion turned into surprise. Little Black, you're here. The moment Master heard that there were humans here, she knew that you two must be here. Xiaohei smiled as she carefully sized up the two of them. After making sure that they were safe, she relaxed a little. However, she soon noticed another problem. Are there only the two of you? Is the male master not here? Yang Lingfeng shook his head. Bewitching is not with us. We always thought that he was with Hong Zhuang. Could it be that we still don't know where Bewitching is? Xiaohei's heart sank. Master had always wanted to find the male master as soon as possible. She thought that they would be able to meet up on the other side of the river this time. However, the male master was not here. Wouldn't the situation become even more complicated? Then have you heard any news about the male master? Xiaohei looked at the two of them with a serious expression. The fox and the others had almost searched the entire opposite side of the river but did not see any signs of humans. It was obvious that the possibility of the male master being there was very low. In that case, only this area was left. However, if they could not find the male master this time, they did not know when they would be able to come to the other side of the river again. We did not hear the monsters mention seeing humans in other places. Xianxia also realized that the situation was not good, but she still told the truth about the situation. These demonic beasts had never seen humans before, so when they saw them, they all showed a very surprised expression. If Bewitching was also here, then as long as he was discovered by these demonic beasts, they would definitely make a big fuss and shout for all the demonic beasts to take a look. However, they had never heard of such a commotion. So where did Bewitching run off to? Could it be that Bewitching is lucky and has not been caught by other monsters? It's not impossible. However, if that's the case, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The area of this forest was not small, and the river was very difficult to cross. If they went to the wrong area, it would be difficult to find them again unless they had a breakthrough in strength. However, Xiaohe quickly regained her senses. Now is not the time to talk about this. The most important thing is to take this opportunity to leave this place. Yang Qianxia and Yang Lingfeng regained their senses and followed Xiaohe out of the room. At the same time, there was a hint of hesitation in Xiaohe's eyes. He was wondering if he should follow his master's instructions and knock the two unconscious before bringing them into the chaos ring. After all, this was the most convenient way to deal with them. At this moment, there was a sudden movement outside. Xiaohe immediately sensed that the demonic beast that had left earlier had returned. Damn it, these two fellows are too fast. He had only said a few words, yet he had already rushed back. Could it be that he had already discovered the problem? Yang Qianxia and Yang Lingfeng also stopped in their tracks and their expressions turned ugly. Then don't worry about us. Leave first and we'll think of a way later. Hearing this, Xiaohe also understood the seriousness of the situation at hand. Its figure also quickly rolled out of the room. The two demonic beasts rushed back and immediately checked the situation inside the cave. When they saw that Yang Qianxia and Yang Feng were still inside, they heaved a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. I really thought that the two of them had taken the opportunity to run away. I think they deliberately tricked us and then snatched the food away. The two of us have been tricked. The two demonic beasts sat outside the cave with gloomy expressions. The two humans had always been very obedient. They had not even struggled before, let alone run away. They were simply overthinking things. Yang Qianxia and Yang Feng were only one step away from leaving this place, but they were forcefully trapped inside the cave. They were already feeling very depressed. At this moment, when they heard the two demonic beasts' conversation, they almost vomited blood. Xiaohe looked around and did not dare to stay in the same place for too long. This discussion might end at any time. This was because the demonic beasts' brain circuits were very simple. They were different from the human race's communication. They were usually very straightforward and did not take much time. Although they did not manage to get them out directly, at least they were not completely empty-handed. Xiaohe comforted itself before passing through the crowd of demonic beasts and returning to Bailey Hongshuang's side. How was it? Seeing that Xiaohe had returned, Bailey Hongshuang immediately asked. I saw Yang Qianxia and Yang Lingfeng. Unfortunately, I did not see the male master. I wanted to take the opportunity to bring them out first, but the two guards came back too quickly. So I did not manage to make it in time. Xiaohe's face was full of guilt. Before it left, it had made a solemn vow. It did not expect that it would not succeed. You said that Bewitching is not here? Bailey Hongshuang's expression changed slightly. This situation was clearly beyond her expectations. Xiaohe nodded slightly. They said that they did not hear any news about the male master either. Bailey Hongshuang fell silent when she heard this. She could not help but feel a little depressed. Master, maybe the male master has not been discovered in other places. It's also possible that he dug a cave and stayed somewhere. The area here is so big. If the male master has found a place to stay, it's very possible that he has not been discovered by the other demonic beasts for a while. Bailey Hongshuang did not say anything. She was not very worried about Bewitching's safety because these demonic beasts did not seem to be too cruel to humans. Of course, she ignored the situation when the three demonic beasts first met her. With Bei Chen's intelligence, it shouldn't be too difficult to solve this situation. However, disappointment was inevitable. She hadn't seen Bei Chen for a long time. Normally, they were together almost every day. Now that they had not seen each other for such a long time, it was inevitable that they would miss each other. Master, Bailey Hongzhuang returned to her senses. Only then did she notice that Xiao He was looking at her worriedly. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just have to think about how to rescue Xianxia and Yang Lingfeng later. Bailey Hongzhuang had been thinking of a solution. During this process, the discussion finally came to a conclusion. The demonic beasts on both sides seemed to be very satisfied with this result. Bailey Hongzhuang felt rather helpless. This was because the result was exactly the same as the result 300 years ago. Nothing had changed at all, so the discussion this time was probably just for show. As these words fell, the demonic beasts to the south of the river bank all looked curiously at the demonic beasts to the north of the river bank. This was indeed one of their goals for coming here. That's right. Where are the humans that you were talking about? Bring them here for us to see. The demonic beasts from the north looked curiously at the demonic beasts from the opposite bank. There was also a trace of pride in their eyes. We said that we caught the humans, so we naturally caught them. We'll let you see them in a while. The leading saber-toothed tiger raised its eyebrows. There was no doubt that the arrogance on its face was undeniable. I want to see what the humans look like. There was a trace of excitement on the long-armed demon ape's face. Its gaze quietly swept past Bailey Hongzhuang. As long as the demonic beasts from the north of the river caught the same demonic beast as the white guy, then it would be able to wash away its grievances. At that time, it would make the white guy suffer a fate worse than death. Noticing the long-armed demon ape's gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at it indifferently. Her aura was not weak at all, but she was thinking about how to explain their identities later. The apes were all here. Although they did look the most similar to the apes, it was impossible to make up a race out of nowhere, right? The saber-toothed tiger also noticed the long-armed demon ape. It admired this fellow very much. After all, it was originally worried that no one would help to create momentum. Now that there was a demonic beast from the south of the river helping to create momentum, it would naturally be easier for it to show off. Come, bring the two humans here. The saber-toothed tiger waved its hand. A demonic flame fox behind it immediately ran to the back. The other demonic beasts gathered at the side, waiting for a good show. Although there's more food in the south, you're not well informed. You haven't even seen a human before. Coincidentally, I'll let you see the world this time. You won't be ignorant in the future, right? The saber-toothed tiger had a smile on its face. Its words were also merciless and sarcastic. The other demonic beasts from the north also laughed. There was a trace of joy in their eyes. They had always been envious of the abundance of food south of the river bank, but they could only survive here. One could imagine how unhappy they were. The demonic beasts in the south didn't need to compete at all. They could live a good life, and the speed at which their strength increased wasn't slow. On the other hand, due to the lack of food, they would often fight over food. Their days were not as leisurely as theirs. However, because of the competition in the past, everyone's speed of improvement was not slower than the demonic beasts in the south. Now that he had such an opportunity to taunt the other party, he naturally couldn't ask for more. Following the saber-toothed tiger's words, the demonic beasts to the south of the river bank suddenly had ugly expressions on their faces. They didn't believe that these fellows had become accustomed to the human race. Presumably, when they first met the human race, the situation wasn't much better than theirs. It was just deliberately putting on an act in front of them now. However, they were helpless because they couldn't refute him at all. After all, they had never seen a human before. Saber-toothed tiger, don't get too cocky. Maybe you didn't find a human at all. Fox suddenly spoke up. The fox's face instantly turned ashen. Who are you calling stupid? Haven't I made myself clear enough? The saber-toothed tiger retorted, aren't you the representative of brainless? You still have the nerve to call yourself a fox, what a joke. You idiot, are you looking for trouble? The fox was instantly enraged. Usually, no one would dare to speak to it in such a manner. So what if I'm looking for trouble? Do you want to fight me? The saber-toothed tiger narrowed its eyes and the demonic beasts behind it suddenly stepped forward. They looked as if they were not afraid of trouble at all. Seeing this, the lion and the rest of the demonic beasts stepped forward as well. Usually, they would not take the initiative to cause trouble, but since the other party had taken the initiative to stir up trouble, they were not afraid at all. The atmosphere instantly turned hostile. Bailey Hongzhuang stood in front of the fox. I thought that the demonic beasts from the north of the riverbank were very impressive. I never thought that you would not even know how to treat your guests. Why? Since you can't defeat us in a direct confrontation, you've purposely used such an excuse to attract us here so that you can attack us? Once those words were spoken, the demonic beasts from the south of the riverbank immediately reacted. We haven't seen each other for so many years and I never thought that you would become more and more shameless. I was wondering why you had suddenly invited us here. So that's what you were planning. Let me tell you this, even if we're here, we're not afraid of a fight. Humph. Almost all the demonic beasts were enraged by Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Initially, the saber-toothed tiger had only targeted the fox, so they were not that angry. Now that they had understood everything, they felt that these fellows were simply too shameless. The saber-toothed tiger clearly did not expect that it had only taken the opportunity to ridicule the fox in order to avenge itself. Why had it suddenly been labeled as a despicable and shameless person? What nonsense are you spouting? At this moment, not only the demonic beasts from the south of the riverbank, even the local demonic beasts had a complicated look on their faces. As demonic beasts, they felt that a direct confrontation was not a problem. However, using such despicable means was very problematic. Hey, don't look at me like that. That's not what I meant at all. The saber-toothed tiger hurriedly explained, but its heart was already extremely vexed. It looked in the direction of the fox, but it did not know who had spoken just now. However, when the demonic beasts from the south of the river saw that the saber-toothed tiger was actually staring fiercely in the direction of the fox, they immediately became even angrier. This fellow kept saying that it didn't have any, but it didn't act like this. The long-armed demon ape's cold gaze landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. It was very familiar with this woman's tricks. Previously, it had fallen into the trap of this infuriating person and inexplicably carried a groundless title on its back. It didn't even have to explain. Why should I believe you just because you say so? At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang was obviously enjoying the show. It was best to make the situation more chaotic and create conflicts between the two sides. When the time came for her rescue, as long as the demonic beasts in the south of the riverbank were on her side, then the matter would become much easier to solve. It wasn't. The saber-toothed tiger hurriedly said when it heard the familiar voice. Unless you prove it with your actions. How do you want me to prove it? When the saber-toothed tiger heard this, it subconsciously wanted to agree. As long as it could get rid of the despicable name of setting traps, it was willing to do anything. After all, such a name was a disgrace to demon beasts. At this moment, the fierce cloud monkey beside the saber-toothed tiger nudged its elbow, indicating that it should not be fooled. The saber-toothed tiger paused and swallowed the words that it was about to blurt out. Bailey Hongzhuang also noticed the fierce cloud monkey's little action and narrowed her eyes slightly. Indeed, the monkey had always been smarter and did not fall for the trick. Of course, it's fine if you don't agree. Anyway, we've already seen through your scheme. I really didn't expect this, tsk. Bailey Hongzhuang's taunting voice rang out, inciting the emotions of the beasts. The saber-toothed tiger man was already fuming with rage, especially when he heard the clicks at the end. He could no longer hold himself back and blurted out, "Fine, I'll agree to it. I'm an honest beast." The fierce cloud monkey wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The saber-toothed tiger had already spoken. If it went back on its words now, it would be despised even more. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly when she heard this. She had already achieved her goal. When the saber-toothed tiger heard the sigh behind it, it immediately realized that it was indeed too impulsive. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. It could only keep looking in the direction of the fox, wanting to know who the fellow who spoke was. However, the lion's body was too huge and kept blocking its view, so it could not see who it was. Xiaohei quietly gave a thumbs up. Master's actions were indeed different. Naturally, it knew that Master had provoked the saber-toothed tiger to say such words in order to save young Xianxia and Xiaohei. As long as the other party did not take the initiative to attack, they were not afraid of using their brains at all. Master, now I finally know who I've been following. I've always liked to watch a good show and take the initiative to stir up trouble. Little Black had a look of realization on his face. I'm just like Master. Bailey Hongzhuang. I don't usually stir up trouble, okay? Rock was also excited at this moment. White fellow, I really didn't expect you to be so good at arguing. I also didn't expect you to be so good at arguing. We can't compare to you. You just quarrel with them and anger them to death. Bailey Hongzhuang. It's over, I can't clear this attribute even if I jump into the Yellow River. White fellow. At this moment, the fox suddenly turned to Bailey Hongzhuang and said, I take back what I said. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly surprised. What did you say before? You're not allowed to stir up trouble. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. She couldn't avoid looking for trouble today, but she had always been worried about the three demonic beasts. She didn't want to implicate them, nor did she want to make them unhappy. But Rock Tiger to kill her two of its. The lion was also very happy. Yes, we have to cause trouble and anger them to death. Rock, that's right, that's right. White fellow, you'll anger them to death later. This fellow has been an eyesore to me for a long time. Even if humans appear later, don't be too shocked. We can't let them have the chance to be smug. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the group of demonic beasts who were egging her on to stir up trouble and instantly felt extremely heroic. Normally, she really didn't cause much trouble, but this saber-toothed tiger that was an eyesore actually dared to bully their fox. She had to teach it a lesson. Everyone, cooperate with me later. I'll make it difficult for them. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her brows and the surrounding demonic beasts all nodded in agreement. For a moment, she felt as if she had become the boss and was surrounded by her demonic beast underlings. Furthermore, they were all at the elementary celestial stage and above. At this moment, the demonic flame raccoon had already brought Yang Qinshui and Yang Lingfeng over. Following their appearance, the demonic beasts on the north side of the river all had smug looks on their faces. They were just waiting to see this group of demonic beasts who had never seen the world reveal expressions of amazement. However, after waiting for a moment, they didn't hear any exclamations of amazement. Only a few members of the ape clan revealed looks of astonishment. As for the rest of the demonic beasts, their expressions seemed a little strange. White fellow, are they your brothers and sisters? The lion asked quietly. That's right, they are. The lion's face instantly turned disgusted. I was wondering why I couldn't find your brothers and sisters. It turns out that the saber-toothed tiger had mistaken them for humans and captured them. This idiot can't even tell the difference between humans and apes. He actually dared to embarrass himself by inviting us over to watch. What a joke. Bailey Hongzhuang remained silent. She only felt that she shouldn't tell the lion the truth that she was indeed a human in the future. Otherwise, when it recalled everything that had happened today, it would probably die of depression. Saber-toothed tiger, these are the humans you were talking about? One of the demonic beasts couldn't help but ask. The saber-toothed tiger nodded. That's right, they are humans. Ha ha ha, don't talk nonsense. They're not humans. They're apes, all right? As soon as this was said, the demonic beasts on the north side of the river all burst into laughter. This idiot actually thinks that humans and apes are the same. He can't even tell them apart when standing in front of him. What a joke. You're a bunch of idiots. Bailey Hongzhuang walked past the lion and walked to the front of the group. They are not humans. They are my brothers and sisters. Yang Qinshui and Yang Lingfeng had been looking for Bailey Hongzhuang ever since they were brought here. They didn't see her until now. Dressed in a bright red dress, she looked even more enchanting and charming than usual. The bright colors made her look even more beautiful, like a raging fire, and she exuded a breathtaking beauty. However, when they realized what Bailey Hongzhuang was talking about, they were stunned. So, Hongzhuang was saying that they weren't human. The saber-toothed tiger and the rest of the demonic beasts didn't believe it at first, but when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang appear, their expressions became strange. What was going on with this fellow who looked exactly like a human? At this moment, the saber-toothed tiger finally knew what the person who had provoked it looked like. Human race? I'm not a human, I'm an ape. Bailey Hongzhuang emphasized her identity without skipping a beat. You're spouting nonsense. The apes don't look like you at all. How am I spouting nonsense? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her hand. Why don't you ask everyone behind me if I'm an ape? The group of beasts responded to Bailey Hongzhuang without hesitation. What kind of joke was this? They had already confirmed the white guy's identity during this period of time. Faced with the beast's unanimous response, the beasts on the north side of the river were a little dumbfounded. Their brains couldn't wrap their heads around it for a moment. What was going on? They had clearly confirmed that these two guys were humans. That's impossible. The saber-toothed tiger didn't believe it at all. I heard them say that they were humans. You're lying. The fox hurriedly said. They had also suspected that the white guy was a human before, but after the long-armed demon ape's visit, everything was confirmed. We've never seen humans here before. Why don't you use your brains and think about it properly? Just because we haven't seen them doesn't mean that they won't appear. These two guys clearly told us that they were humans. Look at them, how are they similar to humans? The saber-toothed tiger hurriedly said, then turned its gaze to Bailey Hongzhuang. This guy is definitely a human too. You've been deceived. You're the one who's been deceived. The two sides suddenly began to argue. They were all certain that their opinions were correct. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly said, which one of them told you that they were humans? The saber-toothed tiger looked at Yang Lingfeng and said, when we first saw this guy, he said that he was a human. Thinking back to when they first met these two fellows, they were also a little uncertain. It was not until they asked that they understood the situation. Yang Lingfeng also understood why there was such a huge difference in their situation when they came to the same place as Hongzhuang. So this was the biggest problem. I suddenly feel that I'm so stupid, Yang Xianxia, you just realized. Bailey Hongzhuang had already walked to Yang Lingfeng's side. Brother, your brain is really getting more and more muddled. Mother was just joking and lying to you that she was a human. You actually believed it. Your brother has always been stupid. He believes everything you say. There's no other way. Yang Xianxia sighed and a helpless expression appeared on her face. Yang Lingfeng. Sis, why are you looking at me like I'm an idiot? Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at the fox and the other beasts. My brother broke his head when he was young, so he's, fox and the others immediately understood and looked at Yang Lingfeng with a trace of sympathy in their eyes. So that's how it is. Yang Lingfeng was dumbfounded. He would rather these fellows look at him as if he was a human. Previously, he was at most treated as an alien, but now, he was being treated as a fool by a group of demonic beasts. What made him even more speechless was that his sister and Hongzhuang were still winking at him. They wanted him to be a real fool. Hee, is that so? Why do I feel like we're humans? Yang Lingfeng's smile was sluggish, and his innocent look made him look like a complete fool in the eyes of the other beasts. So she really is an idiot. What a pity. She looks pretty good. I didn't expect that by guy to have such a difficult life. His background is already quite pitiful, and he actually has a stupid brother. We have to treat Bai Guy better in the future. With such a stupid brother, it's no wonder that he had such a hard time in the past. The rock sighed. It could imagine how hard it had been for them all these years under the bullying of the long-armed demon ape. Faced with the sympathetic looks of the group of beasts, Yang Lingfeng only wanted to cry. Previously, he was enslaved by the beasts as a coolie, and now he was acting like a fool in front of the beasts. This was the first time in his life that he was so miserable. He, Yang Lingfeng could only laugh helplessly. His heart had already broken down. Yang Xianxia pretended to be heartbroken, but in her heart, she was laughing like crazy. Ha, who would save her? The saber-toothed tiger and the rest of the beasts were completely dumbfounded. This was supposed to be their show-off. How did it suddenly become a reunion? Although there seemed to be something wrong, he couldn't figure out what the problem was at the moment. Don't be fooled by them. The long-armed demon ape suddenly stood up and said with a righteous face, they are not apes at all. They are humans. All of this is just a lie. The saber-toothed tiger and the rest of the beasts looked at the long-armed demon ape strangely. What was going on? Why was this guy suddenly siding with them? There has never been such a species in our ape clan. How can they be apes? The long-armed demon ape looked at the members of the same clan behind him, then looked at the apes beside the saber-toothed tiger. They have never appeared here. Could it be that there is such a species in your clan? The apes all shook their heads. No. We don't have it here either. The long-armed demon ape's eyes were filled with excitement. These guys appeared out of thin air. In order to confuse us and not be discovered by us, they claimed that they were from the ape clan. In fact, they have nothing to do with us at all. They were originally from the other kind. Yang Xianxia and Yang Lingfeng's faces instantly turned ugly. It was not easy for them to stabilize the situation. Many beasts had already believed that they were apes. Now that this guy had stirred up trouble, things became troublesome again. Bailey Hongzhuang looked coldly at the long-armed demon ape. She knew that this guy would take the opportunity to cause trouble. Fortunately, she had already found a way to deal with it. Long-armed demon ape, you wanted to take my sister for yourself. My sister swore that she would die for it. That's why she ran here. Your true face has already been exposed by me. Now you still want to deny it. How can there be such a shameless guy like you? Bailey Hongzhuang's face was filled with pain. We are indeed a small tribe. Our mother married with another tribe, so our appearance is different. Don't you know this very well? You took advantage of our weak strength and lack of support, so you bullied us even more severely. Yang Lingfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's bitter and hateful expression, his heart. They had not seen each other for a while. What had happened to Hongzhuang? Her acting skills were simply off the charts. Haha. Yang Qinshua's expression became very strange. Hongzhuang was really willing to do anything in order to save them. But this fabricated reason was too hard to accept. Sister, you have to cooperate well. Yang Lingfeng transmitted his voice. Whether we can escape from this sea of misery depends on you. Faced with Yang Qinshua's resentful gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a little helpless. In that situation, this was the only reason she could think of. Big baddie. Big baddie. Yang Lingfeng pointed his finger at the long-armed demon ape, his face filled with disgust. It was as if he had just seen his mortal enemy. The demonic beasts who were still in disbelief saw an idiot make such an expression and instantly believed it. How could an idiot know how to act? If all of this wasn't true, how could he say such a thing? Yang Qinshu glanced at Yang Lingfeng indifferently. You're quite good at acting. Yang Lingfeng gave her a look. Sister, it's your turn to act. Yang Qinshu swallowed her saliva and decided to throw caution to the wind. You bastard. I've already left that place. Why are you still haunting me like a ghost? Could it be that you want to force me to death before you're satisfied? The long-armed demon ape didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to know how to act, and now there was another one who knew how to act. Don't talk nonsense. I've never even seen you before. You've never seen me before? Yang Qinshu said with hatred. I really hope that I've never seen a beast like you in my entire life. Bailey Hongzhuang rushed forward and hugged Yang Qinshu. Sister, I've recently met a lot of powerful friends. They'll help us. With them around, we won't have to worry about Taisher bullying you anymore. Fox and the rest couldn't stand it any longer. They shot forward like an arrow and stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Long-armed demon ape, a while ago you came here to bully that white fellow and we found out that you were beaten up. Now it seems that we haven't taught you enough of a lesson. You still dare to cause trouble. Fox stared at the long-armed demon ape with righteous indignation. If I knew that you were so despicable and shameless, I would have killed you earlier. Not only did you think of ways to bully that white fellow and her sister, you're even helping the demonic beasts on the other side of the river. You know that you can't stay here any longer, so you want to betray us. Lion scolded angrily. Rock then regained his senses and said angrily, That's right, that's right. You bastard. The group of apes were all dumbfounded at this moment. Even if they had some doubts before, now that they heard the fox say that the long-armed demon ape had been beaten up because it went looking for trouble with the white guy, they had no choice but to believe it. I was wondering why I saw it injured a while ago. When I asked it, it was so secretive and refused to tell me. So this is what happened. Look, this little sister is indeed prettier than her elder sister. No wonder Taisha wants her. To think that I've been his neighbor for so many years. I really didn't expect him to be such a beast. You really can't judge a beast by its appearance. The long-armed demon ape almost vomited blood when it saw that these fellows were all siding with Bailey Hongzhuang in the blink of an eye. Please, you should at least pay attention to the main point of the matter. How could you be led astray in the blink of an eye? Don't listen to her nonsense, I've never done such a thing. The long-armed devil ape tried its best to defend itself, but the fox said, since the long-armed devil ape favors you so much, I think you might as well accept it. When the saber-toothed tiger heard this, it couldn't remain calm. What kind of joke was this? This kind of despicable and shameless fellow was the one they despised the most, all right? Fox, I'm telling you, don't even think about it. We will never accept such a fellow. That's right. This kind of beast is originally from the south. The long-armed demon ape saw that it was being despised by both sides, and its expression turned extremely ugly. What the f*** is this? It had clearly never done such a thing, but this accusation seemed to have grown on its head, and it couldn't get rid of it even if it wanted to. It was infuriating. Can you all listen to me for a moment? The long-armed demon ape suddenly shouted. It understood that if it couldn't explain this matter clearly today, it wouldn't even have a place to stay in the future. The sudden roar startled all the beasts, and they all looked towards the long-armed demon ape. Don't you all know what kind of beast I am? The long-armed demon ape looked at its clansman behind it. I won't say how good I am, but I would never do such a thing. Think carefully about my usual appearance. How can you slander me just because of these fellows' one-sided words? Hearing that, the group of apes then carefully recalled the entire matter. Taisha actually hasn't done anything too outrageous, and I've never heard of this matter before. I also feel that there's something wrong, otherwise, Taisha would have taken the initiative to bring up this matter today. Wouldn't he be looking for trouble? Yang Lingfeng's heart thumped. Not good, I didn't expect this fellow to be so capable. They were originally taking advantage of the chaos to confuse the public, but once these beasts all calmed down, perhaps the situation would be different. Bailey Hongzhuang's brows also furrowed. She understood that they definitely couldn't let the long-armed demon ape explain clearly. As long as they let the long-armed demon ape take the blame today, all the problems would be easily solved. She heard a discordant voice amidst the voices of the long-armed demon apes. In my eyes, Ironstone isn't anything good to begin with. This is just what it's doing. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up, and in the next moment, she suddenly rushed in front of the water-resisting ape excitedly. I remember you. Back then when my sister was almost bullied, it was you who helped her, right? The water ape was stunned. Bailey Hongzhuang did not give it a chance to speak. That's right, it's you. You really are a great hero. If it weren't for you, my sister would have been killed. To be brutally murdered, the corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. She really didn't want to have such an indescribable relationship with this ape. Yang Lingfeng also rushed over excitedly and grabbed its hand. He said in a daze. Hero. Great hero. Xianxia rolled her eyes. She was really good at acting like a fool. Then, she realized that Hong Zhuang and her silly little brother were winking at her. In the next second, Xianxia also looked like she was about to cry. Thank you, hero. Sob. The water ape didn't expect that it would be called a hero out of nowhere. Fox sighed. I didn't expect the water-taming ape to be so good. I really couldn't tell before. It's all thanks to the water ape. Otherwise, White and the others would have been finished. We're lacking heroes like this. One after another, the water-taming ape was praised to the sky. Even if they didn't know what was going on, but this seemed to be pretty good too. That's right. I was the one who saved them. The water-taming ape stood out and its expression turned into a brave and fearless one. I've already seen through the long-armed ape's facade. It's actually a despicable, shameless beast that's worse than a beast. The group of demonic beasts who were originally doubtful no longer had any doubts after seeing the water-taming ape confirm everything. The ape clan did not have any understanding of Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest and were not sure about the entire incident. However, the offspring born from interracial marriages were different, and this was a common occurrence. Otherwise, the species of the ape clan would not have expanded. They knew the long-armed demon ape and the water-taming ape, and the two beasts were often at odds with each other. Everyone was not sure what was going on. Now that the whole thing was put together, everyone understood what was going on. In the past, I was prejudiced against the water-taming ape because of the long-armed demon ape. I didn't expect that I had been wrong all this time. I'm really ashamed. After admitting everything, the water-taming ape felt a little guilty. After all, it was not the one who did it. At the same time, it was worried that Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest would recognize that it was not the demonic beast who saved them that night. However, after listening to everyone's flattery, the water ape was already blown to the top of the clouds. He almost couldn't tell who he was. That night, I witnessed the long-armed demon ape's beastly behavior with my own eyes. The white guy and the rest were all alone, and their lives were very difficult. If I hadn't happened to pass by, the consequences would have been. The water-taming ape looked like it was heartbroken. Although it did not finish its sentence, it gave the group of demonic beasts more room for imagination. The corner of Yang Lingfeng's lips twitched. Sister, Hongzhuang is really amazing. She found a drama queen just by randomly searching. Yang Xianxia was also in disbelief. She originally thought that it would be too difficult to solve this situation, but after seeing Hongzhuang's actions, she subconsciously cooperated. However, she never thought that the water-taming ape would cooperate with them so well. They did not even need to say anything, as the water-taming ape had already spouted out the entire story. That look. It was as if it had really witnessed this matter with its own eyes and had even pulled out its sword to help. Hongzhuang's methods are really amazing. Yang Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. No wonder they had been living such a miserable life recently, while Hongzhuang was doing so well. Obviously, this was the difference. You bastard. The fox jumped out. I didn't expect that. Not only are you worse than a beast, you're also thinking of betraying us. You're simply too hateful. The long-armed demon ape was already dumbfounded. It didn't understand what had happened. Things had turned out like this for no reason. It even suspected that Bailey Hongzhuang had already colluded with the water ape to frame it. However, during this period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang had never appeared in the ape clan's territory. If it said that it was colluding, the other demonic beasts would immediately refute and think that it was quibbling. If he didn't say anything, wouldn't that be the same as admitting it? In an instant, the long-armed demonic ape turned from red to green, from green to white, and from white to black. It was an extremely colorful scene. The long-armed ape faced the questioning gazes of the beasts and opened its mouth. You don't have to say anything. The rock jumped out. Everything has been proven, there's no room for you to deny it. Long-armed demon ape, the fox snorted, say it if you have the ability. Long-armed demon ape, the rock, it's useless even if you say it, it's all sophistry. Long-armed demon ape. Damn it, do you want me to say it or not? At this moment, the water ape suddenly stood out and said, everyone, can you listen to me for a moment? The noisy scene suddenly quieted down with the water ape's words. After all, it was a great hero. The long-armed demon ape looked at everyone's different attitude towards it and the water ape. It was so angry that it almost fainted. It and the water ape had been holding grudges for a long time. This guy was not a great hero at all, but today, it shamelessly took on this title here. It was obviously using it as a stepping stone to become famous. In the future, everyone would think that it was a shameless person when they saw it, but the water ape loved and respected it. It was too infuriating. The long-armed demon ape has always been selfish, arrogant, and supercilious. It has long had the intention to mutate us. If we let it stay in the south, it will only harm us. It's better to chase it out, to prevent such things from happening in the future. The water ape's words were full of righteousness. After all, we won't be so lucky every time. Although the white guy's sister managed to avoid a disaster, she has been having a hard time these days. She was even captured by other demon beasts. Once this was said, the beasts could not help but look at the saber-toothed tiger. Their gazes became very complicated. The white guy and the others were forced to leave after being bullied and humiliated. They did not expect that these guys on the other side of the river would treat them as aliens and directly lock them up. Even if they did not know what exactly they experienced during this period, they could roughly guess. The beasts on the north side of the river could not help but feel guilty. They did not expect the real situation to be like this. So, they were not humans at all, but just a branch of the ape clan? I finally understand why when this fool said he was a human, his sister did not deny it. Rather than living under the claws of the long-armed demon ape, it's better to be treated as an alien. They are not strong to begin with, isn't it easy for the long-armed demon ape to bully them? What do we do now? The beasts on the north side of the river looked at the saber-toothed tiger. They really made a big mistake this time. The saber-toothed tiger's expression was also very ugly. How could it have thought that in the end, it would become a big joke? If you want to chase us out, it's your problem, but we will definitely not accept it. The saber-toothed tiger's attitude was unyielding. These fellows' attitudes were obviously not willing to accept the long-armed demon ape, so it was even more impossible for them to accept. If they really let this guy stay, what would they become? The long-armed demon, and demon? Demon to the point of its ssdes, to kill demon is demon. If it wasn't for this guy, how could it have fallen to the point where it was despised by everyone? Tease. Bailey Hongzhuang saw that it was about time and pulled Yang Qinshui and Yang Lingfeng to her side. Brother, sister, I'm here to take you back. Don't worry, the long-armed demon ape won't dare to cause trouble for us anymore. Yang Qinshui and Yang Lingfeng also quietly moved closer to the monsters on the south side of the river. During this process, they were also testing the attitude of the saber-toothed tiger and the others. If the saber-toothed tiger insisted on not letting them go, things would be a little troublesome. The saber-toothed tiger and the rest of the demonic beasts naturally noticed this as well. Even though they were unwilling to accept this, they did not say anything. The saber-toothed tiger had already said so much. If they still did not relent, wouldn't they become the same as the long-armed demon ape? Bailey Hongzhuang walked to the side of the lion and was completely relieved. Since the other party had tacitly agreed to their actions, there was no need to worry. Yang Qinshui and Yang Lingfeng also heaved a sigh of relief. It was only a distance of 10 meters, but it felt like it was infinitely far. Every step was frightening. The fox's face also revealed a proud smile. Some people even told us to come see the human race with great fanfare so that we could see the world. I didn't expect that they couldn't even tell the difference between humans and apes. How laughable. The saber-toothed tiger was livid with anger, but the ape behind it said, "That's because you have such scum on your side. That's why this happened." The fox's expression changed as well. This was indeed not a very honorable thing to say. In an instant, all the monsters on the north and south side of the river glared at the long-armed demon ape. If it weren't for this guy, how could they have made such a joke of themselves? The long-armed devil ape was already suffering in silence. Even if it did, no other demonic beast would believe it. Yang Lingfeng could not help but look at it and sigh. This guy is really unlucky. I feel a little sorry for it. You're stupid because of it, little brother. Yang Qinshui smiled. Yang Lingfeng rolled his eyes. Sister, I'm really glad that it didn't take you for himself. Yang Qinshui, the matter of the saint's world had already been discussed, and this matter had made both sides unhappy, so they didn't stay for long. They decided to leave as soon as possible. Bailey Hongzhuang was also very happy. Today's performance could be said to be unexpectedly good, but the earlier they left, the safer they would be. However, before she left, she said, I still have an older brother who is wandering outside. If you see him, I hope you can inform me so that our family can reunite sooner. Don't worry, we'll inform you if we see him. The group of demonic beasts nodded their heads. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' encounter had already aroused everyone's sympathy, so when they heard this request, everyone agreed without hesitation. Only then did Bailey Hongzhuang reveal a comfortable smile. She couldn't help but wonder where Beichen had gone. She had found the Yang siblings, which meant that all 4 of them were in this plane. She just didn't know where Beichen was. You're hungry, right? After crossing the river, Bailey Hongzhuang took out a few fruits and handed them to Yang Qinshui and Yang Qinshui. Try it. As soon as the fruit entered their mouths, the 2 of them noticed the difference in the fruit. Their eyes widened as they stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. Hongzhuang, this fruit. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. This fruit can increase one's elemental energy. That's right. Yang Lingfeng nodded excitedly. What treasure is this? Where did you get it? Yang Qianxia looked at Yang Lingfeng speechlessly. She said embarrassedly, Hong Shuang, it's such a waste to give this fruit to us. This fruit was simply a heavenly treasure. Not only was the elemental energy it contained very rich, it was also very pure. It was simply something that could only be found by chance. Have you guys not eaten this fruit since you came here? Bailey Hongshuang asked curiously. This fruit could be seen everywhere in the south of the river bank. Most of the demonic beasts relied on this to fill their stomachs. Although the north of the river bank was slightly more barren, it shouldn't be to the extent that they hadn't eaten it before. No. Yang Lingfeng shook his head. Then when you guys were imprisoned by those demonic beasts, they didn't give you anything to eat? No. Bailey Hongshuang was slightly startled. She thought that although the demonic beasts in the north of the river bank were a little violent, they were still very kind. They wouldn't go so far as to not give them anything to eat. Now it seemed that she was wrong. That's not it. Yang Qianxia shook her head. When we were first captured, they gave us some fruits to eat. But we didn't know what they wanted to do at that time, so we didn't eat what they gave us. After that, they also didn't give us anything. Yang Lingfeng regained his senses at this moment. Could it be that they gave us fruits at that time? Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. They should have given us fruits like that. Oh my god. Yang Lingfeng wailed, so I actually missed out on such a treasure? Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly but didn't say anything. She didn't think that these two fellows would have such a miserable life after coming here. In comparison, she was living a very comfortable life. I don't want to live anymore. What a waste. Yang Lingfeng thumped his chest and stamped his feet. This feeling was just like when he had rejected Hong Shuang's medicinal pills. Why did he keep doing things that he regretted so much recently? Yang Qianxua's reaction wasn't as exaggerated as Yang Lingfeng's, but it was obvious that she was depressed. Such a great opportunity was missed just like that. How could it not be a pity? Looking at their gloomy expressions, Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly and took out some fruits for them. Open your stomach and eat as much as you want. The two of them stared blankly at the fruit in their hands before looking at the beautiful woman in front of them with some doubt. Is what you said true? Of course. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. You guys have been treated as coolies by the demonic beasts for a while now. Life hasn't been easy. When we get back, I'll make some delicious food for you guys. When Fox and the others heard this, they also came over excitedly. White guy, I wonder if we have a share. Lion said in all seriousness, no matter what, we've been of great help today. Rock, what did you help with? I flew them over and back. Lion emphasized. Looking at the anxious Rock, Bailey Hongshuang chuckled and said, don't worry, all of you have a share. Rock was relieved and gave up the idea of fighting with the lion. Hee, that's good. None of you have any news about Bewitching? Bailey Hongshuang lowered her voice, a complicated look on her face. Yang Qianxua shook her head slightly. No, we didn't hear any other monster beasts mention seeing a human in the north of the river. They probably didn't find any trace of Bewitching. Have you confirmed it here as well? Bailey Hongshuang frowned. During this time, I have been looking for you here. Fox and the others have almost helped me search everywhere, but I didn't see you. This time, I heard that there was news about a human on the other side of the river and guessed that it should be you, so I came here. I see. Yang Qianxua sighed and said, don't worry, with Bewitching's strength, he will be fine here. That's right, look at how well you are doing here, and look at the two of us. Yang Lingfeng looked at his big sister. Before coming here, she said that she would take good care of Hong Zhuang and the others, but now it seemed that it was Hong Zhuang who was taking care of them. What a slap in the face. I think Bewitching's situation should be similar to yours. The depression of not being able to see Bewitching dissipated a little after Yang Lingfeng made such a fuss. Bailey Hongshuang knew that they were doing this to make her feel relieved. The other monster beasts have already said that they will help us search. Even if Bewitching is on the other side of the river, there will be news about him. Let's go back and wait for the news. This time, the matter had already become so big. Logically speaking, there wouldn't be any demonic beasts that would target them again, so they could relax. That's true. Yang Lingfeng smiled. I didn't expect these monster beasts to be so simple-minded. Are you trying to show how stupid you are by saying that? Yang Qinxue suddenly asked. Yang Lingfeng. Sis, will you die if you don't poke at my sore spot? Only then did Yang Qinxue regain her composure. Hong Zhuang, that long-armed demon ape will definitely hold a grudge against us because of this matter. You can't let your guard down. Any one of the demonic beasts was at least at the elementary immortal realm. With their current strength, they were no match for them at all. Don't worry, Fox and the others will take care of this. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Fox. Don't you think so, Fox? White guy, don't worry. I won't let the long-armed demon ape bully you again. Thank you very much. Why are you being so polite? Bailey Hongzhuang turned back. Yang Qinxue and Yang Lingfeng's eyes were full of envy. It was obvious that Hong Zhuang had completely integrated with these monster beasts. She didn't even need to do these things herself. At this moment, the three monster beasts saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the others gathered together. The three of them also gathered together. Lion, do you think White Guy's brother and sister are here? Will they go back to their previous residence? Fox, I don't think so. Aren't they going back the way we came? Rock, maybe White Guy still has a lot of things there and wants to go back this time to take them. Lion and Fox glared at Rock. Shut up. You jinx. Rock showed a rare serious expression. I'm a rock. Crows are small birds. We're not even of the same race. Fox, Lion, don't think that you can just keep quiet. I'm going to explain everything to you today. Rock said with a serious expression. It looked like he wouldn't stop until he explained everything to them. All right. Fox patted Rock's shoulder. We know you're not a crow, all right? Then why did you call me a crow? Fox turned around. He didn't want to talk to this guy anymore. Otherwise, he would die from anger. Lion looked at Rock silently. Brains are good things. Brains are good things? Rock was confused. What do you mean? Because the Rock's movements were too loud, even Yang Qinxue and Yang Qinxue's attention was attracted. They didn't hear the first part of the conversation, only the second part. Their heads were suddenly filled with doubts. Hong Zhuang, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips twitched. Although these three guys don't have brains, Fox and Lion are still better than Rock. Yang Qinxue nodded. I can see that. Yang Lingfeng, me too. Compared to the anxiety they felt when they came, the journey back was more like a sightseeing tour. Fox knew that Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't seen these things before. They were in a hurry when they left, so they didn't have much time to stay. Naturally, it was much more convenient for them to return. When they arrived at the Sea of Flowers, Fox said, White Guy, don't you like the scenery here? Why don't you stay here for a few days? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the scenery nearby. Then, she looked at Yang Qinxue and Fox. What do you think? Yang Qinxue was already conquered by the beautiful scenery in front of her. Everything here was so beautiful that it was like a painting. The scenery in the chaotic immortal realm was not bad. Many places were very beautiful. However, none of them could be compared to this place. Pure and clean, the azure sky was untainted by even a speck of dust, and the white clouds seemed to be within reach. The alluring fragrance of flowers mixed with the faint smell of grass spread through the nose, making one feel relaxed and happy. In such an environment, it was as if all the noise and annoyance would disappear, leaving only the original heart. I really didn't expect there to be such a place in this world. Yang Qinxue sighed from the bottom of her heart. This place was a pure land, a paradise. The chaotic immortal realm was too chaotic, and all kinds of things were too troublesome. However, this was a place where all the troubles disappeared. Can we stay here for a few days? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Okay. Yang Qinxue nodded without hesitation. Even Yang Lingfeng was very happy. I'm willing to live in such a place forever. The three demonic beasts were also very happy to see this scene. The fox proudly raised its eyebrows. Their battle goal could be considered to be half completed. How is it? Is this a good idea? The fox said with a smile. The lion nodded. Let's do it. We can't let White Guy and the others leave. The fox and lion were stunned when they heard the rock's words. Both of them stared at it. Why are you looking at me like that? The rock felt a little guilty. Idiot, you don't usually give us any useful suggestions. I didn't expect you to give us such a good suggestion. The fox patted the rock's head excitedly. They had been worried that the White Guy and the others would return to where they came from. After all, the White Guy and the others were from a branch of the ape clan. There was quite a distance between where they lived and where the apes lived. Now that they thought about it, they could just move with the White Guy. After all, it didn't matter where they lived. Hee hee, we don't have to worry anymore. The lion heaved a sigh of relief. The huge rock that had been hanging in its heart for the past 2 days was finally lifted. After living near the Sea of Flowers for a few days, Xianxia and Yang Lingfeng recovered from their fear of the demonic beasts. Back then, the two of them wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The demonic beasts were just too strong. There was no way for them to survive. However, after following Hong Zhuang for a few days and witnessing the transformation of an enemy into an ally, they felt that this place was incomparably safe. This place is amazing. The food here can actually increase one's origin energy. If the other people in the realm of chaotic immortal found out about this, I'm afraid countless people would want to break into this random secret realm. Even though Yang Lingfeng had been here for a while, he still found it hard to believe that such a magical place existed in this world. Compared to the realm of chaotic immortal where people tried to cheat each other and snatch cultivation resources, this place was simply too beautiful. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown when she heard that. After witnessing the beauty of this place, she really didn't want anyone to come and destroy it. She had never doubted the abilities of the human race. If everyone knew that such a place existed, even the cultivators from the realm of chaotic immortal would be attracted to it, let alone the realm of chaotic immortal. At that time, the destruction that would occur would be, this is a random secret realm. Even if they entered, they might not be able to reach this place. Yang Qingxuan noticed the change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression and understood her worries. After all, she could feel that Hong Zhuang and the 3 demonic beasts had a very good relationship. These 3 fellows were obviously very strong, but they had always followed Hong Zhuang's lead. Even she felt that it was very interesting. No one would want to hurt such a pure friend. Do many people know about this random secret realm? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the 2 of them. The location of this mystic realm was inside Qingyang City. Perhaps the city lord would have a solution. This secret realm has been around for quite some time. However, according to the information that has been spread out, the possibility of random teleportation is too high. I have never heard of this place before. Yang Qingxue said seriously, according to my father's judgment, this entrance faces many planes, so no one can choose a plane to enter. You don't have to worry about it for now. A few days later, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest finally set off for their original residence. Yang Qingxue and Yang Feng looked at the cave abode in front of them, their faces filled with shock. Hongzhuang, I didn't expect you to have your own cave abode after staying here for a while. Fox and the rest helped me make this. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said. Being called out, the 3 demon beasts smiled foolishly. Bai Yan, you've been living quite comfortably here before, haven't you? Bai Yan? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Living here is indeed very comfortable. It's all thanks to your help. Hee hee, you're welcome. Yang Qingxue and Yang Feng looked at each other. These 3 fellows were so stupid that they were adorable. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the 3 of them stuttering as if they wanted to say something but didn't. She couldn't help but furrow her beautiful brows. You've been whispering to each other for the past few days. Is there something going on? No, no, no. The 3 demon beasts waved their hands in unison, their expressions clearly showing that they didn't mean what they said. You're not going to say anything? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her brows. Then you'll have to find your own food in the future. Don't. The 3 demon beasts panicked. Rock hurriedly said, Bai Yan, we were just thinking that if you wanted to move away, we'd go with you. Fox, Lion, Yang Qingxue and Yang Lingfeng. That was quick. Move away? Why would I move away? Bailey Hongzhuang asked in confusion. You stayed here because you couldn't find your brother and sister. We were worried that you might leave after you found them. Fox sighed and told the truth. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. So this was what the three of them had been whispering to each other all this time. She found it funny and at the same time, touched. Don't worry, I have no plans to move back now. Upon hearing this, Lion heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. I knew it. It's good that you're staying with us. No one will bully you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Yes, that's right. I'll have to rely on you to take care of me. At this time, the rock suddenly said, White guy, if you don't plan to move now, do you plan to move in the future? Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. This guy usually didn't catch the main point when he spoke. She didn't expect him to notice this time. Fox also turned his gaze. White guy, is what Rock said true? I was just saying it casually. Bailey Hongzhuang was a little guilty. The environment where we originally lived is not as good as here. Besides, the long-armed demon ape used to live in that area. We don't want to go back at all. The fox stared at Bailey Hongzhuang for a moment. The latter even thought that her words had been exposed. The fox turned his eyes away, his face full of pride as he said, I said, what's so good about the ape tribe's place? That group of guys doesn't look cute, how can it be better than us? That's right, that's right. Bailey Hongzhuang agreed. I don't want to go to those guys' place at all. Hee, that's good. After hearing this, the three demon beasts were very happy. With no worries, they began to return to their original appearance and even continued to do business. Hongzhuang, what's going on? Yang Lingfeng looked at the demonic beasts carrying various kinds of birds and beasts over. Moreover, their faces were full of smiles, as if they were afraid that Hongzhuang would reject them. There was actually such a thing? Looks like I've underestimated you. You're practically the king of this mountain. I thought you'd at most become friends with these demonic beasts. I didn't expect you to have a group of demonic beast underlings. Yang Lingfeng's face was full of envy. It was as if he was completely immersed in his own fantasy. A group of demonic beast underlings that were even stronger than the elementary immortal realm. This was simply the pinnacle of life. Bailey Hongzhuang saw that this fellow was getting more and more ridiculous. She couldn't help but shake her head and say, You're thinking too much. I'm just helping to cook. Hearing this, Yang Lingfeng was stunned and said in astonishment, Cook? Why did you change your profession to become a chef? Do you know how difficult it is to obtain these ingredients? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. The birds and beasts here were not weak, and they ran very fast. Even if the fox and the rest went out to hunt, they could only catch a limited number of them each day. However, on the other hand, the increase in origin power was also more abundant, so she was very happy to cook. Even so, it doesn't suit your status as the king of this mountain. Yang Lingfeng sighed. I'll help them to make dishes, and I can still keep some for myself. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled. If you don't like it, then don't eat it when it's done. Yang Lingfeng's expression suddenly changed. I was talking nonsense just now. Being a chef for demonic beasts depends on whether you have the ability or not. Look at me, I can't even do it if I want to. Yang Lingfeng was thick-skinned, completely forgetting his previous look of disdain. Bailey Hongzhuang, hee. This fellow had completely given up on his face recently. Yang Xianxia shook her head. She didn't want to talk to this fellow anymore. Ever since he was captured by demonic beasts, this fellow had become more and more shameless. It was simply embarrassing. Hongzhuang, there are so many ingredients. Let me help you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. All right. She hadn't been back for a few days, and these demonic beasts had gathered a lot of ingredients. She had to cook a lot today. Yang Xianxia handed some of the ingredients to Yang Lingfeng. Here, don't just sit here. Go and prepare them. Me? Yang Lingfeng pointed at himself. Sis, I've never done such a thing before. You've never done it before, but do you think we've done it before? Yang Xianxia had already made up her mind. All right. Yang Lingfeng felt that his sister's words made sense. In order to thank Hong Zhuang for saving my life, leave the plucking to me. Bailey Hong Zhuang nodded her head in satisfaction. At least you still have a little bit of gratitude. After a while, Yang Lingfeng returned with a head full of feathers. He was also holding the processed ingredients in his hands. I've already taken care of it. Che. Yang Lingfeng sneezed. It had only been a short while, but he already felt that there were countless feathers flying around him. Yang Xianxia was dumbfounded when she saw Yang Lingfeng's appearance. Not only did he have feathers stuck to his hair, but his body was also pitch black and messy. Lingfeng, where did you go? Xiaohei covered her eyes. The scene of Yang Lingfeng plucking the feathers was simply unbearable to look at. This method simply couldn't compare to it. I think you should just forget about it. Yang Xianxia shook her head. This posture was simply more exaggerated than a fight. Yang Lingfeng was very insistent. That won't do. I said I'll do this, so I'll do it. No one is to snatch it from me. Then I'll leave it all to you. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Since you've already become like this, once you're done, let the fox bring you to the river to take a bath. You should be able to eat it when you come back. All right. Yang Lingfeng's eyes lit up. A dish that could make these demonic beasts look forward to it must taste very good. In fact, this was the case. After Yang Lingfeng tasted the dish once, he had already taken on the task of plucking all the feathers. Whoever dared to snatch it from him, he would get angry because only in this way could he eat with a clear conscience. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang returned, she had been waiting for news about Bewitching. Now that the demonic beasts on both sides of the river knew of their existence, they would no longer treat them as an alien race. Therefore, as long as they found Bewitching, this news would definitely spread to their ears very quickly. However, as time passed and they didn't hear any news about Bewitching, everyone fell into helplessness. Hong Zhuang, don't think too much. I think Bewitching will definitely be fine. Yang Qianxuan noticed that as time passed, Hong Zhuang's worry grew stronger. Actually, I think we might have overlooked a place. Yang Lingfeng saw that the atmosphere was a little gloomy and suddenly said. What place? Look, this entire world doesn't only consist of the two sides of the river. Isn't there another place that we know of? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang understood. You're talking about the Holy Realm? That's right. Yang Lingfeng nodded. Although the fox and the others said that the passage to the Holy Realm only opens once in many years, and ordinary demonic beasts can't pass through at all, we're different. We were randomly teleported here, so Bewitching might have been randomly teleported to the saint's world. Bailey Hongzhuang sank into her thoughts. She had originally considered this possibility as well, but she felt that it was a little too unlikely. After all, so many demonic beasts had been trying their best to enter the saint's world, but to no avail. If Bewitching had directly gone to the saint's world. Hong Zhuang, although Lingfeng's words are usually unreliable, I think what he said today makes sense. Sis, why are my words so unreliable? Yang Qianxuan glanced at him. Don't you know? Not sure. With Bewitching's strength, he should have found us long ago if he appeared on the banks of the river. The only possibility right now is that he's in the saint's world, which is why we can't find him and he can't find us. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. There was less than a year until the passage to the saint's world opened. If Bewitching really was there, then they would be able to meet him soon. I heard the fox say that the demonic beasts in the saint's world are much stronger than the outside world. I wonder if Bewitching will be in danger if he goes there. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. She couldn't help but worry. If the demonic beasts in the saint's world weren't so gullible, then things would be troublesome. In the following days, the three of them began to cultivate. Bailey Hongzhuang had already handed the task of cooking to Yang Qianxuan and Yang Lingfeng every day. Yang Lingfeng was now able to handle the ingredients with ease, and no one could compare to him. Yang Qianxuan's culinary skills had also been taught by Hong Zhuang. She was already very smart, and after practicing for a while under Hong Zhuang's guidance, she was able to cook on her own. Bailey Hongzhuang was also happy and relaxed about this. She and Xiaohei would still occasionally help the demonic beasts make clothes. After all, demonic beasts were bestial creatures, and there was a high possibility that they would tear their clothes. Therefore, every once in a while, demonic beasts would come to ask for help to make another one. After a few months, Xiaohei had also developed a good craftsmanship. "Master, these clothes of yours are very beautiful." Xiaohei looked at the clothes in Bailey Hongshuang's hands. Recently, the clothes that the demonic beasts needed were basically made by her. There was nothing that her master needed to do. "Who are these clothes for?" Bailey Hongshuang smiled slightly and raised the half-made clothes in her hands. Xiaohei recognized them at a glance. "These are for the fox?" "Yes." Bailey Hongshuang nodded. "Foxes love beauty the most. Their clothes have to be made to look better." Not to mention other things, as more and more clothes were made, her craftsmanship was really getting better and better. In the past, she only needed to make clothes that could be worn. Now, she could actually design her own style. "Master, didn't you already make a set for them before?" Xiaohei was a little confused. Master had made a new set for them some time ago. At that time, the three of them were very happy. Bailey Hongshuang's expression became complicated. "Once we go to the Holy Realm, we should be able to find Beichen. Whether Beichen is willing or not, we won't be staying here for too long. Since foxes like to wear these clothes so much, I have to make more of them, but they don't want to learn." After spending some time together, she was almost used to having the three of them by her side. Usually, whenever they saw something interesting, these three fellows would almost immediately run to her to show off their treasures. She might as well give them some interesting things. Basically, every time she took out something, these fellows would take it out to show off. "It's good to make more." Xianxia also walked over. "Although they like bright red the most, I think it's not bad to try other colors." Bailey Hongshuang glanced at Xianxia and found a trace of reluctance in the latter's eyes. She was surprised, but at the same time, she understood. Recently, Xianxia had also become familiar with the three demon beasts. As for Yang Lingfeng, he had become one of the three demon beasts. They had almost become four brothers. Not only that, this fellow even went to ask other demonic beasts about the secret of breaking through to the elementary immortal stage. However, the demonic beasts' answers almost depressed him to death. This was because they did not find it difficult at all. They only felt that they could break through by eating. Yang Lingfeng asked around and found that everyone's situation was similar. He was completely speechless. In the end, he placed all his hopes on eating. Now, if there was anyone who could eat more than Xiaohei, it would undoubtedly be Yang Lingfeng. "I feel that if I continue to stay here, I'll have a high chance of breaking through to the elementary celestial stage." Yang Lingfeng's face was filled with excitement. He had been stuck at the Radiant Sun stage for many years. All these years, he had been trying his best to raise his cultivation level. He had also tried his best to obtain all kinds of pills that could help him break through. However, he had not been able to break through. Ever since Hong Zhuang had given him a pill during the Formation Master competition, he had been filled with confidence. He wanted to use these few years to try to break through again. Even so, he knew that the chances were slim. However, he had only stayed here for a few months, and he felt that his strength had improved by quite a bit. The elemental energy that filled this fruit was too pure. Under the injection of this elemental energy, his elemental energy seemed to have undergone a qualitative upgrade. The overall feeling was different. Looking at Yang Lingfeng's excited expression, Yang Qingxue nodded in agreement. "This is indeed a great place for cultivation." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "I heard that the origin energy in the holy world is even denser. Who knows, maybe Beichen has already broken through to the elementary celestial stage." When he was in the comprehension tablets, Beichen had already touched the barrier to breaking through. If he was really in the holy world, he might really have a chance to break through. Yang Lingfeng, who was originally very excited, became a little discouraged when he heard this. That's possible. Beichen has only been in the Radiant Sun stage for a short while. If he broke through to the elementary celestial stage, it would be too much of a blow to him. Beichen is better than you in terms of strength, talent, and luck. Yang Qingxue glanced at Yang Lingfeng and said, "All these years, there has never been news of a comprehension tablet that can increase a cultivator's cultivation level. However, I heard that after Beichen's incident, the competition for a spot to enter the comprehension tablet has become even more intense. As expected. Yang Lingfeng was not surprised. It's a pity that I'm not a formation master. Otherwise, I would want to fight for a spot. Oh right, maybe some people can't break through, so they might as well take this opportunity to learn formation masters. That crazy? Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. Isn't that so? You have no idea how many people in the chaotic immortal realm are willing to risk everything just to make a breakthrough. Yang Lingfeng was already used to it. How many cultivators had lost their lives in order to break through? Compared to learning array techniques, it was really nothing. At this moment, Yang Lingfeng suddenly laughed mischievously. Do you think Beichen will be as unlucky as me? What if he is treated as a foreign race by those demon beasts in the holy world? What if he is reduced to a coolie? As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongzhuang and Yang Xianxia just looked at him quietly without saying anything. Why are you looking at me like that? It's not impossible. Yang Lingfeng said seriously. Beichen doesn't know how to sew or cook. Do you think Beichen is like you? Yang Xianxia rolled her eyes in disgust. Yang Lingfeng said, Sister, don't forget that you and I were captured to be laborers. Yang Xianxia, at least I have some sense of shame, unlike you, Yang Lingfeng, me? What's wrong with me? Yang Xianxia, shut up. You have the nerve to say that. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and finally decided to call the three demonic beasts over. Fox, have you been to the holy world before? Yes, we have. Then do you know what the demonic beasts in the holy world are like? Are they similar to you? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was serious. This was her main focus. The fox thought for a moment, then looked at the lion and rock. They're similar, right? There's no difference. Those guys are just a little stronger than us and a little more arrogant. Other than that, there's no difference. The lion nodded. What if they're smarter than us? The fox stood up. If we're talking about smarts, then of course I'm the smartest. Yang Lingfeng. I knew you'd say that. Are you sure? Of course. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips gradually curled up. If the demonic beasts in the holy world were like that, then she believed that Beichen wouldn't be in danger there. In the blink of an eye, a year's time was almost up. In the past few days, Bailey Hongzhuang clearly felt that the surrounding demonic beasts had become much more active. They were all beaming with joy, obviously waiting to set off for the holy world. Fox, when are we setting off for the holy world? Yang Lingfeng moved closer to the fox, looking more excited than the other demonic beasts. We should set off in 3 days. That's the day we agreed to set off with the demonic beasts on the other side of the river. Do we need to prepare anything? Will the journey be dangerous? Yang Lingfeng asked. The fox shook its head. It's hard to say. I've only been to the holy world once. It's said that the situation is different every year, so there's no need to prepare. Just do whatever you want. Is that really okay? Yang Lingfeng's lips twitched. Because they didn't know what they would encounter, they didn't prepare anything. That was really impressive. Of course it's okay. The fox looked serious, then turned to the lion beside it. Am I right? Very right. The lion nodded. We don't know what it's like anyway, so why waste time? Rock also came over. What do you think we should bring along for the journey? There wasn't much food on the riverbank. The fox and the lion's eyes lit up. They immediately ran back to their residence and began to think about what they should bring. Yang Lingfeng looked at the 3 fellows who had disappeared in the blink of an eye and couldn't help but ask, is it really reliable to trust them? It should be reliable. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Why? Yang Lingfeng didn't understand. Think about it. Even Fox and the others were able to enter the saint's world before. That means the path there shouldn't be too difficult. Yang Lingfeng was stunned for a moment before a look of understanding appeared on his face. You're still the best. I actually didn't think of this. 3 days later, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were ready to set out. However, they found that the 3 fellows were still in the cave. They couldn't help but walk over. Just as they walked out of the door, they heard the sound of an argument coming from inside. Bring this. No, I think it's better to bring this. It tastes better. Of course I'll bring this. This is the best. As they walked in, they saw 3 demonic beasts arguing over what fruit to bring. It's time. We should head out, Xianxia reminded. Hongzhuang, hurry up and stop them. Xianxia hurriedly looked towards Bailey Hongzhuang. She had seen the 3 of them quarreling endlessly. If they were allowed to continue quarreling like this, who knew when they would be able to set off today? It's useless to say anything now. This is a matter of status. Rock said seriously. Bailey Hongzhuang, Yang Qinxue, and Yang Lingfeng. You really dare to say that? Since when did you have status? Just as the 3 demon beasts were chattering endlessly, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly kept all the food in front of her. The 3 demon beasts saw the food suddenly disappear and were stunned. Where did the food go? White guy, where did you put it? It's gone. Now you don't have to fight anymore. The 3 demon beasts were stunned. Then, they cried out sorrowfully. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang found it very funny. Then, she placed a Qianquan pouch in front of the 3 demon beasts. I'll give you this precious pouch. In the future, you don't have to fight over this when you go out. Regarding the Qianquan pouch, she had wanted to give it to the 3 demon beasts for a long time. However, she didn't know how to explain the origin of the Qianquan pouch. As the time they spent together grew longer, the worry in her heart gradually lessened. In addition, the 3 demon beasts would fight for half a day every time they went out. With the Qianquan pouch, these problems were easily solved. The 3 demon beasts stared at the Qianquan pouch in front of them in confusion. Precious pouch? White guy, don't lie to us. Doesn't this thing look like a cloth pouch? Looking at the 3 demon beasts' suspicious faces, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Do you want it? If not, then forget it. Don't, of course I want it since it's a free gift. The fox quickly snatched it over. Bailey Hongzhuang. You're so straightforward. The fox looked at the cloth pouch in its eyes. When it realized that the pouch had the space of a house, it was stunned. Oh my god, there's actually such a bag in this world. This is too amazing. Lion and Rock also came over. What happened? What's so special about this bag? After understanding the functions of the bag one by one, the eyes of the 3 demonic beasts were already twinkling with little stars. They looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with eyes full of worship. White guy, you're a genius. How did you get this thing? I got it by chance, Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Yang Lingfeng. This excuse of yours is too careless. However, when the 3 demonic beasts heard this, they did not doubt it at all. Instead, they were pleasantly surprised and said, this white guy is indeed extraordinary. Even the things he obtained by chance are so powerful. The white guy has always been gifted. I've noticed this long ago. That's right. That's it. The corners of Yang Lingfeng's mouth twitched. As 3 demonic beasts at the elementary celestial stage, is it really okay for you to worship him so blindly? Is this pouch really for us? Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head and saw 3 pairs of eyes twinkling with little stars. She had to admit that when these 3 demonic beasts acted cute, it was quite lethal. The 3 demonic beasts nodded in unison. At this moment, they no longer had any objections. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief. If they had allowed the 3 demonic beasts to continue arguing like this, who knows how much time they would have wasted here. Along the way, the 3 demonic beasts mumbled and played with the Qianquan pouch in their hands. This was simply the most miraculous treasure they had ever seen. Such a miraculous pouch, it'll be convenient for us to go out in the future. We can even put in the fruits we plucked along the way. We can't tell the other demonic beasts the secret, ha ha ha. That's right, that's right. We must keep it a secret. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 listened to the conversation of the 3 demonic beasts. These 3 fellows thought that they were very secretive when they spoke, but when would they ever change their habit of speaking? Along the way, they constantly encountered other demonic beasts. Some of the demonic beasts that they were more familiar with would also greet each other. However, they did not form a huge group to travel together. Even so, as they traveled further and further, many groups were getting closer and closer. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the route they were taking and could not help but frown because she felt that this route was very familiar. Fox, are we going to the other side of the river? This route was clearly the one they had taken when they were heading to the other side of the river. Could it be that the holy world was also on the other side? The fox shook its head. We're not going to the other side of the river. We're going to that river. That river? Xianxia was confused. Are we going to follow that river to the holy world? That's right. The lion nodded. The holy world is going to pass through that river. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two looked at each other. They had already experienced the power of that river. With their cultivation, they could only stay on the lion's back to withstand the demonic wind. Moreover, it was extremely difficult. If they could, they really did not want to cross the river again. They never thought that they would have to pass through this river to reach the holy world. Just thinking about the process was enough. The fox and the others did not notice the change in the three's emotions at all. They were completely immersed in the excitement of going to the holy world. Several days later, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived at the river. At the same time, many other demonic beasts had also arrived. Are we going down the river now? Yang Lingfeng looked at the calm river in front of him, his eyes filled with fear. He felt that this river was truly miraculous. From afar, it looked as if there were no waves, but once one entered it, they would feel the terrifying waves. No, we have to row over on a bamboo raft. Fox shook his head and pointed at the monsters on the side. Look, they've already cut down the trees. We have to speed up, otherwise we'll fall behind. Looking in the direction the fox was pointing, they noticed that many demonic beasts on the other side had already started to get busy. Make a bamboo raft. Yang Lingfeng blushed with shame. Everything in this place was very primitive. If he wanted to cross the river, he had to make a bamboo raft himself. Then let's get started. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't say much and followed Rock to the other side to cut down trees. Actually, I don't understand either. Yang Xianxia shrugged. The longer she stayed in this place, the more she couldn't understand. I've realized that the best thing to do in this place is to not use your brain. That way, everything will seem more natural. If you think about it yourself, you won't be able to understand it. Yang Lingfeng sighed. Hearing this, Yang Xianxia stared at him blankly for a moment, then nodded and said, You're absolutely right. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were about to cut down the trees to make a bamboo raft, suddenly, a cry of envy came from not far away. Wow, look at that boat, it's so beautiful. It looks so much better than our bamboo raft. How much effort did it take to make it? These guys on the other side of the river must be unhappy that we were suppressed last time, so they thought of a way to make a boat like this. After seeing this scene, the fox's face fell. I knew that these guys wouldn't let it go so easily. It turns out that they put all their effort into this. There's nothing we can do about it. Our bamboo raft is destined to be suppressed. The monsters on the south side of the river were distressed. The other party had come prepared, and it was obvious that it would take a lot of effort to make a boat like this. In such a sudden situation, they weren't prepared at all, so it was even more impossible for them to fight back. The saber-toothed tiger and a group of monsters were sitting on the boat, and they even deliberately stopped by the river bank. Your speed is too slow. We might as well wait for you. I didn't expect that it's been 300 years since the last opening of the Holy World, and you're still making bamboo rafts here. Aren't you a little too backward? Seeing that you're all dressed up, I thought that you're all very capable now. Turns out that you're just doing your own thing. You don't even have the slightest bit of teamwork. TSK. Facing the saber-toothed tiger's ridicule, the fox and the other monsters' faces had already turned gloomy. However, even if they were unwilling to accept it, they could only swallow it down. If they fought back, the other party would continue to chatter, and they would be the ones to lose face in the end. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned, they heard these words. When the saber-toothed tiger saw Bailey Hongzhuang, its eyes turned red. A year ago, it was because of this fellow that it had lost face in front of so many demonic beasts. Since then, its status had been questioned a lot. So much so that it had spent the past year trying to eliminate the impact of the previous incident. Fortunately, he remembered to use the ship to turn the tables. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take to eliminate these effects. Fortunately, the effect was quite good. White guy, aren't you very smart? Why did he slack off in the past year? I thought you would bring us a surprise. The saber-toothed tiger chuckled and cast a disdainful look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Saber-toothed tiger, you're getting more and more shameless. You're actually targeting such a young demonic beast. You're really shameless. The fox glared angrily. This fellow actually dared to target the white fellow like this. He was simply abominable. Once those words were spoken, the group of demon beasts to the south of the river fell silent. They knew very well that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' cultivation levels were indeed a little too weak. Even if they were to enter the Holy Realm, the chances of them obtaining the Holy Spirit fruit would be very slim. However, none of them cared. It was not a big deal to make a trip there anyway. Now that the saber-toothed tiger had brought it up, they felt a little embarrassed. You don't have to worry about that. The fox rolled his eyes. If you have the time, you'd better mind your own business. We don't need you to worry about us. The saber-toothed tiger sneered, do as you wish. You can continue building your little wooden raft. Haha, you've only just started building your wooden raft. You'll definitely be slower than us. The demon beasts to the north of the river were pleased with themselves. They had spent a lot of time building this boat. Although it had taken a lot of effort, they felt that the results today were not bad at all. It seems that we're being targeted again. Yang Lingfeng raised an eyebrow, his face showing a hint of anger. It's a pity that I don't have a boat in my storage ring. Otherwise, I'd give them a slap in the face. Yang Xianxia suddenly exclaimed, you're actually competing with a group of demon beasts? Aren't you angry? Yang Lingfeng retorted, it's because I've been taunted by a group of demon beasts that I'm even angrier. Ever since they had arrived at this place, they had always been worse off than the demon beasts. Now, they had to watch as the group of demon beasts who had once enslaved them walked past them with their heads held high. How could they not be angry? I'm very angry too. Yang Xianxia stomped her foot, I'm so angry. Logic told her that there was no need for her to be angry over something like this. However, under such circumstances, she felt that she was one of the demon beasts. There's nothing we can do. Who asked us to not have a boat? Yang Lingfeng spread out his hands. There was no point in feeling depressed now. The fox looked worriedly at Bailey Hongzhuang, little white guy, you don't have to take the saber-toothed tiger's words to heart. The Holy Spirit fruit is very hard to come by. It's normal that you can't get your hands on it. Just take it as a chance to join in the fun. Next time, I believe that you'll definitely get your hands on the Holy Spirit fruit. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Thank you for trusting me. Didn't we not get the saber-toothed tiger before? Ignore it. Fox waved his hand and turned his gaze to the trees at the side. Let's move quickly, or we'll really fall behind. No need. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. We can leave now. Hearing this, Fox and the others were stunned. Set off directly? Follow me, I'll take you to a place. After Bailey Hongzhuang finished speaking, she turned around and walked in another direction. Seeing this, Yang Xianxia and the other two, as well as the 3 demonic beasts, quickly followed her. There were no other demonic beasts in this area. When the 3 demonic beasts arrived, they saw a silver ship in front of them. The shape of this ship was exquisite and gorgeous. At first glance, one could tell that it was not simple. Compared to the wooden ships made by the demon beasts in the north of the river, this ship was simply many times better. The rock rubbed his eyes and stared at the silver ship in disbelief. I'm not dreaming, am I? Heavens, why is there a ship here? The lion was completely stunned. I must be dreaming. The rock looked at Yang Lingfeng, hey, hurry up and tell us that we're not dreaming. Yang Lingfeng also looked at the boat that had suddenly appeared in front of them with a confused expression, and said hesitantly, maybe we're really dreaming. The anticipation on the faces of the 3 demonic beasts instantly disappeared. It's over, it's actually a dream, we're dreaming in broad daylight for no reason. Looking at the 2 people and 3 demonic beasts in front of her, and then listening to their conversation, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh. Look carefully, you're not dreaming. The nightingale's voice woke them up, and after regaining their senses, the three demonic beasts immediately rushed over, and stretched out their hands to touch the boat in front of them. The ice-cold touch clearly told them that it wasn't an illusion in front of them, but reality. Wow, white guy, where did you get such a ship? The fox looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in surprise, its eyes filled with excitement. You don't have to worry about that, anyway, we can set off now. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. This was all thanks to her previous experience in the ocean world. If it wasn't for the fact that they could only travel by boat in the ocean world, she wouldn't have kept such a boat in her chaos ring. This boat wasn't any ordinary boat, whether it was in terms of sturdiness or speed, it was much stronger. This was a magical weapon. It's over, it's over. The fox's eyes sparkled with little stars, and directly pounced on Bailey Hongzhuang. White fellow, when you grow up, I'll marry you. Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned, and looked in astonishment at the fox in front of her whose face was filled with anticipation. This fellow. What on earth was he talking about? Yang Lingfeng and Yang Qinshua's expressions also became extremely strange. Beichen had only been away for a year, and Hongzhuang had already created a demonic beast love rival. However, without waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to reply, the lion immediately jumped out. No way, no way. If you're going to marry someone, you should marry me. How can that small body of yours give you a sense of security compared to my tall and mighty figure? No way, you should marry me. I like white guys the most. Rock was not convinced. After I marry the white girl, I can fly with her wherever I want. You two short-legged things can only stay on the ground. Who said we can't fly? You're talking nonsense. The fox jumped up. The white guy is mine. None of you are allowed to snatch it from me. Bailey Hongzhuang, Yang Lingfeng swallowed his saliva and said, if the three of them knew that Hongzhuang was already married, I wonder what kind of expressions they would have. I'm looking forward to seeing Beichen's expression when he learns about this. Yang Qinshui couldn't help but snicker. Usually, Beichen kept a close eye on Hongzhuang, and they couldn't be more clear about it. Previously, Yang Lingfeng had wanted to hug Hongzhuang out of excitement, but Beichen had forced him to retreat with a glare. Now that these three guys had announced that they wanted to marry Hongzhuang, Beichen probably even had thoughts of killing them. I'm suddenly looking forward to reaching the Holy Realm even more, but I don't know how strong Beichen is right now. These three guys are very strong. Yang Lingfeng frowned, and he couldn't help but worry for Beichen. With Beichen's personality, he definitely wouldn't tolerate such a situation, but once a fight broke out, then we don't need to worry. Yang Qinshui chuckled. Anyway, it's fine as long as there's a show to watch. Lion, I think you should marry the green one. I think she suits you better. Seeing that the lion and Rock had their eyes on the white one, the fox could only think of a way to divert their attention. Thinking about the green one, wasn't she still single? Yang Qinshui was a little dumbfounded when she saw that she was suddenly involved in this matter. The lion looked at Yang Qinshui and said, I won't do it. Marry her if you want. Rock was also unwilling. Don't try to trick me, I won't do it too. Yang Qinshui. Did it have to be so obvious? Pfft, ha ha. Yang Lingfeng was trying to hold back his laughter at first, but he couldn't hold it in anymore. He didn't expect that his sister would be despised like this one day. He was going to die from laughter. Yang Qinshui narrowed her eyes. You're getting bolder and bolder recently. How dare you laugh at me? Sister, you're venting your anger on me because you can't beat them. Yang Lingfeng shouted as he dodged Yang Qinshui's fists. That's right. Yang Qinshui didn't deny it. I'll hit you. Stop. Yang Lingfeng held his head. Sister, it's okay if you're despised. Anyway, there's still Qingli. He won't despise you. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the three guys who were arguing and said speechlessly, I'm not interested in any of you, but if you don't leave now, don't you want to be in the limelight in front of the saber-toothed tigers? Hearing this, the three beasts' eyes lit up and they quickly jumped up. Yes, we have to leave now. Without another word, the three beasts picked up the boat and walked towards the river. At the same time, the other beasts on the south side of the river also noticed the boat and their eyes lit up. Wow, isn't this ship a little too beautiful? It's so much better than the saber-toothed tiger's boat. Fox, how did you get this boat? Fox enjoyed everyone's envious and longing gazes. He raised his chin and proudly said, I already guessed that the saber-toothed tiger and the others would definitely not give up, so we prepared such a ship to anger them to death. Then why didn't you take this ship out before? The beasts were puzzled. The fox was stunned for a moment before he boasted shamelessly, then we have to let them be proud first. That way, they will suffer even more later. The other demonic beasts nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Fox, you're getting smarter and smarter. The fox smiled. Of course. Xiaohei looked at the fox's smug expression and could not help but ask, Master, does this count as the fox using its master's power? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and said, Your idioms have been getting better and better. Hee, you flatter me. As everyone boarded the ship, some of the demonic beasts also boarded the ship. However, the ship's hull was limited, so it was impossible to accommodate all the demonic beasts. Let's go, let's go. With a cheer from the fox, the lion began to control the ship to move forward. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the calm lake water. From the moment she stepped onto the boat, she had already noticed that there was no terrifying demonic wind on the surface of the river. This river was just like how it looked on the surface, calm and without waves. There was only a gentle breeze which brought a hint of coolness. I thought my hairstyle would be blown into a mess again. I'm a little disappointed that it's so calm. Yang Lingfeng stretched out his hand to feel the breeze, and a smile appeared on his face that deserved a beating. This river is usually very difficult to cross, but when the gate to the holy world opens, the river will return to its calm state, and the terrifying demonic winds will disappear. The fox smiled faintly, if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have dared to bring you guys this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to cross this river, let alone find the entrance to the holy world. No wonder they're preparing to make wooden rafts to cross this waterway. Yang Qinshui came to a realization, now that I think about it, the holy world is quite sympathetic to them. The lion became more and more excited as it controlled the boat to move forward. It realized that the boat had very little resistance when it moved forward, and its speed was extremely fast. Even if it didn't control it much, its speed was still much faster than the bamboo rafts. Under the control of its elemental energy, its speed was simply astonishing. This boat is really amazing. I guarantee that it won't be long before we catch up to the saber-toothed tiger and the others. The lion said excitedly. Hearing this, the demonic beasts on the boat all revealed looks of anticipation. The saber-toothed tiger and a group of demonic beasts controlled the boat to move forward slowly. This boat was actually built after they heard Yang Lingfeng's suggestion. It was precisely because of Yang Lingfeng's suggestion that they felt that this fellow was somewhat useful, so they were a little more lenient towards him. Who would have thought that something like that would happen later on? But no matter how they looked at it, this fellow was finally of some use. Those fellows in the south of the river think that they're amazing just because they're wearing new clothes. They're just some good-looking but useless things. Isn't that right? Just relying on those bamboo rafts, their speed is definitely not comparable to ours. The group of demonic beasts gathered together, and their faces were full of pride and laughter. Usually, the demonic beasts on both sides of the river didn't have much contact with each other, and it was only at times like this that they had the opportunity to compete. Right at this moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Look, what's that silver thing behind us? It's so bright. I feel like my eyes are going to be blinded by it. It's so fast. It seems like it's rushing towards us. Hearing this, the saber-toothed tiger also turned its gaze. As expected, under the sunlight, a huge silver figure reflected the dazzling light. It was dazzling, eye-catching and dazzling. As it narrowed its eyes, it finally saw the true appearance of the silver figure. That's a ship. The saber-toothed tiger's voice sank, and there was a complicated and hesitant look in its eyes. Why would a ship appear out of nowhere? The other demonic beasts also saw that it was an extremely dazzling silver ship. Originally, they thought that their ships were already dazzling enough, but compared to this ship, the difference was like heaven and earth. This ship couldn't have been made by those guys south of the riverbank, right? A demonic beast couldn't help but guess. As soon as these words were spoken, the saber-toothed tiger rejected them without hesitation. Impossible. The saber-toothed tiger's expression also turned cold. It's not like you don't know the fox's personality. If it really had such a preparation, it would have already shown off before. Why would it swallow its pride? At this moment, everyone dispelled the worries in their hearts. They had interacted with the fox a few times before. Its personality was not something that could be tolerated at all. Then this is strange. If it's not those demonic beasts from the south of the river, then why would such a ship appear on the river? The group of demonic beasts immediately became even more puzzled. At this moment, a demonic beast suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, "I know, this ship must be from the holy world." With this thought raised, the other demonic beasts all nodded, "That's right, that's right. Other than the holy world, there's no other place that can make such a ship. I haven't been to the holy world for 300 years. I'm sure the demonic beasts in the holy world must be more powerful now. You can tell just by looking at this ship." The saber-toothed tiger's face revealed a smile. It had always been yearning for the holy world. All these years, its greatest wish was to be able to become a member of the holy world. Unfortunately, it was not easy to become a member. It could only hope that it could succeed this time. Look, that ship's speed is really too fast. In the blink of an eye, it's getting closer and closer to us. Maybe we can even greet the demonic beasts in the holy world. The group of demonic beasts immediately subconsciously tidied their fur and looked at the ship excitedly. If they could take this opportunity to get familiar with the demonic beasts in the holy world, it would undoubtedly be best. However, as the silver ship got closer and closer, the fierce cloud monkey rubbed its eyes in confusion and said with some doubt, "Why do I seem to see the figure of a lion on it?" "You don't seem to be mistaken. Not only do I see a lion, I also see a rock. Could it be a coincidence?" The fierce cloud monkey was a little doubtful. It was impossible for such a ship to appear on the other side of the river. At the same time, the saber-toothed tiger gnashed its teeth and said, "It's that guy. I've already seen the fox." Not only did he see the fox, but he also saw this guy's annoying expression. "Yo-ho, saber-toothed tiger, your ship speed is not good." In the next moment, Fox's voice sounded from the opposite ship. "I thought you guys would have improved a lot after not seeing you for a year. The ship you built is really not much. How dare you show off in front of us? Isn't that laughable?" Yang Lingfeng looked at the saber-toothed tiger provocatively. Previously, he had been imprisoned by this fellow. Just thinking about it was a dark history. "You did it on purpose." The saber-toothed tiger's face was gloomy. It was now certain that Yang Lingfeng was behind this. "Lion, slow down a little." Fox called out to Lion, who was controlling the rudder. "You have to think about them. They are too slow. We have to give them some leeway." Lion sighed. "This is already my slowest speed." "Sigh, I'll try my best." Hearing the lion's annoying sigh, the saber-toothed tiger and the other demonic beasts almost vomited blood. Could this fellow be any more shameless? Fox and the others are really elated this time. Yang Xianxia walked to Bailey Hongshuang's side and looked at the girl who was much younger than her. Her heart was filled with admiration and emotion. In the past year, she clearly understood that the reason why Hongshuang could have such a high status among the demonic beasts was because of her seriousness and preparation. She thought that even if she and Lingfeng met the three monsters first, their situation would definitely not be better than Hongshuang's. Although Hongshuang was weak, she had always used other methods to win her dignity and the respect of these monsters. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly, smiling as she looked at the group of demonic beasts not far away. This is how they should be. She liked to see Fox and the others' proud faces, just like when they first met. Speaking of which, I feel that Yang Lingfeng has completely regarded himself as a monster now. Xiao He lazily leaned on Bailey Hongshuang's shoulder and yawned. Logically speaking, it was the real monster. However, ever since Yang Lingfeng appeared, it felt that this guy was happier than it was. Yang Qinshua's lips twitched. This guy has already let go of himself. I feel that with his intelligence, he is really suitable to be with them. Great minds think alike. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. Her nightingale-like laughter was pleasant to the ears. After meeting the saber-toothed tiger and the others, Fox and the others were not in a hurry to speed up. They always controlled their speed to be a little ahead of them, but not too far away. This situation angered the saber-toothed tiger and the others. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they could not change the situation and could only endure it. "Boss, if this continues, I'm afraid everyone will have opinions about you again." The fierce cloud monkey walked to the saber-toothed tiger's side, his words full of worry. "I know." The saber-toothed tiger's face was gloomy, "but what can we do now? It originally wanted to use this opportunity to redeem everything, but who would have thought that it would be counterattacked by the other party? The situation couldn't get any worse, but it had no other way." The blazing cloud monkey sighed as well. He lowered his voice and said, "Boss, we may not be able to do anything right now, but we can still think of something once we reach the saint's world." "You mean?" The saber-toothed tiger's expression changed slightly, and the sinister look in its eyes became even more intense. The fierce cloud monkey nodded. "Since they didn't know what was good for them and dared to challenge your dignity time and time again, they deserved to end up like this." "You're right." The saber-toothed tiger raised its eyebrows. "This kind of fellow should be dealt with directly." After drifting for several days, the group of demonic beasts gathered together, and it was very lively. At the request of the group of demonic beasts, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others directly began to prepare food and wine on the ship. "Damn it, they're really too much." The fierce cloud monkey couldn't help but be annoyed. "These fellows are deliberately making us unhappy." During these days of drifting on the river, these fellows deliberately drove the ship faster. After they disappeared, they became very anxious. Unfortunately, their ship could only go so fast, so there was nothing they could do but be anxious. However, when they knew that they were nearing, they then saw the real situation clearly. So these fellows had purposely stopped the boat for no other reason but to catch fish in the river. After seeing them, they even ridiculed them, saying that their speed was simply too slow. They had already caught the fish and were still waiting for them. In the following few days, this kind of thing kept repeating itself. If it was just like this, it would be fine, but these fellows were still cooking on the boat and even purposely tempting them. Originally they didn't take it to heart. After all, it wasn't as if they hadn't eaten this fish before. No matter how they cooked it, it tasted the same, but these fellows were bragging as if it was the best in the world. "Saber-toothed tiger, do you want to have a taste?" The fox waved the fish in its hand and asked complacently. "Fox, you really haven't seen the world. It's just a fish and you're so agitated. Don't you think it's funny?" The saber-toothed tiger's eyes were filled with disdain. The fox laughed. "That's because you haven't tasted what is a real delicacy. Our white fellow's food is not just any ordinary delicacy. Even if you want to eat, I won't give it to you." "I don't care either." Bailey Hongzhuang, who was standing by the side, looked at the fox and the saber-toothed tiger's routine bickering. This fellow was obviously trying to anger the saber-toothed tiger to death. "Fox, give them a few fish," Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly said. Hearing that, the fox's face fell. "Why should I give it to them?" "Listen to me." Bailey Hongzhuang didn't explain. Seeing that, although the fox was unwilling, it could only do as it was told. The world was big and the white fellow was the biggest. "Here, I'll let you have a taste of what is a delicacy on earth." The fox took out a few fish and reluctantly put one back before throwing it towards the boat on the opposite bank. The saber-toothed tiger wasn't willing to catch it, but the other demonic beasts on the boat still caught it. Actually, they had been watching for a few days and were very curious about it. As the grilled fish entered their hands, they smelled that incomparably alluring fragrance. This fragrance was something they had never smelled before and had completely exceeded their knowledge. "What kind of grilled fish is this? Why is it so fragrant? Why don't we try it? Their behavior is so exaggerated. Why don't we give it a try and find out? If the taste is really not that good, then we can mock them, right?" Many demonic beasts secretly looked at the saber-toothed tiger's expression while secretly pulling off a piece of fish and stuffing it into their mouths. After tasting it, the demonic beast's expression immediately changed. Deep amazement appeared in its eyes. "Oh my God, this is too delicious. How did you do it? The grilled fish I usually eat doesn't taste like this." Following a cry of surprise, the other demonic beasts couldn't resist the temptation and came over to have a taste. Once they tasted it, they couldn't stop. A few fish were simply not enough to eat. By the time the other beasts reacted, the few fish were already gone. For a moment, the group of demonic beasts eagerly looked at the ship in front of him. It would have been fine if he hadn't tasted it, but after tasting it, he was even more envious as he watched the other party eat it. They could only taste a mouthful, but the other party could eat the whole thing. However, due to the enmity between the two sides, they could only watch helplessly. Their hearts felt terrible. "You flatter me." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. At first, the fox and the others did not understand Bailey Hongzhuang's intentions, but when they noticed the change in the demonic beasts on the other side, they thought about it carefully and gradually. Understood. White fellow, you're really smart. The fox's face was filled with excitement. Previously, no matter how much they coveted the other party, they did not seem to be affected too much. However, the white fellow had only casually given out a few fish and had caused such a huge change in the demonic beast's attitudes. She was simply too amazing. Haha, this is really satisfying. The lion's face was filled with joy as well. It has been a long time since it felt so refreshed. Looking at the demonic beast's expressions, it was simply indescribably satisfying. Hence, the journey on the boat was spent under the fox and the other's extreme delight while the saber-toothed tiger and the other's extreme torment. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly noticed a faintly discernible immortal bridge in front of him. Her eyes immediately shone with a dazzling light. She had previously heard the fox mention that when they saw an immortal bridge, they would no longer need to continue on the boat. Look, the immortal bridge has appeared. Xiaohei pointed excitedly in front of him. All they could see was mist curling up in front of him. Layers upon layers of mist made the place look like an immortal realm. A huge bridge was hidden in the immortal chi and they could vaguely make out the outline of it. The sunlight here seemed to be tinged with a hint of gentleness. It was less intense and more spacious. Bathed in the sunlight, everyone felt enlightened and their moods brightened. We can disembark once we reach the front. The fox looked excitedly in front of him. White fellow, this bridge is not just a bridge, it's also a test. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at the bridge in a different light. They had previously heard from the fox that it was not an easy task to enter the holy realm. Every time, many demonic beasts would arrive, but they would have to go through a series of selections. As for the final quota for the Holy Spirit fruit, it was even more difficult. In fact, they were not unfamiliar with this. It was just like when they encountered inheritances or explored secret realms. It was definitely not easy to reach the end. With their strength, it was basically impossible for them to obtain the Holy Spirit fruit. Aside from that, they had another reason why they had to enter the saint's world. Because they wanted to find Bewitching. If they could not enter the saint's world, they would not be able to confirm whether Bewitching was in the saint's world. If he missed this opportunity, it would be even more difficult to find Bewitching in the future. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were a little more dignified. With their cultivation, their chances of passing through the trial were the lowest among all the demonic beasts, but no matter what, she had to try her best. Fox, according to your past experience, how can we cross this bridge? Xianxia turned to look at the fox. They didn't know anything about the bridge, so they could only place their hopes on other monsters. Even if it was just a little bit more information, the chances of success would be much higher. Hearing this, the three demonic beasts looked at each other. Their faces were filled with confusion. We really don't know how to pass through. When we came here before, it was all by chance. Fox said seriously. Then how do you judge your chances? Xianxia was puzzled. Logically speaking, no matter what kind of checkpoint it was, there would be a way to pass it. Even if it was a chance, there would still be a standard to judge it. Those with chance will pass it smoothly, those without chance will fall off the bridge. The fox thought. The rock and the lion at the side asked, "Am I right?" "Yes, that's right." The lion nodded. "How can something like chance be judged by us?" "That's how we judge it based on this bridge. The demon beasts in the holy realm are so smart, how can we judge this method?" The rock pretended to look into the distance. All of this can be understood but not explained. Xianxia became more and more confused. This bridge is so hard to understand? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the three demon beasts helplessly and said, "In the end, you haven't paid attention to the method at all, right?" Hearing this, the three demon beasts paused for a moment before nodding. "That seems to be the case." Yang Qinxue, Yang Lingfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with emotion. "I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. Only you can understand all of this." Yang Qinxue was also very embarrassed. She was almost confused by what these guys said just now. So this was what it was all about, right? You said that this checkpoint was set up by the demon beasts in the Holy Realm? Bailey Hongzhuang remembered the key point in the fox's words and asked again. The fox nodded. Of course. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart also had a trace of understanding. Soon, the boat stopped under the bridge. "Let's get off the boat." The demon beasts quickly got off the boat. The saber-toothed tiger and the rest were clearly slower and only arrived after they had all gotten off the boat. Looking at the majestic bridge in front of them, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were in awe. Wow, this bridge is so beautiful. Yang Qinxue looked at the colorful bridge in front of her in surprise. The bridge was made up of 7 different colors, and it looked as bright and dazzling as a rainbow. Dense fog drifted around the bridge, adding a trace of immortal aura. "It's really beautiful here," Bailey Hongzhuang said emotionally. Ever since he came to this mystic realm, the environment here was unprecedentedly beautiful, and the immortal bridge in front of him was even more unique. "White guy, you guys have to be careful in a while." The fox looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. "We can't protect you here either. Once you're eliminated, you'll fall off the immortal bridge. There's nothing we can do." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "I understand. Get ready and we'll set off." Lion looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two and reminded them. "Wait," Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly said, "Fox, I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" "Old man, if there's anything you want, just say it. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely do it. Even if you want me to give the Holy Spirit fruit to you, it's not impossible." Fox chuckled. "Then you'll have to marry me." "I'm not going to marry you." Bailey Hongzhuang rolled her eyes. This guy still hasn't given up. Bailey Hongzhuang was speechless. Was she always being teased by demonic beasts? Let's be serious. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's serious expression, the 3 demonic beasts immediately stopped joking. "White guy, what's the matter? We still have a brother who is wandering outside, and we don't know where he is at the moment. If you see demonic beasts similar to us after entering the Holy Realm, then he will definitely be our brother. If we can't enter, I hope you can inform him that we are waiting for him outside." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were serious. If they couldn't enter, then they could only pin their hopes on the 3 demonic beasts. Hearing this, the 3 demonic beasts also understood. "White guy, I don't want to pour cold water on you, but ordinary demonic beasts can't enter the Holy Realm at all." The lion couldn't help but say, "Your brother went missing more than a year ago, and the Holy Realm gate only opens once every 300 years. No matter what, he can't enter the Holy Realm. You don't have to care about this. If he's not here, you don't have to care. If he's here, you must help me tell him." Bailey Hongzhuang was too lazy to explain. They were teleported here, and this couldn't be judged based on the common sense here. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's serious look, the 3 demonic beasts couldn't bear to pour cold water on her and immediately nodded. "Don't worry, if we see him, we will definitely bring him out." Bailey Hongzhuang showed a relieved expression and then stepped on the Rainbow Immortal Bridge with the group of demonic beasts. The moment she stepped on the Immortal Bridge, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that the bridge was very soft to the touch, as if she was stepping on cotton. "What bridge is this? It feels too magical, doesn't it?" Yang Qinxue couldn't help but smile. As a woman, she really couldn't resist such a scene. The things she saw during her daily training were all hard and sharp. How could it be as beautiful and soft as this? For a moment, she even had an illusion that everything here wasn't training at all, but a walk in the spring. Most importantly, this walk in the spring was unprecedentedly beautiful. Bailey Hongzhuang was also immersed in it. Every step she took felt like she was walking on cotton candy, and if she wasn't careful, she would sink deeper. The warm touch surrounded her. "Sister, you have to stay calm. Yang Lingfeng looked at Yang Qinshua's happy face and couldn't help but remind her. We're here to train, don't treat this as a place to play. What kind of a joke? His sister was completely immersed in the beauty in front of her eyes, and she had completely forgotten the purpose of her visit. Okay, hearing Yang Lingfeng's roar, Yang Qinshuo recovered from her initial surprise, and a trace of guilt appeared in her eyes. This place was really too beautiful. It was really hard to imagine that this was a training ground. I got it. Yang Lingfeng suddenly, and the others couldn't help Hongzhuang, and Hongzhuang couldn't help but look. This bridge must have been purposely designed to look like this so that you wouldn't feel threatened. That's why you were eliminated without anyone noticing. A brilliant move, this is really a brilliant move. No matter if it was Hongzhuang or his elder sister, they were usually calm and collected. None of them would act like a spoiled little girl like this. Looking at Yang Lingfeng's serious look, Bailey Hongzhuang and Yang Qinshuo looked at each other. It was rare to see this guy so clear-headed. Yang Qinshuo patted Yang Lingfeng's shoulder, looking comforted. Brother, it's rare for him to be muddle-headed, but it's rare for you to be so smart. Yang Lingfeng rolled his eyes. At least I'm clear-headed at the crucial moment, unlike you who's muddle-headed when faced with such a situation. Yang Qinshuo pursed her lips. Alright, I admit that what you said makes sense, we really have to be more careful. Bailey Hongzhuang also recovered from her initial surprise. As long as we can cross this bridge, we'll be considered to have passed the first test. Now we don't have to rush, let's see how the other monsters are doing. Hearing this, the two nodded slightly. They didn't have any experience or skills at the moment, but the only thing they could do was to observe and understand everything. When the saber-toothed tiger reached the bridge, it saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two standing behind it, and a trace of disdain appeared in its eyes. I knew that you guys aren't strong enough. Coming here is just asking to be humiliated. Now you don't even dare to go up, isn't that too embarrassing? How can you say that? A trace of anger appeared on Yang Lingfeng's face. He had long found this guy an eyesore. Am I not speaking the truth? The saber-toothed tiger chuckled, a trace of pride on its face. We're just observing. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the saber-toothed tiger provocatively. Only by observing can we pass the test better. Unlike you guys who only know how to pass the test blindly, and don't know how to summarize your experience to pass the test more safely. After hearing this, the saber-toothed tiger's expression changed, and immediately said unconvinced, who said that we don't have any experience? We have much more experience than you guys who are inexperienced. If you're so capable, then tell me, what experience have you guys summarized? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. I'm here to see if you guys are deliberately trying to trick me. I'll know if you're telling the truth as soon as I hear it. Humph, the saber-toothed tiger snorted coldly. Then let me tell you. This bridge is divided into 3 tests. The first layer was the first third of the bridge. Demonic beasts that couldn't pass through this section would directly fall off the bridge. The second layer was the middle section. Demonic beasts that couldn't pass through would be blown away. As for the demonic beasts in the third section, they would be pushed to the sides by a mysterious force. Only demonic beasts that were fated with the holy world would be able to walk down from the middle. What do you think? Am I right? On the side, Yang Qinshuo and Yang Lingfeng had long been admiring Bailey Hongzhuang. To be able to get information out of the saber-toothed tiger in such a situation, the skill of getting information out of it was simply perfect. I feel that Hongzhuang is getting better at dealing with these demonic beasts. She managed to dig out such useful information in such a short time. Yang Qinshuo's eyes were filled with excitement. She did not doubt the saber-toothed tiger's words at all. So this bridge actually has 3 stages. If we didn't hear it from the saber-toothed tiger, we really wouldn't have known. Following the saber-toothed tiger's words, the demonic beasts on the north side of the river all exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect Boss to be so powerful. He could even see through such a difficult question. Of course. Not just anyone can be boss. Only our boss has such a smart brain. The fierce cloud monkey said proudly. The smile on the saber-toothed tiger's face gradually widened as he said arrogantly, with your brain, it's impossible for you to figure out all of this. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, what you said is just a fact that everyone knows. Fox and the others have already told me all of this. Fox, who was not far away, couldn't help but feel a little guilty when the saber-toothed tiger said all of this. Thinking back to when the white fellow asked it, it didn't know anything at all. Wasn't that why it was defeated by the saber-toothed tiger? However, it didn't expect that the white fellow would protect its dignity in such a situation. It immediately felt even more touched. No, she had to marry the white guy. Saber-toothed tiger, don't be so cocky. This is nothing at all. The fox mocked. The saber-toothed tiger's expression changed slightly as it looked at the fox in confusion. Didn't this fellow only come to the holy world once? Could it be that he had already figured out all of this? You guys are talking nonsense. The saber-toothed tiger said coldly. Immediately, it stopped talking and hurriedly walked forward. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled up slightly. These simple fellows were too easy to deceive. After the demonic beasts were some distance away, Bailey Hongshuang also noticed that when they were about 5 meters on the bridge, some demonic beasts began to fall off the bridge one after another. This cotton candy-like bridge seemed to be directly connected. The demonic beasts would directly fall into it and eventually fall off the bridge. According to the information they received, even if they fell off the bridge, their lives wouldn't be in danger. However, this meant that they wouldn't be able to enter the holy world. Bailey Hongshuang and the other two weren't in a hurry. There was no time limit to this level, so they still had some time to observe how they could successfully pass this level. I can't see through this either. Yang Lingfeng frowned as he looked at the demonic beasts. They didn't do anything at all. Every demonic beast was in a similar state. They just moved forward one after another. Some of the demonic beasts directly fell down without any signs. There was no clue at all. This is indeed a little strange. I can't see what this test is. Yang Xianxia was also confused. She thought that this checkpoint should be a test of strength, but from the looks of it, there was no such thing as a test of strength at all. Could it really be like what the fox and the others said? That it all depends on luck? Bailey Hongshuang just quietly observed the situation in front of her, not answering. She believed that no matter what kind of assessment it was, there would always be a certain standard. Just because they didn't discover it didn't mean that the standard didn't exist. They just needed to spend more effort to find it. Or tiger. There was no time left, but he hadn't found anything yet. This feeling was too depressing. Don't worry, we won't be eliminated in the first test. Bailey Hongshuang's lips slowly curved into a faint smile, her delicate jade-like face shining with a confident luster. When she said this, Yang Xianxia and Yang Lingfeng looked at her in confusion. Why? Let's try walking over first. Bailey Hongshuang took the lead and walked steadily towards the middle of the bridge. Yang Xianxia and Yang Lingfeng followed after her, but they couldn't help but feel nervous. If something went wrong, they would be eliminated. However, as Bailey Hongshuang walked up step by step, the two realized that everything was just as she said. The entire process was very smooth. They didn't encounter any problems and didn't fall off the bridge. Hongshuang, what's going on? Yang Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Bailey Hongshuang looked ahead quietly. At this moment, there were already some monsters that were blown down by the demonic wind. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't resist the force and could only passively fall down. I'm not completely sure yet. I'll tell you when I'm sure. Hearing this, Yang Xianxia didn't continue to ask. Bailey Hongshuang always had her own ideas. Since she said this, it meant that she had a certain clue, which was undoubtedly the best. For a moment, the two continued to observe the monsters in front of them. They wanted to find the similarities between the monsters that were blown away. When the saber-toothed tiger noticed that Bailey Hongshuang and the other two weren't immediately eliminated, its face turned ugly. I didn't think that these guys would be so lucky. They actually passed the first test. The fierce cloud monkey's eyes darkened. Boss, this is only the first test. These guys are just blind cats that met a dead mouse. They will fall down sooner or later. In the holy world, luck alone isn't enough. We'll get rid of them sooner or later. The saber-toothed tiger turned its head and continued forward. The coldness in its eyes became more and more intense. After Bailey Hongshuang observed for a moment, a look of understanding appeared on her face. Hongshuang, it's time for us to leave. Yang Lingfeng wanted to take a step forward, but Bailey Hongshuang quickly stopped him. Wait. What happened? I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to pass this stage. We have to make some preparations. As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang took out a few items from her chaos ring. Make some preparations? Yang Lingfeng looked doubtfully at the things in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. Why are you taking out these refining materials? We can only pass this stage if we carry these things with us. Yang Xianxia was stunned. Why is that? In the first stage, the demonic beasts that were eliminated were those that were too bulky. In the second stage, the demonic beasts that were blown away were those that were too light. Therefore, if we want to pass the second stage, we have to make ourselves heavier. Otherwise, with our weight, we will definitely be blown away. Human's reminder was very weak in front of the demonic beasts. If they walked up in this state, they would definitely lose. Did I hear wrongly? Yang Lingfeng's eyes widened. The technique to pass this level is so simple? He had been thinking about whether this level tested the demonic beast's intelligence or strength, and how it was judged. However, the reason Bailey Hongzhuang gave him was too blind. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. It's that simple. If you don't believe me, think carefully about the situation of the demonic beasts that fell down just now. The siblings immediately thought about it seriously. After thinking about it, the two of them also realized that the situation seemed to be the case. Looking at the demonic beasts in front of them, the ones that were blown away were indeed the smaller ones. The lightning fox was directly blown down. The fox's body was also a little shaky, but it had been holding on. Is this test really that simple? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. With their intelligence, how difficult do you think the test will be? Yang Lingfeng. What you said makes sense. Yang Qianxia, Hongzhuang, you're still the best. I was thinking too much before. Sure enough, when facing these demonic beasts, they could only think in the simplest way to get close to their situation. Once they thought in a complicated way, it would be wrong. It's such a simple technique to pass the level, but these guys actually didn't realize it. It's really too stupid. Yang Lingfeng patted Yang Qianxia's shoulder and sighed. Get used to it. These guys' intelligence has always been like this. I'm more and more at ease with Bewitching now. If he's really in the holy world, he shouldn't be in danger. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed in relief. From the design of this level, it could be seen that the demonic beasts in the holy world weren't that smart. After the three of them tied the refining materials to their bodies, passing the second level became very smooth. At the end of the second level, the three of them stopped and continued to observe the third level. The first level can't be too heavy, the second level can't be too light. I wonder what the third level is going to be. Yang Lingfeng straightened his expression and said in one go, I'll definitely be able to find out this level. Yang Qianxia didn't say anything, but she was also full of energy. Along the way, they had relied on Hongzhuang to be their strategist. After being reminded so many times, if they still couldn't discover the third stage, then they would be too useless. As some of the demonic beasts were driven away, Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised to find that among the remaining demonic beasts on the bridge, the number of demonic beasts on the south side of the river was obviously higher than the number of demonic beasts on the north side of the river. This discovery made her feel very strange. From the situation of the previous two trials, the passing rate of the demonic beasts on both sides of the river was almost the same. Only this third trial had such a difference. Why was this? Yang Lingfeng was racking his brain. He tried to think in the simplest possible direction, but he realized that he couldn't think of any possibility at all. To be honest, it wasn't easy to think about things from the perspective of these guys. I really can't figure out what the third stage is. What is it? Yang Lingfeng patted his own head. These blockheads always think in a tricky way. How is that possible? Yang Lingfeng retorted without hesitation, Sister, isn't your thinking a little too weird? That seems to be the case. Yang Qianxia felt a little guilty. She just couldn't think of any other possibilities and just happened to think of this point, so she blurted it out. Now that Yang Lingfeng retorted like this, she regretted saying it out loud. After all, it was a little strange. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly chuckled, Qianxia is right. Ah? Yang Lingfeng was stunned, what do you mean? I mean, this third round should be testing one's looks. Her ink-black beautiful eyes shone with a bright luster. She didn't understand at first, but later on, she unconsciously thought of this point. Because the thoughts of these demon beasts were too simple. They had always been very concerned about being smart and looking good. According to the past, the demon beasts on both sides of the river should be about the same. However, the demon beasts on the south side of the river had a much higher probability of passing, and this was also due to the clothes. Damn, it can't be? Yang Lingfeng was dumbfounded. Such a weird reason could actually be used for the assessment. Can't this assessment be a little more serious? Look at the previous two stages, you should have already realized that this isn't a serious assessment. Yang Lingfeng face-bombed, alright, you're right. White guy, do your best. Fox and the others had already reached the other side of the bridge and were waving at them. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled up slightly, and she looked at the two people beside her. Let's go too. Yang Lingfeng swaggered up, I'm still confident in my looks. At least I'm better looking than these demon beasts, right? That's not necessarily true. Demon beasts may have different aesthetic standards. If you fall, I'll laugh for the rest of my life. Yang Xianxia said sarcastically. Yang Lingfeng, you're my sister. It wasn't until the three of them successfully passed the immortal bridge that they breathed a sigh of relief. White guy, you guys actually passed, that's great. Fox excitedly came to Bailey Hongshuang's side. I knew you were people with great luck. Maybe you'll be able to enter the holy realm like I did when I first came here. You really dare to dream. A fellow who hasn't even reached the elementary immortal stage wants to enter the holy world? You're simply blaspheming the holy world. The fierce cloud monkey looked at Bailey Hongshuang and the other two with disdain. It was sure that they had only relied on luck. It wasn't that this kind of thing hadn't happened before, but after facing the later stages, their true colors would be revealed. You idiot, what do you know? Fox looked at the fierce cloud monkey in disdain. Take a good look. You guys from the north of the river bank left behind much less than us. If you ask me, you guys are the ones who are really making up the numbers. What nonsense are you talking about? The fierce cloud monkeys retorted as they subconsciously looked behind them. They were surprised to find that there were fewer of them. At a glance, most of the demonic beasts were dressed in red, and their numbers could be clearly seen at a glance. This is really strange. Why is their survival rate so much higher than ours? The fierce cloud monkey was puzzled. In terms of combat power, they were stronger than the fox and the others. What was going on? Don't think about it now. This is only the first stage. No one knows the final result. The saber-toothed tiger swept away the haze in its heart. Ever since they set off, they had been suppressed by the fox and the others. If they didn't adjust their conditions soon, the situation would only get worse. The first stage is about appearance. I don't know what will be tested later. Yang Lingfeng looked at the mountain in front of him. He really felt that these monsters had strange thoughts. Usually, he couldn't understand them. I think this is pretty good. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. If it was about strength, we would have been eliminated long ago. You're right. Yang Lingfeng nodded. Then let's hope they can continue to maintain this standard. Looking at the towering mountain in front of them, Bailey Hongshuang asked, is the holy realm on this mountain? The fox shook its head. We have to cross this mountain. After passing the test, we will have the chance to enter the holy gate. Don't underestimate this mountain. This is also a test. We have to follow this stream and move forward. There is a certain requirement for strength. The lion looked at the three of them and thought for a moment. Then, it said, although your strength is a little weak, the difficulty of this stage isn't very high. As long as you work hard, there should be hope of success. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang's heart also had a trace of understanding, and then continued to follow the three wicked beasts. A clear stream meandered down from the top of the mountain. It was like the water of the immortal realm. One by one, the monsters walked barefoot into the stream. Bailey Hongshuang took off her shoes and walked into the stream with her hands holding the corner of her skirt. The cold touch of the stream instantly spread up. In that instant, she felt as if she was cold from head to toe. She couldn't help but shiver. His feet followed the stream all the way up. The stream seemed to be getting colder and colder, and his feet unconsciously became numb. A faint power entered her body from the stream, and Bailey Hongzhuang found that her consciousness was becoming clearer and clearer, as if her mind had never been so clear before. There's a mysterious power in this stream. Xianxia looked at the stream under her feet in amazement. The stream didn't look any different, but after entering, she noticed the difference. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. This stream water has a purifying effect. Our elemental energy and mental energy are being purified. The reason why she felt that her mind was becoming clearer and clearer was because her spiritual power was also being purified. As an alchemist, she was very clear about the importance of mental energy. However, mental energy was different from origin energy. Even medicinal pills that had an effect on mental energy were extremely rare. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary stream would actually have such an effect? It was truly miraculous. My entire body is about to freeze. This process is too painful. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her head and looked at the path in front of her. She was surprised to find that the path was very long. It was not easy to walk through it. We have to hold on. It's not just to pass the level. It's also very beneficial for us. A trace of firmness appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's clear black and white eyes. Her hands clenched into fists, her feet already cold as she resolutely moved forward. Yang Lingfeng nodded slightly and stopped joking. He was also very clear that this kind of opportunity was very rare for cultivators. Even if they could not enter the Holy Realm, this baptism would be very helpful for their future. Their bodies gradually became numb, but their minds were unprecedentedly clear. Unknowingly, a thought gradually appeared in everyone's mind. Why do you cultivate? This thought kept appearing in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. All of her attention was fixed on this question. Why do you cultivate? To become stronger, to protect the people you care about. One after another, these thoughts appeared in her mind. These questions were like rhetorical questions knocking on her heart. Unknowingly, her heart became abnormally firm. Many of the distracting thoughts gradually dissipated in this process. Only the initial belief was left. Living in this world, there were too many complications and temptations. Many cultivators had unknowingly forgotten their original intentions. Once they lost their way, it would be very difficult to maintain their original pace. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes became brighter. After she understood everything, she only felt that the coldness in her feet seemed to have dissipated. Now, every step Yang Lingfeng took was very difficult. It seemed that he could collapse at any time. His mind was unprecedentedly clear. Why do I cultivate? The reason he wanted to break through the elementary celestial stage and enter the real immortal realm was to fulfill his father's wish. He was very clear that his father had been longing to enter the immortal realm for so many years. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his cultivation, he could only stay in the chaotic immortal realm. Therefore, since he was young, his father had entrusted this wish to him. As for him, he had never thought about why he wanted to cultivate. He had always treated his father's wish as his goal. Yang Xianxia also fell into deep thought. The originally noisy group had unconsciously quietened down. Even the group of demonic beasts were completely immersed in their own emotions. It wasn't until Bailey Hongzhuang felt that her body had returned to normal and no longer felt the cold water under her feet that she suddenly woke up. When she looked ahead again, she suddenly realized that Fox and the others were already standing in front of her, looking at her with a smile. She turned to look at the stream she had just walked past. Only then did she notice that the stream was not as long as she had imagined. It was just a very simple stream. Yang Lingfeng and Yang Xianxia were still in the stream, but their speed was very slow. It could be described as the speed of a turtle. There was a trace of confusion on both of their faces, as if they were immersed in their own world. It was only at this moment that Bailey Hongzhuang realized that it was all an illusion. White guy, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The lion looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in amazement. This stage looked very simple, but it was not easy to pass it easily. Any demonic beast that couldn't figure it out would be trapped here for a long time. Some demonic beasts could still pass the stage after figuring it out, but if they spent too much time here, it meant that they failed to pass the stage. They thought that this stage would be very difficult for the white guy and the others, But they did not expect the white guy's speed to be not much slower than theirs. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled in the face of the three demonic beasts' astonished gazes. She had experienced a lot along the way, so this stage was not too difficult for her. I wonder if the green guy and the others can pass? The fox looked worriedly at the two people behind who were still immersed in their own world. There is a time limit here. If they can't pass the stage in the time limit, they will lose. Speaking of which, this stage is different from the previous ones. The difficulty has been reduced by a lot. The rock flapped its wings. In the past, I was in my favorite illusion, so I couldn't judge. Now, you're just asking me what the purpose of cultivation is. Isn't this too simple? The fox nodded. Maybe we have a lot of fate with the holy world, so the stage is simple. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. What is the purpose of your cultivation? To survive. The three demonic beasts said in unison. If we are too weak, we won't be able to find a good cave, and good fruit trees won't belong to us. For these, we have to work hard to improve our strength. Looking at the three demonic beasts' extremely sincere expressions, Bailey Hongzhuang finally believed that everything they said before was true. It turned out that this stage was only more difficult for them, but for these simple-minded demonic beasts, it was not difficult at all. Boss, if this guy is left alive, he will definitely be a disaster in the future. The blazing cloud monkey looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again. He wanted to see this guy get eliminated, but he did not expect this guy's performance to be so outstanding. On the other hand, the demonic beasts that had not broken through to the elementary celestial stage had a much worse performance. I'll find a chance to get rid of her when I challenge the stage later. The saber-toothed tiger narrowed its eyes, and a fierce look flashed across its eyes. It finally knew that since this guy appeared, these guys south of the river bank had become more and more arrogant. Although the other two fellows were of the same race as her, they were obviously not as smart as this fellow. Otherwise, they would not have been suppressed by them for so long. The next stage is indeed a good opportunity. The fierce cloud monkey's eyes lit up. The checkpoints ahead were all very gentle. If he rashly attacked, these fellows south of the river bank would definitely not sit by and watch. Right now, they were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Once they started fighting, their situation would become even worse, so they could only make their moves secretly. There's not much time left. Will Little Qing and the others make it in time? Rock was a little anxious. He looked like he couldn't wait to drag Green Guy and the others over. Let's wait a little longer. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at the two of them. She still had a glimmer of hope that they would be able to pass. As time passed, the expressions of the surrounding demonic beasts gradually became serious. Although Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know how long this stage would take, she could roughly guess from the demonic beasts' expressions. They're getting closer and closer. The rock paid attention to Xianxia and Xianxia's footsteps. Although they were moving at an extremely slow pace, it was undeniable that they were still moving forward. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Soon. It's almost time. The lion was clearly not optimistic. If we don't figure it out soon, I'm afraid we won't make it in time. I really don't understand. Is this question so difficult to answer? The rock was puzzled. This kind of question wasn't a problem for it at all. Not all demonic beasts have the same brain circuitry as you. Xiaohei's lips twitched. Sometimes, having a simple brain circuitry like theirs wasn't necessarily a bad thing. I knew that not all demonic beasts are as smart as me. You don't have to emphasize it. I know what I'm doing. Xiaohei covered her face. Pretend I didn't say anything. The stream is gradually disappearing. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed. She suddenly noticed that the stream was gradually disappearing from behind. Once the stream completely disappears and they still haven't made it out, it means that they've failed. The fox reminded. The demonic beasts behind them were gradually disappearing. It was obvious that they had been eliminated. Right at this moment, Yang Lingfeng finally opened his eyes and looked at everyone excitedly. Hey, I passed the stage very quickly, right? Looking at the man's expectant smile, the fox and the rest's lips twitched. They gave a perfunctory laugh. As long as you're happy. Yang Lingfeng pursed his lips. Do you have to be so perfunctory? Now only Xianxia is left. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell on young Xianxia. She was only a short distance away from passing the stage. As long as she could see through it, she still had a chance. Why is old sis slower than me? Yang Lingfeng was a little surprised. He always thought that his old sis was incomparably firm on this point. He didn't expect her to see through it slower than him. Sis, hurry up. Yang Lingfeng looked at the speed at which the stream was disappearing. There was a hint of anxiousness in his voice. You can't shout here. Rock covered Yang Lingfeng's mouth. Bah. Yang Lingfeng brushed away the bird feathers at the corner of his mouth. Only by shouting can she realize the current situation. This is completely useless, okay? As soon as Rock finished speaking, he realized that young Xianxia had already crossed the stream and was in front of everyone. How is it? Yang Lingfeng raised his eyebrows. With me, your younger brother, calling out to you, won't you be faster? You can do that? Rock was confused. Phew, that was close. Yang Xianxia took a deep breath. I almost couldn't pass. Sis, you're too slow. Luckily, I shouted at the end. Yang Lingfeng looked proud. Why did you take so long to think about this question? I've never thought about this question carefully before. It's just that everyone is cultivating, so I'm cultivating as well. However, after thinking about it carefully this time, I completely understood. Yang Xianxia's eyes lit up like never before. She had been stuck in the glorious sun stage for quite some time, but she was still far from the elementary immortal stage. After such a long time, she could not even touch the barrier, let alone break through. The elementary immortal stage seemed to be infinitely far away, like a vast and boundless sea. She did not know where the shore was. However, after the baptism just now, she suddenly felt that it was no longer an ocean, but a lake. It was no longer so far away. Yang Lingfeng nodded seriously. Sister, I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't mention it. I realized that I've touched the barrier of the elementary immortal stage. Really? Yang Xianxia asked excitedly. Of course. Yang Lingfeng's lips could not help but curl upward. I've been unable to touch it for so many years. Now, I finally have hope of breaking through. Joy bloomed on their faces. Everything else aside, just this point alone made their trip here worth it. That's great. Bailey Hongzhuang was also happy for the two from the bottom of her heart. Let's go. We have to continue moving forward. The lion reminded them. Everyone came back to their senses and realized that the saber-toothed tiger and the rest had already taken the lead and headed up the mountain. Although I didn't expect you to waste so much time on this stage, it's great to have such a reward. The fox smiled. You have to break through the elementary immortal stage as soon as possible. That way, the saber-toothed tiger can't keep using this as a joke. Don't worry. I'll definitely break through soon. Yang Lingfeng was full of confidence. Even the mention of the saber-toothed tiger could not ruin his good mood. The 3 people and 4 beasts continued up the mountain. There were originally quite a number of monsters, but after passing these 2 stages, only half of them were left. Fox, what's next? Yang Xianxia asked curiously. If she had been just a little slower, she would have failed. The next stage might be even more difficult, so she could not help but worry. After we cross this mountain, we'll see the gate to the Holy Realm. The fox pointed ahead. The mountain towered into the clouds and could not be flown. It would take some time to walk over. We can enter the Holy Realm directly? How to enter the gates of the Holy Realm is still a test. I'll explain it to you in detail when we get there, the fox said. Hearing this, the 3 of them nodded slightly. Obviously, only the gate of the Holy World was left. Once they succeeded, they would be able to enter the Saints' World. Male Master, I hope you're here. Xiaohei prayed silently. It had been a long time since she last saw Xiaobai, and she missed her a little. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Xiaohei, and a look of longing surfaced in her eyes. She had not seen Beichen for a long time. As everyone reached the halfway point of the mountain, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that the gravity on her body was getting heavier. With the physique of a cultivator, climbing over a mountain was not a problem at all. However, this mountain was clearly not an ordinary mountain. The higher one climbed, the greater the pressure. Oh my god, am I going to be crushed to death before I even get over this mountain? Yang Lingfeng had a bitter expression on his face, sweat constantly seeping out of his forehead. It's just that I'm too lazy and lack exercise. The rock clicked its tongue and shook its head. This kind of pressure was nothing to them at all. They didn't expect this guy to be so tired. Yang Lingfeng was also speechless. He wasn't a demonic beast at all, alright, the human race's physical body couldn't be compared to the beast race's. In this aspect, the beast race had a natural advantage over the human race. But right now, he could only swallow the bitterness into his stomach. Look, that white fellow is your younger sister. She's stronger than you. What nonsense are you talking about? Yang Lingfeng turned his head to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. He suddenly realized that she wasn't as pale as he was. On the contrary, her face wasn't red and her heart wasn't beating fast. It was as if she wasn't affected in the slightest. How is this possible? Yang Lingfeng was dumbfounded. Don't you feel the pressure? The pressure here is indeed not small. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. It won't be easy for us to climb over this mountain. Why do you look so much more relaxed than me? Yang Lingfeng looked at her curiously. He could clearly see that Hongzhuang's current state wasn't a pretense. Probably because I train more than you. Yang Lingfeng. You're kidding me. The fox raised its eyebrows. I told you that white fellow trains more than you. You only know how to eat all day. You should learn from her. Yang Lingfeng was speechless. Alright, you're right. Hongzhuang, I didn't know that you know how to train your body. Yang Xianxia had long understood that the reason why Hongzhuang was able to do this was because of her body training. Cultivators of body training might not be able to see it on normal days, but at this time, the difference was clearly reflected. Looking at Hongzhuang's elegant and refined appearance, she really didn't expect her to know how to train her body. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Body training helps to improve one's strength. That's why Beichen and I both trained. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that although the two of you are young, your comprehension of cultivation is not at all vague. You are actually much more powerful than us. She had once heard from her father that the path of body refinement was much more difficult than ordinary cultivation. A cultivator must have a very strong will to be able to endure such pain. In fact, most cultivators were unable to persevere. It was precisely because of this that his father had always admired body cultivators. She didn't expect that Hongzhuang, who looked so delicate, would suffer so much. Indeed, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. If you can climb over this mountain, I'm sure your physique will improve by quite a bit. Bailey Hongzhuang looked up. The current pressure did not affect her much, but when she reached the top, the pressure would not be small. Since she had come to the chaotic celestial realm, she hadn't had the chance to cultivate her body. She wondered if this mountain would help her. Yang Lingfeng gritted his teeth. No matter what, I will do my best to persevere. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, her steps firm as she moved forward. Little Black's situation was also relatively easy. As a demonic beast, his physical strength was also very strong. This kind of pressure was very easy for him. The closer they got to the mountain, the greater the pressure. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly realized that they were not the only ones feeling the pressure. Even some of the weaker monsters were feeling the same pressure. The terrifying pressure was like a mountain pressing down on them. Every step they took was extremely difficult. Fox, did any of your demonic beasts get crushed to death when you passed this stage? Yang Lingfeng took another step with great difficulty. In the end, he could not help but ask the question in his heart. Judging by the pressure, he might be crushed into a pile of meat paste in the end. No. The fox shook its head. The saint's realm is not cruel. Even if we fail, we'll just go back. We won't lose our lives. Hearing this, Yang Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. At least we'll be able to keep our lives. Fox, how do you feel about the pressure? Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly asked. I feel a lot of pressure too. The fox looked distressed. The last time I came here, I hated climbing the most. Bailey Hongzhuang fell into deep thought. When she looked at the mountain again, there was a trace of amazement and admiration in her eyes. Hong Zhuang, did you think of something? According to my judgment, at the later stage, the pressure we're under is actually different. What does that mean? Whether it's strength or physical strength, we're much weaker than the fox and the others. If even they feel the pressure is not small, then the pressure we're under must be very shocking. In history, no monster has ever lost their lives here. This means that the pressure we're under to climb this mountain is the limit of what we can bear. Do you understand? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes shone brightly. Although the training here was different from their usual training, the biggest advantage was that there was no danger to their lives. In their previous training, they could lose their lives if they were not careful. Since there was no such example here, they could only design it this way. Yang Lingfeng and the others were stunned. Then, they quickly understood. So that's how it is. Hong Zhuang, you're really smart. Yang Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. She had been worried that she wouldn't be able to survive until the end. Fortunately, the outcome was much better than she had imagined. So, as long as we persevere and don't waver in our beliefs, the possibility of clearing the stage is still very high. Bailey Hongzhuang's dark and bright eyes sparkled with a dazzling luster. She also wanted to know where her limits were. Perhaps through this trial, she would be able to break through her limits and reach a whole new world. The foxes were still confused, but this did not affect their admiration. White has always been the smartest, haha. Yang Lingfeng and Yang Qinshui glanced at the three guys who were laughing. Could their blind worship of Hong Zhuang be any more obvious? White snow drifted down, and the closer they got to the mountain peak, the more the ground was covered with frost. Looking at the snowy scene, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' eyes lit up. Normally, it's like spring all year round. I didn't think that we'd only be able to see snow at the top of the mountain. Even though I'm half dead tired, I have to say, the scenery is still very beautiful, haha. Hang in there, we're about to reach the top of the mountain. The fox looked at Yang Qinshui and the others who were about to give up and said, when you reach the other side of the mountain, you'll find a completely different situation. Everything will be worth it. The lion nodded, that's right. Back then, I successfully broke through to the elementary celestial stage after crossing this mountain. Yang Lingfeng was clearly exhausted, but he could not help but laugh when he heard this. Don't lie to me. Do I look like a beast that lies? The lion looked serious. Maybe you'll be like me and break through after crossing this mountain. I hope so. Yang Lingfeng's voice trembled. The immense pressure made it impossible for him to stand steadily, and he could only crawl forward. The saber-toothed tiger looked disdainfully at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others who were about to faint and said mockingly, with such little strength, I think you'd better give up. Don't die here. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look. Although the saber-toothed tiger was walking very simply, it was very determined and showed no signs of collapsing. She had to admit that although this fellow was very annoying, it was still quite capable. Although the fox and the others were not bad, there was still a gap between them and the saber-toothed tiger. This was only a mountain, but everyone had already spread out. The strongest group of demonic beasts was undoubtedly at the forefront. The saber-toothed tiger was only one step away from crossing the mountain, and they would probably have to spend a little more time here. Saber-toothed tiger, don't be too proud. Wait until I break through to the elementary celestial stage. One day, I'll defeat you. Yang Lingfeng said angrily. If one day, he was stronger than the saber-toothed tiger, he would capture it and enslave it to do manual labor. He had already planned all kinds of scenarios. With just you? The saber-toothed tiger suddenly laughed, maybe in your next life. You. Yang Lingfeng, who was already exhausted, was suddenly stimulated by this sentence. He stood up again and quickly took a few steps forward. I'll show you what I'm capable of. Looking at Yang Lingfeng, who suddenly looked like he was injected with chicken blood, Bailey Hongzhuang and Yang Qinshui's faces were filled with amazement. So, this fellow had not reached his limit at all. Wow, that's amazing. Fox also sped up and climbed to the top of the mountain. Only then did he pat Yang Lingfeng on the shoulder and said with a look of regret, I didn't expect that. I've always underestimated you. You still have some backbone. Standing at the top of the mountain, Yang Lingfeng didn't know what had happened. When he finally understood, he was dumbfounded. Oh my god, how did I get up here? Aren't I a little too powerful? Bailey Hongzhuang, Xianxia was speechless. He was only handsome for a second. Finally, everyone successfully reached the top of the mountain. The original pressure suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an indescribable sense of ease. Bailey Hongzhuang only felt that her body had become much lighter. This feeling was not only because of the sudden disappearance of the pressure, but also because something else seemed to have changed. However, for a moment, she could not tell what exactly had changed. At first, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not understand what the fox meant. However, after they walked on the path, they understood. Extremely rich and pure origin energy flowed into their bodies continuously. The origin energy that they had consumed during the climb was replenished in a short period of time. Their bodies, which were almost squeezed dry, greedily absorbed the origin energy in the air. In just a short period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang sensed that her cultivation base was increasing. I finally understand why you were able to make a breakthrough back then. Yang Lingfeng spread out his hands and absorbed the origin energy around him. This was what they meant by after suffering comes the sweetness. First, he was squeezed to the extreme. Then, he was replenished. He even felt that the barrier that he had just touched was showing signs of loosening. This was just too amazing. Haha, you can try. Yang Lingfeng shook his head. Although my strength has increased by a lot, there's still a long way to go before I can make a breakthrough. I don't know how much time it would take to make such a huge improvement on a normal day. Right now, he only felt that this experience was really worth it. If he had stayed in the chaotic immortal realm for a year, he would have spent a lot of time just touching the barrier, let alone making a breakthrough. This place is completely a world of cultivation. Yang Xianxia could not help but sigh. She never knew that there was a place that was so suitable for cultivation. No wonder the demonic beasts here were so powerful. Not to mention the fruits and food they usually ate. Even if they only came here once every 300 years, it would be impossible for their strength not to improve. On the other hand, in the chaotic immortal realm, they had to spend a lot of effort just to get some cultivation resources. Yeah, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Maybe there are many other mystic realms that are just as amazing. Hongzhuang, when you see Beichen, you have to help me persuade him. Yang Lingfeng suddenly looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a pleading look. No matter what, he has to stay here for a while. It's best if he can wait until I make a breakthrough to the elementary immortal realm. Even if he is enslaved by the demonic beasts in the holy world, he has to endure it. After all, there's no way to improve his strength, right? Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Yang Lingfeng. Can't you think better of Beichen? This is the worst-case scenario, isn't it? We have to be mentally prepared. No matter what we see later, we shouldn't be too surprised. Otherwise, Beichen would feel awkward when he sees us. That's what my sister and I thought at that time. Haha. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a sneer, then you can wait and see. On the way down the mountain, everyone walked very slowly because they were reluctant to leave the heaven and earth elemental energy that was floating in the air. Unfortunately, they could only stay here for one night. The next day, everything would disappear into nothingness. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Bailey Hongzhuang finally saw the long-awaited Holy World Gate. In their line of sight, a huge green city wall ran through the entire ground. As far as the eye could see, they could not determine how long the city wall was. The green city walls were covered with green plants, and there were also unknown charming flowers blooming on them. It was like a forest paradise. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the city walls fit the characteristics of this place. At first glance, it made one's eyes light up. At the foot of this magnificent city wall, there were 3 large doors. The door in the middle was dazzling gold, and on its left and right were 2 red and green doors respectively. Compared to the door in the middle, the other 2 doors were clearly smaller. Why are there 3 doors here? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. These 3 doors represent different tests. Normally, everyone would go through the 2 doors on the side. As for the door in the middle, it seems that only those chosen by the Saints' World can enter it. Those chosen by the Saints' World? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. It said so. But until now, I haven't seen anyone chosen by the Saints' World. The fox spread out its two paws. I haven't seen this door open either. Maybe the monsters of the saints' world will enter through here. Many demonic beasts are hoping to enter through this golden door, but it's just wishful thinking. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at the dazzling golden door with some curiosity in her eyes. She didn't take it to heart and turned to look at the two doors on the side. Do these two doors mean different tests? Which door are you going to choose? That's right. The fox nodded. The two doors represent different tests every time. The monsters of the saints' world will come out very soon. They will tell us when the time comes. So, we'll be able to see the monsters of the saints' world very soon? Yang Lingfeng immediately became interested. They had heard about the various powerful monsters of the saints' world since a year ago. He wanted to see if the monsters of the saints' world had 3 heads and 6 arms to make these monsters worship them so much. Isn't that right? The Rock was also very excited. Let's stand in front. Who knows, maybe the monsters of the saints' world will give us some hints. There's such a benefit? Then we have to go forward. Yang Lingfeng smoothed out his slightly wrinkled clothes, and a bright smile appeared on his face, making him look like a handsome tree in the wind. After the saber-toothed tiger noticed their actions, it immediately gave the fierce cloud monkey a look. A group of monsters immediately stood in front of Yang Lingfeng, preventing them from taking half a step forward. What's going on? Yang Lingfeng frowned. Saber-toothed tiger, don't use such underhanded methods. That's too much of a disgrace. I'm doing this for your own good. You're just a few Radiant Sun experts, yet you still want to steal the limelight at a time like this. Don't let the demonic beasts of the saints' world think that you've cheated when they see you, or they might think that we've regressed instead of making any progress in the past 300 years. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the monstrous beasts quickly changed. Not only the monstrous beasts to the north of the river bank, but even the monstrous beasts to the south of the river bank could not ignore these words. Once the demonic beasts of the holy world had a bad impression of them, they would be the ones to be affected. This guy. Yang Lingfeng's face was filled with anger. This saber-toothed tiger was simply trying to stir up trouble. It was even trying to make them hate it. Ling Feng. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. The saber-toothed tiger's words were not without reason. If they refuted it now, it would only leave a bad impression on everyone. Boss, you're the best, Blazing Cloud Monkey said with admiration. You shut them up with just a few sentences. The saber-toothed tiger raised its eyebrows proudly. The sinister look in its eyes didn't change. These guys are still too inexperienced. No matter what, their strength is their weakness. No matter which test they choose later, we have to find a way to deal with them. Do you understand? Blazing Cloud Monkey quickly nodded. Boss, don't worry. I've already talked to them. Our brothers have also made arrangements. That's good. The saber-toothed tiger smiled with satisfaction. As long as these 3 guys disappeared, its days would be much more peaceful. Not long after, the demonic beasts of the holy world slowly walked out of the door. However, the door they walked through was not the one in the middle. As soon as the demonic beast walked out, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression changed. She could clearly feel the terrifying aura of this demonic beast. It was indeed much stronger than the fox and the rest. Most importantly, it wasn't just one demonic beast that was so powerful. The other demonic beasts behind it were also emitting a powerful and shocking aura. My goodness, now I believe that the demonic beasts of the holy world are really strong. Yang Lingfeng looked in front of him in amazement. He had never felt such a powerful aura in the chaotic immortal domain. With just a glance, he could already feel the huge gap between the two. If the demonic beasts of the holy world were all so powerful, then it would be really terrifying. No wonder the fox and the rest want to stay in the holy world. Yang Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. She was really curious about what kind of place the holy world was. It could actually cultivate such powerful demonic beasts. A wind-riding horse elephant walked out. It looked at the demonic beasts in front of it and said in a loud voice, as usual, the left and right doors represent different tests. The green door is slightly less difficult, but the chances of obtaining a Holy Spirit fruit are lower. The red door is slightly more difficult, but the chances of obtaining a Holy Spirit fruit are higher. Hearing this concise introduction, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were very impressed. This introduction was really simple. They thought that there would be some complicated introduction or at least an opening speech. In the end, it was neat and tidy. However, this was quite in line with the demonic beast style. Now, you can start choosing. The wind-riding horse elephant looked lazy. It was as if it wasn't interested in everything in front of it at all. In an instant, the demonic beasts burst into a series of discussions. White guy, you're weaker. I think you should choose the green door. The fox said with concern. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She also had the same plan in her heart. Their cultivation was their shortcoming. Although the previous tests didn't have much to do with their cultivation, it still had a certain effect. She didn't care if she could enter the holy world. She cared if she could enter the holy world. What about you? Good luck. You've always been very smart, I believe you'll definitely have a way. The fox praised Bailey Hongzhuang seriously for once, then lowered his voice and said, after going in, you have to be careful of those guys, I'm afraid they'll take the opportunity to harm you. Bailey Hongzhuang subconsciously glanced at the saber-toothed tiger and said, don't worry, I understand. She had already noticed that there was something wrong with the saber-toothed tiger's eyes. It was impossible for this guy to not make any moves, he must have made a certain amount of preparations. However, right now, they could only take one step at a time. I've already greeted the other demonic beasts, when we go in, they'll also help take care of you. If the saber-toothed tiger and those guys are really that shameless, you don't have to be polite. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the fox in astonishment, you've even thought of this for me? Don't be too touched. The fox chuckled. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly, thank you. She was actually a little worried about their situation, after all, the difference in strength was there, but she couldn't affect the fox's choice because of them. Now that the fox had helped her and the other demonic beasts, their situation was undoubtedly much better. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's touched look, the fox couldn't help but feel a little guilty. It didn't know if the white guy knew that it was because it promised to make a new set of clothes for everyone, and everyone promised to help, would he be angry? He shouldn't. The fox muttered to itself. It had no choice, these guys had taken a fancy to its new clothes recently, saying that the design was better. After putting forward this condition, it had no other choice, the most important thing now was the safety of the white guy and the rest. After the two teams had separated, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that the saber-toothed tiger was in the red door's team, but the fierce cloud monkey was in the same team as them. Obviously, this guy was the one who wanted to make a move. Xianxia, Lingfeng, we have to be careful in a while. Bailey Hongzhuang lowered her voice and reminded them. Young Lingfeng looked at the guy in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but beat like a drum. Hongzhuang, have you prepared the poison? Can't you have a little backbone? Yang Xianxia looked at Yang Lingfeng in disdain, then looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, this poison of yours, can it poison a guy in the elementary immortal stage? Yang Lingfeng, sister, you still have the nerve to talk to me, you're even more shameless. Yang Xianxia, I promised father that I would take good care of you. Yang Lingfeng said, how can you say such nonsense, Bailey Hongzhuang, as the Golden Gate, the Golden Gate, the Golden Gates, the Golden Gates, the Golden Gate, the Golden Gate, the Golden Gate, the Golden Gate, the Golden Gate. Of the to the cloud to a, to the end, to the to look. To the sake, it, Hongzhuang, to the, as he, the twos is to be a, the, to, as, to, the two, you to it ttts. Now that he had come closer, he could clearly sense the sacred aura. As expected of the saint's world, it was just different. Because he had to constantly pay attention to the movements of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, the fierce cloud monkey was very close to them. Seeing their actions, the fierce cloud monkey felt that it was very funny. Even they didn't dare to think about the golden door. These fellows who hadn't even broken through the elementary immortal realm were still standing in front of the door. Wasn't it funny? We're just looking. Why do you care? Yang Lingfeng narrowed his eyes. He was already unhappy with the fierce cloud monkey. This lackey had more ideas than the saber-toothed tiger. I'm just reminding you to not embarrass yourselves. After all, you're here to represent the face of the southern demonic beasts. that's right. Why don't you take a look at yourself? How dare you have such extravagant hopes? Some demonic beasts are like newborn calves that aren't afraid of tigers. They don't have any experience and think that they're really capable. They don't know how laughable they are. Mocking voices suddenly sounded. The demonic beasts on the north side of the river looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others with unfriendly gazes. Fierce Cloud Monkey, don't jump around too happily. The fox was also angry. This fellow was getting more and more arrogant. The fierce Cloud Monkey looked at the fox in disdain. Now that the teams have been divided, don't jump around. I'm warning you. Don't use any sinister methods. Otherwise, I'll take your life. The fox jumped up in excitement. It had already guessed that this fellow didn't have any good intentions, but it didn't expect this fellow to be so evil. He didn't even try to hide anything on the surface. Then you can try. The fierce Cloud Monkey shrugged his shoulders. He didn't care at all. The conflict between the demonic beasts on both sides of the river wasn't just a day or two. Even if they really fought, they weren't afraid. What's going on? Such a big movement also attracted the attention of the demonic beasts in the sacred world. The imperial wind horse elephant immediately walked over. The cold voice was mixed with a terrifying aura. It made the demonic beasts on the scene immediately quiet down. They didn't dare to speak anymore. They were afraid that it would cause any demonic beasts in the sacred world to be dissatisfied. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the imperial wind horse elephant in front of her and couldn't help but think of Xiaohua. Little Blossom and Little Xuanzi had been training together for a while now. He wondered how they were doing now. Back then, Xiao Xuanzi had been pestering Little Flower. However, after that incident, Xiao Xuanzi became a lot more reserved. He didn't like to joke as much as before. Instead, Little Flower became the one who took the initiative. Now, I wonder if the two of them are together. The moment the imperial wind horse elephant appeared, its gaze landed on the fierce Cloud Monkey. With a gloomy expression, it asked, "What happened?" Facing that cold gaze, Blazing Cloud Monkey could not help but shiver in his heart. He was also a little flustered. He quickly stood up and said, "Senior, it's all because this fellow from the ape clan said that she wanted to enter through this golden door. We were just reminding her not to dream." Seeing that fierce Cloud Monkey directly pushed all the blame to Bailey Hongzhuang, Yang Lingfeng secretly cursed. This guy was really despicable. That's not the case at all, Yang Lingfeng said. The imperial wind horse elephant's gaze also landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. He squinted his eyes and asked, "You want to enter this golden door?" The fox quickly stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, its face filled with worry. They are still young and this is their first time here. There are many things that they don't know. I hope that you guys can forgive them. That's right, they are still children. The lion also anxiously stood out. They were originally worried that they would encounter problems after the test started, but they didn't think that they would get into such a big mess before even entering the door. The rock also hurriedly ran out. It didn't know what to say, so it just stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest. If something really happens later, you guys just run, understand? Seeing the three demonic beasts protecting them like this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were filled with gratitude. To be able to stand up for them at this time, it could be seen how sincere they were. I'm a little regretful that I mocked their intelligence before. Yang Lingfeng's gaze was complicated, but there was still a trace of gratitude. How could the saber-toothed tiger let go of such a good opportunity? It said almost immediately, "They have been thinking about this golden door since the beginning, as if only they can enter this door. These fellows from the south of the river are becoming more and more arrogant, they don't even put the dignity of the sacred world in their eyes. Saber-toothed tiger, don't slander us, this whole thing was caused by you." The fox was completely enraged, the spirit energy in its body quickly exploded, it couldn't take it any longer. If the white fellow and the rest were to be in danger because of this matter, even if it had to risk its life, it would still kill the saber-toothed tiger here today. This whole thing was caused by them. Fox, don't think that you are so great just because you are acting like this. When it comes to fighting, I really am not afraid of you. The saber-toothed tiger also exploded with spirit energy, its face was filled with arrogance, it even had a trace of excitement as it was about to make a move. Coming here today, they had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. It had always wanted to find a chance to turn the tables around. If it beat the fox down in front of so many demonic beasts, then who would doubt it in the future? Where do you think this place is? Do you think you can make a move just because you want to? The imperial wind horse elephant's solemn voice rang out. The saber-toothed tiger and fox felt a chill in their hearts as they hurriedly retracted their auras. Senior, this matter really isn't. Fox still didn't give up on explaining. I think we should control this matter properly. If we don't show them the might and power of the Saints' world, who knows what ideas they might have in the future, said the saber-toothed tiger. The imperial wind horse elephant's gaze once again landed on Bailey Hongzhuang's face. You want to enter this golden door? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the imperial wind horse elephant with a complicated expression. She did not expect that the fierce cloud monkey's provocation would cause the situation to develop to such a stage. If she did not try her best to solve all of this, perhaps even the fox and the others would be implicated. Why can't I think about it? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of all the demonic beasts present changed. This guy's guts were a bit too big. He actually dared to say something like that before the demonic beasts of the Saints' world. That was extremely disrespectful. Once he angered them, he really would lose his life here. At this moment, the few demonic beasts behind the imperial wind horse elephant looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with unfriendly gazes. What kind of joke was this? Only demonic beasts with noble status had the right to enter this golden door. The demonic beasts on both sides of the river knew that this door was not something they could covet. However, this fellow who had not even reached the Radiant Sun realm actually had the guts to say this? Wasn't she a little too daring? This fellow really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I think we should just teach her a lesson. She looks very young. I'm afraid she's from a branch of the ape race? But I haven't seen her before. After the saber-toothed tiger heard the conversation between the demonic beasts in the sacred world, the pride in his eyes became even stronger. This was great. They didn't even need to do anything. The demonic beasts in the sacred world could deal with these fellows on their own. Imperial wind. A long-armed ape quickly ran out from the door of the sacred world. Seeing the situation in front of him, he became even more anxious. Seeing the long-armed ape appear, Yang Lingfeng's heart couldn't help but thump. Ever since he met Taisher, who was always looking for trouble, he didn't have a good impression of the long-armed ape. Fortunately, he didn't see that fellow again. Now that such a fellow had appeared in the sacred world, he felt that things were not good. The imperial wind horse elephant heard the call from behind, but he didn't even turn his head back. He only continued, if you want to enter, then enter. The entire place was silent. When the demonic beasts heard this news, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. For a moment, they even suspected that they had heard wrongly. Not to mention the other demonic beasts, even Bailey Hongzhuang was at a loss for a moment. What did she just hear? Lion, did I hear wrongly? The fox turned his head to look at the lion. Tell me, did you hear anything just now? The lion's expression was a little stiff. I did hear it, but I didn't dare to say it. Such a coincidence? The fox raised his eyebrows. If that's the case, then we might have heard the same thing. The long-armed ape was worried that the imperial wind horse elephant would attack Bailey Hongzhuang. What kind of joke was this? She was his grandaunt, okay? If they really made a move, then it would be over. After hearing the imperial wind horse elephant's words, it heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The imperial wind horse elephant glanced at the gibbon. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm just worried that you'll do something stupid. The long-armed ape was speechless. This is our great aunt. If you offend her, I won't be able to save you. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? The imperial wind horse elephant had a look of disdain. This is our boss's order, I can tell at a glance. Hee, it's good that you know. Just as the imperial wind horse elephant and the long-armed ape were whispering to each other, the saber-toothed tiger couldn't help but ask, Senior, did you say something wrong just now? What did I say wrong? Imperial wind horse elephant asked. Not just any demonic beast can walk through this golden door. Moreover, they are still inexperienced juniors. How can they walk through this door? Isn't this a kind of stain? The saber-toothed tiger was completely dumbfounded. Just what was going on? Why did it suddenly become like this? The fierce cloud monkey's expression wasn't any better. He only felt that the imperial wind horse elephant couldn't have been cursed, right? Why was it so protective of these guys? It was simply inconceivable. It's not like that. I've always been full of respect for the sacred world and felt that their way of doing things was too belittling. The saber-toothed tiger explained. You don't have to say any more. You've lived for so many years and yet you're targeting the younger generation. It's obvious that your tolerance is lacking. The long-armed ape shook his head. I remember that you're the leader of those guys in the north of the river, right? Hearing this, the saber-toothed tiger's heart suddenly had a bad premonition. What? What's wrong? You guys are too weak. Even this kind of guy can be your leader. Do you guys have any ability at all? The long-armed ape looked at the surrounding demonic beasts with dissatisfaction. I think this guy can't do it. Tell him not to be the leader. Hearing this, the saber-toothed tiger's face turned as white as paper. It subconsciously wanted to refute, but after noticing the long-armed ape's cold gaze, it could only silently shut its mouth. Not to mention that it wasn't a match for the long-armed ape. If it offended the sacred world, it would be the unlucky one. At that time, not to mention not being able to have its current position, it might not even have a place to stay. Yang Lingfeng looked at the pale saber-toothed tiger and then looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, just what did you do to the demonic beasts in the sacred world? Just a moment ago, they were facing a disaster. How did the situation change in the blink of an eye? White guy, did you know this imperial wind horse elephant before? The fox lowered its voice and asked. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Her eyes were filled with doubt. I've never seen it before, that's really strange. The fox was dumbfounded. I've also seen this imperial wind horse elephant before. It's not such a good-tempered guy. Today, its attitude completely changed. That's because the white guy and the rest are good-looking, so the imperial wind horse elephant's attitude changed. Rock said with a face of righteousness. Hearing this, the fox's expression immediately changed, looking as if he had suddenly realized something. So that's the case. I was wondering how this guy could become so good for no reason. He must have set his eyes on Baiji's beauty. Ah. That won't do. Bai is going to marry me. Lion, who was still in a daze, became serious after hearing this. That won't do. Then what should we do? Rock said with a sad face. We can't beat it at all, Bailey Hongzhuang. Aren't you guys thinking too much? How could this be? Fox had a serious look on his face. Ask Qing and the others if they can find any other reasons other than this one. Bailey Hongzhuang subconsciously looked at Yang Xianxia and Yang Xianxia, only to see them looking at each other. After thinking for a moment, they realized that apart from this seemingly unreliable reason, they really couldn't think of any other reason. Is that really the case? Yang Lingfeng thought, actually, this is pretty good. Wouldn't our chances of getting the Holy Spirit fruit be higher? Yang Xianxia, Lingfeng. Master, could it be that beauty is so destructive? Xiaohei was also astonished. She was looking forward to her appearance when she grew up. At this moment, she finally understood why Xiao Xuanzi found it so hard to accept her appearance when she transformed into her human form. It turned out that appearance had such a huge effect. You think too much. Bailey Hongzhuang was speechless. Although she was sure that she had never seen the imperial wind horse elephant before, she was also sure that the change in their attitude had nothing to do with her appearance. There must be some other reason. It was just that they had not thought of it yet. Could it be because of Beichen? A thought appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. If Beichen was really in the sacred world and had built a good relationship with these demonic beasts, then the change in their attitude towards her could be because of Beichen. But, was it really like that? She was not sure. You are from the human race, right? The imperial wind horse elephant looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again and asked. Hey, why are you suddenly asking this? The long-armed devil ape looked at the imperial wind horse elephant in confusion. He did not know why this fellow would ask such a ridiculous question. I feel that the difference between the human race and the ape race is not that big. These fellows are all wearing clothes. How can we be sure if they are the people we are looking for? If they are not, then wouldn't we be a joke? The imperial wind horse elephant said quietly. There was a trace of uncertainty in its eyes. Hearing this, the long-armed devil ape was also stunned. Before they came out, they only heard from their boss that they found a human that was similar to the ape race and that they were wearing clothes. The demonic beasts usually did not wear clothes. So it was too easy for them to differentiate. Who would have thought that these fellows were all wearing clothes? It was completely different from the scene they saw 300 years ago. You are right. It is better to be sure. The long-armed devil ape nodded. If we make a mistake and make our boss unhappy, then it would be bad. But I think this fellow in front of us is very good-looking. She looks more like our boss's wife. Your eyesight is not very good. The imperial wind horse elephant said with disdain. Long-armed demon ape. Alright, what you said makes sense. However, when the surrounding demonic beasts heard the imperial wind horse elephant's question, their expressions became extremely strange. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were also stunned. Faced with this question, they did not know how to answer for a moment. What should we do? Yang Lingfeng hesitated. Should we admit it or not? Could it be that Beichen is in the saints' world, so they know we're humans? If we don't admit it and they think we aren't, they might not let us in. But if we admit it and things aren't like that, wouldn't we be doomed? Yang Xianxia was completely at a loss now. How should she answer this question? If he answered incorrectly, he would be done for. Most importantly, they had already told all the demonic beasts that they were not humans, but apes. Once they admitted that they were humans in front of these fellows, wouldn't they kill them? Bailey Hongzhuang quickly calmed down. She looked at him and had a lot of thoughts in her mind. When the imperial wind horse elephant saw Bailey Hongzhuang, they remained silent. The eagerness in their eyes gradually dimmed. Perhaps they had misunderstood the rules. Although she was good-looking, she might not be the person they were looking for. Master, what do we do now? Xiao He also realized that the situation was not right. If this continued, they would be finished. Bailey Hongzhuang kept looking at the imperial wind horse elephant's expression. She thought about the situation in her head, and when she finally noticed the disappointment on the imperial wind horse elephant's face, she had an idea. That's right, we are humans. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Qianxue and Yang Lingfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. They did not know how she decided to say this. They also did not know what kind of expression the imperial wind horse elephant would have after hearing this. Pung pung pung. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. They could even hear their own heartbeats. However, when the saber-toothed tiger and the other monsters heard that they were humans, they were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Aren't they from the ape race? Could it be that everything they said before was a lie? We fell for it? Could they be lying to the monsters of the holy world to get on their good side? Another demonic beast raised its doubts. After all, no one knew what the monsters of the holy world were thinking when they suddenly asked such a question. Perhaps their attitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang had changed because they thought that she was from the human race. Therefore, they took advantage of the situation. Fox, do you know the exact situation? The monsters to the south of the river could not help but ask. They were also very confused about this point. The fox, lion, and rock did not say anything. They looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a hint of thought. They did not have any doubts. Instead, they were even more worried. They felt that this white guy was very likely using an unconventional method. In any case, it was quite difficult to stand out in front of the demon beasts of the Holy Realm according to normal methods. However, using this method might really be able to make them treat him differently. The imperial wind horse elephant and the gibbon almost thought that they had made a mistake. However, when they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's confirmation, they were stunned. Are you really humans? Noticing the changes in the two demonic beasts' expressions, Bailey Hongzhuang's tone became more certain. That's right, we are humans. For a moment, all the demonic beasts' gazes were focused on the imperial wind horse elephant. They didn't know if this answer satisfied it or not. The imperial wind horse elephant paused for a moment and then revealed a joyful smile. That's good. Since you're from the human race, you can enter through this door. Immediately after, the group of demonic beasts realized that the door the Imperial Wind Horse Elephant was pointing at was the golden door in the middle. It can't be, right? Just because they're humans, they're allowed to go through this door? So this is the reason why no demonic beast has been able to pass through this door for so many years? The problem is that these guys are not from the human race. They're from the ape race. They're lying to the monsters of the holy world. What she said isn't true. She's clearly from the ape clan. This is something that we all know. When the saber-toothed tiger saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were getting closer and closer to the golden door, it instantly grew anxious. That was the place that it had dreamt of entering for so many years. How could these weak fellows be one step ahead of it? After destroying everything it had, they actually wanted to receive such high treatment. That was absolutely impossible. Hearing this, the Imperial Wind Horse Elephant paused in its steps and turned its head. Why should I believe you? I have a demonic beast as my witness. The saber-toothed tiger solemnly swore and turned to look at the demonic beasts north of the river. Am I speaking the truth? Although the saber-toothed tiger had been stripped of its status as the leader, when it said this, many demonic beasts still nodded in agreement. That's right, they're from the ape clan. They're not humans at all. I knew that this fellow wouldn't let us off so easily. Yang Lingfeng's face darkened and immediately threw a tantrum. You've had a grudge with us for a long time. You're purposely taking advantage of this time to slander us. We're humans to begin with. Haven't you noticed that we're different from the ape clan? Look carefully. Regarding the introduction of the human race, which part of us doesn't match? Are you really that smart? Do you have clothes? These clothes were all made by us. Hearing Yang Lingfeng's rebuttal, the saber-toothed tiger almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. It did not forget that a year ago, these fellows had used these things to refute it one by one. It never thought that they would turn hostile today and refute everything. What else could he say if they had already said all that he wanted to say? That wasn't what you said a year ago. Humph, I'm talking about the present. Don't mention those old and rotten things to me. At the same time, Yang Lingfeng madly shot a look at the fox and the rest. Seeing this, the three demonic beasts immediately understood and immediately echoed, that's right, they're humans. Smart demonic beasts can tell at a glance. Aren't you just jealous that they can walk through the golden door and purposely said this? The saber-toothed tiger was rendered speechless. It was so aggrieved that it was about to go crazy. Senior, please don't believe their words. It's just relying on its age to bully them, the fox said in all seriousness. It's just taking advantage of the fact that it's no match for a few juniors. Xiaohei secretly clapped her hands. This fox's ability to lie through his teeth was truly something that he had inherited. Everyone, tell me, am I right? The fox looked at the surrounding demonic beasts and asked. The demonic beasts to the south of the river were all in a daze. When they heard the fox taking the lead, they could only agree numbly. After all, the white guy had been treating them well for the past year, and they were on the same side. If they encouraged the arrogance of those guys north of the river bank at this time, wouldn't they be in trouble in the future? Seeing this, the long-armed demon ape directly said, I know. It's you who has been obstructing me time and time again. What are your intentions? Since you're so dissatisfied, then you should go in and challenge the trial. After you come out, we'll see who's right and who's wrong. Seeing the saber-toothed tiger being kicked in by the long-armed devil ape, all the demonic beasts were dumbfounded. The saber-toothed tiger was one of the stronger ones among them, but in front of the demonic beasts of the Holy Realm, it was nothing. You can go through this door now. The Imperial Wind Horse Elephant smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the fox who was giving her a look, then looked at the Imperial Wind Horse Elephant and nodded, okay. Until now, she still didn't know what the golden door was for. But in the current situation, there was no room for her to consider. If she raised her doubts, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. But from the demonic beast's reaction, the golden door shouldn't be dangerous. She would only know after she walked in. As Bailey Hongzhuang walked towards the golden door, Yang Lingfeng and Yang Xianxia followed closely behind. But before they could take a few steps, they were stopped by the long-armed devil ape and the Imperial Wind Horse Elephant. What are you two doing? Yang Lingfeng was stunned. We we're going in together. We said she's going in, who said you can go in too? The long-armed devil ape looked at the two suspiciously. Didn't you say that humans can go in? Yang Lingfeng pointed at Bailey Hongzhuang, then pointed at himself, we're from the same race. Facing the long-armed devil ape and the imperial wind horse elephant's suspicious gaze, Yang Lingfeng couldn't help but feel weak. Although I'm a little ugly, Yang Xianxia, who was originally very nervous, almost laughed out loud when she heard this. It was rare for this fella to be so honest. That won't do. The long-armed devil ape rejected without hesitation. It only came out to receive its boss's wife because of its boss's orders. What would happen if it brought other fellows in as well? Furthermore, its boss didn't even mention that there were other humans in the first place. After seeing this scene, the fox and the others were even more certain that their judgment wasn't wrong. These two fellows must have taken a fancy to the white guy's beauty and didn't mistake them for humans. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let the white guy in alone. White fellow, are you going in like this? Isn't this like a lamb entering a tiger's den? Lion couldn't help but worry. No, I think we shouldn't let that white guy go in. It's too dangerous. Seeing that the lion was about to run out, the fox quickly stopped it. You're crazy. Even if we show up now, we won't be able to stop them. In the outside world, their strength was not bad, but in here, their strength was not enough. The imperial wind horse elephant was slightly stronger than them. If they worked together, they might have a chance. However, there was not only one demonic beast from the sacred world here. Moreover, once they did that, it would be equivalent to becoming complete enemies with the saints' world. Only then did Lion calm down. However, he could not help but feel depressed. All he could do was pray silently. Bailey Hongzhuang also felt a little strange and couldn't help but ask, can't they go in with me? Hearing this, the imperial wind horse elephant and the long-armed demon ape looked at each other with a confused expression. Silence. The two of them fell into silence. This fellow is really pushing her luck. Where does she think she is? It's already good enough that she can enter. She actually wants to bring the other demonic beasts in with her. She must be dreaming. Let's wait for a good show. The demonic beasts of the holy world will definitely teach her a lesson. The imperial wind horse elephant hesitated for a moment before asking, you want them to go in together? Quang dang. Some of the demonic beasts immediately fell to the ground. Are you kidding me? The imperial wind horse elephant was so violent to them, but it was so gentle to this fellow. What was going on? This wasn't playing by the rules at all. Bailey Hongzhuang was also stunned. Even she felt flattered by the imperial wind horse elephant's actions. From the moment this fellow appeared until now, everything was too strange. As she thought about it, Bailey Hongzhuang probed, I want to bring them in together. What should we do now? Boss didn't say anything about this. The imperial wind horse elephant looked at the long-armed devil ape and transmitted his voice. The long-armed devil ape was also very conflicted. I feel that although boss didn't say anything about this, we should still listen to sister-in-law. This is our first time meeting sister-in-law. How can we not agree to such a small request? What if boss isn't happy? What should we do? The imperial wind horse elephant nodded seriously, that's right. You're right. Then let's do it this way? Let's do it this way. After making the decision, the imperial wind horse elephant replied, all right, then all of you can go in together. Can't you guys have a bottom line? At this moment, the image of the imperial wind horse elephant in the hearts of the demonic beasts collapsed. The imperial wind horse elephant that had always stood by its word without the slightest bit of leeway was now completely obedient to Bailey Hongzhuang. It's over, it's all over. It's already like this. The rock stomped its feet. Everything else aside, this imperial wind horse elephant looked really cool. It was a formidable opponent. Alright, you guys can go in. The imperial wind horse elephant waved its hand at the two of them. Yang Lingfeng. Yang Xianxia, the golden door opened, and Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two walked in. Now I finally know the difference between people. Could it be that looks really have such a big impact? Yang Lingfeng turned to look at Yang Xianxia and frowned. You just found out? I have known the importance of this for a long time. Ask yourself, when you first met Hongzhuang, Did you not have any thoughts about her? Yang Lingfeng chuckled and scratched his head. At first, I did have such thoughts, but after meeting Beichen, I gave up on the idea. Xiaohei, why? Yang Lingfeng, I can't compare to her in terms of looks. Bailey Hongzhuang. Your words are really getting more and more off track. In the end, what are you talking about? I think you should think about your current situation. Bailey Hongzhuang helplessly glanced at the two people who were still struggling with this question. Now was not the time to think about these questions, okay? Only then did Yang Qinshui come back to her senses, and she said, I wonder if this golden door represents the strongest test? Yang Qinshui covered her face with her hands. This guy had completely given up on saving face. Bailey Hongzhuang knew that Yang Lingfeng was just joking, so she ignored him. After walking through the Golden Gate, they entered a slightly longer passageway. She had already recovered from her shock and calmed herself down. She carefully observed her surroundings, guarding against any problems that might arise. Yang Lingfeng and Li Wuyo also stopped joking around. No one knew what would happen after they entered the Holy Realm. Even if their lives weren't in danger, if these guys really took a fancy to Hongzhuang, it would be very troublesome. After passing through the slightly longer passageway, the scene before them opened up. Bright sunlight shone down, and they saw a small path filled with birds and fragrant flowers. There was also a pavilion at the center of a lake. They were surrounded by pleasant greenery, and colorful flowers dotted the landscape. There were many birds here, and they chattered together. Even when they saw them, they didn't show the slightest hint of fear. It's so beautiful here. Yang Qinshui exclaimed as she looked around. The scenery outside was also very beautiful, but it was as if all the best scenery in the Holy Realm had been gathered here. It was full of vitality and magnificent beauty. Most of the immortal realms in their fantasies were filled with celestial energy, but the scenery before them was full of vitality, like the world of fairies. It exuded a different kind of beauty. I feel like when we go back and see the scenery in the realm of chaotic immortals again, I'm afraid it'll be boring. Yang Lingfeng sighed. After seeing such beautiful scenery, how could he feel anything when he saw ordinary scenery again? We should be in the Holy Realm right now. I wonder if this test, Bailey Hongzhuang was deep in thought. This beautiful scenery was exactly the same as when Fox had introduced it to them. However, they had directly arrived here after passing through the Golden Gate. Could it be that there was no test behind the gate at all? Could it be that they could enter directly? Just as she was thinking, a group of rabbits ran over and circled around Bailey Hongzhuang's feet. She was on guard against some kind of test, but when the rabbits came closer, she realized that they were just a group of cute rabbits. She couldn't help but squat down. These rabbits were very good-looking. Their white fur was spotless, and their round and plump appearance looked very cute. At this moment, they were circling Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, just because you're pretty, these rabbits treat you differently. Yang Lingfeng squatted down and wanted to reach out to touch the rabbit, but he found that the fellow was glaring at him in disdain. He didn't even manage to touch the rabbit's fur. The difference between people, can't you give me some comfort? Forget it, Yang Qinshui pulled Yang Lingfeng to his feet, the saint's world clearly treats Hongzhuang differently. Then why? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. A rabbit had already jumped directly into her arms. At this moment, it was intimately rubbing against her. It looked like it liked her very much. Yang Qinshui pondered, could it be that you have some sort of fate with the saint's world? What kind of fate could there be in a mystic realm that I've never been to before? I think it must be because Hongzhuang is pretty. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Yang Lingfeng. This guy was completely immersed in the shock of her beauty. Even now, he still hadn't recovered from the shock. Just as she was deep in thought, the rabbit in her hand suddenly chirped a bunch of gibberish. Then, it jumped down and ran forward, turning back to signal her as it ran. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang understood that the little fellow wanted her to follow it. Let's follow it and take a look. She quickly ran forward, crossing the lawn in front of her and running straight ahead. Seeing this, Yang Qinshui and Yang Lingfeng quickly followed. Although the little rabbit looked harmless, who knew if it would bring Hongzhuang to some dangerous place? However, just as the two of them were running forward, the remaining row of rabbits blocked their way. Get out of my way! Yang Lingfeng said angrily. The monsters in the holy world were too strong. It was fine if they couldn't defeat them, but now, even a group of rabbits was bullying them. However, the group of rabbits only looked at Yang Lingfeng, then stood firmly in front of the two of them. Sister, should we just rush over? Yang Lingfeng looked at Yang Xianxia. Although there's no danger to our lives here, we can't be careless. Yang Xianxia nodded and said with a serious expression, let's go, we'll chase after them. In the next moment, the two of them flew past the rabbits and chased after Hong Zhuang. Ever since Hong Zhuang came to the holy world, everything here had shown that she was different from others. If this was some kind of inexplicable fate, then it was not bad, but if there was some kind of conspiracy, then it would be terrible. After all, in a place full of monsters, they were of a different race. However, when the two of them chased after her, they realized that Hong Zhuang had already disappeared. In this vast green world, they could not detect Hong Zhuang's existence for a moment. How strange, the aura here seems to be isolated. We can't use aura to find her at all. Yang Lingfeng looked around. At their level of cultivation, they could no longer find people with their eyes, but with aura. They could find the person they were looking for within 100 miles. However, in this place, aura could not be locked on. That's troublesome. We're not familiar with this place at all, and we don't know which direction Hong Zhuang is in. Yang Xianxia's expression darkened. Hong Zhuang was their benefactor. Before coming here, she had promised to protect Hong Zhuang. If there was danger in the saints' world, what would they do? Yang Lingfeng's expression revealed a trace of confusion. Vaguely, he felt as if he had forgotten something, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Bailey Hongzhuang followed the little rabbit all the way forward. Only then did she realize that the pavilion in the middle of the lake that seemed close at hand was actually very far away. Along the way, hundreds of flowers bloomed. What was unbelievable was that both sides of the road were actually filled with cute little rabbits, all of them smiling at her in a friendly manner. These rabbits were all low-level creatures, but in this place, it was as if their intelligence had been developed. Their every move was filled with the brilliance of humanity. Further ahead was a large field of roses. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, and the dazzling red color was extremely dazzling. Such a scene was truly unforgettable. Squeak squeak. Fox? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. The foxes in front of her looked smaller than the foxes she was familiar with. She saw the foxes suddenly salute her, holding a rose in their hands. They actually started to dance. Not far away, the birds sang loudly, contrasting with the dance of the foxes, swaying their bodies. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly watched the dance in front of her. Foxes were indeed an extremely beautiful race, even in their beast form. This dance exuded a kind of seductive beauty. The little rabbit at her feet was also immersed in this dance and couldn't help but sway in place, but it forgot its short legs. Instead of swaying, its whole body rolled on the ground. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. This little guy looked really interesting. After the dance, the foxes came forward and handed the roses in their hands to her one by one. Looking at the rose in her hand, the thorns on it had been trimmed, so it didn't prick her hand. Only then did the rabbit squeak and let her continue to move forward. Another 7-colored bridge appeared. This bridge was different from the one she saw when she was breaking through. It looked more like a rainbow. The 7 colors of light were clearly blooming, bright and colorful. Below, the 2 white clouds drifted away, making people feel like they were in a dream. Faintly, there seemed to be a figure above the bridge. It was just that the smoke was hazy, so she couldn't see clearly. Squeak squeak. The rabbit waved its 2 little claws, pointing forward. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly moved forward. She understood that the rabbit meant for her to go forward, but this was simply a rainbow in front of her. Could it really be possible to stand on it? It wasn't until she took her first step and didn't miss, that she felt relieved. It's really incredible. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the rainbow under her feet. Since she started to cultivate, she had seen a lot of incredible things. With the improvement of her strength, many things that were previously unimaginable became reality. However, she never thought that she would one day stand on a rainbow. Step by step, she continued to move forward. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell on the faint figure in front of her. The little rabbit had already stopped. Even if she couldn't see the face and could only see the figure, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile gradually widened. It's him. Even if she could only see a corner of his figure, she could be sure that it was him. As the distance got closer and closer, that handsome figure gradually became more and more clear. The slender figure, the cold face, standing on the rainbow's dreamy rainbow, it was simply a beautiful scenery that didn't belong to the human world. Wife. An elegant and charming curve bloomed on his lips, dispelling the coldness between his eyebrows, like the melting snow, and rippling with the warmth of the sun. Lord. He's. A familiar warmth enveloped her, and a reassuring scent filled her nostrils. It was as if she had let down all her defenses, and all her previous worries had disappeared at this moment. It's been a year. Ever since she entered this mystic realm, she hasn't seen Bewitching. The holy realm was her greatest hope, and fortunately, she's finally seen it. She wasn't disappointed. The man passionately plundered all the sweetness from her. Amidst the raging violence, there was a trace of protective gentleness. It was as if he wanted to express all his longing through this kiss. Bailey Hongzhuang was only slightly stunned for a moment. Then, she wrapped her arms around the man's neck and responded to this kiss. She also missed him. She missed him very much. The man felt her response. His hands became even hotter. The warm and domineering embrace seemed to want to ruthlessly knead her into his bones. A day without seeing her felt like 3 years. He didn't know how many years he had waited here. Fortunately, he finally saw her. After a long while, when the woman's chest had almost dissipated, the man released her and hugged her slightly limp body. He slowly brought her to sit down on the bridge. Only then did Bailey Hongzhuang notice the beautiful scenery in front of her. Below them was a clear lake. It reflected the light of the rainbow. The entire lake seemed to be dyed with this bright color. It was as if it was a rainbow lake. Lotus flowers floated on top of it, adorning the bright and beautiful lake. She could even sway her feet. As the breeze blew, her clothes and the man's clothes were intimately intertwined. It was like a painting. When Yang Xianxia and Yang Linfeng finally saw the figure of Bailey Hongzhuang, they saw such a beautiful scene and were suddenly a little dumbfounded. Bewitching's methods are really admirable. At this moment, Yang Linfeng could be said to be full of admiration for Bewitching. No wonder this guy could make Hongzhuang so stubbornly loyal to him. Whether it was humans or beasts, Hongzhuang couldn't gain the slightest bit of favor. The real key was here. Thinking about it carefully, if it was someone with such a handsome, powerful, and romantic husband, they definitely wouldn't fall in love with someone else. A trace of envy appeared in Yang Xianxia's eyes. She had never seen such an immortal couple before. Whether it was the deep affection between the two of them, Hongzhuang's yearning for Bewitching over the past year, or Bewitching's meticulous preparations, there was an indescribable beauty in all of this. Come to think of it, this should be the kind of love that everyone hoped to have. Yang Lingfeng also noticed the envious look on his sister's face and couldn't help but say, "It's a pity that brother Qingli didn't come with us this time. Otherwise, he would have learned a lot." "What are you talking about?" Yang Qianxia glared at him. "The truth." Yang Lingfeng spread out his hands. "With your gentle temperaments, who knows when you'll be able to achieve results if you rely on your own development? If you can learn from Bewitching, won't your speed be faster? However, the scene in front of me was simply too beautiful. Not to mention Hongzhuang, even I was touched by it. It's a pity that it won't be easy to figure everything out once we're outside." He had never seen such a beautiful scene before. Perhaps only this place could have such a unique scenery. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang had also recovered from her initial excitement. Looking at the familiar face beside her, her heart was also incomparably at ease. "Bewitching, have you been in the Holy Realm ever since you came in?" Bewitching nodded. "That's right. Did you prepare everything just now? Do you like it, my wife?" Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "I like it. Now I understand everything." Bailey Hongzhuang thought about everything that had happened before and understood everything. The Imperial Wind Horse Elephant's behavior was too strange. Although she had some guesses at that time, she couldn't be sure. Until now, she understood that everything was Bewitching's idea. "Then how did you know that I would come today?" He had prepared everything for her. "My wife and I have always been telepathic." "Didn't you also guess that I would be here?" Bewitching asked back. Bailey Hongzhuang raised the corner of her eyes. Beichen was right. Perhaps this was the tacit understanding between them. When I came here, I wanted to look for you. However, these fellows in the Holy World said that the door to the Holy World would only open once every 300 years. Other than that, the door to the Holy World wouldn't open normally. I thought of many ways, but these fellows wouldn't agree. Helpless, I could only wait for it to open. Fortunately, the time for the door to open is already very close. Beichen sighed in his heart. When he found out about everything, although he couldn't help but feel gloomy, he also felt a little lucky. At least it was the right time for the door to open. Otherwise, if there were still 100 or 200 years, that would be terrible. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded in agreement. When she found out about everything, she also felt lucky that the door only opened in a year. It only opened once every 300 years. Their luck was already very good. How have you been this year outside? Beichen asked with concern. I've been living quite well outside. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and told him about how she got to know the fox and the others. Beichen listened patiently. He didn't find it annoying at all. It was as if he wanted to know what Hongzhuang did in the year that he wasn't around. He didn't want to miss out on anything. However, when he heard that Hongzhuang was actually doing needlework for a living, his brows unconsciously furrowed. When he saw her beaming with joy as she talked about all kinds of interesting things, as well as the silly and adorable looks of the foxes, his brows loosened a little. What about you? Bailey Hongzhuang asked after she finished talking about her experiences in the past year. I'm very simple. I just happened to fall here. After that, I realized that this place is very big. It won't be easy to find you, so I took in a group of underlings. A group of lackeys? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Could the so-called lackeys be the imperial wind horse elephant and the gibbon? Beichen nodded. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh when she saw the man's nonchalant expression. She knew that Beichen wouldn't be in the same situation as Ling Feng. At this moment, Little Black popped his head out, full of resentment. Master, have you forgotten about me? Bailey Hongzhuang, Beichen pointed to the other side of the bridge. Xiaobai is under the bridge. You've forgotten about me, haven't you? Xiao Hei's face was full of resentment. It had been missing its master all this time. Who would have thought that its two masters would completely forget about it after it arrived? There's food over at Xiaobai's place. I'm leaving. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hei had already disappeared. Bailey Hongzhuang looked up and said in surprise, You know Xiao Hei quite well. It's not hard to know. I don't know. Bailey Hongzhuang silently mourned for Xiao Hei in her heart as she looked at the man's calm expression. She felt that Beichen had definitely said it casually to send Xiao Hei away. Hey, are you guys done chatting? We've been waiting for quite a while. Yang Lingfeng and Yang Qinxue had been waiting under the bridge the entire time. When they saw that it was about time, they called out. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the two figures under the bridge, and her beautiful face was slightly flushed. Beichen, let's go down. She was completely focused on Beichen, and for a moment, she had completely forgotten about everyone else. If she hadn't heard Yang Lingfeng's voice, she didn't know when she would have remembered him. Beichen held her hand and led her to her feet before slowly walking down the bridge. When he saw the immortal couple walking over, Yang Lingfeng explained, I didn't mean to ruin your time, but it's getting late. I think some of the demonic beasts over there have already passed the test. He wasn't spouting nonsense. It didn't seem like much time had passed, but in reality, they had already been waiting below for 2 hours. Bailey Hongzhuang looked ahead when she heard that. Sure enough, some demonic beasts had already appeared in the holy realm in the distance, and among them was the silhouette of a fox. Yang Qinxue sized up Beichen, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. She said hesitantly, Beichen, I feel like your aura has improved quite a bit. Yang Lingfeng finally returned to his senses. After carefully sensing his aura, his eyes widened. That's right, this aura. You've broken through to the elementary celestial stage? Beichen nodded calmly. Yang Lingfeng couldn't help but open his mouth wide when he saw the man's casual expression. He wailed, the heavens are really unfair. I've been cultivating for so long, but I still can't break through to the radiant sun stage. How long has it been since you broke through to the radiant sun stage? You've broken through to the elementary celestial stage in the blink of an eye? Xianxia was also envious. This was definitely the fastest person she had ever seen breaking through to the elementary celestial stage. For ordinary cultivators, breaking through to the elementary immortal stage was an insurmountable gap. He didn't know how much effort it would take to successfully break through, but to Bewitching, this difficult realm was just like an ordinary level. He could break through it by casually cultivating. How could it be as difficult as everyone said? It's alright, Bewitching said calmly. When he first came out of the perception steel, he had already touched the barrier to breaking through. After coming to the saints' world, he ate the fruits that these fellows gave him all day long. His strength increased extremely quickly, and before he knew it, he had broken through. However, Bewitching's matter-of-fact manner provoked him even more. In the past, he relied on his age and strength to call himself Big Brother. Now, he had to call Bewitching Big Brother. Oh right, Bewitching, the imperial wind horse elephant said that only Hong Zhuang could enter. Did you forget about me and my sister? Yang Lingfeng stared at Bewitching for a long time before suddenly asking a question. Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. She instinctively looked at Bewitching. This? Actually, it wasn't impossible. According to her understanding of Bewitching, he must have forgotten about this matter. However, he couldn't admit it at a time like this. Otherwise, with Yang Lingfeng's character, who knew how long he would nag about it, no. Bewitching's expression was calm. It's good for you to gain more experience. Yang Lingfeng. What a show of affection. So what he meant was that they should gain more experience, but Hong Zhuang was his wife, so she didn't need to gain more experience. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally understood the deeper meaning behind his words, but at the same time, the corner of her lips couldn't help but curl up. Alright, I won't ask any more. If I continue asking, I can't wait to find a wife. I'm afraid you can only find demonic beasts here. Yang Xianxia raised her eyebrows. When we get back, I'll tell father about this. Father has already found a few good ladies for you. Yang Lingfeng's expression changed. Sister, please spare me. Bewitching, let's go ahead and take a look. Fox and the others have already succeeded. Bailey Hongzhuang pointed ahead with a smile. Now that she saw Bewitching, her previous worries had disappeared. Facing the holy world again, her mentality was completely different. Okay. Bewitching had a doting expression. At this moment, another demonic beast ran over and whispered a few words to Bewitching. Bewitching looked up at Bailey Hongzhuang. You go first, I'll catch up in a while. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. In this year, Bewitching had become very familiar with the demonic beasts of the holy world. Presumably, he had his own matters to deal with. The three of them walked forward together. Now, the three of them could be said to have no worries at all. Bewitching had taken in a group of underlings in the holy world, which meant that they could do whatever they wanted here. Sigh. Yang Lingfeng suddenly sighed. What's wrong? Yang Xianxia was a little puzzled. Now that all their dangers had been resolved, this guy was actually sighing here. I'm lamenting the difference between us. Yang Lingfeng looked at Yang Xianxia. It's fine if Hong Zhuang is doing well in the south of the river bank, but the two of us are forced to do manual labor. Bewitching actually has a bunch of underlings in the holy world. What's going on with us? Originally, he thought that their biggest problem was that they shouldn't have admitted that they were humans. However, Bewitching had admitted that he was a human. Moreover, he was doing very well here. Thinking about the two of them, it was simply heartbreaking. Yang Xianxia smiled awkwardly. I was probably led astray by your IQ. Sister, you're going too far. Yang Lingfeng pursed his lips. I think we should follow Bewitching's footsteps closely in the future. After passing the test, Fox and the others immediately began to search for Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. The long-armed demon ape and the others were too ambiguous. They had never heard of the demonic beasts in the holy world being so courteous. The way they protected the white guy was simply too obvious. Other than trying to curry favor, they really couldn't think of any other reason. I didn't see the white guy either. What should we do? Fox was anxious. Even now, they still didn't know what the golden door was for. Don't be too anxious. The white guy didn't go in by himself. The green guy and the others came in with him. Lion looked at Fox's anxious expression and couldn't help but say. I saw that the Imperial Wind Horse Elephant and Long-Armed Demon Ape were very attentive to the white guy. Wouldn't those two fellas fight for it for a while? It definitely won't be so fast. The saber-toothed tiger had been silent ever since it came out. Thinking about how it was kicked in by the long-armed demon ape, it felt ashamed. For the past 300 years, it had lived a decent life. This time, because of those annoying fellows, it had lost all its face. During the process of breaking through, it had been regretting. If it had known that it would be like this, it would have taken care of those fellows earlier. Then, there wouldn't have been so many problems later. Until after it came in, it realized that it hadn't seen those three fellows. Suddenly, its mood became better. Do you guys think that the golden door means the most difficult test? If those three can't come out, wouldn't that be interesting? The group of demonic beasts gasped. After all, these two doors meant different tests. The door in the middle was so special, the test must be extraordinary. With their strength, if they enter the highest level test, won't they lose their lives? The fierce cloud monkey sneered. The demonic beast's attitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang made them feel a huge threat. If those three fellows were to perform well, then wouldn't those fellows south of the river completely surpass them this time? It's best if they die. The saber-toothed tiger squinted its eyes and kept muttering in its heart. Those fellows should have died long ago. At this moment, the fox couldn't hold back anymore. It gathered its courage and directly asked the long-armed ape, where did that white fellow and the others go? Did you think that they were from the human race, so you wanted to take their lives? I say, why are you so troublesome? The long-armed ape looked at the fox in disdain. From the beginning until now, this fellow had been very anxious. The Imperial Wind Horse Elephant gave the long-armed ape a look. They are sister-in-law's friends. You have to be more polite when you speak. If sister-in-law was unhappy because of this, then boss would be unhappy too. At that time, the two of them would be the unlucky ones. You're right. The long-armed ape nodded. Its attitude was slightly better. Don't worry, she's fine. The fox didn't hear the conversation between the two. Originally, its heart was beating like a drum. It was indeed a little impulsive. After seeing the long-armed ape's attitude, it was a little stunned. Then can you tell me where they went? The fox asked tentatively. Don't worry, she's from the human race. That means she's our boss's wife. Do you think we'll treat her badly? The long-armed ape said straightforwardly, she's definitely with our boss now. As soon as it said that, the fox and the others were all dumbfounded. What, Holy World's boss's wife? How is that possible? Rock, Bai has never been in the Holy World. She's probably not even 300 years old. How can she be the boss's wife? Rock. The leader of the Holy World, thinking of this, the fox's aura subconsciously weakened. It couldn't even win against these two fellas, let alone the leader of the Holy World. Fox, I think we shouldn't fight. We can't beat the leader of the Holy World. The lion looked at the fox. If the other party casually attacked them, they would be smashed into meat paste. Actually, the white guy's marriage is pretty good. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down a temple than a marriage. If we try to break up a couple, we'll be struck by lightning. The rock said seriously. Fox, lion. You're even more shameless than me. This news was no doubt a bolt from the blue for the saber-toothed tiger. He was still hoping that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would be taught a lesson. Now, she was the woman of the leader of the Holy World. What was there to fight? Once this became a reality, not to mention the position of leader, it was afraid that it wouldn't even have a place to stay. Seniors, there must be a problem somewhere. The saber-toothed tiger hurriedly stood out. He couldn't let this happen. Otherwise, he would be completely finished. Not to mention that she's not even a human. Even if she is, she can't be the wife of the leader of the Holy World. The fierce cloud monkey also stood out. That's right. They must be imposters. They haven't even come to the Holy World before. How can they have such identities? When the long-armed demon ape and the imperial wind horse elephant saw how certain the saber-toothed tiger and the others were, their resolute hearts began to waver. To be honest, they really couldn't recognize her. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. The white guy doesn't even know the leader of the holy world. The saber-toothed tiger pointed at the fox and the others. Whether or not she was a human wasn't clear, but everyone knew this. The fox and the others' hearts thumped. Their faces were pale, but they forced themselves to remain calm. It's over, impersonating the wife of the holy world's leader. This was a death sentence. If they knew that entering the golden door meant such an identity, they wouldn't have let the white guy in. But no matter how much they regretted it now, it was too late. They absolutely could not admit all of this now. Although, it would be exposed soon, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let the white guy and the others come. The fox had a bad feeling in its heart. They had only come here to fight for a chance to get the Holy Spirit fruit. Who would have thought that they would end up causing so much trouble? Most importantly, this was a disaster that they could not handle. Is what the saber-toothed tiger said true? The long-armed demon ape asked. If he really admitted his mistake, then he and the imperial wind horse elephant would be punished. Ugh. Fox subconsciously looked at Lion and Rock. Only to find that these two guys had no idea either. They looked like they were resigned to their fate. He could only bite the bullet and say, "It's not true." What a stubborn duck. The saber-toothed tiger sneered. After noticing the change in the expressions of Fox and the others, its heart was set. No matter how much they tried to deny it, this was a fact that could not be changed. You guys don't have to fight. When our boss arrives, everything will be clear. The imperial wind horse elephant said unhappily. When Bailey Hongzhuang arrived, she found that the atmosphere was a little strange. The saber-toothed tiger was looking at her with a smug expression, as if it had caught hold of something that could be used against her. On the other hand, the fox and the others were worried. When they saw her appear, they were very happy. On the other hand, they couldn't wait for her to leave immediately. They kept giving her looks but couldn't understand what it was trying to do. Why have you all come back? The imperial wind horse elephant looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. It knew that its boss had prepared everything. Logically speaking, if this person in front of them was really their boss sister-in-law, then she should be with their boss right now. Now that their boss hadn't appeared and it was them who had come back, could it be that there really was a mistake? Before Bailey Hongzhuang could finish her sentence, the saber-toothed tiger had already cut her off. You all really have guts. You actually dare to pretend to be the wife of the holy world's boss. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Is this something that you can pretend to be? When Yang Lingfeng and Yang Qinshui heard this, their expressions became very interesting. This fellow was really looking for his own death. If you all kneel down now and admit your mistakes, perhaps you can still live. Otherwise, you will definitely die today. When the other demonic beasts saw this, they all fell silent. The demonic beasts to the north of the river were naturally very happy to see this scene. The demonic beasts to the south of the river also didn't dare to say a word. If they were to get involved in this matter, they would all suffer together. What nonsense are you talking about? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. It had only been a short while. What had happened? Stop putting on an act. The saber-toothed tiger came in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and said to the long-armed devil ape, "Senior, why don't I take care of this impostor for you first, so that you won't dirty your hands?" As his voice fell, the saber-toothed tiger's claw slammed down towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Stop. When the fox and the others saw this scene, they became anxious and quickly rushed forward. Who would have thought that this fellow would attack the moment he opened his mouth? With this white fellow's cultivation, he wasn't a match for it. However, before Fox and the others arrived, a hand had already grabbed the saber-toothed tiger's claw. A frightening coldness came from the side, and the warm world seemed to be covered in ice and snow in an instant. A terrifying murderous aura mixed with the coldness of 10,000-year-old ice instantly locked onto the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger stared blankly at the man in front of it who was as handsome as a god. The terrifying aura emitted from his body was like that of an Asura from hell, extremely terrifying. All the demonic beasts stared blankly at the man who was as dazzling as a divine lord. For a moment, they were unable to regain their senses. This guy looks very similar to the white guy and the others. Who are you? The saber-toothed tiger looked angrily at the fellow who had suddenly appeared in front of it. If it wasn't for this fellow, it would have taken the opportunity to kill Bailey Hongzhuang. Such a good plan was ruined just like that. Fake goods? Bewitching raised his eyebrows slightly, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. She's an imposter. Who are you? The saber-toothed tiger glared angrily at Bewitching. I think you're also this imposter's accomplice. Heh. A low chuckle was heard, as if it had heard the funniest joke. Boss, the saber-toothed tiger looked at the man in front of it in astonishment. Boss? This guy in front of it was the boss of the holy world? You must be joking. For a moment, the saber-toothed tiger thought it was dreaming. The fox and the others' mouths could already fit an egg. This scene changed too quickly for them to accept. But, this seemed to be a good thing? Gotcha. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by the saber-toothed tiger's scream. Bewitching's face was calm, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. This guy actually wanted to take Hong Zhuang's life. Yang Lingfeng looked at the man beside him who was emitting a bone-chilling aura. There was only one word in his mind: protective. Bewitching's love for Hong Zhuang was well known. The saber-toothed tiger actually dared to attack Hong Zhuang in front of him. Wasn't this courting death? He had always hated the saber-toothed tiger, but at this moment, he couldn't help but mourn for this guy. Offending the boss of the holy world, wasn't that courting death? Shut up. The long-armed ape saw the saber-toothed tiger wailing and shouted coldly. This guy had been trying to mislead them. Now that they saw their boss like this, how could they still not understand that this person in front of them was their sister-in-law? From the time their boss appeared until now, they had never seen him so angry. When they thought about how they didn't protect their sister-in-law, cold sweat kept dripping down. And the main culprit behind all of this was this guy. The saber-toothed tiger subconsciously closed its mouth, not daring to make another sound. Looks like this guy often caused trouble for you? Bewitching turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. His domineering gaze was filled with concern. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, the corner of her lips curled up. It's inevitable that there would be a few troublemakers. She always felt that the saber-toothed tiger was a problem, but at this moment, all of this didn't seem important. It's settled. The indifferent voice was like a judge, directly deciding the life and death of the saber-toothed tiger. Yes. The long-armed ape and imperial wind horse elephant immediately understood and quickly summoned the other demonic beasts to drag the saber-toothed tiger away. Boss, you're mistaken. This woman is definitely not your wife. The saber-toothed tiger realized the fate that awaited it. At this moment, it was completely anxious. Even though it was being dragged, it still screamed crazily. The other monsters looked at one another as well. Although the boss of the saints' world seemed to be of the same race as Bailey Hongzhuang, that did not mean that Bailey Hongzhuang was his wife. Perhaps he only helped Bailey Hongzhuang because they were of the same race. Just as the group of demonic beasts were guessing, they saw Bewitching embrace Bailey Hongzhuang's slender waist with one hand, and his thin lips covered those cherry lips with endless sweetness. It was like a dragonfly skimming the water. Immediately after, the group of demonic beasts heard Bewitching's magnetic voice. She's my wife. How could I mistake her for someone else? It was true. Bewitching's words undoubtedly confirmed Bailey Hongzhuang's identity. All the demonic beasts' faces changed. They couldn't understand what had happened. Why was Bailey Hongzhuang so different after coming to the saints' world? They couldn't understand what had happened, and she had already become the wife of the saints' world's big boss. Yang Lingfeng covered his eyes. He knew it would be like this. It wasn't enough for them to show off their love in front of him. Now, they were showing off their love in front of so many beasts. The fox covered its chest. What should I do? My heart seems to be hurt. The rock patted the fox with its wings and comforted, don't worry. She's the wife of a big boss. It's good enough that we can bask in her glory. But the white guy was the one I had my eyes on. The lion said dejectedly, the white guy never promised you. The fox. Whose side are you on? Other than this guy, who else is there? Bewitching didn't let go of Bailey Hongzhuang's slender waist. Instead, he lowered his head and asked softly. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. Then, she understood that Beichen wanted to avenge her and get rid of all the guys who were targeting them. At this moment, Yang Lingfeng volunteered. Beichen and that monkey. It's that guy who has been working with the saber-toothed tiger to target us. The direction he pointed at was where the fierce cloud monkey was. The fierce cloud monkey felt that something was wrong when he saw the saber-toothed tiger being dragged away. He had been quietly hiding in the crowd, hoping that these guys wouldn't notice him. However, he didn't expect to be pointed out by Yang Lingfeng. His heart suddenly thumped and he knew that something was wrong. After Yang Lingfeng pointed out this guy, he gave Yang Xianxia a look. Sister, when you have someone to rely on, you have to get rid of these annoying guys. Brother, you're getting more and more despicable. Yang Xianxia sighed. Then, a proud smile appeared on her face. But, I like it. Ha ha ha. Yang Lingfeng laughed proudly. This guy would be a disaster sooner or later. Although they didn't need to worry about this guy causing any trouble in the holy world, they couldn't guarantee that this guy would always hold a grudge. When the time came, whether it was playing tricks on them or targeting the fox and the rest, it was something that they didn't want to see. Moreover, he could feel that this fellow was even more sinister than the saber-toothed tiger. The long-armed ape subconsciously looked at Beichen. Seeing the murderous look in his boss's eyes, he immediately understood. He quickly waved his hand to call the other monsters. Take this guy away too. The fierce cloud monkey was caught by the sacred world's demonic beasts. It didn't even have a chance to escape. After knowing that he was doomed, the fierce cloud monkey's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. He immediately shouted, "They are all lying to you. This guy was clearly with the fox before. All of us clearly heard that the fox had threatened to marry her, don't be fooled." Hua, seeing that the fierce cloud monkey actually said such words, the demonic beast's expressions became extremely strange. They had heard something like that before, but they didn't dare to say it in front of the leader of the saints' world. Yang Lingfeng and Yang Xianxia's expressions changed slightly. They looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. Hong Zhuang was undoubtedly Beichen's favorite. Not to mention that he wanted to marry her, he would not allow anyone to get close to her, let alone a man. Even if it was a male, he would not allow it. Recently, the fox had indeed said that he wanted to marry Hong Zhuang a few times. They wondered how Beichen would react. After Beichen heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze fell on the fox not far away. The fox felt guilty at first, but then it thought that it couldn't implicate the white guy. Just as it was about to step forward, Beichen's voice sounded, "My wife has been married to me for many years, but we only separated a year ago." What nonsense are you talking about? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and looked at the man beside her. Although she had told him about her interactions with the fox and the rest, she had never mentioned this point. But looking at the man's expression, he didn't seem angry. After all these years, the trust between them was already unbreakable. Moreover, Beichen wouldn't treat this kind of thing seriously. The two who were waiting to watch a good show were dumbfounded when they saw Beichen resolve this matter so casually. They thought that Beichen would be furious, but they didn't expect that to be the case. A year ago? The fox was surprised. The white guy did appear more than a year ago. If they connected all these together, wouldn't it be, so we've known the wife of a big shot in the holy world for so long? The rock was dumbfounded. Then we've been thinking about how to build a good relationship with the demonic beasts in the holy world. We just need to build a good relationship with the white guy. Oh my god. The clothes I'm wearing were made by the wife of the holy world. No, I have to take these clothes back and worship them. The demonic beasts came back to their senses. This news wasn't just shocking, it was horrifying. But after thinking about it, they felt very happy. They were really lucky. The demonic beasts north of the river were also very envious. No wonder these clothes looked so unusual. So this was the crux of the problem. Thinking about how they were on the opposite side, they felt a little panicked. Boss, these demonic beasts all passed the test. Do you know, the imperial wind horse elephant looked at its boss tentatively, hoping that its boss didn't take what happened to heart. Otherwise, the two of them would be in trouble. Just do what you need to do. Beichen said faintly and pulled Bailey Hongzhuang to the back. Although he had recruited a group of underlings in the saint's world, he did not plan on interfering with many matters here. After so many years, a set of rules had already been established between the sacred world and the demonic beasts of the outside world. All they needed to do was follow the rules and continue. Bailey Hongzhuang followed Bewitching all the way forward. Yang Lingfeng and Li Yunhong also followed. Let's go. I'll take you to your accommodations first. Holding Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, Bewitching was also in a good mood. He felt that his heart, which had been empty for the past year, was finally filled. He didn't care about anything related to demonic beasts. The only thing he wanted to do now was to be with Hongzhuang. After passing through the bamboo forest and the flower field, Bailey Hongzhuang saw a palace in the distance. This palace couldn't be considered luxurious or grand, but it had an unprecedented freshness. The beautiful scenery and the surroundings set off this palace, making it seem like a secret realm in the forest. Wow, Beichin, you'll be staying here for this period of time? Isn't this treatment a little too good? Beichin smiled faintly. You're living here now too. Haha, with you around, we're naturally living a good life. Yang Lingfeng smiled. Other than the days when they were captured by the saber-toothed tiger, the days with Hongzhuang were very comfortable. Now that they were in the holy world, with Beichin here, their days were naturally even better. I think it was the right choice to come to the secret realm with you this time. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a good opportunity. Yang Xianxia's eyes were filled with excitement. The improvement in cultivation in this 1 year would take at least 10 years in the outside world. If they didn't come, they could only watch blankly as Beichin broke through to the elementary immortal stage. Now, even if they hadn't broken through, it was only a matter of time. Other than this, you can choose any of the other rooms. Beichin pointed to the main hall and said. Okay. Yang Lingfeng agreed happily. Along the way, he had already noticed a few rooms. The decorations here were very good. Go in and rest, we won't disturb you and your wife. Yang Lingfeng waved his hand. He had been living in the cave for this period of time and missed this warm and soft bed very much. Yesterday's training had already exhausted him. Now, what he wanted to do most was to take a bath and have a good sleep. That would be perfect. However, I have to remind you that after Fox and the others are done with their business, they might come to Hongzhuang. After all, today's matter is really difficult for them to understand. They will definitely want to understand. So. Yang Lingfeng winked at Beichin. Everything was understood without words. Beichin glanced at Yang Lingfeng indifferently, then pulled Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and walked into the bedroom. Beichin, as soon as they entered the room, Bailey Hongzhuang was already pressed against the wall by Beichin. A familiar aura surrounded her and a hot chest imprisoned her. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a dangerous and seductive aura. Fox said he wants to marry you? His hoarse voice was low and enchanting. His breath drifted to her ears and neck like a secret message, making her feel numb and confused. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the handsome face in front of her and shifted her gaze guiltily. It was just saying, just saying? A low chuckle escaped from the man's throat. His gaze became deeper and deeper as it landed on the face of the woman in his arms, the tip of her nose, and her lips. Then, he lowered his head and kissed the lips that he yearned for day and night. You're not obedient. Ugh, a domineering aura engulfed her, absorbing all of her sweetness. That pair of large hands also caressed her body, quietly sliding into her clothes. The world spun and the man had already landed on the warm and soft bed with her in his arms. Beichin, the woman's delirious voice undoubtedly intensified the man's desire. His hot breath sprayed on every part of her skin. The room was filled with romance. The next day, the warm sunlight spilled into the room through the window. The warm feeling awakened Bailey Hongzhuang from her deep sleep. She slowly opened her eyes and saw the man beside her with his back to the light. He was supporting his head with one hand and looking at her with a smile. The man's eyes were filled with stars and looked even more dazzling than the sunlight. You're awake? Beichin opened his arms and pulled Bailey Hongzhuang into his embrace. Leaning against the man's chest, Bailey Hongzhuang squinted her eyes like a cat and a bright smile blossomed on her face. Only when she was completely awake did she remember something. Didn't the fox and the others come looking for us yesterday? Do you think they can come here? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. He already knew what Yang Lingfeng's reminder meant. However, this palace was not a place that just anyone could enter. Even if everyone knew that the fox and Hong Zhuang had a good relationship, without his permission, no demon beast could enter. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang came back to her senses. From yesterday until now, not to mention coming to find them, there wasn't even a sound from them. Then let's go see the fox and the others in a bit. You care about it a lot? Bewitching asked slowly. Not it, it's them. Bailey Hongzhuang emphasized. She always thought that Bewitching wouldn't be unhappy about this kind of thing, but after being severely punished yesterday, she finally understood how domineering this man could be. If she didn't explain it clearly, her situation today would probably be, in this past year, they've been taking care of me. I'm the one who's been deceiving them, so I feel guilty. Her clear black and white eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. In this period of time, she had been thinking about how the fox and the others would react if they knew everything. She also hoped that they wouldn't be angry with her. Now that she knew about Bewitching's status in the holy world, it was a huge comfort to her. She knew that the fox and the others' biggest wish was to stay in the holy world. If she could help them achieve this wish, it would undoubtedly be for the best. Bewitching's lips curved into a faint smile. I understand. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching walked out of the room, they found that Yang Lingfeng and Yang Xianxia were already awake. Morning. Morning. Yang Lingfeng leaned over sneakily. It's already late in the morning. I thought you guys weren't going to get up today. Hearing the meaning behind Yang Lingfeng's words, Bailey Hongzhuang blushed. This guy was becoming more and more unscrupulous with his words. Looks like the trials of the saints' world aren't enough for you. It just so happens that there are some more difficult trials here. Why don't I take you to try them out? Bewitching said casually. Yang Lingfeng's expression changed. Looking at Bewitching's fluttering appearance, he felt as if there was a needle hidden in cotton. Yesterday's test had almost taken away half of his life. As for the test that Bewitching mentioned, he was afraid that it would make him wish he was dead. As expected, the consequences of offending Bewitching were even more terrifying. Ahaha, I didn't say anything. Yang Lingfeng looked at the weather outside. Today's weather is really good. Do you want to go out for a walk? Bailey Hongzhuang, Yang Xianxia. She really wanted to break off the sibling relationship with this guy. The Imperial Wind Horse Elephant and Long-Armed Demon Ape had been waiting outside. When they noticed that Bewitching had already gotten up, they ran in. Boss, sister-in-law. After the two fellows arrived, they respectfully saluted before secretly sizing each other up. What's the matter? The long-armed ape was also in a dilemma. Yesterday when it heard the fox's request, it wanted to slap this guy to death. This guy had evil intentions towards sister-in-law, although boss didn't say anything yesterday, but no one could be sure that boss didn't take this to heart. But sister-in-law seemed to have a good relationship with them, so it didn't dare to pretend that it didn't know. So today it could only brace itself and ask. Let them come over. Bewitching said. Yes. The long-armed ape heaved a sigh of relief and quickly retreated. The Imperial Wind Horse Elephant sent the demonic beasts to prepare a lot of food. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the variety of fruits in front of her. It was indeed more abundant than outside. Many of them were things that she had never seen before, and every time she ate the fruit, her spirit energy would be more abundant. Bewitching, no wonder your cultivation level rose so quickly. Yang Lingfeng said while eating the fruit. Originally we thought that our cultivation speed outside was already fast enough, but we didn't expect you to be even more powerful. In just 1 year, you have already left us behind. Eat more. Bewitching handed the golden fruit in the middle to Bailey Hongzhuang. Try it. Looking at the fruit in her hand, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. She had already noticed that the other types of fruits had several fruits, but only this fruit had one. But, this was given to her by Bewitching, so she directly tasted it. Once the fruit entered her mouth, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a different aura. The abundant energy flowed down her throat and into her body, spreading throughout her limbs and bones. At that moment, she only felt that her whole body became warm, and an endless amount of energy burst out. It was obviously a very terrifying energy, but it was injected into her body in a very gentle way. It was really too magical. She closed her eyes, and the demon summoning scripture quickly revolved. This kind of energy was not something that could be casually absorbed after eating it. She had to revolve her cultivation technique to absorb all of this energy. Yang Lingfeng only noticed that after Bailey Hongshuang ate a fruit, she closed her eyes and began to cultivate. They were a little surprised. Could it be that Hongshuang ate the fruit and suddenly had an epiphany? Yang Lingfeng looked at Yang Xianxia. After everything that had happened recently, he felt that anything could happen. That's not impossible. Yang Xianxia also agreed with this point. She felt that Hongshuang and Beichen were both first-class geniuses. Nothing was impossible for them. Bailey Hongshuang went into seclusion for 3 whole days. After Fox and the others came, they only received this news. It was not until 3 days later that they were able to meet. Hongshuang, it's too scary for you to go into closed-door cultivation all of a sudden. Fortunately, we're here. What would we do if you suddenly had such an epiphany when we were outside? Epiphany? Bailey Hongshuang frowned. She wasn't experiencing an epiphany. She was just absorbing the power of the fruit. Until now, she still didn't know what kind of fruit she had eaten. This fruit was simply too miraculous. The amount of energy contained within it was even more shocking. With her cultivation, it was undoubtedly very difficult for her to touch the barrier of the elementary celestial stage. Even though she had eaten many fruits in the past year, it was not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. White fellow, what's going on with you? The fox looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a complicated expression. It had previously felt that Bailey Hongshuang might have been coerced. After all, before this, it had never heard the white fellow mention that she had an engagement. 3 days ago, she had clearly agreed to meet them, but in the end, she mysteriously went into closed-door cultivation. It simply couldn't believe such an excuse. Maybe the white fellow wanted to take this opportunity to explain the situation to them, or even take the opportunity to escape, but was discovered by this great demon king. So she was imprisoned until she became obedient, then agreed to let them meet. As for what had happened in the past 3 days, they simply couldn't imagine. Hence, at this moment, the 3 demonic beasts looked at Bewitching as if they were looking at a beast. Did this fellow threaten you? Don't be afraid, tell us. Bewitching looked at the 3 demonic beasts who were filled with righteous indignation, and the corners of his lips curled up. Looks like in the days when he wasn't around, these 3 fellows had indeed treated Hongshuang rather well. No, no. Bailey Hongshuang hurriedly waved her hand. These 3 fellows looked as if they wanted to kill someone. What were they trying to do? Don't think too much, I'm fine. Really? Then what happened to you in the past 3 days? The fox's face was filled with disbelief. Mysteriously going into closed-door cultivation for 3 days, who would believe such words? The white fellow had interacted with them for a year and had never heard of such an epiphany. Bailey Hongshuang thought for a moment and said in a daze, 3 days ago, Bewitching gave me a golden fruit to eat. I thought it was just an ordinary fruit, but who knew that it contained so much energy? Just absorbing the energy alone took me 3 days. When she said that, other than Bewitching, who remained calm, Yang Lingfeng and his brother and the 3 demonic beasts were all stunned. After such a long time, the matter wasn't what they thought at all? What? You didn't have an epiphany? Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Who would suddenly have an epiphany while eating? Yang Lingfeng scratched his head. That's true, the fruit you ate was golden? The fox caught the main point and asked. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. That's right, it's a golden fruit. I've never seen it before. As she spoke, she subconsciously looked at Bewitching. She remembered that among the fruits that were brought up, this was the only one that looked the most unusual. The lion swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The fruit you're talking about. Could it be the Holy Spirit fruit? No way, haha. Fox's smile was a little stiff. Rock could no longer control his expression. The Holy Spirit fruit is golden. Although I've never eaten it, I've seen it before. Holy Spirit fruit? Bailey Hongshuang was slightly stunned. She had long heard of the Holy Spirit fruit's great name. This time all the demonic beasts had come here for the Holy Spirit fruit. She was actually looking forward to seeing what the Holy Spirit fruit looked like. It can't be, right? Bailey Hongzhuang dragged her words and raised her eyes to look at the calm and indifferent man beside her. The man nodded slightly. Everyone was dumbfounded. The fruit that they had racked their brains for was eaten by Hongzhuang as breakfast the moment she arrived. It can't be. Beichen, there should be a limit to how much you dote on your wife. We won't say anything if you give such a precious fruit to Hongzhuang, but have you forgotten that there are still 2 living people here? Yang Lingfeng's eyes had long turned into stars. Because they were not powerful enough, even though they had come to the holy world, their real goal was to find Beichen and not the Holy Spirit fruit. It was precisely because of this that they had almost forgotten about this point. However, how could they forget that Beichen was now the big boss of the holy world? Most importantly, such a precious fruit had appeared right in front of their eyes and they had missed it without even taking a good look at it. The fruit was right on the table at that time. You didn't notice it. Yang Lingfeng's face was full of resentment. I can guarantee that you didn't want us to notice it. Yang Qinshui had already given up. After all, after witnessing Beichen and Hongzhuang's daily interactions, this kind of thing was not strange at all. Knowing Beichen's character, it would be strange if he did not give the Holy Spirit fruit to Hongzhuang. Now we believe you. The fox's gaze towards Beichen had already changed from its initial beastly look. It knew all too well how precious the Holy Spirit fruit was. The number of Holy Spirit fruits ripened every time was the same and the method of distribution was the same as before. It had never been changed. Even the big boss of the holy world could only have 1 fruit. It was impossible to take more than that. Based on the white fellow's power, there was no way he could compete for the Holy Spirit fruit. So, Beichen had given the one and only Holy Spirit fruit to the white fellow. And he had done it in such a casual manner, as if it was an ordinary fruit that was not worth mentioning. If he did not truly like it, who would do such a thing? Even they would not be able to do such a thing. Since that's the case, we can rest assured. The fox's face was serious and the enmity in its heart had disappeared. No matter how unwilling it was to admit it, it had to admit that this fellow was indeed very compatible with the white fellow. I'll leave the white fellow to you. Treat her well in the future, or we'll definitely take her away. Even if you're the boss of the saints' world, we'll find a way to defeat you. Don't worry, you won't have the chance. Beichen's lips curled into a smile. Thank you for taking care of Hongzhuang these days. Yang Lingfeng looked at Beichen's gentle and polite manner and was a little surprised. I didn't expect Beichen to be so calm. I thought he would reject the fox after learning of its evil intentions. That's called being the first wife. Yang Qinshui raised her eyebrows and glanced at Yang Lingfeng. Do you think everyone is like you? With less hostility, the atmosphere in the room became much more harmonious. White guy, didn't you say that you wanted to come to the saints' world to look for your elder brother? Have you found him? The lion asked with concern. The rock looked at the lion with disdain. The white fellow is now the mistress of the saints' world. She can find out who she's looking for just by asking around. That's right, have you found him? The lion. You idiot. Elder brother? Beichen frowned and his starry eyes turned towards the little woman. Beside him. I'm your elder brother? The situation at that time, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a little guilty. In that situation, she had casually made up a lie like this. Heh. The man chuckled. His magnetic voice sounded a little dangerous in Bailey Hongzhuang's ears. We'll talk about it later. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart thumped. She had been tormented for a long time because the fox had threatened to marry her. At this moment, looking at Beichen's expression, she had already guessed what would happen when they returned. Sure enough, they still couldn't avoid this calamity. The fox and the others also came back to their senses. So the reason why the white guy was so nervous before was not because she was looking for her brother, but because she was looking for her partner. We're really slow. We actually didn't understand. Rock laughed foolishly. Yang Lingfeng looked at the big guy who was laughing foolishly. You've always been slow, okay. That night, Bailey Hongzhuang exhausted herself and begged for mercy. I was wrong. What did little sister do wrong? The next day, when Bailey Hongzhuang woke up, it was already afternoon. The man beside her was like a demon who had absorbed all the essence of life. His handsome face was now like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world, but there was a hint of devilish charm to it. It made people want to commit a crime just by looking at him. "You're awake?" The man looked at her sideways, the corners of his eyes were full of smiles. "You're still smiling?" Bailey Hongzhuang glared at the man in annoyance and turned her head away. "Are you angry?" Debachin hugged her from behind and planted a kiss on her fair and smooth shoulder. His eyes were filled with lust and his voice was hoarse. "Alright, it's my fault. I'll take you to take a bath, okay?" The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang cried out in surprise. She had already been lifted up along with the blanket. Her hands subconsciously circled around the man's neck, and her cheeks were pressed against his chest. The anger that was just an act disappeared in the blink of an eye. The hot spring in the bedroom was emitting wisps of hot air, and the warm feeling enveloped his body, making him feel much more comfortable. A smile as beautiful as a lotus blossomed from the corner of her lips. Her delicate face was as dazzling as jade. Debachin gazed at Bailey Hongzhuang. The moment he noticed the smile on her lips, it was as if countless flowers had bloomed in his eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly turned her eyes, only to see the hot spring steaming. Beads of sweat trickled down Debachin's forehead, down his neck, across his muscular chest, and slowly into the hot spring. 3,000 strands of black hair fluttered behind his head and neck. This immortal-like man was suddenly filled with a charming aura. She stared blankly for a moment until the man's chuckle sounded. "It seems that my wife likes it very much." Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled. She quickly looked away, but her heart was beating fast. They were clearly husband and wife, but every time she saw him, she couldn't help but feel moved. "How?" "Ah." The next moment, she had already fallen into the man's embrace. At the same time, she also felt the heat. "You." Debachin hugged her with both hands and planted a kiss on her lips. He gently hugged her and said in a hoarse voice, "My wife, if you tempt your husband again, your husband won't be able to control himself." "When did I?" Bailey Hongzhuang's cheeks turned red. She clearly didn't do anything. It was this fellow who was tempting her, alright? On this day, Debachin accompanied Bailey Hongzhuang for breakfast in the morning before taking her out to tour the Holy World. The Holy World is not small. "Let's go there and have a look today." Debachin pointed ahead, "The scenery there is not bad. I believe you'll like it." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a smile. When she first arrived in the Holy World, she had already been won over by the scenery there. In terms of the beautiful scenery she had seen, this place was the most magical. "Where are Ling Feng and Qin Shui?" The two of them had been with the Imperial Wind Horse Elephant and the others for the past few days. It seems that Fox and the others are with them too. It has only been a few days and they are already very familiar with this place. You don't have to worry. Then their speed is quite fast. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. She had been with Debachin for the past few days. Aside from the vicinity of his sleeping quarters, they had not gone anywhere else. This was the first time she had realized that this guy had the potential to be a fatuous ruler. "Oh right, now that we have finally reunited, what are your plans?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Previously, there had been a problem during the teleportation and they had all been separated. Therefore, in the past year, everyone had been thinking about how to reunite. Now that this problem had been solved, they should think about what to do next. "This place is good for increasing our strength. I think we should cultivate here for a while. What do you think?" "We think so too." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled brightly. "Ever since I consumed the Holy Spirit fruit, I feel that my strength has increased quite a bit. However, I'm still some distance away from breaking through to the elementary immortal stage." Feeling the barrier to breaking through was one thing. In order to truly break through, she would still need to put in some effort. The Holy Spirit fruit has a great effect on increasing one's strength. However, it is not something that can be absorbed in one go. Although you have absorbed quite a lot during your 3 days of closed-door cultivation, there is still a lot of medicinal power in your body that needs to be absorbed slowly. Some of it will even remain in your body even after you break through to the elementary immortal stage. Once you have completely refined it, your strength will also improve greatly. "I see." Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly understood. She was no stranger to such situations. Some miraculous treasures of heaven and earth would have such an effect, because if one were to absorb it all at once, not to mention whether one's body could withstand so much power, it would also be very disadvantageous to one's cultivation base. This was because the foundation of one's cultivation would be unstable if one relied entirely on external energy. This method would undoubtedly be much better. With the help of external objects and his own cultivation, his strength would steadily increase. You don't have to be anxious. Breaking through to the elementary immortal stage isn't an easy task. Breaking through too quickly might not be a good thing. Bewitching held on to Bailey Hongzhuang's hand as they walked forward. If he hadn't obtained the inheritance from the tablet, he wouldn't have been able to break through in such a short time. Qing Devil has returned to the immortal realm. We will meet him sooner or later. This guy might not be able to take care of us in the short term, but it's only a matter of time. The more our cultivation improves, the more we'll be able to protect ourselves when the time comes. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. You're right. If they stayed in the realm of chaos, they still had to be careful of the possibility of being discovered. However, if they stayed here, it was undoubtedly much safer. Let's go back in 2 days. We have to tell Father and the others about this so that they can be mentally prepared. Bewitching had a complicated look on his face. It had been 1 year since Qing Devil returned to the immortal realm. Although this guy had many enemies, Bewitching believed that Qing Devil was very unlikely to be killed by him. When he got rid of all the troubles around him, he would probably think of them. When that time came, Qing Devil would not think of coming to the immortal realm to look for them. He would definitely think of going back to the immortal realm. Therefore, they had to let their families know about this so that they could take precautions. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang's face darkened slightly. Fortunately, even the cultivators in the immortal realm would be affected by the restriction in the immortal realm when they go to the immortal realm. The strongest cultivator would only be in the radiant sun realm. Without such restriction, it would be a piece of cake for Qing Devil to destroy the D family. That's also our greatest reliance. Bewitching's eyes darkened. However, although his realm is suppressed, his strength is still very strong. This feeling was similar to an adult who could only use the strength of a child, but the child still could not defeat the adult. They had to take precautions in advance. I wonder where Xiaoshou is now. This figure appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind again. The D family's land of inheritance was really amazing. She felt that it was very important to Bewitching. Unfortunately, the key was in Xiaoshou's hands. Therefore, they had to find Xiaoshou. Otherwise, they could not open the gate of the land of inheritance. Qing Devil has appeared. She will definitely appear. Bewitching looked certain. Bewitching and Bewitching's hearts sank. Qing Devil was undoubtedly their biggest enemy. This guy had been a master in the immortal realm for many years. Although his strength had weakened a bit now, he was still not someone they could deal with. There was not much time left. They could only take advantage of this time to improve their cultivation, hoping that they would be able to withstand all of this when the time came. Without a doubt, the environment of the saints' world was very beautiful. There were all sorts of sceneries along the way, and the beauty of all 4 seasons was presented here. Everything that seemed impossible in the past seemed possible here. When all the demonic beasts saw Bewitching, they all saluted in unison, showing respect from the bottom of their hearts. Only then did Bailey Hongzhuang realize that the holy world was actually so big, and the number of demonic beasts inside was also not small. Although it couldn't be compared to the outside world, it wasn't a small amount. Regarding the 3 monster beasts wished to stay in the holy world, Bewitching did not hesitate to agree. This kind of thing was just a small matter. He just casually told the long-armed ape and the matter was resolved. The Holy Spirit fruits would ripen in a few days. At that time, the demonic beasts would also have a competition. Only the demonic beasts with outstanding performance would have a chance to obtain the Holy Spirit fruits. Yang Lingfeng originally hoped to go through the back door to taste the Holy Spirit fruits. However, after knowing that each Holy Spirit fruit had its own specific distribution method, he completely gave up on this idea. Therefore, he decided to participate in the competition between the demonic beasts. Even if the odds of winning were not high, he did not mind giving it a try since his life was not in danger. Moreover, this would be a great help to improve his strength. There was no doubt that it couldn't be better. You're saying that Beichen only has one Holy Spirit fruit? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Yang Qinshui in astonishment. This was the first time she had heard of this news. You didn't know? Yang Qinshui was stunned at first, then looked envious. Hongzhuang, I'm so envious of you. Beichen treats you so well. She had thought that Hongzhuang had already known about this. She did not expect that Beichen had not even mentioned it until now. Bailey Hongzhuang finally recovered from her shock. Her heart softened. He's always treated me very well. Qingli treats you very well too. Him? He's such a blockhead. Yang Qinshui sighed. Look, he didn't even come along when I came out for training. I don't know what I like about him either. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, but you still like him. This proves that there's something about him that's worthy of your liking. Yang Qinshui blushed. You don't have to comfort me. By the time you return, maybe he'll have come to his senses. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Actually, Qingli is pretty good the way he is. Apart from you, he doesn't pay attention to any other woman. That's true. Yang Qinshui was a little happier. That's the only good thing about him. Oh right, will you be participating in the competition in 2 days' time? Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. I won't be participating. Everyone must have known by now that she had consumed the Holy Spirit fruit. If she were to participate at this time, who knew what they would think? Furthermore, with her current status, everyone would have mixed feelings during the competition. It would be better if she did not participate. Yang Qinshui did not find this strange. You're boss woman now. How can you participate with us? Oh right, why have you called me here today? Nothing much. Beichen and I are preparing to go into closed-door cultivation for a few days. I'm just letting you know that you won't be able to find us for a few days. Hearing this, Yang Qinshui smiled and said, I understand. Don't worry, we will follow the Imperial Wind Horse Elephant and the others. There won't be a problem. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. That's good. She and Beichen planned to make a trip back to the clan. At the same time, they had to make some subordinates. If the Qing devil really returned to the upper world, they had to be prepared. After all, it was not easy for the family to find them. If they did not arrive in time, things would become very troublesome. After explaining everything, Bailey Hongzhuang and Yi returned to the upper realm. When the members of the D family saw the two of them return, they were all pleasantly surprised. Young master, you're back. Everyone is looking forward to your return. Young madam, quickly go and see your father. It's great that you're back. What happened to my father? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Great Elder anxiously. Could something have happened? Master Lan was injured when he went out for training. He seems to have been poisoned. Although everyone has done their best, we still haven't found an effective way to treat him. Now, everyone is trying to think of a solution. I didn't expect you to come back. Father and daughter are truly connected. Quickly go and see him. Bailey Hongzhuang did not care about anything else. She sped up and flew over. Given her father's current level of power, it was indeed very dangerous for him to encounter such a situation. Bailey Hongzhuang rushed over as fast as she could, with Di Beichen following closely behind. What should we do? Mu Lingbing's face was full of anxiety. Even Dr. Wu was at his wit's end, and Lan Yunxia's condition was getting worse. Should we think of a way to find Hongzhuang? Mu Jian's was also very worried. Now that even Dr. Wu couldn't solve the problem, other than Hongzhuang, there was no one else who could cure the poison. Dr. Wu, is there really no other way? Di Yujue looked at Dr. Wu and asked anxiously. Wu Wenfeng helplessly shook his head. This isn't one of the poisons I've come into contact with. There are some things I've never come into contact with before. Research will require a certain amount of time, but with Lord Lan's current condition, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. Most importantly, for this kind of poison, even if I'm given a certain amount of time, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to create an antidote. He dejectedly lowered his head. The last time his master had returned, he had specially instructed him on his medical skills and told him to take good care of everyone. But now, this kind of problem had arisen, and he had no way to solve it. Hearing this, Di Yujue and the rest's hearts sank. This was simply a nightmare. Hong Zhuang was their only hope, but now they knew that Beichen and Hong Zhuang weren't here, but in another plane. There was no way to contact the two planes, so what could they do? Hong Zhuang. Hong Zhuang. Mu Lingbing kept praying, hoping that Hong Zhuang would quickly return. Bang, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a white figure rushed in. "How's my father?" Hearing this familiar voice, everyone in the room was startled, then they saw that familiar figure. Red. Hong Zhuang? Mu Lingbing looked at the figure in front of her in astonishment. She wondered if she had been too obsessed and was actually hallucinating. "Mother." Bailey Hongzhuang grabbed Mu Lingbing's arm. "I heard that father had been poisoned the moment I got back. What's going on?" Looking at the anxious face in front of her, Mu Lingbing was finally sure that she wasn't hallucinating. Instantly, she felt more energized, and her initial worries dissipated. "Your father is there." Mu Lingbing tugged at her hand and led her inside. "Hurry and see what's wrong with your father. If this continues, I'm afraid his body won't be able to take it." Bailey Hongzhuang quickly entered the room and saw Lan Yunxiao lying on the bed. His face was pale, and there was a trace of purple on his lips. "Master." The moment Wu Wenfeng saw Bailey Hongzhuang, he felt as if he had seen his faith. "I'm useless." Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand, but she couldn't be bothered to say more. She began to take Lan Yunxiao's pulse. On the other side, Di Beichen also came to Di Yujua's side, his handsome face solemn and serious. "What's going on?" Di Yujue heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them return and said, "Earlier, your father-in-law and mother-in-law went out to train together. Originally, there shouldn't have been any problems, but at a certain place in the forest, they separated for a moment. In that case, no one knows what happened? And no one knows how father was poisoned?" Di Yujue nodded. "That's right. This matter is still a mystery even now. Could it be that someone did it with malicious intent?" Di Beichen furrowed his brows. This matter had happened too suddenly. Perhaps he was accidentally poisoned, or perhaps someone deliberately did it. He vaguely felt that the latter was more likely. Lan Yunxiao had rich experience these years, so he shouldn't be like this when he went out to train. Moreover, Lan Yunxiao's strength wasn't weak when they came back last time, so it shouldn't be too dangerous for him to go out to train. "We can't rule out this possibility." Yu Linfeng pondered and said, "When we arrived, I noticed other people's footprints on the ground. However, when I chased after them, there was nothing left. Other than the footprints, there were no other traces. Then why didn't the other party directly kill him, but chose to poison him instead?" Di Yujua's expression was grave. If someone was deliberately targeting them, then they had to be more careful. If they didn't succeed this time, the other party would inevitably make another move. Perhaps it was because we arrived quickly, so the other party didn't have time to do anything else. It could also be because his cultivation isn't as good as Yun Zhao's, so he could only use this method, Yu Linfeng replied. "This person is simply too despicable." Nan Gongwu's face was filled with anger. "He didn't dare to confront us directly, so he used such a sinister method. Simply hateful. Even physician Wu couldn't cure this poison, so the other party must have made sufficient preparations. If that's the case, then there's something very strange." Di Beichen's brows tightly knitted as he fell into deep thought. "What's strange?" Di Yujue asked. "Father has always stayed in our family, so logically speaking, there shouldn't be many people who know him. If they only treated him as an ordinary cultivator, then it would be too strange for them to deliberately target him like this. But if they were targeting our family, they should think of a way to deal with you. Why did they choose my father-in-law?" As Di Beichen pondered, an idea appeared in his mind. "You're right. Since the other party spent so much effort to deal with Yun Xiao, they should have a grudge against him. However, we've been in the upper realm for so long and don't usually have any enemies." Yu Linfeng immediately understood the meaning of Di Beichen's words. They did not have many enemies, so if they thought about it carefully, the target would be much easier to find. "Hong Zhuang, how is it?" Mu Lingbing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang anxiously. She clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles had turned white, but she didn't care. Now, their biggest hope was placed on Hong Zhuang. If even Hong Zhuang couldn't do anything, then, don't worry, nothing will happen. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to Mu Lingbing and gave her a reassuring smile. With me around, there won't be any problems. Mu Lingbing heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, Master. While Physician Wu was happy, he was also somewhat ashamed. As expected, he wasn't skilled enough. He had studied it for a long time and used almost everything he had learned in his life. However, he still couldn't figure out how to cure this poison. After his master came back, she only took his pulse and came up with a solution. The gap between them was obvious. Looking at Dr. Wu's ashamed expression, Bailey Hongzhuang patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's not your fault. Master, you don't have to comfort me. I'm not good enough." Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. "If you're not good enough, I won't comfort you. This poison can't be cured with the standard of the upper realm. This is because the upper realm doesn't have this thing. How can you cure it?" A cold light flashed in her dark eyes. This poison. She only came into contact with it after she came to the realm of chaotic immortals. The upper realm didn't have this kind of thing. In other words, the person who poisoned her came from the realm of chaotic immortals? Or did he get this poison from the realm of chaotic immortals? No matter which one it was, the whole thing had become complicated. Ah? Dr. Wu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this to be the crux of the problem. So, don't think too much about it. If you want to know, I'll tell you after I cure my father. It won't be too late. But now, you have to help me decoct the medicine. Oh. I'll go right away. Dr. Wu didn't dare to delay. He quickly took the prescription and the medicine and ran out. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and looked at the worried people in the room. Don't worry. It's not a problem to cure the poison. After he takes the antidote, my father will wake up soon. As soon as this was said, the expressions of everyone in the room became relaxed. This was the best news they could hope for. Hongzhuang's medical skills are really good, Di Yujue praised. Di Beichen raised his eyebrows. She's called a divine doctor for a reason. Your father is praising Hongzhuang. Look at you. You're even more proud than Hongzhuang, Lin Yinqing said with a smile. Being able to marry such a divine doctor is also a kind of ability. You're showing off your love in front of your parents. Di Yujue shook his head helplessly, but he couldn't stop smiling. As their parents, being able to see them together was undoubtedly the best thing that could happen. By the way, didn't your brother come back this time? Lin Yinqing asked with concern. Since Xiaofeng and the others went to train, they had seen Beichen more often than Xiaofeng's. No. Di Beichen shook his head. Big brother and the others have gone to other places to gain experience. We are now in a secret territory and cannot meet with them in a short time. When we go back, we will tell Big Brother that you miss him and ask him to come back to see you. Lin Yinqing nodded slightly. The children already had their own ideas, so she was relieved. These kids had a lot of secrets. She had never heard of the chaotic immortal realm and the secret realm before. However, she didn't plan to ask about it. It was fine as long as they were fine. After Bailey Hongzhuang fed Lan Yunxiao the antidote, she advised everyone to go back and rest. Since they were poisoned, everyone had been tense and hadn't rested. Now that she was watching over them, everyone could relax and go back to rest. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't insist. She knew the feelings between her parents. She wouldn't be at ease until she saw her father wake up. When will your father wake up? Father has been poisoned for a long time. Although the poison has been removed, his body is still weak. He'll be fine after he recuperates. Bailey Hongzhuang examined Lan Yunxia's condition. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she thought of an idea. Mother, try this. Bailey Hongzhuang took out some fruits and gave a portion to Mu Lingbing. Then she took out some tools and squeezed the fruit into juice. I don't have an appetite. Mu Lingbing shook her head. She was too preoccupied with Lan Yunxia's condition to pay attention to these things. Try it. These fruits can help raise your cultivation. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled and walked to Lan Yunxiao's side to feed him the juice. His body was already very weak, and these fruits had the effect of replenishing it. With these fruits, he would probably wake up faster. Mu Lingbing looked on in confusion. She picked up one of the fruits and tasted it. She was surprised to find that this fruit was so miraculous. What kind of fruit is this? It's so effective? In that instant, Mu Lingbing looked at the fruits in a completely different light. Originally, he thought that they were just a few ordinary fruits, but now, he could tell that they were treasures. She actually ate such precious fruits so casually. These are fruits that can help raise cultivation. As for what they're called, I'm not sure. Bailey Hongshuang looked embarrassed. Fox and the others always called them big fruits, small fruits, green fruits, and red fruits, so she didn't know what kind of fruits they were. You should keep these for yourself. Mu Lingbing put the fruit down. It would be a waste to eat such a precious fruit just like that. Mother, you should eat them. I have a lot of these. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were gentle. No matter what, a mother would always want to leave good things for her children. There's no need. Mu Lingbing waved her hand, not believing him at all. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang directly handed a Cosmo sack to Mu Lingbing. Look, I'm not lying to you. Mu Lingbing looked at it suspiciously. When she saw that it was filled to the brim with fruits, she was stunned. Where did you get so many fruits? In her opinion, one fruit was already a very rare treasure. How could Hongshuang's fruit be considered one? It was as if he had brought back the entire orchard. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. You don't have to worry about that. You can eat as many fruits as you want. Cough, cough. A low cough was heard. Lan Yinxiao raised his head and looked at the mother and daughter with a faint smile. What do you want to eat? You're awake? Mu Lingbing ran over excitedly. How long have I been asleep? Lan Yinxiao smiled gently. Even Hongshuang is back. It looks like I've been asleep for a long time. You've been unconscious for several days. Fortunately, Hongshuang is back. Otherwise, who knows when you'll wake up. I'm fine. Aside from my body being a little stiff, there's nothing wrong with me. Lan Yinxiao moved and wanted to sit up, but Mu Lingbing immediately helped him up. You just woke up. You should lie down and rest for a while. I'm fine now. Lan Yinxiao smiled. It wasn't easy for your daughter to come back. How can I just lie down here? Father, try this. Bailey Hongshuang handed over the fruit. Your body is a little weak right now. Eat this fruit and you'll recover faster. Really? Lan Yinxiao smiled dotingly and tasted the fruit. His expression immediately became the same as Mu Lingbing's. What a miraculous fruit. With these fruits, your cultivation will increase by a lot. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and regained her composure. Father, what happened to you before? Why were you poisoned? After eating a few fruits, Lan Yinxiao's complexion looked much better and his original weakness gradually dissipated. I saw Xiaosu. You saw Xiaosu? Bailey Hongshuang and Mu Lingbing were stunned, their eyes filled with astonishment. Lan Yinxiao nodded. That's right. I saw Xiaosu before I fainted. I wanted to catch her, but I was poisoned and fell unconscious. So, Xiaosu was the one who poisoned you? It should be her. Lan Yinxiao's expression was complicated. We searched for so long but couldn't find any trace of her. We thought she was hiding somewhere and didn't expect her to appear at my training ground. During this period of time, the D clan and the Lin clan had almost searched the entire upper realm, but they still could not find Xiaosu's figure. Later on, everyone gradually gave up on this idea. They even suspected that this fellow was no longer in the upper realm. However, they didn't expect her to appear like this and were caught off guard. Bailey Hongshuang pondered for a moment before saying, Father, do you think you just happened to run into her during your training, or did she purposely come to find you? This? Lan Yinxiao frowned. You have to think carefully. This is very important, Bailey Hongshuang said seriously. Noticing Bailey Hongshuang's complicated expression, Lan Yinxiao thought for a moment before saying, she probably purposely came to find me. Back then, we were in the wilderness. It's a place with few people and isn't suitable for cultivators. Even if Xiaosu was hiding from us, there's no way she would choose that kind of place to live. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang's expression became even more complicated. Di Beichen had just brought over the prepared food when he saw that Lan Yunxiao had woken up. A trace of joy immediately appeared on his face. "Father, you're awake." Lan Yunxiao nodded with a smile. "I've made you worry." "It's fine as long as you're fine." Di Beichen brought the food over. "I think everyone must be hungry. Have a taste." "The taste isn't bad." Bailey Hongzhuang took the food and scooped some for Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing before tasting herself. "It's been a long time since I've tasted such hot food." When she was in the mystic realm, she basically ate the food that the fox and the others found. Rice was indeed very rare to her. "Is your training that tough?" Mu Lingbing's expression changed slightly as she asked with concern. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "That's right, we ate these fruits when we were out adventuring." "You silly girl." Mu Lingbing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang helplessly. "You don't know how lucky you are. These fruits were so precious that they didn't even dare to think of using them as food every day." "Haha, I'm just teasing you." While Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao were talking, Bailey Hongzhuang told Di Beichen the whole story. After hearing this, Di Beichen's expression became very complicated. "So, this is Xiaosou's revenge?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "It's very possible. However, this poison came from the immortal realm of chaos. Does this mean that she has already contacted the Qing devil?" This was the reason they came back this time. They wanted to be prepared early, but they didn't expect this fellow to be faster than them. "We can't be sure about this for now. However, Xiaosou hasn't appeared in the upper realm during this time. Perhaps she really did go to the immortal realm of chaos. She doesn't have a chaos ring like us. Logically speaking, if she went to the immortal realm of chaos, it shouldn't be so easy for her to come back. There were restrictions between realms. It wasn't easy to casually enter and leave two realms. Thinking about it this way, the whole thing became complicated and confusing. Di Beichen reached out and smoothed Bailey Hongzhuang's furrowed brows. "Don't think too much about it. We'll figure it out one day. It seems like we have to put our plan on the agenda. Our family must be prepared. Otherwise, it'll be too dangerous." Although today's matter seemed to have been resolved easily, she couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If they didn't come back today, the consequences would be unimaginable. Di Beichen also understood Bailey Hongzhuang's worries. As far as they were concerned, they didn't have to worry about this situation for the time being. However, their family was their concern. Once Xiaosou made up her mind to attack the Di family, it would be troublesome. Xiaosou had long remembered the destruction of the Xiao family in her heart. As long as there was even the slightest chance, she would not give up. Therefore, once she had the ability, this step was imperative. The next day, when Di Beichen told everyone about the situation, Di Yujue and the others were dumbfounded. "Xiaosou is pregnant with the Qing devil's child, and the Qing devil has appeared in the immortal realm." Di Yujue had a complicated look on his face. He never thought that things would take such a turn. It's all Shiyu's fault. If he hadn't been protecting Xiaosou back then, there wouldn't be so much trouble now. Di Linchuan's face was filled with anger. Because of this, he was already very angry. Now that the safety of the entire family was threatened, there was no need to explain his anger. "Grandfather, we have to take precautions now." Di Beichen's face darkened. It was impossible to say that he didn't resent Shiyu. However, both sides were in different positions. The most important thing now was to deal with all of this. "Didn't you say that there's a limit to cultivation? Even if they really come, we still have the power to resist. It's true that our family's power has improved tremendously compared to before. However, I'm sure they've thought of the same problem that we've thought of. If you don't stop them, the rest of the family won't be able to defend themselves." Di Beichen's expression was solemn and serious. They couldn't be sure how many people the other party would send. Moreover, if their cultivation levels were restricted to a certain range, their combat power would be different from their own cultivation levels. Most importantly, they had to protect the entire family. Di Linxian fell silent when he heard this. The Di family was a big family. Although the younger generation of cultivators had shown great potential, they wouldn't be able to grow without a certain amount of time. Those who had nothing to lose were not afraid of those who wore shoes. Now that Xiaosou and the others had nothing to lose, the Di Linxian and Di Linxian were the ones who had nothing to lose. Beichen, what do you plan to do? Di Beichen had unknowingly become the backbone of the Di family. My array skills have improved tremendously. Therefore, Hong Zhuang and I will strengthen the family's defensive array. Di Beichen turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. The latter nodded. Apart from that, the Lin family and Bailey family's defensive arrays need to be strengthened as well. Everyone nodded. The family's defensive array had been built long ago. However, it had never been activated since it was built. With the Di family's current status in the upper realm, nobody dared to provoke them. However, they were still confident in Beichen's array skills. In the past 2 years, Beichen must have improved tremendously. I've thought of something else. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and looked at Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Xiao He couldn't help but shrink her neck when she saw her master's gaze. Master, what are you planning to do? We'll leave Xiao He and Xiao Bai here during this period of time. It'll be safer for them. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were both stunned. They did not expect their master to make such a decision. Di Beichen had only just heard about Hong Zhuang's decision. But after thinking about it, it was indeed a good choice. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had already reached the Radiant Sun realm. Normally, one would not be able to sense it, but in reality, these two little fellows were not weak. So, Master, are you selling us out right away? Xiao He said resentfully. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. If the two of you stay here, you'll have a lot of delicious food every day. Father and mother won't treat you badly. Lin Yunqing also knew that these two cute little dumplings were gluttons. She immediately smiled and said, when the time comes, I'll prepare whatever you want to eat. The eyes of the two fellows, who were originally full of resentment, lit up when they heard this. They said excitedly, okay. These two fellows were so easily bribed. Here are the fruits we brought. They can help raise your cultivation and strengthen your body. Bailey Hongzhuang handed over her Qianquan pouch. Their greatest harvest from the mystic realm this time was none other than these fruits. With these fruits, father and mother should be able to break through to the Radiant Sun realm. Lan Yinxiao and Xiao He had already seen how amazing these fruits were. Di Yujue and the rest were originally unaware. When they casually took one and tasted it, everyone was dumbstruck. The entire Di family could be said to be a big family. However, since the appearance of these two little guys, not only did the family not help them, but they had also been relying on their help. In fact, their feelings were very complicated. On one hand, they were proud of their achievements. On the other hand, they felt a little guilty because they couldn't help at all. Grandfather, when you go to the chaotic immortal realm, this situation will no longer exist. Di Beichen walked to Di Linxian's side. This is actually not a big deal. Di Linxian nodded slightly. He couldn't tell whether these two little guys were telling the truth or not. Perhaps the chaotic immortal realm was really full of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, he believed more in these two little guys' outstanding abilities. In the next few days, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Linxian not only strengthened the defensive arrays of the three families, but also set up a stronger defensive array in the Dark Sacred Assembly. When Huang Futing and the others saw Di Beichen, they were undoubtedly very surprised. Since the establishment of the Dark Sacred Assembly, the entire organization had become more and more powerful. However, many members were looking forward to the day when they could meet Di Beichen, the legendary president. However, their president was really elusive. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to see him. Even the vice president found it very difficult to meet him. Therefore, when Di Beichen appeared, it caused a sensation. After the cultivators near the Emperor Cloud City heard the news, they all ran to the headquarters of the Dark Sacred Assembly to see their president's heavenly appearance. You're right. President Di is the most handsome man in the world. Oh, I can't take it anymore. He will be my dream lover from now on. Stop dreaming. Look at how charming the Saintess of the Light is. With your looks, President Di won't like you even if he is blind. The voice of reason shattered the dreams of these young girls. Suddenly, the sound of hearts breaking could be heard. Huang Futing and the others looked around with a faint smile. Such a situation had long been within their expectations. Don't tell me you're planning to stay for another 2 days? Huang Futing looked at the two of them in confusion. In his impression, these two fellows had been elusive ever since the Dark Sacred Assembly was established. Even if they did appear, they would not be able to find them again. This time, the two of them didn't do anything after returning. They just reinforced the defensive array of the Dark Sacred Assembly. It was indeed a little strange. That's indeed our plan. Bewitching nodded. Huh? Huang Futing was stunned. Aren't you guys a little too busy? If I wasn't busy, how could my cultivation have improved so much? Bewitching punched Huang Futing's chest. Your cultivation has fallen behind a lot. Huang Futing looked at Bewitching seriously. The last time they met, he already felt that Bewitching's aura was very strong, much stronger than his. But this time, when they met again, he only felt that Bewitching's aura had become ethereal and vast. It seemed that he couldn't even feel the difference. If Bewitching hadn't mentioned this, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Huang Futing widened his eyes and quickly turned to look at Bailey Hongshuang. He sensed that Bailey Hongshuang's aura was also very strong. However, it wasn't to the extent that he couldn't sense it at all like Beichen. Even so, he deeply felt the difference in strength between himself and Hongshuang. Are the two of you demons? Every time we meet, your strength increases so much. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Huang Futing was speechless. Didn't they say that it's very difficult to increase one's cultivation at the later stages? Why doesn't this situation appear on the two of you? This doesn't make sense at all. He had never written about his cultivation. Due to the increase in his strength, the people around him often admired him. However, in front of these two perverts, he was completely useless. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. It's not as exaggerated as you say. We can only focus on our cultivation because you're helping to watch over the sacred assembly. Huang Futing's lips twitched. Is this considered comforting? It is. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. Don't compare yourself to them. These two fellows are perverts. Back then, my cultivation was much higher than theirs. In the blink of an eye, my cultivation has been left far behind. Ao Lingxiao walked over from behind. I rushed over as soon as I heard the news of your return. How is it? Aren't I a good friend? Yi must have told you. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled up. The good news they heard when they returned this time was that Yi and Ling Xiao were together. They had already noticed this back then. However, Yi needed some time to break free from her unrequited love for so many years. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was patient enough to accompany her and slowly forget everything. That's right. Ao Ling Xiao's eyes gradually curled up. It's so difficult to meet you normally. Fortunately, we're able to meet this time. It's really not easy. It's rare for us to meet. Let's have a good drink today. Ao Lingxiao stepped forward and put his hands on Huang Futing's and Bewitching's shoulders. Before the sacred assembly was established, we could still hang out together every day. Now that everything has been settled, it's difficult to get together. By the way, can you two tell us what you've been up to? As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Futing also curiously sized them up. If these two people had been in seclusion at home all this time, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. We went to an even more powerful plane, Bewitching said slowly. As they looked at Bewitching's indifferent appearance, Huang Futing and the other couldn't help but glance at each other. For a moment, they were unable to figure out if he was deliberately teasing them or if he was being serious. Helpless, the two of them could only turn to Bailey Hongshuang. Is what he said true? Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. Yes. Damn. Ao Lingxiao couldn't help but complain. Is it that explosive? How did you get there? Huang Futing was even more curious about this point. You'll need to cultivate well. Once you cultivate to the point where you can go, you'll naturally grasp the method, Bewitching said. Huang Futing looked at Ao Lingxiao sympathetically. It's not easy to make a breakthrough with your current cultivation level. Don't compare yourself with these two guys. One is the Saint Lady of Light, and the other is the Saint Son of Darkness. From this point of view, we're different. You're right. Ao Lingxiao raised his wine glass. Fortunately, you're here with me. Come, let's have a drink. Okay. Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but laugh. Unlike the situation in the chaotic immortal realm, the atmosphere here was much more relaxed. After a while, Huang Futing looked at Bewitching. Something must have happened for you to come back this time, right? He had been with Bewitching for a long time, so he could tell something was wrong from his expression. Even though Beichen's expression was relaxed, he could still sense a trace of unusual solemnity in his eyes. If it was for no reason, with these two fellows' personalities, they probably wouldn't have come here at all. The Qing devil has come out, Bewitching said. That one sentence scared Ao Lingxiao so much that he dropped the food he had just picked up. What did you say? Wasn't the Qing devil imprisoned in the ancient battlefield? How did he come out? Although I don't know how he came out, I'm sure he did come out, Bewitching said in a low voice. Huang Futing suddenly understood. No wonder you strengthened the defensive formation. Is it to prevent him from taking revenge? With this guy's strength, once he comes here, even if there is a defensive formation, it will be useless against us. They were well aware of how terrifying Azure Fiend was back then. The upper realm has a limit on strength. Even if he comes here, his cultivation level won't be much higher. So, the defensive formation is still useful. Now, we can only be sure that he has appeared in the immortal realm. However, we can't be sure when he will come back to the upper realm or if he has already come to the upper realm. What we need to be wary of now is Xiaosu. She has appeared once before and poisoned my father, Bailey Hongshuang said. What? Huang Futing was stunned. We've been looking for Xiaosu for so long without any news. She actually appeared on her own? That's right, and the poison she used didn't come from the upper realm, so we can only be sure that she went to the previous plane. As for whether she has contacted Qing Devil or not, we can't be sure yet. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes darkened. Xiaosu's child is Qing Devil's. Even if Qing Devil has no feelings for her, he won't ignore her for the sake of the child. Huang Futing and the others' hearts sank. This was definitely not good news for them. Back then, Jun Lingshuan was so unhappy. Now that he was finally dead, I thought I would never have to see his face again. Who would have thought that the Qing devil would appear again? What an ill-fated relationship, Ao Lingxiao said helplessly. We will appear frequently during this period of time. You should be more careful. If there is any news, inform us immediately. Bewitching looked at the two with a serious expression. They were both good friends, and he really didn't want them to be implicated because of this matter. Don't worry, we know what to do. Then, do you have any news about Xiaosu now? If that's the case, this matter is indeed difficult to handle. Huang Futing frowned. He originally thought that everything was going well and the sacred assembly was developing well, but he didn't expect that there were so many undercurrents under the calm surface. Don't worry too much. Just be careful. Bewitching comforted him. He vaguely had a feeling that maybe Xiaosu and Qing Devil hadn't met yet. If Qing Devil really sent people to deal with them, then Xiaosu didn't have to go through so much trouble. As long as Qing Devil's people made a move, they wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching didn't return to the secret realm until they had explained the family matters. Today should be the day of the monster competition. Bailey Hongshuang smiled slightly. In fact, today's competition didn't have much to do with them. The judges were already prepared, and everything else was done according to the usual rules. The reason why they showed up today was just for fun. As expected, when they opened the door, the long-armed ape and the others were already waiting outside. Boss, you're finally out. We thought you wouldn't be able to make it in time for today's competition. The long-armed ape heaved a sigh of relief, and his whole body seemed to be more relaxed. Wasn't this matter already prepared long ago? Why are you in such a hurry? Bewitching said casually. That's true, but you're our boss. Of course, you have to be present on such an important occasion. Yang Xianxia and Yang Qingfeng were happy to see them out. I knew that you would definitely come out on such an important day. Unfortunately, no matter what we said, these two guys were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Yang Lingfeng spread out his hands, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Bewitching looked at the imperial wind horse elephant. Are you ready to start now? Everything is ready. We're just waiting for you, boss. All right. Bewitching nodded slightly and walked forward. The imperial wind horse elephant and the long-armed ape immediately followed. After walking for a distance, they saw the participating demonic beasts. Fox and the others waved excitedly at Bailey Hongzhuang when they saw her. "We're here." Bailey Hongzhuang responded by waving her hand. Only then did the three fellows reveal joyful smiles. The surrounding demonic beasts could only look at them enviously. Who would have thought that the wife of a big shot from the Holy Realm would be with them in the outside world? The fox and the others had picked up such a good opportunity in vain. No matter how much they regretted it now, it was too late. Looking at the group of demonic beasts in front of him, Bewitching directly said, "Let's begin." After hearing this, all the demonic beasts immediately became spirited and looked at their competitors with confidence. As long as they could perform outstandingly today, once they obtained the Holy Spirit fruit, their strength would increase by a lot. Of course, to them, the Holy Spirit fruit wasn't the most important thing. Instead, it was the honor of obtaining the Holy Spirit fruit, and even the chance to stay in the Holy Realm. Yang Xianxia and Yang Lingfeng quickly joined the group and began the first round of the examination. "Is there only one round in this assessment?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked. "There are 3 rounds in total. The final score will be calculated based on the total score," the Imperial Wind Horse Elephant explained with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Previously, she had put all her attention on the family and did not even have any understanding of the situation of the assessment. "How long will this assessment take?" Bewitching looked up and asked. The long-armed ape and the Imperial Wind Horse Elephant looked at each other and said, "About 6 hours." Bewitching stood up. The 2 beasts were stunned. "Boss, what's wrong? It's boring to wait here. Let's go take a look at the Holy Spirit tree." The Imperial Wind Horse Elephant hesitated. "But we still have to wait for them to finish. What if they don't see us after the competition? It's fine." The long-armed ape looked at the Imperial Wind Horse Elephant in disdain. "Let's go together. We'll come back later." Bewitching looked at the 2 beasts and held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. "I'm talking about us. You 2 wait here for the results. Let us know when it's about time." The 2 beasts were stunned. "Okay." Bailey Hongzhuang followed Bewitching towards the Holy Spirit tree. It was not until they were some distance away that they heard a voice from behind them. "Boss, there's a limited number of fruits. You can't eat them secretly." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching, whose face had darkened a bit, and couldn't help but chuckle. "If you take me to the sacred spirit tree now, it'll really make the demonic beasts suspicious." Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who had a sly look on her face. "We're not going there to look at the Holy Spirit fruit." "Then why?" "We'll know when we get there." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching in confusion. She didn't know what this guy was thinking. In the distance, a towering tree attracted Bailey Hongzhuang's attention. It was an ancient tree that was over 10,000 years old. Its trunk was very thick and solid. At least, Bailey Hongzhuang had never seen such a thick trunk before. Its branches and leaves were so dense that they covered the entire sky. Not even the slightest bit of sunlight could penetrate through them. The entire tree seemed to exude a celestial aura, with specks of green light, as if there were countless fireflies surrounding it. The interesting thing was that this tree wasn't very tall. The golden fruits hanging on the tree were heavy, as if they would fall at any moment. "What a beautiful tree." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the tree in front of her in amazement. She had never thought that a tree could be so beautiful. It was like a divine tree that could only exist in a celestial realm. It emitted an endless amount of light, and a gentle aura emanated from it. It was as if the entire world had become gentle. Bewitching lowered his head to look at the pleasantly surprised girl next to him. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He had already guessed that she would show this kind of expression when she saw the scene. "Do you like it?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded happily. "I like it. It's really beautiful here." This mystic realm was perhaps a celestial realm. Such a beautiful place didn't seem like an ordinary realm at all. "Come, let's go take a look." Here. Bailey Hongzhuang surveyed her surroundings in amazement. The ground beneath her feet was soft, and she felt as if she had been enveloped by a very gentle aura. "Do you notice anything different?" Bewitching raised his brows as he asked. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the man beside her and nodded. The aura here is very different, and the elemental energy in the air is also very rich. It's as if my mind has never been so clear before when I stay here. She had also experienced this feeling when she was climbing the mountain, but it couldn't be compared to the feeling she was experiencing now. This feeling was as if the entire world had suddenly become transparent, and the power of enlightenment had become very powerful. I want to cultivate here. Bailey Hongzhuang looked up. She felt that cultivating in this kind of environment would perhaps allow her to improve at a very fast rate. Bewitching smiled slightly. All right. You already knew about the effects of this place, right? Bailey Hongzhuang asked when she saw the man's unsurprised expression. Everyone only thinks that the Holy Spirit fruit is good, but after coming here once, I realized that cultivating here is also very effective. This mysterious power will continuously magnify your senses, and your mind will become clear. The reason why I was able to break through to the elementary immortal stage was inseparable from the help of this place. Bewitching spread out his hands. A cool breeze blew past, and the leaves rustled like the pleasant sound of wind chimes. This is really a magical place. Bailey Hongzhuang sat down on the ground, slowly closed her eyes, and began to cultivate. Bewitching lay down beside her and looked at her familiar and beautiful features with a gentle expression. After cultivating, Bailey Hongzhuang understood that everything Bewitching had said was true. Cultivating in such an environment would indeed yield twice the results with half the effort. This was by far the fastest place to cultivate. Bailey Hongzhuang only came back to her senses when she heard the man's magnetic voice. It's almost time, we have to go first. All right. Bailey Hongzhuang stood up and looked at the tree beside her in surprise. She couldn't help but open her arms and hug the tree trunk. This is really a divine tree. Back then, when we were training, we also saw a tree, but that tree couldn't be compared to this one. That tree was a disguised divine tree. This tree is the real divine tree. Bewitching smiled and nodded. You're right. If all the Holy Spirit fruits are plucked, will there be any changes to the effects of cultivating here? I won't. That's great. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up and she asked curiously, if the effect of cultivating here is so good, why don't the other monster beasts cultivate here? Actually, for them, increasing their strength isn't the most important issue, Bewitching said slowly. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned for a moment before she understood what he meant. Whether it was the monster beasts of the Holy Realm or the outside world, their daily lives were very easy. The food they ate could unconsciously increase their cultivation. Even if they didn't put in the effort to cultivate, as long as they lived for so many years, their cultivation would gradually reach this stage. So, even if they knew, they wouldn't want to cultivate? That's one aspect. Bewitching smiled. Apart from that, only you and I can come here. The other monster beasts can't come here. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching returned, they saw the two beasts beaming with joy. Boss, it's great that you're back. How was it? They should be coming out soon. While they were talking, some beasts had already passed the test and came out. However, those beasts looked as if they had been bullied. Their image was completely ruined. Looks like this test wasn't easy. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the beasts that came out one by one. Their originally smooth and shiny fur was now covered in dust. Some were even bunched up. Where was their previous brilliance? When the fox came out, she noticed that there were a few holes in its clothes. It was bright red, but now it was almost dyed black. What kind of test is this? Bewitching looked at the girl beside him and smiled. Aren't you looking forward to seeing Lingfeng's appearance when he comes out? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. Then, the smile on her face widened. I'm looking forward to it. Not long after, Yang Lingfeng's figure appeared in their line of sight. Oh my god, this test is too torturous. Yang Lingfeng tidied his hair. Luckily, he was with a group of beasts. If it was any other day, his image would be completely ruined. Haha. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh. Yang Lingfeng's current image was no different from a beggar. Hearing this clear and bright laughter, Yang Lingfeng couldn't help but raise his head. He was speechless. Hongzhuang, do you have any sympathy? Xianxia took the test with you. Why does Xianxia look so much better than you? Yang Lingfeng looked behind him. Yang Xianxia had just come out. Looking at her, he realized that she looked much better than him. Why is this? Yang Xianxia glanced at Yang Lingfeng. Who knows? You're suitable for this image. Sister, you're spouting nonsense. No matter what you say, I'm usually a distinguished and elegant man. Bewitching looked at the demonic beast at the side. Are the results out yet? Boss, the results are out. The long-armed demon ape hurriedly handed the results to Bewitching. After taking a look, Bewitching found Yang Lingfeng and Yang Xianxia's names. He handed the results back. We can now announce the results. The Imperial Wind Horse Elephant slowly announced the names one by one. Only when the names of Yang Lingfeng and Yang Xianxia were mentioned did the two of them let out a sigh of relief. How is it? We didn't embarrass ourselves, did we? Yang Lingfeng said happily. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and didn't say anything. The results clearly showed that the two of them were behind in terms of results, but this guy acted as if he didn't see it and completely ignored this point. You're already at the bottom. Bewitching directly exposed the truth. Yang Lingfeng's expression froze, and he said, maybe my performance in the next two stages will be very good. I look forward to it. It's not that I want to say this, but the main thing is that these demonic beasts' brain circuits are not the same as ours. Yang Lingfeng's face was helpless. He had already tried his best. Maybe you guys can really pass the test. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. As long as you can pass every round, then you can get the Holy Spirit fruit. The next two tests were carried out one after another. The demon beasts of the holy world had already arranged everything in an orderly manner. As such, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching did not need to waste any effort. The two of them only needed to return for a short while after the first test ended. However, the next two tests seemed to be more troublesome. One of them actually lasted for 3 days. After discovering the magic of the Holy Spirit tree, Bailey Hongzhuang had already decided to stay here. For a few days, she stayed under the tree and cultivated quietly. Bewitching took the opportunity to return to the upper realm. After confirming that there were no problems, he returned. When Bailey Hongzhuang opened her eyes, she found Bewitching waiting for her. She immediately asked in surprise, "You're not cultivating? I want to see when you'll talk to me." Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. When did I talk to you? Sigh, at least I'm in front of a handsome man. My charm can't compare to cultivation. Bewitching pretended to be sad. Bailey Hongzhuang was amused. That's why I can only cultivate with my eyes closed. Otherwise, I won't be able to think about cultivation all day long when I'm with you. It seems like, you miss me? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. Noticing the man's gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang hurriedly stretched out her hand. Stop. Have you gone back and checked? Everything is fine. The smile in Bewitching's eyes gradually deepened. That's good. Bailey Hongzhuang finally relaxed. After a while, her gaze became more serious. Bewitching, I've been staying under this tree for the past few days. I feel like my head has become much clearer. I can think more clearly than usual. What do you think? I think it's very likely that Xiaoxia hasn't contacted the Qing devil yet. The reason why she has the poison from the chaotic immortal realm might be because she went to the crossing immortal realm. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a while and said, her master is Shuyu. He's the person who went to the crossing immortal realm and came back. If he taught this method to Xiaoxia, then Xiaoxia might be able to do it. After saying all this, she looked at Bewitching expectantly. She did not know if he would agree with her. By so much time. So you've thought about it so long ago. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. Why didn't you say so? With your intelligence, it's only a matter of time. Well, if that's the case, I think we should consider going to the crossing immortal realm. With the strength of my parents, it's only a matter of time before they break through to the brilliant sun realm. By then, they might appear in the crossing immortal realm. If Xiaoxia is there, then we. Bailey Hongzhuang did not say anything, but everything was obvious. Bewitching nodded slightly. Yes, we have to hurry to the crossing immortal realm. So you have to speed up. Me? The crossing immortal realm is not friendly to brilliant sun realm cultivators. If we go there as immortal realm cultivators, the situation will be much easier, Bewitching said in a deep voice. This was one of the main reasons why they did not go to the crossing immortal domain. If they went to the crossing immortal domain as a radiant sun cultivator, they would become free laborers. Not only would they be exploited, but they might even lose their lives if they were not careful. It was just like when they were captured to mine. Once they broke through to the elementary celestial stage, there would be much less resistance when they went to the crossing immortal domain. They would also be able to protect themselves. Once they understood the situation in the crossing immortal domain, their clan's cultivators would have more options. However, although she could feel the barrier to breaking through, she would still need to put in a lot of effort to break through. I'll do my best. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes darkened. She felt the pressure on her shoulders increase. Don't feel too much pressure. You're already very fast. Bewitching hugged Bailey Hongshuang from behind. Even if you can't open the land of inheritance, you're doing well now. Is that so? Bailey Hongshuang could not help but recall what had happened at the Enlightenment tablet. Those words. What did it mean? It was a familiar voice, but she could not remember where she had heard it before. She did not want to find out if it was right or wrong. Wife, what are you thinking about? Bewitching could not help but remind Bailey Hongshuang when he saw that she had suddenly fallen into deep thought. Bailey Hongshuang snapped back to her senses. She smiled and shook her head. Nothing. Cultivation is also a gradual process, so you don't have to be too anxious. If it's really too late, you can stay in the chaos ring. We can go together. Bailey Hongshuang heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, they still had the chaos ring. Now that you've broken through to the elementary celestial stage, everything is much more convenient. Finally, the competition came to an end. The result was rather unexpected. Yang Lingfeng had successfully passed the test, but Yang Xianxia had failed. This made Yang Lingfeng very happy. He had been talking about this all day. Sis, now you know the difference between us, right? Yang Lingfeng said proudly. I'm the real genius, haha. Yang Xianxia looked at him speechlessly. She really didn't want to admit that this guy was her younger brother, but she couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. Beichin, will you really give me one of these Holy Spirit fruits? After the pleasant surprise, Yang Lingfeng started to worry again. This fruit was so precious, and he wasn't a beast. Since you've passed the test, it's naturally yours. One by one, the Holy Spirit fruits were plucked. Fox and the others also obtained a Holy Spirit fruit. Holding the Holy Spirit fruit, Yang Lingfeng and the fox were overjoyed. The fox was even more reluctant to eat it, so it directly put the Holy Spirit fruit into its Qiankuan bag. As for Yang Lingfeng, after some thought, he decided to split the Holy Spirit fruit into two and gave one of them to Yang Xianxia. This is for you. Yang Xianxia stared in astonishment at the half-eaten Holy Spirit fruit in front of her. The rich fragrance wafted into her nostrils through the air. Just a whiff of it made her feel relaxed all over. For me? No need to thank me. Yang Lingfeng patted her shoulder. If you really feel bad about it, you can call me Big Brother. I can accept that. You'd better die. After consuming half of the Holy Spirit fruit, Yang Xianxia and Yang Lingfeng began their closed-door cultivation. The other demonic beasts would have the opportunity to cultivate in the Holy World for another 3 months after receiving their share of the Holy Spirit fruits. Apart from that, the other demonic beasts would have to leave first. Among the fox, lion, and roc, only the fox received the Holy Spirit fruit, but the lion and roc were not envious. They would be able to stay in the Holy Realm from now on. The monsters to the south of the river congratulated them. Every time the gates to the Holy Realm opened, only a few monsters would be able to stay. Any monster that succeeded would become the envy of all the other monsters. This time, all 3 of them were able to stay. Everyone knew that Bailey Hongshuang was the reason. The fox and the others are really lucky. They'll be able to stay here from now on. There's nothing we can do about it. We're not that lucky, but this is good too. Who knows, maybe the next time we take the test, the fox and the others will help us out. Only the monsters to the north of the river looked like frosted eggplants. They had completely lost this time. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching cultivated under the Holy Spirit tree all day long. Their cultivation speed was undoubtedly the fastest here. However, the two of them also kept an eye on the situation of their clans. Xiao He and Xiao Bai busied themselves in two places, responsible for delivering news. In the blink of an eye, a year flew by. Under the Rainbow Bridge, Yang Lingfeng leaned against a willow tree with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Hong Zhuang is still in seclusion?" Di Beichen nodded. "No way?" Yang Lingfeng's face fell. "She's been in seclusion for almost the entire year. Is this the charm of cultivation? Why can't I feel it? Hong Zhuang is trying to break through to the elementary immortal stage. It's rare for her to have such a good environment to cultivate in, so of course she has to try her best." Yang Xianxia said, "Don't you know how many years it took you to break through to the elementary immortal stage? In any case, I've made a breakthrough now." Yang Lingfeng chuckled. "Sis, you have to work hard." Yang Xianxia looked at Yang Lingfeng with disdain. Ever since this guy broke through half a year ago, he had been very smug. Unfortunately, she couldn't break through for the time being, so she could only endure it. Yang Lingfeng walked to Di Beichen's side and put an arm around his shoulder, saying, "Beichen, if you ask me, cultivation isn't something that can be accomplished overnight." Although the environment here was not bad, and the speed of cultivation was also very fast, the threshold of the elementary celestial stage was very difficult to break through. No matter how talented a cultivator was, it was impossible for them to break through so quickly. Rather than letting Hong Zhuang suffer like this, he might as well spend more time with her. Life can't be all about cultivation. The way I see it, it's impossible to break through the elementary immortal stage without a few decades. Yang Lingfeng turned his head and looked behind him. "Big sis, don't you think so?" Yang Xianxia thought about it and nodded. That's true. Whether it was her or Lingfeng, both of them had been stuck in the elementary immortal stage for a few decades. Beichen's situation was definitely unique. Boom, the aura of a breakthrough came from afar. Rich origin energy condensed in the sky, condensing into a solid form like clouds. As someone who had broken through before, Yang Lingfeng only needed a glance to know that this was a situation that would only occur when one broke through to the elementary immortal stage. But the demonic beasts I saw were all at the elementary immortal stage and above. Yang Xianxia frowned. Over the past year, she had become more familiar with the demonic beasts of the holy world. Almost none of the demonic beasts here were below the elementary immortal stage, and her cultivation level was at the bottom of the pack. Because of this, she sighed for a long time. Di Beichen looked at the cloud of origin energy in the distance and smiled. Hong Zhuang is about to break through. So it's Hong Zhuang, Yang Lingfeng said subconsciously. In the next second, his expression suddenly froze. Then, he opened his mouth wide in shock. What did you say? Who's breaking through? Is that where Hong Zhuang is? Yang Xianxia's expression was not much better than Yang Lingfeng's. Di Beichen nodded, and the smile on his face became even more dazzling. I knew she would do it. Yang Lingfeng. This is too freaking crazy, Yang Xianxia. Can't you give me a way out? The three of them did not continue to stay where they were. Instead, they walked in the direction of the Holy Spirit tree. This is too inconceivable. I have to follow them and see if it's true, Yang Lingfeng said with a complicated expression. He was certain that Hong Zhuang's cultivation level had been stuck at the Radiant Sun stage for at most 2 to 3 years. Beichen's breakthrough was one thing. After all, he had inherited the inheritance from the Enlightenment Monument. But if Hong Zhuang had also broken through, even with the help of the Holy Spirit fruit, it would be too heaven-defying. After reaching a certain distance from the Holy Spirit tree, the three of them stopped. This was because only Beichen could enter. Neither Yang Lingfeng nor Yang Lingfeng could enter. Di Beichen did not want to disturb Hong Zhuang at a time like this. In any case, breaking through under the Holy Spirit tree was undoubtedly very safe. They only needed to wait outside for the results. This is too crazy. Yang Lingfeng sat on the ground in defeat. When he confirmed that they were here, he already knew the result. Let's see what you have to be proud of now. Yang Xianxia shook her head. Their little complacency was nothing in front of Beichen. Sigh, I can't be compared to a pervert. Yang Lingfeng glanced at Bewitching. These two guys couldn't be judged by common sense. In the past, he had never believed that there were geniuses in this world that ordinary people could not compare with, because most of the cultivators who could cultivate to this level were geniuses. However, all of this had been dispelled after meeting Beichen and Hong Zhuang. He believed that there were geniuses in this world that were beyond the reach of ordinary people. You might have cultivated for several decades, but you might not even be able to match up to him in a few years. It was not until the next day that Bailey Hongzhuang opened her eyes. The smile in her eyes deepened as she looked up at the lush green divine tree that was exuding boundless vitality. After so long, I've finally broken through. Feeling the rich elemental energy in her body, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved upwards continuously. This kind of powerful feeling was unprecedented. She had clearly only broken through by one level, but she felt as if her strength had increased by many times. Whether it was the density of her elemental energy or the quality of her body, they had all increased by many times. No wonder the cultivators from the immortal region feel so superior. The difference between one level is simply too great. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. It was indeed very difficult for the cultivators from the realm of chaos to defeat the cultivators from the immortal region. The difference in strength was simply too great. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that there was a lot of dirt on her body. Is this the next step of cleansing? She didn't have time to think too much and quickly entered the chaos ring. If she did not clean up this situation, she would not be able to face anyone. Following the completion of the cleansing, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that she was much lighter and her affinity with elemental energy had greatly increased. According to normal people, I am considered an immortal now. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Bailey Hongzhuang walked out. Di Beichen walked over when he saw her. Congratulations, my wife. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. I finally broke through. She had been under a lot of pressure for the past year. She only wanted to break through as soon as possible so that she could explore the crossing immortal domain. Fortunately, Xiaosewu didn't appear later and the family was safe and sound. Otherwise, he would feel guilty. Di Beichen understood the meaning of her words. His heart softened as he said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. This is not your responsibility." Speaking of which, he was responsible for everything. Hong Zhuang, you are finally out. Come, we have roasted a lot of food. We were just waiting for you to eat. Yang Lingfeng waved at Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. She pulled Di Beichen's hand and walked over. Is this a celebration for me? Yes, it is to heal the wound in my heart. Wound? You guys are too perverted. You have caused an indelible wound to my heart. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen talked for a while and felt that it was time for them to leave. The crossing immortal domain was urgent. Moreover, they had been out for more than 2 years. They had to go back and see how everyone was doing. You plan to go back now? When young Xianxia heard the news, she was somewhat surprised. In truth, cultivating here was quite good. Qingyang City did not have such a good cultivation environment. We've been out for quite some time. We still have to check on our friends, Di Beichen said. Yang Lingfeng nodded slightly. That's true. Sis, you should go back and see Qingli. This mystic realm. After we leave this time, it won't be easy for us to come back again. At the mention of Bai Qingli, Yang Qianxia was a little moved. They hadn't seen each other for more than 2 years. She wondered if he was doing well, however, when she thought about how she might not have the chance to come back to such a beautiful place in the future, she felt that it was a pity. Sister, this experience is unavoidable. We can't just stay outside and not go back, right? What if Qingli gets snatched away by another woman? What will you do then? Shut your crow's mouth. All right. Seeing how reluctant the two of them were, Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Di Beichen and the corners of her lips curled up a little. This was also a problem that had been troubling them for a long time. However, it was also strange. Perhaps it was because they had stayed in this place for long enough that a new door had appeared in the chaos ring. They had tried. Once they entered the new door, they would appear here. This was simply the best news. Bailey Hongzhuang liked the chaos ring more and more. This thing seemed to be the key to opening the various planes. It always brought them unexpected surprises. After making the decision, Bewitching told the monsters of the holy world that they planned to travel around and return after a while. During this time, the matters of the holy world were left to the long-armed ape and the others to handle. In any case, before Bewitching came, they had always been the ones to handle things here. Hearing this news, the monsters were very reluctant, but they didn't object. After all, wherever their boss wanted to go was not something they could control. Yang Xianxia and Yang Qinfeng were also a bit puzzled as to why the two of them would use such an excuse. However, after thinking about it, they felt that they didn't want the monsters to be sad, so they came up with such an excuse. These monsters, although strong, were extremely pure. After spending a year together, they had completely treated them as their own. Facing such people, they were very reluctant to part. "Boss, have a safe trip. Come back soon." The monsters stood in front of the gate, waving goodbye. "Let's go back." Bewitching waved his hand, and the four of them walked out of the holy world together. "Why do I suddenly feel like crying?" Yang Lingfeng slapped his forehead. He was actually so reluctant to part with these stupid demonic beasts. "Don't think about it. It's not like we can't come back." "That's true, but to teleport to the same place twice in a random secret realm is really too difficult." Bewitching smiled faintly. "I promise, we'll definitely have a chance to come back in the future." "How about it?" "As if I believe you." Yang Lingfeng curled his lips, not taking this to heart at all. Qingyang City. When the four of them appeared on the bustling streets, they couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. "It feels like it's been a long time since I've seen so many people." Yang Lingfeng sighed. "I almost couldn't get used to it." "Let's go, don't delay." "Let's go back and see father first." Yang Qianxia patted Yang Lingfeng's head, then quickly ran in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Bailey Hongzhuang and Yang Qianxia also quickened their pace. Although Qingyang City was close to Xian City, there was still some distance. Fortunately, the city lord was very familiar with the affairs of Qingyang City. They could probably ask the city lord and get a general idea. "Young master, young miss is back." When the servants of the city lord's mansion saw Yang Qianxia and Yang Qianxia, cheers of joy immediately spread throughout the entire city lord's mansion. Yang Han also rushed over immediately. After seeing that the four of them were safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Father, we're back." "It's good that you're back." Yang Han happily patted Yang Lingfeng on the back. After taking a closer look, his expression suddenly became very strange. Your aura, ha ha ha." Yang Lingfeng laughed. "Dad, you're pretty good. I can tell at a glance." Yang Han was a little uncertain at first, but after seeing Yang Lingfeng's smug look, he immediately believed his own judgment. You really broke through? Isn't that right? How could it be fake?" Yang Lingfeng's face was filled with excitement. "How is it? I told you that I would be able to break through." Yang Han couldn't hide his excitement as he patted Tang Wulin's shoulder even harder. "Good boy. You didn't disappoint me." "Hee, I'm nothing. Beichin and Yang Qianxia are the real deal." Hearing this, Yang Han finally noticed Beichin and Yang Qianxia on the side. He hurriedly said, "Young Master D, look at me." After learning that 3 out of the 4 of them had broken through to the elementary celestial stage and Yang Qianxia was the only one who had yet to break through, Yang Han's expression became very interesting. "What kind of treasured land did you go to this time? How did your strength improve so much?" If Beichin had broken through, he could still think of it as a result of his talent. After all, they already knew about the Enlightenment Steel. However, Yang Lingfeng had also broken through. This proved that the place they went to this time was very good. As a father, he was very familiar with Yang Lingfeng's situation. Of course, the pills that Hong Zhuang had given him were also very helpful. "That's a long story, but the place we went to this time was really a treasured land." Yang Lingfeng walked into the mansion. "I'll tell you the details later." "City Lord Yang, how are things in Xian City?" Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and decided to ask first. They really wanted to know how everyone was doing. Yang Han nodded slightly. Qingli came here a while ago. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion is developing very well now. There doesn't seem to be any problems. However, that Gong Jun also misses you very much. Every once in a while, he would make a trip here. Since you're already back, I think you should go back and take a look. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were relieved. After thinking for a moment, they said, in that case, we'll take our leave first. We'll go back to Xian City and visit again next time. You're leaving so soon? You should at least have a meal first. Yang Xianxia could not help but say. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and waved her hand. No need. We haven't been back for so long. It's better for us to go back first so that everyone can rest assured. Seeing that the two had made up their minds, Yang Han and the others did not try to persuade them to stay. The two cities were very close and it was very convenient to travel. You guys go first. We'll be there in 2 days. Yang Lingfeng winked and gestured to Yang Qianxue. Xian City, Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Boss and the others have been training for more than 2 years. Could they have encountered any danger? Bai Lianche shook his head. Sister and brother-in-law are very strong. They shouldn't be in any danger. Perhaps they were delayed by something else. I think so too. Ling agreed. It's just that I haven't heard from Xiaofeng recently, so I'm a little worried. Hong Zhuang had the chaos ring, so they didn't have to worry too much. Even if it wasn't that big, it wouldn't be a problem for them to hide. However, Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan had not appeared for a while. For some reason, they felt uneasy. Gong Jun, do you have any news about them? No. Gong Jun had a helpless look on his face. I saw them half a year ago. They said that they were going to train, but there was no news after that. Half a year ago, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Xiaofeng and the others are different. Their training was only around here. Beichen and the others went to the secret realm to train. Those who go to the secret realm usually spend a lot of time there. But since they're training around here, it shouldn't be too long. Ling thought for a moment and said, Gong Jun, how often did they appear when they were training? Maybe they had a fortuitous encounter this time, so they were delayed for a while? Gong Jun asked. Bai Lianche and Ling both fell into silence. This kind of thing, they couldn't say for sure. Speaking of which, Zhongli and the others haven't been here for a while. Gong Jun thought for a while and said. Zhongli and the others have always been elusive. It's better for us to stay away from them. Bai Lianche said slowly. Why? Zhongli has always been a troublemaker. I don't know what the elders told him, but he's basically a troublemaker. However, this guy's strength isn't something that ordinary people can compare to, so he isn't in any danger. Injuries are normal for him. Bai Lianche shook his head. He still remembered the last time he saw Zhongli Mu, his ability to cause trouble made him speechless. Fortunately, his partner is Yunju. These two guys are very abnormal. Ling couldn't help but sigh. Zhongli Mu was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers. With the guidance of the elders, ordinary cultivators in the chaotic immortal realm were no match for him. Although Imo Yunjue wasn't like that, he had always been a powerful guy. Causing trouble, as the young master of the Shirtian Pavilion, he had never been afraid. As for injuries, it was completely normal for him. This combination was simply too perfect. Hearing this, Gong Jun's expression couldn't help but change. What you said makes sense. Then let him find you in the future. It's better for him not to come to my Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Just as the three of them were talking, a group of cultivators suddenly rushed in. Attack! Smash it for me! Seeing this, Gong Jun hurriedly stepped forward and said, Who are you people? What do you want? Where is that kid Zhongli Mu? The man in the lead stared at Gong Jun aggressively. As long as you hand that kid over, we'll let you go today. If you don't hand him over, don't open your shop. Bang bang bang, in the blink of an eye, 2 counters had been smashed. Gong Jun was dumbfounded. How could there be such a coincidence? They had just mentioned Zhongli Mu, and now someone was here to smash the store. Almost immediately, Gong Jun came up with an idea and said, You must be mistaken. I don't know the person you're talking about. The man in the lead hesitated for a moment before he sneered, "Don't lie to me. I heard a fellow with the surname Wen tell Zhongli that this immortal treasure pavilion is owned by one of our own. If there's anything you need, just take it on credit. Anyway, the boss will pay for it. Our relationship has already reached this point, and you're still telling me that there's nothing between us? Who are you trying to fool?" Gong. Jun's face also turned green. Once credit was mentioned, he knew that this guy must be Xiran Wen. Wen. Z. Of course. It was one thing for this fellow to buy things on credit, but now he was urging Zhongli to buy things on credit as well. This was simply intolerable. When boss comes back, he will definitely complain. Bai Lianche and Ling looked at each other. They always knew that Xiran Wen was bad, but they didn't expect him to be this bad. "Now you finally admitted it." The man's face was ferocious as he said aggressively, "You know these two fellas? Where are they? Tell me." "I really don't know. I'm not that familiar with them." "They can buy on credit without paying, and you're saying you're not familiar with them? Only a fool would believe that." The man snorted. "You're not going to tell us? Smash it." Bai Lianche and Ling immediately rushed out. "Stop." A fight broke out in an instant. Gong Jun also shouted, "Don't fight, don't fight. If you want to fight, fight outside." In the blink of an eye, the customers in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had disappeared without a trace. Although Bai Lianche and Ling tried their best to stop these people, they were also in the Radiant Sun realm. Even if they could stop them, they couldn't stop them from outnumbering them. There were more than 10 people, and they could only stop a few of them. Gong Jun's eyes instantly turned red. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion was a business he had painstakingly built. How could he let these people destroy it? "I'm warning you. If you don't leave, I'll go to the City Lord's residence to find someone. You should have heard that our Immortal Treasure Pavilion is under the protection of the City Lord's residence." Hearing this, the man in the lead frowned. He had heard this news before coming, but he wasn't too sure. Seeing that they were surrounded by people and that Gong Jun's aura didn't seem to be fake, he raised his hand and said, "Let's go. I'm warning you. It's useless even if Zhongli hides. We'll find him. Someone from the City Lord's residence is here." Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. The person who was talking tough didn't dare to delay any longer. He called out to his men and quickly ran away. "Let's go. Stinking brat, you're running pretty fast." Gong Jun stood outside the door and looked outside angrily. These guys actually smashed his shop into such a state. Looking at the proud face of the shopkeeper of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, he felt even more unhappy. This Zhongli is really a troublemaker. When he comes back, I'll definitely make him pay for the losses. After roaring for a while, Gong Jun looked at the waiter outside and said, "You're quite smart. You know how to scare these guys away with these words." The waiter smiled awkwardly. "Shopkeeper, I wasn't the one who shouted those words. I was just about to shout, but before I could." "Ah?" Gong Jun was stunned. "Then who was the one shouting just now?" "I was the one who shouted." Hearing this voice, Gong Jun hurriedly turned his head and saw Bai Qingli slowly walking over. "Master Bai? I happened to pass by and heard about this." Bai Qingli sighed, "I promised Beichen that I would take good care of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Master Bai, this has nothing to do with you. This is all because of Zhongli. He is good at causing trouble, so you don't have to worry about it." Gong Jun waved his hand. "That's right." Bai Lianche nodded. "Zhongli caused trouble. When the time comes, let him deal with it himself." Bai Qingli smiled faintly. "Those people just now looked very unfamiliar. I don't think they're from our Xian city." "I think so too." Gong Jun replied. "That brat Zhongli usually goes to other cities to cause trouble. I just didn't expect that he would be chased all the way here this time." Bai Lianche spread out his hands with a helpless expression. Gong Jun's face fell. "When he appears, I'll definitely make him pay for it. Boss hasn't been back for more than 2 years. That guy has already owed me a lot of things." Gong Jun narrowed his eyes and said resentfully, "It's bad enough that he cheated me, but now he's dragging Zhongli into it. This is intolerable. Bai Lianche and the other two looked at Gong Jun's indignant expression and laughed inwardly. This time, they couldn't help Xiren. This was too much. Is there still no news from Beichen and the others? Bai Qingli asked. Nope. Gong Jun shook his head. If boss has left the secret realm, he should be back soon. I wonder what kind of secret realm it is that made them stay for so long. Of course it's an excellent secret realm. A voice as warm as the sea sounded from outside. Then, two figures slowly stepped into the shop. It's been 2 years since we last met. This shop has expanded quite a bit. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the shop signboard. The signboard had been replaced and was much bigger than before. The two shops next to it had also become immortal treasure pavilions. Overall, the shop had doubled in size. It was obvious that it had developed well in the past 2 years. However, when she walked in, she found that the shop had been smashed into a mess. She immediately frowned. What happened? Hearing this familiar voice, Gong Jun and the others' eyes lit up. When they saw the two familiar figures outside, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Boss, you're finally back. Gong Jun rushed to Di Beichen emotionally and said with tears in his eyes, if you didn't come back, I would have lost my life. Seeing Gong Jun's bitter expression, Di Beichen asked, what happened? Boss, take a look at this place. I spent so much effort to make the immortal treasure pavilion big. However, the trouble Zhongli Mu caused the shop to be smashed to this extent. And that when Xiren, every time he comes, he always buys on credit. My little store is about to go bankrupt. Di Beichen was relieved to hear this. Since Gong Jun could still joke like this, it proved that there was no big problem. Sister, you're back. Bai Lianche and Linger walked over with smiles on their faces. We were just wondering why you weren't back yet. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. We have indeed spent quite a bit of time on this training. How has everyone been recently? Everything is fine, Bai Lianche nodded, but the situation is just like what Gong Jun said. I'm not surprised that Zhongli got into trouble. It would be strange if he didn't. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. It seemed that during this period of time, Zhongli had really carried out the senior's words to the end. Actually, Zhongli is quite good like this. Among us, his and Yunju's strength has improved the fastest, Linger said. Di Beichen looked at Bai Qingli. I didn't expect you to be here too. Thank you for your help in Immortal Treasure Pavilion during this period of time. Bai Qingli waved her hand. I didn't help much. It's all Gong Jun's credit. Gong Jun chuckled. Boss, shouldn't you reward me well? Seeing that this guy was not modest at all, Di Beichen helplessly raised his eyes. This shop was originally yours. I reckon that should be the case, Bai Lianche nodded. Perhaps Zhongli and the others will come to find us tonight. Then let's wait. Gong Jun, once we find Zhongli, it won't be too late for you to ask him for compensation. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. It had been a very long time since they had gathered together. Bai Qingli had been smiling as she watched the group chat enthusiastically. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she held back and said nothing. Noticing this, Bailey Hongzhuang spoke first. You want to ask about Xianxia's situation, right? Yes, Bai Qingli nodded. Have they returned? They've returned, but they're still in Qingyang City. That's good, Bai Qingli revealed a comfortable smile. Di Beichen glanced at Bai Qingli and said, you should hurry up. It's not good to keep a girl waiting for you all the time. Bai Qingli was slightly taken aback. When she came back to her senses, a hint of guilt appeared on her face. I really shouldn't have. Bai Lianche and the others also looked at Bai Qingli curiously. Speaking of which, although Beichen and the others were familiar with each other, Bai Qingli was not that familiar with them. Beichen, if you have time, can I ask you a few questions tonight? Bai Qingli asked hesitantly. When she said this, everyone's expressions became slightly ambiguous. Di Beichen glanced at Bai Qingli, his deep eyes shining with wisdom. All right. At night, Di Beichen and Bai Qingli agreed to meet at a restaurant. Bailey Hongzhuang, Bai Lianche and the others gathered together. After not returning for so long, she did miss them a little. Where do Zhongli and the others usually go when they come back? Should we just go and wait for them? Bailey Hongshuang looked at Gong Jun, who was gritting his teeth and muttering nonstop. She felt that if they did not find Zhongli soon, who knew when this fellow would stop muttering. Usually, when Zhongli gets into trouble, he won't go to his own place. You guys haven't been around recently, so it's most likely that he'll come directly to us. We'll stay here. If he comes back, we'll know immediately. Bai Lianche smiled faintly. Bailey Hongshuang was slightly startled. So you've already thought of it? Wait patiently. According to our experience, he will definitely appear tonight. Linger chuckled. Gong Jun, you can look for him when the time comes. Just as they were talking, there was some movement outside. Yanche, are you there? Zhongli Mu and Emo Yunjua jumped in through the window. When they saw everyone, their eyes were filled with joy. Sister Hong Shuang, when did you come back? Zhongli Mu heaved a sigh of relief. We made a mistake this time. I didn't expect those fellows to be so capable. They actually chased us all the way to Xian City. Initially, I was worried that we wouldn't be able to defeat them in a direct confrontation. But now that you and Beichen are back, we don't have to worry anymore. Haha. Bailey Hongshuang looked around and said, which eye of yours saw Beichen? Zhongli Mu smiled and waved his hand. Whenever you're around, when his big brother Beichen ever left, don't tell me you can leave the secret realm by yourself without him? That's impossible. Bailey Hongshuang. That seems to make sense, but now doesn't seem to be the time to talk about this. Eh? Zhongli Mu was a little confused. Why? Zhongli Mu turned his head and only then did he notice Gong Jun, who looked like he wanted to kill him at any moment. He was dumbfounded. What? What's going on? What's going on? Gong Jun gritted his teeth as he glared at Zhongli Mu. It's all thanks to you that my shop was wrecked today. Zhongli Mu was stunned. He looked at Bailey Hongshuang and the others, who looked like they were praying for their own good. Then, he looked at Gong Jun, who was closing in on him. He hurriedly said, they ran into the shop? This was an accident. I didn't do it on purpose, alright, what do you think we should do? I'll do it, alright? Zhongli Mu kept retreating. His forced smile was filled with guilt. You have to compensate me for all my losses. Compensate? Zhongli Mu's expression changed. Can't we use another method? Then I'll just kill you. Bailey Hongshuang looked at Bai Lianche, who smiled and said, Zhongli is poor, or else Siren wouldn't have suggested that he buy on credit. Since he's been causing trouble, even if he's robbing, he should have a lot of resources, right? Then you're wrong. Bai Lianche shook his head. Zhongli puts all his focus on fighting and causing trouble to increase his strength. He doesn't pay much attention to money. Even if he gets a good treasure, he'll use it whenever he can. Why would he keep it? That's why Zhongli is about to break through to the elementary immortal stage. Ling added. Bailey Hongshuang finally understood. Thinking about it carefully, based on the environment Zhongli grew up in, he definitely wouldn't care about all this. He probably didn't even have such a concept in his head. Sister Hongshuang, save me. Zhongli Mu was being choked by Gong Jun. Faced with Emo Yunjua's indifference, he could only ask Bailey Hongshuang for help. You. On account of my grandfather, hurry. Hurry and save me. Bailey Hongshuang shook her head helplessly and said, Gong Jun, let go. I won't let go. Gong Jun wasn't satisfied. This guy caused me a lot of losses today. It's okay to bully me, but smashing my shop. That's a big deal. I can't take this lying down. Bai Lianche and the rest looked at Gong Jun. Usually, this guy had always been like a bun. At first, he thought that the reason why he was acting like this was just for show, but it seemed that he was serious. How much did you lose? I'll compensate you. Bailey Hongshuang's voice sounded again. Okay. Gong Jun immediately let go. He ignored Zhongli Mu, who was panting loudly, and ran over to Bailey Hongshuang's side. Sister-in-law, I'll listen to whatever you say. Hee hee. You didn't say anything just now. In the past 2 years, Beichen and I have made quite a number of array stones and pills while we were practicing. Here you go. Bailey Hongzhuang took out her Qianquan bag and handed it to Gong Jun. She and Beichen made these for practice. She didn't need them for the time being. It just so happened that Gong Jun's shop needed these. It couldn't be any better. Thank you, sister-in-law. Gong Jun excitedly took the Qianquan bag. He knew that his boss and sister-in-law would never let him down. Sister-in-law, you're my sister-in-law. The excitement on Gong Jun's face was overflowing with words. The things inside were simply too rich. Thinking back to when boss and the others left, he had to deal with everything in the store by himself. In the beginning, it was very difficult, but since his reputation had been established, it wasn't too difficult to do things. Now that he saw so many pills and array stones that he didn't need to spend any effort on, he only felt that it was too blissful. Seeing Gong Jun's excited look, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her hand. Stay away from me. Oh. Okay. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Zhongli Mu breathed a sigh of relief and happily went up to Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, thank you so much. Xiren was right, you're really a treasure bag. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. If you mention Xiren again, there may be a bloody storm tonight. This guy, not only did he sell Beichen, he even sold her out. Zhongli Mu was startled, then he reacted and hurriedly smiled. I won't say. No. Gong Jun jumped in front of Zhongli Mu. Where's that guy now? I want to find him and settle the score with him. Over the past 2 years, he has owed me quite a lot of things. I met him a while ago when I was training, but I didn't see him after that. I don't know where he went. Zhongli Mu turned to look at Mo Yunjue. Yunjue, do you remember what they said? Mo Yunjue thought for a moment. We met them half a month ago. It said that they were planning to find Xiaofeng, but at that time we had just provoked those guys, so we didn't have time to say much and left. That's true. Zhongli Mu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. At that time, we were being hunted down. We just happened to meet them on the way and left after exchanging a few words. After all, we're already used to it, but we can't drag Xiren and the others down with us. Hee. Ling Er's lips twitched slightly. Fortunately, you still have some self-awareness. Xiren and the others went to look for Big Brother? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Didn't you say that Big Brother hasn't been back for a long time? Bailey Xianxia nodded slightly. Indeed, it's been a long time since we've seen them. Although we've been running around a lot, we've always made a trip back to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion when we're back. It's also a way to let everyone know about each other. It has been nearly half a year since Xiaofeng and the others last appeared. Originally, we were going to go look for them if you didn't come back. Then you haven't heard Xiren mention this? No. Ling Er shook her head. Xianxia and I just came back a few days ago. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fall on him, Gong Jun waved his hand. I really haven't seen them. Xiren owes me a lot of things, so he usually avoids me. Even if he goes to the store, it's when I'm not around. That guy is so sneaky, how would I know? Bailey Hongzhuang felt helpless. Gong Jun's words were true. Yunjue, where did you meet them? Waterheart City in the south. Mo Yunjue replied. Waterheart City was a city that was quite a distance away from Xiyun City. Even if one were to rush to Waterheart City from here, it would still take a few days. Can you tell if the place they were heading to was Waterheart City or not? Mo Yunjue pondered for a moment. I can't be sure for the time being. At that time, they looked like they were in a hurry, but I think they should be near Waterheart City. In that case, why don't we go to Waterheart City and take a look? Bailey Hongzhuang thought about it and gave up on the idea of asking Gong Jun to inquire about the information because the distance was too far. If it wasn't far, Gong Jun could inquire about the information relatively quickly. However, if it was a city far away, it would take more than half a month to go back and forth. It would be a waste of time waiting for news here. It was better to go and take a look in person. Everyone nodded. Beichen and the others hadn't come back for so long because they had already said that they were going to the secret territory to gain experience. If Xiaofeng and the others were really going to a place far away, they would have at least told them in advance. It was indeed suspicious that there was no news for so long. Don't worry too much, their strength is not bad. Mo Yunjue comforted. Bailey Hongshuang pursed her lips and smiled. I hope I'm just overthinking it. When Bewitching came back, everyone had already returned to their rooms. How was your chat with Qingli? Bailey Hongshuang asked with a smile. He has already gone to Qingyang City. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. It seems that you are quite powerful. Wife, you just know? Bewitching pulled Bailey Hongshuang to sit on his lap. Zhongli and the others are back? Beichen, there's something I want to tell you. She immediately told him about Di Xiaofeng and the others. After hearing all this, Beichen's expression became complicated. Then let's set off early. Looking at the man's furrowed brows, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but say, don't think too much. Maybe it's just a fortuitous encounter. Beichen looked at her deeply and said, do you think so? Facing that clear gaze, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but lower her head. After a moment of silence, she said, the possibility of this is indeed not high. Unless they accidentally entered some secret realm and couldn't come out for a while. If that wasn't the case, then in a city, even if they really encountered something, they could find someone to send back some information. They understood Xiaofeng's character. He wasn't an impulsive person. On the contrary, he had always done things methodically. Prepare everything that needs to be prepared. I'm afraid we have to speed up. After making the decision, the two of them didn't waste any time. No one knew what kind of situation Xiaofeng and the others had encountered. The only thing they could hope for was that they were doing well. Leave a note. When they see it tomorrow, they will know where we are going. Bailey Hongshuang wrote a note and left it in the room. It was already late and everyone was probably resting. However, when Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang walked out of the room and prepared to go to Water Heart City, they were suddenly surprised to find that Mo Yunjue and the others were already waiting outside. You? No need to say more. Let's go quickly. Maybe they are waiting for our help. Mo Yunjue smiled faintly. When Gong Jun woke up the next day, he found that everyone who had gathered together had disappeared. He was immediately dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is there no one here? It was not until he saw the note in the room that he realized that his boss had set off in advance. He immediately ran back to Immortal Treasure Pavilion and gave some instructions before rushing to Water Heart City. It will take us nearly 10 days to reach the Water Heart City from here. However, we can't be sure if they are in the Water Heart City. Therefore, I'm afraid that we will have to split up and check out the two nearby cities. As Beichen hurried along, he used the map to determine the locations of the nearby cities. So far, there were only 2 cities that were closest to the Water Heart City, so they needed to split into 3 groups to take a look at these places. No problem. Mo Yunjue nodded. They had 3 pairs of people here. Therefore, there was no problem for them to go to 3 different cities. No matter what the situation is, if we can't solve it for the time being, we can't act rashly. Get someone else to inform the others. Beichen said in a deep voice. Looking at the dignified expression on the man's face, the others did not say anything. Xiaofeng and the others were not weak. If they were really trapped, it could be seen that the other party was not a simple character. Don't worry. We won't act rashly. Good. Water Heart City. Bailey Hongshuang and Beichen arrived at Water Heart City together. The others went to the 2 nearby cities. They could not be sure about the others for the time being. However, since Xiren and the others had appeared here, they should still have some clues. Let's go to the most famous restaurant in Water Heart City first. Bailey Hongshuang looked around and immediately made a decision. When Xiren had always been a foodie. Basically, whenever he went to a place, he would choose a famous local restaurant to have a taste. According to what Yunju said, Xiren and Xiaofeng should not be in a hurry at that time. Therefore, they still had the intention to try the food. Beichen was also very familiar with Xiren's habits. The two of them only needed to ask a few questions before they found out about the most famous restaurant in the city. After entering the restaurant, the two did not sit together. Bailey Hongshuang went directly to the 2nd floor and asked for a private room. She called the waiter over and asked about what had happened in the city these days. Beichen, on the other hand, was sitting in the main hall, listening to everyone's discussion. If Xiaofeng and the others were in trouble in the city, then the commotion should be quite big. Maybe he could get some useful information. Boom. Bailey Hongzhuang took out a pill and placed it on the table. Tell me what happened in the city recently, and this pill is yours. The attendant was slightly taken aback. When he figured out what kind of pill it was, a look of desire appeared in his eyes. Miss, don't worry. I will tell you everything I know. You can ask me about the things in the city. Basically, there is nothing in the streets and alleys that I don't know. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly listened to the attendant talk about all kinds of recent gossip in Waterheart City. She could not help but gradually frown. Among these news, there did not seem to be anything related to Xiaofeng. After noticing Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, the attendant's expression became more nervous. Miss, I have already told you the hottest news recently. Why? Don't you tell me what it is so that I can tell you? Miss, this kind of thing happens all the time. The waiter thought for a moment. Usually, there are quite a few of us who come here. It's even more common to accidentally offend the local tyrants. However, most of these people don't have a good ending. They basically lose their lives. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart sank. This was not a good sign. If you want to talk about a more prominent matter recently, it should be the matter that happened 3 months ago. What matter? This matter actually did not happen in our Heartwater City. It happened in the nearby Pingfeng City. The Pingfeng City's Ning family is also a large family and their status in the city runs deep. It's said that they seem to have obtained some kind of treasure, but it was snatched away by 2 outsiders. This matter had caused quite a stir. The Ning clan would not let such a thing go unchecked. They chased after him all the way. In the end, the 2 people seemed to have hidden in the Pingchuan mountain range. As for what happened after that, I'm not sure. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes gradually turned serious. Do you know if the 2 people were a man or a woman? It seems to be a man and a woman. Other than that, do you know anything else about this matter? Bailey Hongzhuang pressed on. The waiter shook his head slightly. I heard this news from the cultivators who passed by Pingfeng City. That's all I know. That's right. Half a month ago, did a man and woman come here to inquire about information or order a bunch of food? Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and asked again. The waiter's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Miss, you're right. About half a month ago, a man and a woman came here and ordered all our signature dishes. I was the one who served them at that time. Bailey Hongzhuang understood. It seemed that their judgment was not wrong. Xiren's character was very easy to judge. All right, I got it. Bailey Hongzhuang turned and walked out of the private room. The waiter excitedly received the elixir. Just by answering a few questions, he was able to get such revenge. It was really worth it. Downstairs, Bailey Hongzhuang sat down beside Bewitching. Level Peak City. Level Peak City, the 2 of them said in unison. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Is this very sensational? Those over there should be cultivators from Level Peak City. They happen to be discussing this matter. Bailey Hongzhuang listened carefully. She could still hear the other party's conversation, but it was more of a joke. Let's go. We'll head to Level Peak City first. Although the distance between Shuixin City and Level Peak City was close, they were still 2 cities. Rather than asking people here to inquire about the situation in Flat Peak City, it was better to head there directly. Presumably, this matter had blown up so big that anyone in Flat Peak City would be able to find out by simply asking. As for whether or not the main characters were Di Xiaofeng and Di Xiaofeng, even if they weren't completely sure, they understood that they were indeed too similar. The 2 of them rushed to Level Summit City without stopping. Coincidentally, Zhongli and Mu were also there. As soon as they entered the city, Zhongli Mu appeared beside them. How did you know that we would come? Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. Zhongli Mu had appeared so quickly. It was as if he had been waiting for them. Zhongli Mu smiled slightly. Brother Yunjue is amazing. He had already predicted that you would come here very quickly, so he asked me to wait for you here. I'll take you there. Following Zhongli Mu, the 2 of them entered an inn and went up to the 2nd floor. You're here. Mo Yunjue's expression was serious. You've heard the general news, right? Yes, I've heard, Bewitching nodded. What's the situation like now? Are Big Brother and the others still in the Pingchuan mountain range? Bailey Hongzhuang asked worriedly. Mo Yunjue shook his head. I heard that Yun Yan was captured a few days ago, and Xiaofeng was forced to show himself. You mean, they're in the Ning family now? That's right. Mo Yunjue nodded. However, the situation now is a little tricky. I heard that the Ning family has a powerful cultivator in the elementary celestial stage. It's because of him that Yun Yan was captured. Plus, there are many cultivators in the Ning family. With our strength. The Ning family. A group of cultivators were gathered together. Behind them, a woman was chained to a cross. Swoosh! A whip lashed the woman's body viciously, leaving a bloody mark on her clothes. At this moment, the woman's clothes were dyed red with blood. The whip had left hideous wounds on her body. Blood and her clothes were intertwined, revealing her misery and despair. How dare you lay your hands on something that belongs to the Ning family? You deserve to be beaten to death. Swoosh! The woman's face was as white as a sheet. She looked as if she would faint at any moment, but in the next moment, she was awakened by the intense pain. Just kill me. The woman raised her eyes and looked at the crowd with a mournful expression. These people had been torturing her in various ways, but were unwilling to take her life directly. You want to die? The man chuckled. You've offended us. Do you think we'll let you die so easily? Your lover is still a man. He can't bear to see his woman suffer, so he came to us himself. Hearing this, the expressionless woman suddenly raised her head. Her expression was one of disbelief. Impossible, he wouldn't come. Bring him in. The man waved his hand, and a handsome man was brought in. When the Ning family's women saw the man's jade-like handsome appearance, a trace of amazement appeared in their eyes. Xiaofeng. Bailey Yunyan's eyes widened. She had never shed a tear even when she was beaten up, but the moment she saw the man appear, she couldn't help but tear up. Didn't I tell you to leave me alone? Why are you still here? From the moment she was captured, she knew that her life was in danger. As a cultivator, this kind of situation was very normal. At that time, she had clearly warned him repeatedly not to look for her. It was fine if she died, but she definitely couldn't implicate Xiaofeng. But now that Xiaofeng had appeared here, wasn't that the same as courting death? Yun Yan. Di Xiaofeng looked at Bailey Yun Yan, who was covered in blood, and his eyes instantly turned red. You bastards. She's just a girl, how can you treat her like this? Io, you're feeling sorry for her? The man's eyes were filled with cold laughter. Don't worry, your end will be even worse than hers. The man waved his hand and said, Men, break one of his legs. Let's see if he can still run. A man from the crowd walked forward, his gaze sinister and vicious. What will it take for you to let her go? Di Xiaofeng stared coldly at the man opposite him. The man narrowed his eyes and covered the right side of his face with one hand. There was a hideous wound there. You left such a mark on my face, so I naturally have to repay you. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were cold. As long as you let her go, I don't care how many wounds you leave on my face. Heh. The man chuckled maliciously. You think that's enough? Dream on. I want to see you in pain and consign you to eternal damnation. Break his legs first, then I'll see how he's going to be so smug. The man then looked at Di Xiaofeng. If you dare to resist, this woman will immediately die in front of you. Di Xiaofeng stood rooted to the ground and looked at Bailey Yun Yan, who was already in tears. A gorgeous smile bloomed on his lips. Close your eyes, it's no big deal. No, don't. Bailey Yun Yan shook her head frantically. She might as well kill Bailey Yun Yan directly if she had to watch Di Xiaofeng suffer such humiliation. Wait. At this moment, a woman stood. Out. The woman's figure was enchanting and her bright red dress outlined her enchanting figure. Her bright face exuded a seductive aura. Ning Yao Yao, what are you doing? The man looked at Ning Yao Yao, who suddenly walked over and frowned. Ning Yao Yao didn't answer. Instead, she walked to Di Xiaofeng's side and sized him up clearly. The corners of her lips continued to rise. Her hand brushed across Di Xiaofeng's face. The latter turned his head away in disgust, his brows filled with disgust. Ning Yao Yao chuckled and bit her red lips before turning to look at the man behind her. I've taken a liking to this man. Ning Yang was stunned and looked at Ning Yao Yao in astonishment. This guy stole our things. What do you mean? That's exactly what I meant. Ning Yao Yao laughed. It's rare to find such a handsome man. Wouldn't it be a pity if he was crippled like this? As for this thing, didn't we already get it back? It's not a big deal. Look at my face. It's all because of this guy. Ning Yang's face was filled with unwillingness. However, Ning Yao Yao's cultivation was higher than his, and her status in the clan was also higher than his. His attitude could not be too tough. It's just a wound, it will heal sooner or later. Ning Yao Yao said indifferently, didn't you already do whatever you want with that woman? This man. Give him to me. This sudden turn of events caused everyone present to be a little startled. Bailey Yunyan was startled, and then she nodded frantically at Di Xiaofeng. Right now, she didn't care about anything, as long as Xiaofeng could live. Even if she had to feign civility for a moment, with Xiaofeng's strength, she believed that leaving this place wouldn't be a problem. Yao Yao needs a man for her daily cultivation, and a handsome man like this is something that can only be found by chance. It's no wonder that she would step forward at this time. If you ask me, I'd rather die than follow Yao Yao. In any case, the final outcome can't be changed. That's not necessarily the case. Dying under a peony is also a romantic thing. At least it's a quick death, isn't it? A string of male chuckles sounded, with a hint of evil intentions. It was rare to see such a handsome man on a normal day. Previously, she only knew that her family was chasing such a person, but she didn't pay much attention. Because this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened in her family. Every once in a while, there would always be some blind guy appearing. However, the man in front of her was better looking than any man she had seen before, which really moved her heart. How about it? Are you willing to go with me? Ning Yao Yao looked at Di Xiaofeng with a smile, her every frown and smile was charming. However, Di Xiaofeng didn't even look at her, not interested. Hearing this, Ning Yao Yao's expression changed slightly and her eyes narrowed. This woman is already dead for sure. If you don't agree, you will also die here today. So what? Di Xiaofeng's lips curved into a mocking smile. He came here today with no intention of leaving alive. He couldn't abandon Yunyan. When they got married, he had promised. His rhetorical question made Ning Yao Yao fall silent. Ning Yao Yao, this guy doesn't even appreciate your kindness. Why waste time on him? Ning Yang was looking forward to killing Di Xiaofeng with his own hands. Now that he saw him refuse, he was simply too happy. Do it. Ning Yang stood beside Bailey Yunyan with a dagger in his hand, the dagger pressed against her throat. Bang! Kacha! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Di Xiaofeng knelt on the ground. The intense pain didn't make him frown. His eyes fell on Bailey Yunyan from beginning to end. Xiaofeng! Bailey Yunyan screamed. The pain in her heart was indescribable. Such a scene was enough to break one's heart. Di Xiaofeng's lips curved slightly. His pale face bloomed with a dazzling smile like the sun. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Outside the Ning clan. Xiren, what should we do? Shang Guaniying anxiously looked at the man beside her. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. This Pingfeng city is really too far from Xian city. We can't find help in a short time. Xiaofeng appearing there now is simply courting death, but we can't beat them even if we go in. Xiren's expression was solemn. He was also so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. However, in the current situation, they had no other choice but to rely on themselves. If only Hong Zhuang was here. Even if she couldn't beat us, she could still poison us. The man sighed. Over the past few days, in order to avoid the pursuit of these fellows in the Screen Mountain range, they had used up all the poison in their bodies. If they went into fight, they would only be throwing the two of them into danger. No one in Level Peak City is willing to offend the Ning clan. Besides, we don't have many resources on us. There's no way the other party would believe us. Their expressions were extremely grave, but they couldn't think of any other way. If this continues, they will lose their lives here. Xiren was vexed. If I knew the situation here would be like this, I would have called Yunju and the others over. After a while, Xiren seemed to have made an important decision. He looked seriously at Shangguan Yingying. Yingying, I can't just watch Xiaofeng and the others lose their lives. In a while I will go in. No matter what, I have to try my best. You go and pass this news back. When Beichen and the others come back, they will definitely avenge us. During this period of time, they had already seen the strength of the Ning family, so they knew the gap between them and the Ning family. Not to mention the fact that the Ning family had a large number of people. The fact that the Ning family had an expert in the elementary celestial stage meant that they were doomed. Don't worry. Maybe the situation is not that bad. I still have some bombs that Hong Zhuang made. Maybe they can be of some use. When Xiren rummaged through his storage ring and suddenly discovered that there was a brocade pouch here. This brocade pouch, it seems that this was given to you by Beichen? Shangguan Yingying said in surprise. Beichen said that if you need help, you can open it and have a look. Maybe it will be helpful. Xiren suddenly remembered that when Beichen gave him the brocade pouch, he thought it was funny and did not take it seriously. As he opened the brocade pouch, he found a talisman in it. This is a transmission talisman? Xiren looked at the talisman in his hand carefully and identified the type of talisman. A transmission talisman? Shangguan Yingying's eyes lit up. She quickly found a similar brocade pouch in her cosmos bag and said, I have one here too. The two of them were stunned. If they had known about this thing, they would not have been in such a situation. This? I am really, Xiren held his forehead. Why didn't he notice it? Previously, when Beichen had given him the item, he had thought that Beichen's action was superfluous and did not take it to heart at all. In the past few years, there were a lot of things in his storage ring, so he had forgotten about it. If he had not rummaged through all the things in his storage ring, he would not have noticed it at all. But it seems that there are only 2 transmission talismans. Shangguan Yingying thought for a while and said, when Beichen gave it to us, it was still early. Xiaofeng and the others had not come to the realm of chaos yet. I think it has been too long. Maybe even Beichen has forgotten about it. Yingying, give me your teleportation talisman. I'll try to save them. When Xiren looked at the teleportation talisman in his hand. With these 2 teleportation talismans, at least 2 of them would be able to leave safely. Shangguan Yingying nodded slightly and said, this teleportation talisman was made by Beichen. It doesn't seem to be very far, but it can help you escape temporarily. You have to be careful. When Xiren nodded heavily. It was better for one person to die than both of them. At least it gave them a chance to survive. If only Beichen was here, I wouldn't have to worry so much. In the next moment, Xiren forcefully pulled Shangguan Yingying into his arms, greedy for that familiar warmth. Raising his head again, he kissed Shangguan Yingying's forehead and said seriously, Yingying, I'm leaving. Shangguan Yingying's eyes were filled with tears. She nodded slightly and said, okay. Almost everyone in the Ning clan was watching the show, so no one noticed when Xiren who had climbed over the wall. When he saw the situation clearly, he was furious and the veins on his forehead bulged. These bastards. Bang, just as Ning Yang was about to destroy Di Xiaofeng's proud face with the dagger, a shocking explosion suddenly sounded. Then they were shocked to find that their door was suddenly blown away. Blown away? Damn it. Which bastard did this? Ning Yang's face was filled with rage. Everyone present was enraged. Someone actually dared to blow up the main gate of their Ning clan. This was simply a slap in the face. When Di Xiaofeng saw the sudden commotion, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. He almost immediately guessed who did this. Xiren. Di Xiaofeng muttered. Di Xiaofeng murmured. Was what he said not clear enough? This guy, Xiren didn't care about the roaring Ning Yang at all. He continued to throw bombs in all directions. Since he couldn't beat these guys, he might as well anger them to death and make them angry. Who knows, he might make a mistake. Bang, 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 the sound of explosions continued to ring out in the Ning clan's territory. The huge commotion instantly attracted many people, especially the fact that the main gate had been blown open. The people of the Ning clan didn't react at first, but they soon noticed when Xiren on the roof. Their expressions suddenly became very ugly. I didn't expect you to have helpers? Ning Yang looked at Xiren and then at Di Xiaofeng. His originally nervous expression returned to normal. I thought it would be an amazing helper, but it's just a Radiant Sun Realm guy. Don't tell me you don't know the strength of our Ning clan? Even if you come, you'll only be courting death. The Ning clan members present also looked relaxed. If the other party had a large group of people, perhaps they would be a little afraid. However, it was only one person. The so-called rescue was simply courting death. Xiren, hurry up and leave. Di Xiaofeng's expression was serious. He wanted to be with Yunyan, so he had already disregarded his life and death. However, he couldn't implicate Xiren. Xiren chuckled. Xiaofeng, are you kidding? I promised Beichen that I would take good care of you. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain it to Beichen? What time is it now? Still pretending to be a hero? A hint of coldness appeared in Ning Yang's eyes. With just a glance, the two cultivators beside him had already leaped onto the roof. Catch that guy for me. With a leap, Xiren landed beside Di Beichen. You don't have to do it. I'll do it myself. Yo, this guy is interesting. Ning Yang looked at Xiren suspiciously. If the other party showed a nervous expression, he would feel more at ease, but the other party's relaxed manner made him feel uneasy. Could it be that this person still had a backup plan? After all, under such circumstances, coming here alone was no different from courting death. At the same time, Di Xiaofeng also asked Xiren, "What are you doing?" "I'm here to save you," Xiren smiled. "Look at you, you've become like this in the blink of an eye." Di Xiaofeng was a little suspicious. This guy's behavior was indeed a little strange. While looking at Di Xiaofeng, Xiren took the opportunity to hand the teleportation talisman to him. This is a teleportation talisman. As long as you crush it, you'll be able to leave this place. In a while, when I'm dealing with them, take the opportunity to give the other talisman to Yunyan. Do you understand? Di Xiaofeng quietly put away the teleportation talisman. His eyes were filled with suspicion. Where did you get this? They had met before, but they didn't have a teleportation talisman. I forgot that Beichen left it for me. Xiren felt a little guilty. How could he forget such a good escape talisman? What a waste. Di Xiaofeng's expression became very complicated, but he didn't say anything in the end. Ning Yang and the others didn't know what the two were talking about, but from their expressions, they could tell that they were communicating. Kid, since you're here today, why don't you stay and not leave? Ning Yang looked at Wen Xiren coldly. This guy had suddenly caused such a big commotion. Many people in the city had come to see him make a fool of himself. If he didn't deal with him as soon as possible, who knew what kind of news would spread tomorrow? Wen Xiren looked at Ning Yang with a disdainful sneer on his face. Ning Yang, don't be too proud. I'm here today to save them. What can you do? What a joke. You want to save them by yourself? Do you think we're all decorations? Let's not talk about anything else. If you have the guts, then let's fight one-on-one. Do you dare? Xiren pointed his sword at Ning Yang. He was constantly thinking of a way, but he really couldn't think of any other way. If he took advantage of this opportunity to slip away, then the scene just now would definitely repeat itself. He had to think of a way to keep Xiaofeng and Yunyan together. Only then would they have a chance to leave. Hearing this, Ning Yang's expression changed. Don't think I'll fall for your trick. You want to stall for time? I came to your Ning clan alone, but you don't even have the courage to fight me. Isn't that too disappointing? Xiren sneered and deliberately raised his voice. Isn't your Ning clan very impressive? You don't even have the courage to do that? Isn't that too laughable? The loud and clear voice reverberated, and the people who were gathered around to watch the fun also heard it clearly. The Ning clan has caused quite a ruckus this time. We've finally caught the culprit. This person has come personally. If Ning Yang doesn't even have the courage to fight, then it's too embarrassing. Ning Yang's expression became uglier and uglier. The other party was deliberately putting him on the spot. He had fought with Di Xiaofeng before, and it was because he wasn't Di Xiaofeng's match that this scar was left on his face. This guy in front of him was so aggressive. Could it be that he was stronger than Di Xiaofeng? Ning Yang, since they've already said so, why don't you have a match? Ning Yaoyao chuckled, a playful look on her face. Ning Yang gritted his teeth and glanced at Ning Yaoyao. This woman was clearly taking revenge on him for what happened before. Good. I promise you. Ning Yang waved his hand, get out of the way and tie these two guys together. It won't be too late to deal with them after I've dealt with this guy. As soon as these words came out, the Ning clan's people all retreated a bit, leaving a large open space in the middle. When Xiren inadvertently glanced in Di Xiaofeng's direction. The development of this matter was just as he had hoped. As long as the two could get together, he believed that Xiaofeng would be able to seize the opportunity. Brat, die. Ning Yang rushed towards Wen Xiren. Today, in front of everyone, he must teach this guy a lesson. Otherwise, he would lose face in the future. Then let's try. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to maintain his rationality, he would have already rushed forward to save his friend. The two figures rapidly drew closer, and a merciless punch whistled through the air. Ning Yang's attack was aimed directly at Wen Xiren's face. However, Wen Xiren leaned slightly to the side, allowing Xianxia to circle around Ning Yang's back like a ghost. Only then did she land a punch on his face. Bang! The fierce punch fiercely landed on Ning Yang's face. The right side of Ning Yang's face instantly turned red and two of his teeth were knocked out. Xiren didn't give Ning Yang any leeway. He wanted to attract everyone's attention here so that Xiaofeng and the rest would have a chance. Bang, bang, bang. Xiren's figure was like the wind. His attacks strangely came from all kinds of tricky angles. Ning Yang was already a little dazed from the beating. Coupled with the sullen feeling in his heart, he was getting more and more disadvantaged. The faces of the Ning family members suddenly became a little ugly. With so many people watching from the side, if Ning Yang couldn't perform well, it would be really embarrassing. At the same time, when Di Xiaofeng realized that everyone's attention was attracted to this battle, he quietly moved to Bailey Union's side. Although the guard at the side also noticed this, he didn't take it to heart. Anyway, these two guys were here and couldn't run at all. Bang! Xiren directly kicked Ning Yang and sent him flying. At the same time, his body fell down, his eyes filled with killing intent. Ning Yang noticed the rapidly approaching Wen Xiren, and his anger had completely disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was replaced by a deep sense of fear. This guy wanted to kill him. Save me! Ning Yang shouted. Ning Yao Yao and the rest also noticed that the situation was not right. Ning Yang was not this man's opponent at all. The killing intent in Xiren's eyes continued to grow. He wanted to kill this guy to vent his anger. At this moment, a terrifying palm wind attacked. Feeling the astonishing power, he could only passively withdraw his hand, but he was still inevitably hit. Ta, ta, ta. Xiren took a few steps back before stabilizing his body. When he raised his head, he saw a familiar figure appear beside Ning Yang. Master Qing. Ning Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The paleness on his face disappeared. Qingji glanced at Ning Yang but didn't say anything. Her gaze fell on Xiren more. Seeing this, Ning Yang couldn't help but look at the Ning family head, Ning Kaiyong. However, when he noticed the latter's cold eyes, his heart instantly felt a chill. Today's matter was only a small matter. He didn't even think that it would alarm the family head and Master Qing. Now the family head's impression of him was no different from a piece of trash. Trash. Ning Yang's TS head TT. TT. TTT. When Xiren clutched his injured chest and looked up at Qingji. TT that. They didn't think that the Ning family would have an expert in the elementary immortal stage. That's why they ended up in this state. Huh. Xiren sneered. Didn't we agree on a one-on-one duel? What's the meaning of this? Qingji didn't say anything and just turned to look at Ning Kaiyong. He didn't need to step in for this kind of thing. It was better for the patriarch to make the decision. This is my Ning clan's territory, so the rules are set by my Ning clan. Now, the competition is over. Ning Kaiyong's cold face didn't change at all. He didn't even feel the slightest bit out of place when he said such shameless words, as if what he said was right. When Xiren couldn't help but sneer. I was wondering why Ning Yang was so shameless. It turns out he learned it from you, old man. You can even say such things in such a dignified manner. No wonder your Ning clan has such a status in Level Peak City. You must have changed to a group fight if you can't fight one-on-one, right? Impudent. Ning Kaiyong's cold face was covered with anger. It had been a long time since someone dared to speak to him in such a tone, let alone an unknown brat. Take him down. Ning Kaiyong waved his hand, and the Ning clan disciples quickly swarmed forward. When Xiren saw that the situation wasn't good. After paying attention to Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan, he turned around and fled without hesitation. The others obviously didn't expect this audacious guy to run away without saying anything. They were dumbfounded for a moment. What's going on? Was this brat faking it all the time? Take him back. Ning Kaiyong's face was livid. Their Ning clan wasn't a place where they could come and go as they pleased. The disciples quickly chased after him. Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan also took advantage of this opportunity to crush the teleportation talismans in their hands. However, at this moment, their hands were suddenly grabbed, and they couldn't move at all. Qingji raised her lips. It's impossible to escape from under my nose with a teleportation talisman of this level. Hearing this, Ning Yang and the others looked at the two in shock. They didn't know that these two had teleportation talismans in their hands. What's going on? Ning Yaoyao looked at Ning Yang speechlessly. You didn't know they had teleportation talismans? If it weren't for the fact that Master Qing was here, wouldn't all of them be able to do nothing if the two of them crushed the teleportation talisman? Qingji looked at the talisman in her hand and said, this is the lowest grade talisman, but with your conditions, it's already not bad to have two of them. If I didn't guess wrongly, the reason why that brat was trying to please the crowd was to give you a chance, right? Unfortunately, all of you will have to stay here today. Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan's hearts instantly turned cold. None of them had expected such an outcome. Qingji was the person they feared the most, but she just had to appear now. At the same time, Xiren was also stopped on the other side. Not to mention how many people were chasing after him, the most important thing was that the surrounding people were also a hindrance. When Xiren was brought in front of Ning Kaiyong again, the latter's expression finally looked better. Brat, my Ning clan isn't a place you can come to easily. So what? Xiren looked coldly at Ning Kaiyong, then turned his gaze to the back. However, when he realized that Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan hadn't left and were being controlled by Qingji, his expression instantly turned ugly. What was going on? Xiren's face was ashen. Although he didn't know what had just happened, it was obvious that Qingji had seen through it. That damned guy. Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan's eyes were filled with guilt. Xiren had finally thought of a way to save them, but they didn't expect it to end up like this. They're just a few small fries. There's no need to be angry. Killing them will serve as an example to others. Qingji said indifferently. Ning Kaiyong's attitude towards Qingji was clearly much better. Oh? Does Lord Qingji have any good suggestions? For such a daring guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, tearing him apart is the best result. Qingji's face rippled with a careless smile, but her words were extremely vicious. Haha, Lord Qingji is indeed a genius. Not only is her strength outstanding, but her thoughts are also very good. Ning Kaiyong waved his hand. Men, go prepare. Yes. Ning Yaoyao looked at Di Xiaofeng with emotion. She had finally taken a fancy to a good-looking man, but she didn't expect him to end up being torn apart by 5 horses. However, since Ning Kaiyong had already said this, the result couldn't be changed. 5 horses were quickly found. Ning Kaiyong's gaze fell on Xiren. This guy is the most troublesome. Let's get rid of him first. Ning Yang immediately stood up and tied the rope to Xiren's hands, legs, and neck. As for the other end, he tied it to the horse. Xiren didn't say anything. There was no way to reverse the situation. Although it was painful to die like this, it was better than being slowly tortured. Xiren, I'm sorry. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were also wet. An indescribable sense of guilt spread in his heart. He wanted to do something, but the only thing he could do now was to wait for death. When Xiren laughed heartily. What's there to be sorry about? We'll still be brothers in hell. Di Xiaofeng's lips also curved into a smile. Of course. Do it. Da-da, the sound of hooves rang out as the 5 horses ran in different directions at the same time. The cultivators of the Ning clan had already given them enough space. What followed was bound to be blood splattered on the spot. They did not want to be stained with blood. Xiren closed his eyes. As a cultivator, he had long expected that this day would come at any time. However, such a way of dying was beyond his expectations. A huge force came from his four limbs, and his body could be torn apart at any time. Just as he was waiting for the pain of death, he suddenly realized that it took longer than he expected. It was so long, that he started to wonder if he was already dead. Open your eyes. Xiren could not help but open his eyes when he heard a familiar chuckle. He suddenly realized that Bewitching was right beside him. Oh my god, I'm about to die and I'm still hallucinating. But why isn't it Ying in the hallucination? It's Bewitching. Bewitching looked at Xiren's blank face and a trace of helplessness appeared in his eyes. This guy's mind was indeed different from ordinary people. Don't be in a daze. Do you want Bewitching to keep holding you up? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled helplessly. It was only at this moment that when Xiren realized that something was amiss. When Xiren hurriedly stood up and looked at Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang, Mo Yunjue, and Zhong Limu in front of him. His mind was still in a daze. Although I asked Ying to seek revenge for me, isn't this a little too fast? Fast? Zhong Limu was speechless. Isn't the speed at which you spread the news a little too slow? If we hadn't sensed that something was wrong and rushed over, we would have only seen your corpses by the time we arrived. When Xiren touched his neck and unconsciously revealed a joyful smile. I thought my neck would be separated from my body in the next second. I didn't expect you guys to arrive just in time. You guys are my saviors. Di Xiaofeng and Mo Yunjue heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the scene. However, their hearts sank when they remembered that Qing Ji was at the elementary celestial stage. Bewitching, this guy is from the immortal region. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about us. It was fine if the two of them died here, but they couldn't let more people come. It would be terrible if they were all wiped out. Ning Kaiyong looked at the four people who suddenly appeared and sneered. There are so many young people who don't care about their lives now. Ning Yang and the rest were surprised when they saw the scene. What's going on? They didn't see these people when they were chasing after Di Xiaofeng. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have been able to send a message in such a short time. However, it was impossible for them to escape from the Ning family with just these few people. If we're going to leave, we'll leave together. How can I leave you guys behind? Bewitching smiled faintly. A trace of viciousness flashed across his eyes when he saw the wounds on the two people. These young people are hot-blooded. They think that this is a sign of brotherly love, but they're just sending themselves to their deaths. Qing Ji smiled faintly. If that's the case, we'll have to get rid of them all. Ning Kaiyong looked at Ning Yaoyao. Yaoyao, take some people and deal with these guys. When Ning Yang heard this, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Patriarch, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Ning Kaiyong's voice was cold. Ning Yang immediately shut his mouth. He had to give such a good opportunity to Ning Yaoyao. At that time, all the credit would belong to Ning Yaoyao, and he would only be in the wrong. Ning Yaoyao's expression was a little complicated. She looked at Bewitching and then looked at Di Xiaofeng. She only felt that the two people's eyebrows were somewhat similar. If she guessed correctly, the two should be brothers. Di Xiaofeng was already handsome enough, but this guy in front of her seemed to be even more interesting. Letting her kill such a handsome man was simply a waste of God's gift. Ning Yaoyao pointed at the few people beside her. I'll give you a chance to perform. The members of the Ning family all looked at Ning Yaoyao in surprise. If they could perform well in front of the family head, their status in the family would be greatly improved in the future. It couldn't be better. Get rid of them quickly. Don't waste time. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Yaoyao directly attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. She couldn't bear to attack a handsome man, but she was ruthless towards a woman. Ning Kaiyong and Qing Ji stood at the side indifferently as the Ning family disciples swarmed forward. They were not interested in such a childish battle. How dare you hurt my brother? I'll kill you. Zhong Limu's eyes flashed with viciousness. He had been stirring up trouble for the past few years, and his naivety had long faded. Now, there was only determination and viciousness. He would definitely take revenge on anyone who hurt his brother, when Xiren originally wanted to remind everyone that the strength of these people was not simple. It would be better for them to think of a way to take the opportunity to slip away. However, seeing that no one had any intention of backing down, he was puzzled. Did Xiaofeng's words not make it clear? Hey, don't tell me you guys are affected by Zhongli's temper? We're outnumbered. Xiren couldn't help but ask. Why do you care so much? Just fight, Zhongli said. Xiren. I knew it. But Beichen and Hongzhuang, can you guys be so impulsive today? Bang, a sharp gust of wind whistled through the air. The Ning family disciples who had rushed forward were almost instantly beaten to the ground. The sudden force was completely beyond Ning Yaoyao's expectations. Caught off guard, she was violently thrown to the ground. The terrifying force seeped into her organs. She couldn't help but groan as blood flowed from the corner of her lips. She lifted her head again and looked at the beautiful lady in disbelief. This woman is so strong. Zhongli and the other two were dumbfounded when they realized that the person in front of them had been beaten to the ground before they could attack. Xiren subconsciously glanced at Qingji. Isn't this the same move she used on me just now? Did she suddenly betray us? When he noticed that everyone's eyes were focused on Bailey Hongzhuang, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. You were the one who attacked? Xiren was so shocked that he couldn't even speak clearly. Bailey Hongzhuang raised an eyebrow, a faint smile on her lips. It wasn't me. Xiren was dumbfounded. Could it be you? When Xiren tidied himself up and silently chanted this sentence together. Immediately, his eyes widened in shock. F***ck, I haven't seen you for a while, and your strength is so heaven-defying. Zhongli was also completely stunned. I haven't even had a chance to make a move yet. Mo Yunjue looked thoughtfully at Bailey Hongzhuang, then looked at Di Beichen. No wonder the two of them didn't take it seriously when he mentioned that the Ning clan had an elementary celestial expert. It turned out that their strength had also reached the elementary celestial stage. These small fries are really not enough. Di Beichen said indifferently, didn't you say that the Ning family is very powerful? Let's get straight to the point. Ning Kaiyong and Qingji's expressions changed when they saw this. Ning Kaiyong looked at Qingji. Bailey Hongzhuang had attacked too quickly, but from her aura, he was almost certain that she was at the elementary celestial stage without a doubt. Qingji immediately understood. When she looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, it didn't seem like she was looking at a newborn calf. May I know where you're from, Your Excellency? The realm of chaos, Bailey Hongzhuang replied indifferently. Qingji was stunned. You're not from the realm of chaos? What does it have to do with you whether I am or not? Bailey Hongzhuang was too lazy to pay attention to Qingji. It was this guy who made her big brother and Yunyan suffer such serious injuries. He even thought of such a vicious idea like being dismembered by 5 horses. Today, she will let this guy taste what it means to be dismembered by 5 horses. Qingji's expression darkened when she saw that Ning Yichen was not giving her any face. Lord Qingji, what's her strength like? Ning Kaiyong asked. Qingji studied Bailey Hongzhuang carefully. She had a complicated expression on her face. She's covered in a layer of restriction. I can't see her cultivation base. If that was not the case, he would not have been so careless earlier. Ning Kaiyong's heart sank. This was not good news. What if we fight her head-on? I'm not afraid if she's alone. Qingji looked at Di Beichen. The man in the lead doesn't look simple either. I'm afraid his cultivation base. Hearing this, Ning Kaiyong thought for a while and looked at Ning Yang. Didn't you say that you've already found out about their backgrounds? What's going on? Master, I've investigated their background. They're from Xi'an City. They just came to the chaotic immortal realm a few years ago. They don't have any background, Ning Yang quickly said. Then how did this woman in the elementary immortal realm come about? Ning Kaiyong's voice was filled with anger. Ning Yang could not figure it out himself. He could only say, maybe she just broke through to the elementary immortal realm. Although it was difficult for cultivators in the chaotic immortal realm to break through to the elementary immortal realm, it was not impossible. Every once in a while, there would be one or two geniuses who managed to break through. She just came to the chaotic immortal realm a few years ago. She's already broken through to the elementary immortal realm? Ning Kaiyong was so angry that he laughed. Only idiots would say something like that. Ning Yang was about to cry. He did not know how to explain all this. He had investigated everything thoroughly. Qingji noticed Ning Yang's expression. She knew what he said was true. She was relieved. Some people have good luck. It's possible for them to break through in a short period of time. However, it's not easy for one of them to appear. Since they were from the realm of chaotic immortal, it meant that they did not have any helpers. It was the easiest way to deal with them. Ning Kaiyong nodded slightly. If that was really the case, then he had just broken through and was definitely not a match for Qingji. It seems that you all don't dare to attack. Debachen's lips curled into a sneer. His fairy-like face was now covered with a layer of coldness. Then I'll have to make the first move. Whoosh, with a flash, Debachen appeared in front of Qingji. It was you, who captured my big brother. Almost everyone present believed that Bailey Hongzhuang was the strongest in this team. They thought that she would be the one to make a move, but they did not expect that Debachen would be the first to rush out. For a moment, they were dumbfounded. The moment Debachen's aura surged, Qingji's expression changed. Elementary Celestial Stage, another Elementary Celestial. Normally, it was already very impressive for a single Elementary Celestial Stage expert to appear in a city in the realm of chaos. Today, there were actually 3 in Pingfeng City. So what? Qingji calmed down. You've just broken through to the Elementary Celestial Stage. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of your senior? You're really a newborn calf. Hearing these extremely arrogant words, everyone present could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Did this young man not know how powerful Qingji was? How could he say something like that? Qingji was enraged by his words. She sneered, Kid, I'll teach you a lesson today. Is that so? Unfortunately, you can only be a ghost from today onwards. Debachen threw a punch at Qingji as soon as he finished speaking. A ferocious power exploded. From the moment he attacked, he did not show any mercy. Qingji did not treat Debachen as an opponent. A young kid who was arrogant because he had just broken through to the Elementary Celestial Stage did not know the depth of the Elementary Celestial Stage. Even if they were both in the Elementary Celestial Stage, the time of breakthrough was different, so their strength was different. Bang, the two fists collided, and a terrifying force burst out. Debachen did not know the depth of Qingji's strength, but after this exchange, he was relieved that the difference in strength between the two of them was not big. Everyone watched as the two of them exchanged blows. Every blow was fatal, and the strength of the Elementary Celestial Stage was undeniable. Almost everyone was sure that Debachen was no match for Qingji. However, when they noticed that Debachen did not show any signs of being at a disadvantage, they could not help but be shocked. The Ning family has really kicked an iron plate this time. Actually, this matter is not that big of a deal. They are the ones who want to make such a big commotion. Isn't that so? Relying on the help of the Elementary Celestial Stage, the Ning family is simply arrogant and despotic now. Anyone who provokes them in the slightest will be killed. It has long been a foul atmosphere. If there is really someone who can deal with them, it will undoubtedly be the best. Do you know how these young people offended them? I heard that it was because Ning Yang and those two youngsters found an illusory form bead. The illusory form bead originally belonged to those two youngsters. However, Ning Yang was not convinced and asked for help from his family. In the end, he directly put the blame on those two youngsters. TSK. These two youngsters are truly unlucky. Only, I did not expect them to have two incipient immortal stage helpers. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know the whole story, nor did she know what Big Brother had stolen from the Ning family. After hearing that it was the illusion form bead, her face suddenly changed. Who would have thought that the thing that Big Brother was fighting for was actually for them? Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan were dumbfounded when they saw that Debachen wasn't at a disadvantage at all. No wonder this brat would say something like that. He already had a card up his sleeve. This kid is really abnormal. I haven't seen him for a while and his strength has improved so much. Di Xiaofeng shook his head with a smile. The worry in his heart disappeared at this moment. Beichen and Hong Zhuang were both at the elementary immortal realm. The Ning family did not have two elementary immortal realm experts. Bailey Yunyan's face also bloomed with a trace of a surprised smile. Originally, she had already given up hope. Wanting to escape from this predicament was simply a fool's dream. She never thought that such a miracle would really happen. At this moment, the Ning family suddenly noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang, who had been standing at the side, suddenly moved. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was getting closer and closer, Ning Yang couldn't help but ask, "You? What are you doing?" Ning Kaiyong watched as Bailey Hongzhuang approached step by step. His expression became very complicated. He kept accumulating energy in his body, ready to attack at any time. However, as the head of the family, he knew the difference between the Radiant Sun realm and the elementary immortal realm. Even if it was only a step away, the difference in strength between the two was very shocking. If Bailey Hongzhuang attacked, he might be able to take a few hits, but in reality, he was no match for her at all. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't even look at Ning Kaiyong. She walked to the side of Bailey Yunyan and Bailey Hongzhuang. The cultivator in charge of guarding the side didn't dare to say anything. He just silently retreated a little, afraid that this woman would get angry and directly cripple him. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the injuries on Bailey Yunyan's body. She found that most of them were superficial wounds. Although she looked like she was on the verge of death, fortunately, her foundation wasn't injured. Bailey Hongzhuang took out a pill and fed it to her. Then, she untied the ropes on her body. "Yunyan, how are you?" Di Xiaofeng looked at Bailey Yunyan worriedly. Previously, when he saw her covered in blood, he felt very distressed. However, he didn't know the specific injuries. Bailey Yunyan shook her head slightly. "I'm fine. These 2 days, they only beat me up. In order to attract you here, they kept me alive." Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng felt even more guilty. "I didn't protect you well." "Don't say this. It's my fault." Bailey Yunyan stared at Di Xiaofeng. She would never forget the scene just now. To be able to find such a man was the happiest thing in her life. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the two's affectionate appearance and smiled helplessly. Then, she started to treat Di Xiaofeng's injuries. "I'm afraid your leg will need to rest for a few days to completely recover." "It's fine." Di Xiaofeng had a casual expression. Compared to being able to keep his life, this leg was really nothing. Not far away, when Xiren watched as Bailey Hongzhuang casually walked to the back of the Ning clan and put down Bailey Yunyan and Bailey Hongzhuang. His eyes shone with little stars of worship. "Hongzhuang is really mighty. I've thought of thousands of ways to slap people, but none of them are as powerful as Hongzhuang's move." He had directly ignored all of them, yet they didn't dare to resist at all. Who else could do this? Zhonglimu nodded in agreement. "Big sister Hongzhuang is really amazing, but how did they surpass me so quickly?" He believed that his improvement during this period of time was already fast enough. He vaguely felt that he was not far from breaking through to the elementary immortal stage. After all, he had accumulated strength over the years and was stronger than them. Now that he was surpassed, he felt a little complicated. Their speed can't be judged by common sense. Mo Yunjue smiled faintly. He was already used to it. Bang! A terrifying attack spread out. The ground of the Ning clan cracked inch by inch. Di Beichen and Qingji both took a few steps back before stabilizing themselves. Everyone looked and saw that Di Beichen's chest had an additional wound. Blood was seeping out from the wound, dyeing his clothes red. On the other hand, Qingji stood there calmly. There were no wounds on her body. Ning Kaiyong let out a sigh of relief. The older, the wiser. This young man was obviously no match for Qingji. This young man can't compare to Qingji in the end. She's from the celestial region. Even if he's at a disadvantage, the situation is still uncertain. Don't forget, there are 2 of them. That's true. I hope they can do well. Without Qingji, there are many people who want to kill the Ning clan. Ning Yang couldn't help but say, "Lord Qingji, kill this guy." With Qingji's strength, she might be able to kill both of them. That would undoubtedly be the best outcome. However, Bewitching shot a murderous look at Ning Yang when he heard this. Instantly, Ning Yang felt his mind being controlled. He he he. Ning Yang suddenly started laughing on the spot, and even started dancing happily. Beauty, come on. Everyone saw Ning Yang dancing with a lewd smile on his face. He seemed to take everyone around him as beauties, and he even directly grabbed the patriarch of the Ning clan, Ning Kaiyong. Let go. Ning Kaiyong's expression darkened. Beauty, don't be so cold. Let Big Brother take good care of you. Ning Yang touched Ning Kaiyong's face with one hand, and his mouth kept moving closer as if he wanted to kiss her. Ning Kaiyong was already very displeased with Ning Yang. If it wasn't for him, the Ning clan wouldn't have caused such trouble. Now that he saw Ning Yang's lewd appearance, he was even more furious. Ck off, you disgraceful thing. Ning Kaiyong sent Ning Yang flying with a kick. The latter fell to the ground and clutched his chest as he spat out blood. However, this heavy blow still didn't make Ning Yang recover from his shock. He stood up again and charged over happily. Bang, Ning Kaiyong's eyes were cold. He slapped out with his palm, and Ning Yang slowly fell to the ground. Only then did his eyes regain clarity. He looked at Ning Kaiyong in disbelief as if he'd never imagined that he would die at the hands of the patriarch. This old guy from the Ning clan is really ruthless. Zhong Limu's pupils constricted. Although he often caused trouble, even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. He was Ning Yang's grandfather, yet he actually killed his grandson with his own hands. This was really ruthless. This guy has always been a cold and emotionless person, so it's normal for him to do this. Xiren waved his hand, as if he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Ning Kaiyong didn't look guilty at all after killing Ning Yang, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Bewitching. I didn't expect you to have such means. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. It turned out that all of this was done by Bewitching. Immediately, they felt a little apprehensive. Such a method was truly astonishing. However, this is useless. Ning Kaiyong's eyes were malicious. Lord Qingji, you must kill this guy. Fortunately, Qingji was strong enough. Otherwise, their Ning clan would have been wiped out. Hongzhuang, go and help Beichen. We'll be fine. Emperor Xiaofeng was very worried after noticing the changes. Qingji isn't easy to deal with. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't even look up as she helped the two of them slowly walk towards where Wen Xiren and the rest were. Don't you have confidence in Beichen's ability? Hearing this, the two of them were stunned. This wasn't an ordinary opponent. Qingji has already lost. Bailey Hongzhuang's pleasant voice sounded. WWXX by this fellow relied on Qingji for the Ning clan's current status. Now that Qingji is dead, he naturally has to find a new backer. Otherwise, the Ning clan will be completely finished. However, this fellow is at his wit's end now. He's actually thinking of recruiting the enemy he offended previously. The possibility of that isn't very high, is it? That might not be the case. This old fox has many tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps he can really persuade him. Otherwise, Qingji wouldn't have been invited by him back then. Everyone's expressions were extremely complicated. They had finally found a chance to topple the Ning family after so much difficulty. If they were really convinced by Ning Kaiyong, then the Ning family would really be able to reign supreme in Level Peak City in the future. However, just as everyone was extremely anxious, a discordant voice suddenly interrupted Ning Kaiyong's words. You shameless old man. I clearly know what kind of attitude you had towards me earlier. In the blink of an eye, you want to get closer to us? Dream on. Wen Xiren couldn't help but jump up. He was simply stunned by this shameless old man. He had done all kinds of bad things earlier, and now he wanted to shirk his responsibility with just this sentence? What a joke. Ning Kaiyong, who was racking his brains to think of a way to persuade him, was also shocked by Xiren's shout. Instantly, his expression became extremely ugly. How could he have forgotten about this troublemaker, young master, just now? Beichen, you definitely can't pay attention to this old man. Wen Xiren looked at Beichen with an unusually firm attitude. Beichen smiled faintly. All right. Xiren. A figure quickly rushed to Wen Xiren's side. When Xiren was shocked at first, but after sensing that familiar aura, he relaxed and revealed a joyful smile. Ying, why are you back? Before he barged in, he had clearly told Ying not to continue staying here. When he didn't see this girl earlier, he thought that this girl had finally listened to him for once. He didn't expect her to appear again in the blink of an eye. Shangguan Ying's eyes were filled with tears. I asked someone to help me pass on the message, and then I immediately rushed over. She knew that all of this would happen, yet she still wanted to leave. That was something she simply could not do. Even if they had to fight to the death here, at least they would be together. Even if one of them could survive, what was the point of that? Xiren reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of Shangguan Ying's eyes. Don't cry. Isn't everyone fine now? That's right. Shangguan Ying cried and laughed at the same time. It was really, young master, why don't we have a good talk? Ning Kaiyong was still unwilling to give up. Actually, this incident didn't cause too much damage. We can find a way to make up for all the problems. Bewitching looked at Ning Kaiyong indifferently, his eyes filled with killing intent. Ning Kaiyong's heart trembled. He paused the words he wanted to say and didn't dare to say any more. Master Ning, look at what you're saying. Just a moment ago, you wanted to kill all of them, and in the next second, you've changed your mind. The change is really too fast. It makes people very suspicious of your original intentions. A man slowly walked in from the outside. The man was slightly plump and had a faint smile on his face. He didn't seem to have any lethality at all. Noticing the newcomer, Ning Kaiyong's face instantly darkened. Xianxia, what are you doing here? It's rare to see such a genius. Can't I make friends with him? Xianxia glanced at Ning Kaiyong indifferently, then turned to look at Bewitching with a smile. His attitude was completely different. Young master, the Ning clan isn't the only powerful force in Level Peak City. This guy did such an unforgivable thing to you. It's really suspicious of his integrity. If you're interested in Level Peak City, my Jiang clan will show you our greatest sincerity. Old bastard. Ning Kaiyong cursed. Usually, he had the most intense conflict with the Jiang clan. During this period of time, with the appearance of Qing Ji, he was prepared to use this opportunity to completely eradicate the Jiang clan. He didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen today. It seemed that Jiang and I did have an advantage over him. Once he was convinced, the Ning clan would be in a terrible situation. After seeing this scene, the surrounding clans couldn't help but sigh. Jiang and I was really an old fox, standing out at this time. However, everyone had to admit that this was indeed an excellent opportunity. If they could seize this opportunity to grab hold of these two experts, they would definitely be a well-known clan in other cities, let alone Level Peak City. Bewitching looked at Jiang and I. Although he didn't know who this person was, he could tell from the changes in the surrounding people's expressions. However, he didn't have any thoughts about the grudges in Level Peak City. I'm not from Level Peak City, and I'm not interested in anything in the city. I'm only here today to avenge my brother and sister-in-law. Bewitching's voice was cold, as if he didn't care about all this. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Your Ning clan provoked my brother first, and even threatened to kill all of us. As the Ning clan's head, you can't shirk your responsibility. Hearing this, Ning Kaiyong's face had a hint of panic. His eyes darted around as he tried to think of a solution. However, Bewitching didn't even give him a chance to speak. He suddenly attacked with his palm. Master, please show mercy. The patriarch of the Ning family shouted. Unfortunately, his words had no effect at all. He had lost his life in one move. Bewitching's palm landed on the top of Ning Kaiyong's head, and the latter fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Everyone in the Ning clan didn't expect that their family head would die in the blink of an eye. Everyone was in an uproar. Ning Kaiyong's death was truly, rather sudden. Bewitching turned to look at Di Xiaofeng. Who else? Hearing this, some of the cultivators from the Ning clan suddenly had a look of horror on their faces. The meaning of these words was very obvious. Obviously, he was asking who else had hurt him. Anyone who had hurt him would not be spared. Bewitching's gaze swept over the Ning family. As soon as he noticed the guilty expression on the other side's face, he had already discovered the problem. Immediately, he was not polite and directly killed him, not leaving the slightest bit of mercy. Looking at the man's resolute and merciless appearance, everyone was secretly fearful. "Thank you, second brother." A carefree smile appeared on Di Xiaofeng's face, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. If Bewitching and the others hadn't arrived in time, he might have been left with eternal regret today. "Since we're brothers, why are you being so polite?" Although the injuries looked serious, they could be completely healed after a few days of rest. Bewitching once again looked at the Ning family. The people who were noticed all unconsciously lowered their heads, and in their hearts, they had already cursed Ning Yang to death. If it wasn't for Ning Yang causing trouble and kicking an iron plate, the Ning clan wouldn't have fallen to such a state. No one in their clan could fight against an elementary immortal realm expert. As long as the other party wanted to, it would be easy for him to kill all of them. Today's grudge is over. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Bewitching calmly took off Qingji and Ning Kaiyong's storage rings. These two guys should have a lot of resources on them. Today's matter made him want to destroy the entire Ning clan. However, not everyone was involved. Since the people who needed to be dealt with were dealt with, there was no need for him to do the rest. The Ning clan had been too arrogant recently and offended many people. There was no need for him to do anything. Many people would take this opportunity to take revenge. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Ning clan first heaved a sigh of relief, then became nervous again. If Bewitching didn't do anything, it meant that they still had a chance to live. However, thinking about the other forces in Pingfeng City, their situation wasn't much better. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't want to stay for long. Yun Yan clearly didn't have a good time these days. Her mental state wasn't good either. It was better for her to find a place to rest. Jiang and I looked at the direction of Bewitching's group, and his eyes flashed with a ray of light. When they returned to the inn, they first sent Bailey Yunyan and Di Xiaofeng into the room. Only when Yunyan took off her clothes did Bailey Hongzhuang apply medicine on her wounds. "Hongzhuang, will there be scars on my body?" Looking at the wounds on her body, Bailey Yunyan's eyes showed a trace of worry. The scars were all over her body. It looked really ugly. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. "If I leave a scar on your body, won't Big Brother blame me?" After understanding the meaning of these words, Bailey Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief. Pleasantly surprised, she said, "Hongzhuang, thank you. You're still worried about these things at a time like this?" Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shook her head. "Don't worry. With me here, you won't have any scars left." Bailey Hongzhuang was about to leave after applying medicine to all the wounds on Bailey Hongzhuang's body, but Bailey Yunyan suddenly hugged her. "Yunyan?" "Hongzhuang, thank you." Bailey Yunyan's voice was choked with sobs. "If you guys hadn't arrived, we would have really died today." Bailey Hongzhuang reached out and patted Bailey Yunyan's back. This experience must have left a serious shadow in her heart. Not to mention Yunyan, even she could not help but feel a lingering fear. If they hadn't come in time, then it would have been a lifetime of regret. The heavens won't be so cruel. No matter what happens to us, we'll turn misfortune into blessing. The clear and melodious voice had a healing power. Bailey Yunyan's somewhat agitated mood quietly calmed down. "You must be tired these days. Eat something and rest early. It won't be too late to have a good chat after you've rested enough." Bailey Yunyan nodded slightly. "Okay." Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't stay for long. They left one after another after telling them what they needed to pay attention to in case of injuries. Even though the incident this time had been dangerous, the two of them must have grown closer after going through this ordeal. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes, the corners of her lips curling up slightly. Beichen and Xiaofeng really were brothers. They were very similar in this aspect. The next day, Bai Lianche and Sheng Guanru finally arrived at the inn. When they saw that everyone was safe and sound, they finally let out a sigh of relief. "Yanche, you guys were too slow." Xiren looked at Bai Lianche speechlessly. "If we had waited for you guys to come and rescue us, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to find their corpses." "Don't be so heartless." Bai Lianche sat down at the side. "If we hadn't been the first to discover that something was wrong with Xiaofeng and the others being gone for so long, everyone wouldn't have immediately come looking for you. Even though I didn't show up yesterday, you have to thank me properly. Otherwise, you really would have been torn apart by 5 horses. Wen Xiren chuckled. Actually, he had already learned the whole story from Hong Zhuang and the others yesterday. The 2 of them had gone to a nearby city and hadn't arrived yet. If this guy hadn't discovered the abnormality, then it really would have been too dangerous. I knew you were true to me. Xiren put a hand on Bai Liyanche's shoulder, practically hanging on it. No matter what, we are true love. Move aside. Bai Liyanche pushed Xiren to the side in disgust. He quietly glanced at Ling Er and said, my true love isn't you. Ioyo, you've really forgotten about your brothers now that you have a wife. You have to learn from me in this aspect. Xiren. Shangguan Yingying's voice rang out. Yingying, have you eaten breakfast yet? Do you want me to send it up for you? When Xiren looked upstairs. What happened yesterday had given Yingying quite a shock. She had fallen asleep very late last night. He thought that she would not wake up this morning, but she had actually woken up. All right. Bai Liyanche curled his lips as he looked at the guy who went to order breakfast. How shameless. Bailey Hongzhuang also came out of the house after noticing Bai Liyanche's arrival. Have you heard the news? Bai Liyanche nodded slightly. Right now, the entire Pingfeng city is spreading the news. We heard about it from the streets and alleys as soon as we arrived. Fortunately, you guys were faster. His previous carefree attitude was also fake. Fortunately, they managed to make it in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. How are Xiaofeng and the others? I've suffered some injuries, but fortunately, they aren't serious. I'll be fine after a period of rest. That's good. Bai Liyanche was completely relieved. Then we'll stay here for a while. It won't be too late to leave after we've recovered. That's what we were thinking. Big brother, when your injuries are better, go back to the family to take a look. You haven't been back for so long. Father and mother miss you very much. Di Xiaofeng nodded. Indeed, we haven't been back for a long time. Di Beichen saw that Di Xiaofeng's mental state was good. The injury on his leg didn't affect him too much. He immediately recounted what happened during this period of time. After hearing all this, a strange look appeared in Di Xiaofeng's eyes. Are you sure that the Qing devil has appeared in the immortal realm? Di Xiaofeng found it hard to believe. He had been in the chaotic immortal realm for so long, and he had almost forgotten about the Qing devil. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen. I heard this news from City Lord Yang, so it shouldn't be wrong, Yang Kai said with a smile. Di Beichen's face was dignified. He had come back in a hurry and had forgotten to ask again. So, it's a little tricky. So you plan to go to the immortal realm to look for Xiao Sou? That's right. Di Xiaofeng was silent for a moment. Then he said, since that's the case, let's go back to the family after Yunyan and I have recovered. Although our cultivation levels are not high enough in the chaotic immortal realm, we can still protect the family. Even if the Qing devil does appear, we still have the strength to fight. Di Beichen relaxed a little when he heard that. If you want to, that's the best. They didn't feel safe leaving Xiao He and Xiao Bai there. With Xiaofeng's current cultivation level, he was almost invincible in the upper realm. Even if Xiao Sou went to find trouble, they could fight her. Don't worry. Leave the family to me. If there's a problem that I can't solve, I'll come to you. Di Xiaofeng patted Di Beichen's shoulder. As your big brother, I've always relied on you to take care of me. I can always help with the family's affairs. Di Beichen smiled faintly. He felt a little relieved. I've been tired for the past few years. I'll take the opportunity to rest when I go back. Those little fellows in the clan should also be properly trained. Their cultivation needs to be raised as soon as possible. Di Xiaofeng's eyes shone brightly. His vision was much broader than before. He also hoped to pass on his skills to the family's disciples. Only then could the family become the strongest family in the upper realm. Xiren was also surprised when he heard the news. Beichen, are you going to the immortal realm? I have no choice but to go now. Sigh, I also want to go with you. Xiren sighed. Then, he looked at everyone seriously and said, haven't you realized that it's impossible to not follow Bachin and the others? When we followed them, our progress was not small. But when we separated, those two fellows began to increase their cultivation by themselves, completely leaving us in the dust. We haven't seen each other for more than 2 years, and look at the difference between us." As soon as he said this, Bai Xianxia and the others looked at each other in dismay. They thought about it carefully, and realized that this was indeed the case. "Then according to what you said, when Bachin and the others return, won't we?" Wen Xiren shrugged. "I have a feeling that you won't be able to break through to the elementary immortal stage by then." Di Xiaofeng's face darkened. "Shut up." Di Bachin smiled faintly and shook his head. "Big Brother and the others will be returning to the upper realm in a few days. What are your plans? If we stay in the immortal realm of chaos, I'm afraid we won't be able to return for a while." Xiren and the others naturally realized this. If they went to the immortal realm with their radiant sun cultivation levels, they might not be able to enter at all. Although there might be a glimmer of hope with Bachin and the others protecting them, it would still be troublesome. Xiren thought for a while and looked at Shangguan. "What's your plan?" I want to go back." Shangguan thought for a while and said, "We haven't gone back to see our father for a long time. The Di family might be in danger. I think it's safer for us to go back. With their current situation, they would have many opportunities to gain experience in the future. However, if something happened to the Di family and they were not there, it would be terrible." "I think so too," Xiren said with a smile. Shangguan heaved a sigh of relief. After what happened yesterday, she felt that nothing was more important than being with her family. As cultivators, they had a lot of time to do other things. However, when they were in danger, they had to do something. Actually, this is good. When Bachin and the others arrive at the crossing celestial realm, if they find something good there, they might take the opportunity to take us there. Xiren's eyes lit up. With the chaos ring, it would be very convenient for them to go to another place. If they could take the opportunity to take a look, it would be an eye-opener. After discussing for a while, they decided that Bai Xianxia and Linger would go back to the upper realm together. With Bachin and Hong Zhuang, it would be very convenient for them to come to the chaotic celestial realm in the future. Zhonglimu and Mo Yunjue decided to continue to gain experience in the chaotic celestial realm. With Gong Jun here, it would be very convenient for them. After another 2 days, a round figure appeared at the door of the inn. Gong Jun's eyes were filled with tears as he looked at Di Bachin in the lobby and said, "Boss, I finally found you." "Why are you here?" "Boss, what are you talking about?" "I am your man. Naturally, I will be wherever you are." Gong Jun poured a cup of water and drank it. Then he said, "Why didn't you tell me that you were leaving? It took me a long time to find you. If it wasn't for the fact that this matter has caused such a stir, I wouldn't have gotten the news. You can rest assured now. The matter has been resolved." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Gong Jun nodded. With boss and sister-in-law taking action, it will naturally be a piece of cake. Gong Jun is here too?" When Xiren heard the commotion downstairs and ran out of the house. Now that the inn had been booked by them, no one else would appear except for their own people. Hearing this familiar voice, Gong Jun could not help but raise his head. When he saw the figure upstairs that he had been thinking about day and night, he immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Wen Xiren, come down." "Gong Jun, what's with your expression?" Wen Xiren jumped down from the second floor and said with some confusion, "I am Wen Xiren. Why are you looking at me like that?" After seeing this scene, Zhonglimu already understood the situation. He could not help but give Xiren a look, but helplessly found that this guy did not notice him at all. Zhonglimu wanted to help but was unable to do so. It was better to let this guy fend for himself. "You. Hurry up and pay back the debt that you owe me for these 2 years." Gong Jun roared with his hands on his hips. When Xiren was slightly stunned. "Gong Jun, didn't we already discuss this matter before? Why did you suddenly change your attitude?" At this moment, when Xiren couldn't help but turn to look at Zhonglimu. He had already told Zhonglimu about this matter, only to find that the latter had already lowered his head and silently retreated, constantly reducing his presence. "That's not right." Xiren was dumbfounded. I only told Zhongli about this matter. This shop being smashed has nothing to do with me. This matter is inextricably linked to you. Gong Jun's eyes widened in anger. If it wasn't for this fellow being noticed when he was talking to Zhongli, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion wouldn't have suffered such a tragic fate. Hehe, if you have something to say, let's talk nicely. This matter is definitely an accident. Xiren's smile was filled with guilt, and in the next instant, he ran behind Bewitching. Bewitching, yesterday I was injured while protecting your big brother. Seeing that I've contributed so much, help me settle the debt for these 2 years. If I settle the debt, then what about the compensation? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. Hehe, it's still a debt, it's still a debt. You might as well settle it all together. Just tell me if we're brothers or not. Everyone looked at Xiren's shameless appearance and shook their heads. In terms of shamelessness, there was probably no one present who could be compared to Xiren. We're brothers. A warm and magnetic voice sounded, filled with strong determination. Xiren was almost prepared for Bewitching to ridicule him, but when he suddenly heard such a serious answer, he was a little surprised. However, when he noticed Bewitching's sincere gaze, he couldn't help but smile. Put his debt on my head. Bewitching looked at Gong Jun. For yesterday's matter, he owed Xiren a word of thanks. The reason this guy was willing to risk his life was actually because of him. He didn't directly thank him, because he understood that with their relationship, there was no need to say such things. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest couldn't help but be moved. Although Bewitching didn't usually say such things, and sometimes acted as if he despised Xiren, in reality, they all knew that Bewitching treated Xiren as his own brother. Yes. Gong Jun nodded. Hehe, Bewitching really loves me. Xiren's face was filled with pride. Everyone, young Master D, I'm sorry to intrude, I hope I'm not disturbing you. A slightly deep voice sounded from outside the door. Everyone looked to see the head of the Jiang family, Xianxia. Head of the Jiang family? In the past few days, even if they didn't inquire about the news, they still learned about the changes in the city from the servants and cooks. After the head of the family, the rest of the powerhouses, they couldn't help but take action. Almost overnight, the Ning family was completely disbanded. Among them, the one who contributed the most was the head of the Jiang family, Xianxia. After swallowing the Ning family's resources, the Jiang family had become the most powerful powerhouse in Pingfeng City. They didn't care about this, but they didn't expect Xianxia to visit. Hearing this, Bewitching's expression changed. It seemed that the head of the Jiang family already knew their identity in a short period of time. Back then, the Array Master competition was extremely sensational. Qingyang City suddenly turned the tables and shone brilliantly. Almost every city knew about it. He was also present at that Array Master competition. Bewitching and Xianxia left a deep impression on him. At that time, there were countless city lords who wanted to rope them in. However, he was only one of the forces in Level Peak City and wasn't qualified to do so. A few days ago, when he saw Bewitching at the Ning family, he felt that the two looked familiar. However, he couldn't recall when he had seen them. When he recalled that these two had never come to Level Peak City before, he thought of other possibilities and finally came to this conclusion. Family head Jiang has a good memory. Bewitching smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. This person must have a purpose for coming here today. Young Master D, this is the property of the Ning family. Xianxia took out a storage ring and placed it on the table. The enmity between us and the Ning family has been settled. I also heard that the Ning family was settled by family head Jiang. This loot naturally belongs to the Jiang family. It has nothing to do with us. Bewitching's expression was calm. His gaze didn't even linger on the storage ring. Looking at his unmoved appearance, Xianxia also understood that the Ning family's property was a huge fortune to others. However, to Bewitching, it clearly wasn't that attractive. Not to mention his identity as an Array Master, just his elementary immortal realm cultivation made it very easy for him to earn money. You can't say that. Xianxia smiled. If young Master D didn't take care of the most troublesome part, all of this wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The subsequent matters didn't require much effort. To be honest, we have always been sworn enemies with the Ning family. During this period of time, we have been suppressed by them. If young Master D didn't appear, I'm afraid the Jiang family would have ended up like this. Whether young Master D cares or not, our Jiang family will remember this favor in our hearts. Therefore, we can't keep these things for ourselves. Young Master D, please accept them. This way, we can feel better. Hearing Jiang Ni's words, everyone felt rather comfortable. They had to admit that Jiang Ni was very skillful with his words. His words made everyone unable to feel any disgust towards him. How could Bewitching not understand that Jiang Ni was trying to curry favor with them in order to befriend them? However, putting aside the fact that they wouldn't stay in Level Peak City, they didn't even plan to stay in the chaotic celestial realm. At this time, Gong Jun ran out with a smile. Since Patriarch Jiang has said so, then we will accept this. Thank you very much. Boss, the Ning clan is a big clan after all. They must have left many things behind over the years. It would be a waste if we don't take it. Gong Jun sent a telepathic message anxiously. He was really convinced. Boss was good at everything, but why couldn't he change this bad habit of not loving money? As a cultivator, how important were cultivation resources? Now that someone had come knocking on his door, he would be a fool if he didn't take it. Everyone noticed Gong Jun's money grubber appearance and couldn't help but shake their heads helplessly. This situation really wasn't out of their expectations at all. This fellow had never had any resistance against such things. Hee, I'm boss follower, Gong Jun introduced himself. So it's young Master Gong Jun, nice to meet you. Jiang Ni smiled again and looked at Gong Jun with a friendlier gaze. He wasn't afraid that Bewitching would accept the storage ring, he was afraid that Bewitching wouldn't accept it. Now that someone had accepted it for him, the effect would be the same. First time unfamiliar, second time familiar. Gong Jun laughed shamelessly. The smile on Jiang Ni's face deepened. This guy in front of him was a helper. Young Master is right. That's how it is, haha. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at the two who were chatting happily. Helplessness appeared on their faces. The more they talked about this topic, the more they got along. Bewitching looked at Gong Jun's impatient look. He was afraid that Bewitching would refuse and kept winking at him. Bewitching found it funny. Forget it, let him be. Otherwise, with this guy's character, I don't know how long he would nag. After Gong Jun noticed that Bewitching didn't object, he understood that this was tacit approval. Suddenly, he was even more fearless. Don't worry, we have received your kind intentions. If there is anything you need help with in the future, as long as we can do it, we will definitely lend a hand. Gong Jun smiled and said, however, my boss and the others usually pay more attention to improving their cultivation, so they often go to other places to gain experience. I understand, this is what you should do. Jiang and I nodded repeatedly. There was a law in the cultivation world. Cultivators who improved their strength very quickly were often elusive. Most of the time, they went to different places to gain experience. Looking at it from another perspective, if it wasn't for this method, it would be impossible to achieve such achievements. Therefore, after a few words from Gong Jun, Jiang and I left very satisfied. Before leaving, he even called Gong Jun brother. Looking at this guy's beaming reply, Xiran said, you've struck it rich, haven't you? Gong Jun chuckled. Then, he noticed Bewitching and hurriedly said, nonsense. I'm doing this for boss. Oh. Xiran dragged out his tone, revealing his suspicions. We are about to head to the crossing celestial region. I'm afraid we won't be back for a while. Since you promised him, you can help him if he needs help in the future, Bewitching said calmly. Gong Jun was stunned. Boss, are you not going to bring me along when you go to the immortal domain? Bewitching and Hongzhuang are going together. Why are you following them? Xiran's face was full of disdain. Moreover, your cultivation level is not high enough. If you are detained in the crossing immortal domain, won't we have to spend effort to save you? Don't you want your immortal treasure pavilion? Bewitching asked. Gong Jun was a little disappointed. However, after thinking about it carefully, what he said made sense. He could only say helplessly, all right, boss. Don't forget about me when you go to the crossing immortal domain. With that, Gong Jun wanted to lay on Bewitching's body with resentment. At this moment, Xianxia took a step forward and pushed this guy who was full of resentment to the side. Don't worry. Brother-in-law's assets are still with you. He definitely won't forget about you. Gong Jun's eyes brightened. That's right. Then I don't have to worry. If I don't come, these will all be mine. After resting in Pingfeng City for another 2 days, Di Xiaofeng and the others returned to the upper realm. Gong Jun and Mo Yunjue went back to Xian City. Bailey Hongzhuang and Jiang Chen also set off for crossing Immortal Domain. Before they set off, Gong Jun had already helped them find the route to crossing Immortal Domain. Of course, Jiang and I also contributed a lot. The two of them had become good friends since their last conversation. Gong Jun was unfamiliar with this place, so he asked Jiang and I to help him find the route quickly. Although he found it strange that Bewitching and the others needed the route to crossing Immortal Domain, he didn't ask about it in the end. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the route in her hand. She found that the distance between crossing Immortal Domain and Immortal Domain was relatively close. As for setting off from chaotic Immortal Domain, they had to take a detour. However, according to Jiang and I, it seemed that it was easier to set off from chaotic Immortal Domain. It was more troublesome to set off from Immortal Domain. Now that the passage from crossing Immortal Domain to Immortal Domain is sealed, even if we reach Immortal Domain, it would be very difficult to find a breakthrough. Therefore, it's better to set off from chaotic Immortal Domain. Although it will take more time, the chances of success will be higher. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the map in her hand and said her thoughts. Then she looked up at Bewitching and asked for his opinion. Bewitching nodded slightly. I have the same idea. We have to pass through a few teleportation formations on the way. When we reach this forest, we can only rely on our feet. Bailey Hongzhuang knocked carefully. It would take a long time, but they should be able to make it. Let's set off. Bewitching smiled. With Big Brother and the others in the family, we don't have to worry for now. I'm thinking about another problem. What problem? This time, the cultivator from the immortal region of the Ning family is called Qingji. This kind of name is not common. I wonder if she is related to Qing Devil? Bewitching was deep in thought. At that time, the situation was really urgent, so he didn't leave anyone alive and didn't have the chance to ask about it. Now that he thought about it carefully, he felt that there might be some connection between them. Bailey Hongzhuang thought about it carefully and felt that their names were similar. Qingji came from the immortal region. Qing Devil is also in the immortal region now. However, if he is really Qing Devil's man, why did he come to the chaotic immortal region? Maybe it's because he's not strong enough in the immortal realm, so he wants to come to the immortal realm of chaos to develop. Bewitching smiled faintly. All of this is just my guess. Maybe the two of them just happen to have similar names. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. This kind of thing could only be guessed before it was confirmed. If he is really Qing Devil's man, it's not a big deal. Anyway, we will meet him sooner or later. Bailey Hongzhuang's tone was carefree. If it was in the past, they would be very worried. However, they had broken through to the elementary immortal stage now. Even though the intensity of their essence force couldn't be compared to Qing Devil's, they were undoubtedly more capable of protecting themselves than when they were in the Radiant Sun realm. Even if they couldn't defeat him, they still had a chance to run away. On the second floor of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Young Master Gong, is Master going to the chaotic immortal region like this? Will it be a waste of time? It's good for Master to go there. Recently, those guys are getting more and more active. They have begun to reach out to us. I'm afraid we can't keep hiding like this. Forget about the eldest princess, there's also the fourth prince. Once Master is found, the black-robed man's face was gloomy, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Don't leak any information about Master. I'll protect Master. Gong Jun narrowed his eyes as a fierce look flashed across his face. It's fine if the fourth prince behaves himself. However, if he causes too much trouble, then you have to be careful. Those guys are not easy to deal with, the black-robed man said in a deep voice. I understand. They're too naive to fight with me. Gong Jun withdrew the vicious look in his eyes and said, I have something for you to do, yes. The journey to the crossing celestial domain was very long. During the journey, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen had seen the different scenery in other cities. However, the two of them did not plan to waste any time. They kept on rushing. Under such circumstances, the two of them were extremely fast. Looking at the forest in front of her, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly raised into a smile. We'll arrive at the border between the crossing celestial domain and the chaotic celestial domain once we pass through this forest. Di Beichen looked at the forest in front of him. According to the map, the mountain range was not small. It would take at least half a month to pass through the mountain range. Other than that, they only had the map. However, they did not know how to get to the crossing celestial domain. Beichen, what's on your mind? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. The door to the crossing celestial domain has always been closed. It must be an unusual way to enter. Both of us have never been here before. I'm afraid we have to ask someone who knows the situation. Bailey Hongzhuang understood when she heard that. She looked around carefully and realized there was no one else around. She could not help but ask, I wonder if there'll be anyone after we pass through this forest? Going to the crossing celestial domain was a taboo topic in both the chaotic celestial domain and the chaotic celestial domain. If they could not find someone reliable, they could not tell anyone about it. There should be. Di Beichen looked serious. If Jiang and I could get this map, it means that someone knows the situation here very well. There must be some people at the junction of the two places. But how to find them and find a way to pass through, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Looking at the man's confident appearance, the worry in Bailey Hongzhuang's heart lessened a bit. Crossing the celestial domain was very important to the upper realm. If they couldn't find a way, it would be very troublesome for them to ascend in the future. His family members could use the Chaos Ring to travel to the chaotic immortal realm. As for the others, they could only stay in the upper realm for the rest of their lives. Immortal domain. Hearing the news from his subordinate, Qing Devil frowned slowly. You said Qing Ji is dead? Yes, Qing Ji's longevity lamp has been extinguished. Qing Devil narrowed her eyes and said, he went to the chaotic immortal realm this time and lost his life there. This guy is getting worse and worse. Maybe he was targeted by someone in the immortal domain. There are no cultivators in the primitive celestial realm and the chaotic immortal realm. It shouldn't be a problem there. Qing Devil smiled slightly. Her eyes were full of malice, and she said, in that case, let's find out who did it. My lord Qing Devil, many people still don't believe your identity after you possess someone else's body. Those people have been hoping that you won't come back. They must be afraid that you will become stronger. That's why they did such a thing. The man's face was solemn. There was anger in his eyes. If that's the case, the realm of chaotic immortals should stop their actions for now. We should find out who did it first. Otherwise, there will be another Qing Ji. Qing Devil narrowed his eyes. There was no emotion on his calm face. However, his eyes, which were as sinister as a viper's, revealed his mood. Once he found out who dared to attack his people, he would never let them go. Yes. By the way, have you found anything about the lower realms that I asked you to investigate? I've already screened them according to your description. However, there are too many lower realms. Many of them fit the criteria. The man wore a troubled expression. They had never paid much attention to the lower realms. There were too many realms to count, and they were all similar. However, it was not easy to screen them based on the information that Qing Devil had given them. Qing Devil's face turned cold. He waved his hand and said, then take your time. No matter how long it takes, you have to find this realm. Yes. We will do it as soon as possible. You can leave now. Qing Devil leaned against the back of the chair. Thinking about what had happened in the upper realm, the anger in his eyes grew stronger. When I find it, all of you will die. What had happened in the upper realm was a disgrace in his eyes. Moreover, those two guys had copied a lot of the true essence. He had to get his hands on such treasures. Walking in the forest, Bailey Hongzhuang found that there were not many demonic beasts in the forest. She didn't see many people along the way. Her mood became very complicated. In terms of scenery, the mystery realm is the best. Di Beichen suddenly said when he noticed the worry in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and nodded with a smile. It's also green, but the environment there is more beautiful and full of vitality. They were clearly lush trees, but for some reason, they looked different. After the dust settles, we will return there to cultivate. Compared to this place, the environment in the secret realm was undoubtedly much better. Bailey Hongzhuang took out a few fruits and handed them over. Try them first and feel the aura there. While the two of them were eating and joking, Bewitching suddenly pulled Bailey Hongzhuang into a nearby bush. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't understand what was going on, but she still didn't say a word. She quietly stayed at the side, paying attention to the movements outside. A moment later, a figure slowly appeared. Noticing this figure, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows showed a trace of surprise. After arriving here, the woman stopped for a moment and looked around in confusion. She didn't continue to move forward until she found that there was no movement. After the woman walked a certain distance away, Bailey Hongzhuang said, "Isn't she a disciple of the Ning family?" She remembered that the woman had attacked her when she had just arrived. At that time, she only seriously injured the woman, but didn't kill her directly. She didn't expect to see her here. D. Bachin raised his eyebrows in a relaxed manner. I remember now. This girl's name seems to be Ning Yaoyao. Bailey Hongzhuang said. You know her name? D. Bachin was a little surprised. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, I heard it from Yun Yan. She had heard from Yun Yan that Ning Yaoyao had taken a liking to her elder brother and wanted him to marry her. She had heard the whole story. For a girl, this kind of thing was indeed the most memorable. Why is she following us? Is she planning to take revenge? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. She heard that Jiang and I and the other forces had already cleaned up the Ning clan. Other than a few strong cultivators who took the opportunity to escape, the rest had been taken care of. Maybe. D. Bachin pondered deeply. With her strength, wanting to take revenge was a bit of a fool's dream. Let's follow her and see what she's going to do. Bailey Hongzhuang looked indifferent. Anyway, with their strength, they didn't have to worry about Ning Yaoyao's tricks. They might as well see what she was planning or what other trump cards the Ning clan had. Years of experience told her that no matter what kind of force it was, she couldn't let her guard down because no one knew what other tricks they had up their sleeves. Ning Yaoyao was obviously very good at tracking. Otherwise, Bailey Hongzhuang and Yun Yan wouldn't have been unaware of her existence. Therefore, the two kept a certain distance while following her. He was clearly in front of me before. Why did he suddenly disappear? Ning Yaoyao looked melancholy. Ever since she mastered her tracking technique, she had never failed. She didn't expect to lose someone this time. It was really depressing. I wonder what they're doing here. Could it be that they're going to the crossing immortal domain? It's so rare to see such a peerless handsome man. I'm even thinking of turning over a new leaf. Why did he disappear? Bailey Hongzhuang and D. Bachin had always been a little further away. If they heard Ning Yaoyao's words, who knew what they would think? Half a month later, they finally made it through the forest. Looking at the flat road ahead, Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised to find that there was actually a small town here. This town obviously couldn't be compared to the cities outside, but it still seemed to be quite large. He hadn't seen any other cultivators in the forest, but he didn't expect that there would be so many people nearby. It seems that we should be able to find a way to enter. D. Bachin smiled faintly. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She took out a pill and gave it to D. Bachin. After the two of them took it, their faces changed. This was all thanks to the method that Granny Hua had taught her. Although it didn't last long, it was already very useful. After successfully changing their appearances, the two openly followed Ning Yaoyao into the same inn. When the other people in the inn noticed the three unfamiliar faces, a strange look appeared in their eyes. In this place, strangers didn't appear often. Now that a few strangers suddenly appeared, they naturally had to be more vigilant. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Yun Yan noticed this situation, they understood that this was a more exclusive place. They could only order some food quietly and enter the room. Unlike Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Bai, Ning Yaoyao did not seem to understand the situation very well. She was thinking about how to find D. Bachin and was curious about this place. She asked the shop owner about it. Seeing Ning Yaoyao's good looks, many men became interested and took the initiative to answer her questions. Bailey Hongzhuang asked Xiao He and Xiao Bai to gather information. These two little fellows were undoubtedly the most familiar with gathering information. The two little balls, one black and one white, mixed with the mud and rolled under Ning Yaoyao's table. No one noticed them at all, so the two little fellows listened to the news openly. The two of them were not in a hurry. They ate slowly and observed the situation through the window at the same time. The map only led to this point, and there was no other information about it. Therefore, if they wanted to enter the crossing immortal domain, they had to rely on the help of the people here. The two of them hid their cultivation and controlled themselves to be in the radiant sun stage. Two people in the elementary immortal stage were definitely the target of everyone here. Although this place is close to the crossing immortal domain, I don't know what method they use to communicate. Bailey Hongzhuang thought. According to her judgment, the purpose of this town should be to do business with the people of the crossing immortal domain. She had heard a little about this before, mainly when she was caught and forced to mine. There were many spirit-devouring ores in the crossing immortal domain. The people of the crossing immortal domain needed the spirit-devouring ores but were unwilling to mine them. Therefore, they captured these fellows to mine as laborers. There was no doubt that the people of the crossing immortal domain did not want to be controlled to mine ores. The cultivators outside needed the spirit-devouring ores. It was easy to guess the deal. After a while, Xiao He and Xiao Bai returned. However, the two little fellows had strange expressions. How was it? Did you hear anything useful? We heard a lot of the conversation. Although Ning Yaoyao wanted to get information from these people, they were very smart. They said a lot, but there was not much useful information. On the other hand, Ning Yaoyao was tricked into saying a lot, so everyone knew more about her situation. Bailey Hongzhuang. This fellow was really a genius. What did Ning Yaoyao say? Bewitching asked. Hearing this, Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other with interesting expressions. What's wrong? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Master, don't be angry if I tell you, Little Black said. What's there to be angry about? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. What's the situation? Just tell me directly. Xiao He then said, according to Ning Yaoyao, she came here because she found a man she admired, so she followed him all the way here. However, she did not know what this place was for. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression became very strange. A man she admired, her gaze fell on the extraordinarily handsome man beside her. There was no one else besides him. They had almost wiped out the Ning family, yet Ning Yaoyao still admired Beichen. How much of a love-struck fool was she? Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was deep in thought, a hand suddenly covered her face. Then, the handsome face gradually enlarged and a warm kiss landed on her lips. Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned. Then, she heard the man's magnetic voice, I only have my wife in my heart. The unhappiness that had emerged in her heart dissipated with this sentence. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly, sweetness filling her heart. Xiao He and Xiao Bai hurriedly covered their eyes. I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything. Ahem, is there any other news? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Xiao Bai shook her head, there's no other news. Ning Yaoyao asked these people many questions, but they all evaded them. There's no other useful information. However, Ning Yaoyao should be targeted. Xiao He raised her eyebrows, her words carrying an unknown meaning. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood and waved her hand. Ning Yaoyao originally used dual cultivation to raise her cultivation. This is not a bad thing for her. She had heard Yunyan mention this before. If not, Ning Yaoyao would not have wanted to take Xiaofeng away. In the world of cultivation, all kinds of cultivation methods existed. Among them, there were those that used dual cultivation and cauldron cultivation to raise one's cultivation. This kind of cultivation method was not orthodox and was usually despised by many. However, it had to be said that this kind of cultivation method could raise one's strength very quickly. However, because it was not through orthodox cultivation, one's yuan energy was not pure enough. In the later stages of cultivation, the degree of improvement would be limited. Ning Yaoyao's situation should be like this. For her to be able to raise her cultivation to this level, she must have cultivated for a long time. Needless to say, she must have found a cauldron cultivation. At night, go to the other rooms and take a look. especially the shop owner. If 3 unfamiliar faces suddenly appear, he will not do anything. Bewitching said. Xiao He and Xiao Bai nodded repeatedly. It's no problem to leave this kind of task to us. After knowing that Ning Yaoyao's purpose of coming here was not revenge, but because she had high hopes for Bewitching, the two of them threw this matter to the back of their minds. In this place, it was obviously not suitable for them to make too much noise. There was also no need to make a move on Ning Yaoyao. After realizing that she could not find them, she probably would not continue to stay here. They could completely ignore her. In the evening, when Ning Yaoyao saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Bai, she had some suspicions, but she completely dispelled her suspicions when she discovered that they did not disguise. At their level, ordinary disguises were of no use at all. That night, Xiao He and Xiao Bai hurriedly. Shopkeeper, I'm afraid there's something fishy about the man and woman in the room upstairs. I've already asked the others, and they haven't invited any strangers over recently. There's probably something wrong with these two people. The shopkeeper's face darkened slightly. Our information has always been very confidential. How could we suddenly provoke a stranger? Make sure again. If they really have nothing to do with anyone else, then find a chance to get rid of them. Okay, then what about this batch of goods this time? Let's stop for a while. Don't let others find out. I'll inform them tomorrow and send them out a few days later. You have to pay attention to that batch of goods. The shopkeeper's expression was serious. If you walk by the river often, your shoes will get wet. You have to be careful. These guys suddenly appeared at a time like this. Perhaps the news about our batch of goods has been leaked. If they're here to snatch the goods, they'll definitely take action. Shopkeeper, leave this matter to me. Don't worry. The attendant nodded. I'll definitely keep a close eye on them. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other, feeling helpless. These two guys had been talking for so long, but they still didn't know what the goods were. If they didn't figure this out, it would be difficult for them to find a breakthrough. After the attendant left, Xiao He and Xiao Bai followed him closely. What they wanted most was to follow this guy to see what the goods were. However, this guy didn't seem to have any plans to go for the time being. They followed him for an entire night without any movement. Only then did the two guys return to the house. That guy can really keep his composure. He actually resisted the urge to check the goods. Xiao He sighed. They had waited for an entire night for a result, but who knew that they still didn't know anything. After hearing everything that Xiao He and Xiao Bai said, the two of them finally understood. It seems that our judgment was right. There's indeed a deal between them. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. Bewitching nodded slightly. As for what this deal is, I'm afraid we'll have to wait to find out. Since the shopkeeper and the others were so worried, it was only a matter of time before they couldn't help but check the goods. When that time came, they would be able to find out what the goods were. The next day, Ning Yaoyao continued to wander around other places. She looked like she wouldn't give up until she found Bewitching. However, there were men accompanying her during this process. In comparison, Ning Yaoyao was dispelled because she was valued by the other men. The two of them became the real targets of suspicion. When the attendant brought the dishes into the house, he pretended to ask casually, "Both of you, we've always been deserted here. May I know what you're doing here? If there's anything I can help with, please let me know." Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and understood that the shopkeeper couldn't sit still any longer. If they didn't say anything today, it was very likely that the other party would make a move on them. The other party was only at the Glorious Sun realm, so they did not fear him in the slightest. However, once they attacked, their problems would be completely exposed, which went against their original intentions. What they needed to do now was to blend into the environment. Only then would they be able to enter the crossing celestial domain. I wonder if you've seen this before. Bewitching took out a piece of devouring spirit stone and looked at the servant with a faint smile. Seeing the spirit devouring stone, the attendant's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. Young master, this is the spirit devouring stone. Bewitching nodded slightly. To be honest, we came here this time because we heard that there was a spirit devouring stone here, so we wanted to take a look. As you know, the price of a spirit devouring stone is too high outside. Sigh. Pretending to helplessly sigh, Bewitching whispered, I don't know if this brother has any way to do it. If you can help us, we won't mistreat you. May I know where you heard this from? I found out about it by accident. I saved someone not far away from this mountain range. That person gave me some devouring spirit stones as thanks. I found out about this from him, but I didn't pay much attention to it. It's not easy to dig out this devouring spirit stone. Even if there's a mine here, I wouldn't be willing to dig it out. Bewitching's expression was serious. This is not the case. After my wife heard the news, she wanted to come and have a look. We also wanted to come and have a look. However, I've been here for 2 days and I don't think there's such a situation. I'm afraid this news isn't true. It's not that easy to get a devouring spirit stone. However, the scenery here is pretty good. We're here to enjoy the scenery. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and said, Little brother, if you really have news about this, I hope you can tell us. We won't mistreat you. She took out a pill and placed it on the table. I think little brother needs this pill. The attendant looked at the bone-refining pill on the table and his eyes lit up. A few years ago, he suffered from a hidden illness because of a fight. Usually, it didn't affect him much. However, his cultivation had been stagnant. There were almost no alchemists here, so it was not easy to go out and buy medicinal pills. In addition, this place was really too remote, and there were not many medicinal pill stores outside, so he could not find the medicinal pills he needed. Not only that, the price of this pill was very high. He had no choice but to give it up. However, this pill was right in front of him. The attendant's heart suddenly became warm. He couldn't wait to reach out and put the pill into his pocket. However, he didn't say anything after thinking about it. Then I'll help you ask around. If there's news, I'll tell you. Then I'll have to trouble you. After the attendant left, Bailey Hongshuang fell into deep thought. She didn't know if what they said just now was convincing. There should be no mistake about the devouring spirit stone. Bewitching said slowly. He had no choice but to take a gamble. No matter what, crossing immortal domain definitely had a spirit-devouring stone mine. There were no devouring stones in the chaotic immortal realm. Therefore, it was very difficult to buy devouring stones in the chaotic immortal realm. Even in the chaotic immortal realm, the price was very high. Since he was able to take out the spirit-devouring stone, he should have gained some trust from the other party. If the goods they are talking about are spirit-devouring stones, then someone must have come here every once in a while to harvest them. As long as we are willing to pay a high price, we can sell it to anyone. The success rate should be very high, but we must first gain their trust. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. He should be tempted by the things I gave him today. Let Xiaohe and the others go and find out some information tonight. Maybe there will be a chance. At night, Xiaohe and Xiaobai immediately took action. Shopkeeper, do you think their words can be trusted? The attendant's eyes were filled with anticipation. As long as the shopkeeper agreed, he would be able to obtain the bone-refining pill effortlessly. The shopkeeper looked hesitant. Your information is still not clear enough. We don't even know who the person he's talking about is. How can we be sure? End of chapter 70-74. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.